I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night wherever you're watching this transmission. Whether you're watching us from your condo in the sky, or your camper in the woods, or your detached home in a small town in a cul-de-sac, or just couch surfing, or maybe on a road trip, or relaxing on your lazy boy. People of the night, welcome to Mike in the Night. It's 3 a.m., and yeah, something is moving you. So crack open a window, sit back, relax, get some tea or coffee, because you're tuned in to Mike in the Night, the voice of the Commonwealth. Don't say I'm talking too much until you see what's behind. Just when you think it's done and just when you can't go on. Tag along on Mike in the Night. Let's talk this through. Hashtag Mike in the Night. Intro track by Ralphie.co.New Zealand. And today we are talking about the broken road of opioid road of broken dreams. Well, it's actually taking a toll, and it's actually a lot worse than you could ever fathom. Yes, everything's been put front and center. What they want us to see, or what they want us to take notice to. Whether it's now, housing is front and center for some reason. All of a sudden, $9 million house that's worth $30,000 in West Virginia, going for $9 million, $9.8 million in Vancouver, they're starting to realize that there's something not right here. So welcome to Mike in the Night. So, we got the comment section rolling on nice here. We got Steven Sewell in the house. It's been a while since we've had him on the in the live chat. I think he was on last week late. Who else we got here? We got Lord Humongous, of course. We got Spare Dime in the house. We got Randall Alexander. Captain Nobody in the house. Trust the Silence is in the house. All right, we're rolling off really nicely here. It is Saturday night, guys. I hope it's Sunday afternoon in Australia, and it's Saturday night here, where I am here in the West Coast. So everybody is doing well. Our Discord is running nice and smooth. I'm taking a look at the Discord here. It's running nice and smooth. And looking good for tonight, guys. So let's do a quick channel plug, and we're going to get into some big news on what's going on, and then we're going to kind of talk about tonight's topic. I really want to talk about tonight's topic because I don't want it to get away from us, okay? Tonight's topic, the opioid of broken dreams, is huge. Huge. Because I didn't even know the numbers were like as big, like it's worse than COVID. I think it's the opioid fentanyl problem is way bigger. If you put COVID here, the fentanyl opioid problem's right up here. I gotta fit within the screen because that's how much of a gap it is. The gap is absolutely phenomenal, and we need to discuss this tonight. So it's very important. Woo! Okay, so guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I want to thank people for subscribing. I just passed 14,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. Next week's, this Wednesday show, no hiding anymore from inflation. This Wednesday, join us on our Wednesday show. If you want to make it, we'll be here Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Check it out. No hiding anymore. Guys, don't forget to follow me. I got my Facebook back up. For some reason, I don't know what's happened, but people are actually seeing my Facebook posts. So, as a post I put up here the other day, it's got 56 shares on it, or 60 shares. So I put up a few videos here. So if you want to follow me on Facebook, I'm almost at 115,000 subscribers on Facebook. Damn. All right, guys, don't forget to shop. Mike Martin's here. If you guys want to pick up the I Love Amerifornia, America will be turning into a Amerifornia. We just predicted it here a lot earlier than anywhere else. Guys, don't forget to message me on Instagram. Guys, please. If you need to send me something or you need to relay me a message for some reason, Instagram is the best way. You could get me on Discord, but Instagram goes right to my, I get it right away. Guys, don't forget to support Lord Humongous and his Lord Humongous tour. Let's throw him a few bucks, guys. I know there's a lot of people out there that want to donate. Go ahead and donate if you can to the Amerifornia tour. And Art by Dano, artbydano.com, artbydano.net. Not your typical art. Get Dano to commission you a painting or a drawing or a caricature of your choice. Art by Dano. You can find him on Huntington Beach Pier there in California. Guys, don't forget to listen to ralphie.co.new Zealand. This is a really good Mike in the Night gets replayed here. So if you guys want to be part of this, please join ralphie.co.new Zealand. And there's our Discord. Yeah. How the hell do you invite people? Somebody put a link into the Discord so people could find us. Please. And Wall Street Stackers in the house tonight. Don't forget to subscribe. She made a new channel, so here it is. Wall Street Stackers. Please, please, please go ahead and subscribe to her, please. New channel. And don't forget to check out Euro Saturdays with DJ Ulysses. He's on before Mike in the Night. Check him out. He plays a lot of Euro music, a lot of music I grew up with growing up. And I kind of wanted to plug his channel here. Tell him that Mike Martin sent you. So there it is right there, guys. Now, what is happening, guys? Well, there is so much happening. Man, it's absolutely phenomenal. But there's too many moving parts. And we can't let... we can't let specific moves or pieces on the board be cloaked or disappeared, because there's a lot of pieces and moving parts on the board that we're losing touch with, and we can't let that happen. We can't, because we need to know what's on the table. And when we start losing a grip of what's happening around us and what is happening elsewhere, then the puzzle starts to fall apart, and we can no longer connect the dots like we could easily, that we've been doing for years now. So we got Good News Bear in the house, Jay Borg in the house, Wall Street Stackers in the house. We got Mike Gear Shift in the house. Yeah, 14K subs. I've never got that many subscribers in such a short time. I mean, in my life. I usually get like 200 subscribers a year, and I'm kind of shocked. Okay, guys, let's get into some headline news. We'll get our first caller on. We got a lineup of callers for you guys tonight. Tonight to make a difference here. Tonight to make a difference. This is the night we can make it happen, and this is the night we can make our dreams come true. All right. So let's go over the polls. Let's go over some of the community section here on the channel. Okay, this is the live show, and yeah, this is coming soon to a city near you. If you thought you had a housing crisis in your city, well, I'm on a hit list. Kiev allows to silence dissident and journalism. That's all you need to know about Ukraine democracy. There you go right there. And guys, you know what? I'm telling you, this will be coming to a city near you. Yeah, I know it's a big boo. I'm on a hit list. Kiev allows to silence dissidents and journalism. So what's going to happen is what we're doing here is going to be considered dissidents. It's going to be considered, this is a talk show. We're talking here. We're just kind of discussing what we're being told, right? All right, let's keep going here. Drug overdose deaths up 30 points in pandemic year, government data show. Wow. Substance use disorder also increased risk of contracting COVID. Oh my God. Oh my God, you're going to get COVID. You're going to get COVID from, there's everything you do on this. No, I'm not even going to go there because I'm not going to get mad. U.S. lawmakers planning economic battle with China have some questions about Canada. Well, I answered it right here to the Americans. So if you're an American citizen or you're in the United States of America, I'm going to answer that for you guys. Why have some questions about Canada? Why does China want to know? Why does America want to know about Canada's involvement with China? Why? I'll tell you why. Because Canada is now China. It is. Most of our real estate, towers, our big towers, office towers. Heck, they're even building some of our highways and owning them, tolling them. Mines, gold mines. I think our two biggest coal mines in Canada, the two biggest ones, are owned by China. No Canadian hires. No Canadian hires. But they're owned by China. So we sold one of our biggest gold mines in one of those big those big islands that we have there in northeast of Canada, those big long islands. We sold one of our biggest gold mines there too, not too long ago. And okay, so I asked this poll for you guys. This is a good one, guys. I see the human population on Earth dropping by blank in the next 4 years. 23% of you said 5%. 15% of you guys say 12%. 25% of you guys said 18%. 50% of you guys said 19%. And 75% of our voters said 75% death rate, or people will die, 27%. So 27% voted for 75% Earth's population dropping in the next 4 years. So there are definitely multiple ways our Earth's population will be dropping, and no, it's not going to be because of climate change. Trust me. Joe Biden is looking to confront China. Will the Canadian great leader Justin Trudeau join him? So that's a very important question we need to ask. So I asked that. And 8% of you says, why, yes, Justin will confront China. And 92% of you guys says, no way, Jose, China owns Justin. And that's a really good way to put it. And CDC to convene emergency meeting on rare heart condition linked to COVID vaccines. Sorry, guys, about the crying in the background. I'm really sorry about that. It's just my family arrived home and my daughter's just crying in the hallway there. So, CBC to convene emergency meeting on rare heart condition linked to COVID vaccine. And this is the one that sparked the fuel here. That people are worried about housing. Well, check this doozy out. This is not fake. This is actually listed. This is $9.8 million. Look at that baby. 9.8. And you know what? Let me tell you something about that. That's going to sell for 10. This is the best way to launder money. Where are you going to put your drug money? And I'm not talking about like the little street level marijuana hustlers or opioid or fentanyl hustlers on the street. I'm talking about the stuff that's coming in from the Chinese factories into Canada. That's what I'm talking about tonight. I'm talking about the stuff that they're bringing in and then relaundering our money into real estate. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, here you go. Let me put this full. This is coming to America. Amerifornia, you think America's immune to this? The only reason why America was okay with their housing market was because Trump was there. And I'm not trying to boast Trump. Believe me, I'm not. But because he was there, he doesn't like China. A lot of that money laundering didn't go into a lot of those red states. A lot of it kept going into the blue states. Now look what's happened. You're going to see America's 4 years behind Amerifornia. America's 4 years behind. Now it's going to come. Now it's going to come. And you know what? The media is going to completely ignore it like nothing's happening, like it's the greatest thing to ever happen. And Ontario to track for good summer despite small risk of fourth wave, modeling suggests. Here's the modeling right here. Let me go to full screen for modeling. I'm going to show you the model right here. Right there. That's the model right there. Yeah, that's the model right there. I just showed you the model right there. That's what it is. We have a bunch of losers that are running this thing. They're running the country into the ground on purpose. But here's the problem. Everything comes in waves. So we won't get this unless Facebook says so. Remember 2 weeks ago when Facebook said so? That we're allowed now to post on social media that the virus was man-made? Why? Because Facebook said so. Now when Facebook says so, that, oh, maybe this vaccine was made too fast, maybe whatever we made isn't really helping with the situation. How many weeks do you think before Facebook says it's okay to say that now? I don't know. Well, we're going to wait and see. I know a few people that got the second shot recently, and I'm keeping tabs on them. I'm going to keep tabs on them like no one's business. One of them looks like he went to a tanning bed, and the tanning bed, he fell asleep, and it didn't turn off. It's like he's got huge jaundice or something. So I'm keeping a tab on him. All right. And that's another great video from our friend there, King Cash YouTube. Minimum wage. Okay, so here's the deal with minimum wage, guys. And I told you this. This is what minimum wage used to be in Canada and Australia and even the United States. A minimum wage was, I'm almost finishing high school. I need to go work part-time and my summers so I could pay for my college, so I can't go to college if I don't pay for it. Until student loans became federalized, then the governments took over and just gave away money. And they kept selling education. Remember Hill Dog? Remember that piece of garbage Hill Dog when she was there? Oh, if you have an education, you can make another $1 million more in your life. You can't even buy this house in Vancouver. You make an extra $1 million in your life. You can't even buy this piece of junk, this piece of crap. You can't even buy this piece of dog crap. Look at that. You can't even buy that if you make an extra $1 million per year. That's like 8.7 million US dollars. Yeah. Yeah. You want more proof? Okay. I wasn't going to open this article, but I'm going to open it anyway. Let's see if I could find it right away for you guys. It's an article from the other day. We were reading it on the during our real estate economy show. Here, look at this. Let's look at this. Here, you want proof? Here it is. Canadian property bubble inflation is now 75% of net worth growth. Canadian household debt to GDP reaches 111%, much higher than the U.S. in 2008. And it's going to keep going. Here we go. I just want to see if I could find that one for you guys, because I think it's kind of important that we bring this one up again. And just want to see if I could find it here. Yeah, gangs and laundering money. So here's the proof right here. And this is something we talked about. But because we're talking about opioids and fentanyl and all this crap tonight, here it is. How Canada's housing crisis is related to its fentanyl crisis. Okay? In a housing bubble, no one wants to touch any factors that pop it, even if it's transnational crime. Criminals know that as well, which makes it a prime target for operations. So they know the police won't be going after them because they want to keep this money flowing. Who cares about the Canadian youth that dies on the street as long as they could sell their drugs and buy our real estate and leave the people impoverished? Real estate laundering in Canada was so popular, Cooper even obtained a government document where an Australian anti-money laundering expert gave it the name the Vancouver Model. The Vancouver Model mixes legal and illicit cash, such as that from fentanyl sales. The pooled money is then used to buy high-end real estate funded by Capital Flight and casino high rollers. The real estate is then used as a sort of a deposit, helping to feed the unstable need for luxury real estate. The more fentanyl sold, the more luxury real estate is needed. Who do you think bought all the luxury real estate in 2017 in Seattle, in Tacoma, in Washington State? Who do you think bought it all? The Chinese. They bought tons of it on numbered companies. Numbered companies own that. Numbered companies own all those properties out there. All empty. All empty, my friends. All right. Merry day off. Oh, yeah. So now at schools, Merry day off. New Jersey school board erases holiday names from calendar to prevent hurt feelings and faces a petition to resign. Here it is right here. This is my little bit of reply to hurt feelings. Right there, hurt your feelings. There you go. That's for the hurt feelings.
You're talking about all man.
All right. Let's go to the comments real quick here. Grindhouse Cartoon says, I predict this is the beginning of the never-ending booster and vax. That's correct. They're saying they're saying now in Northwest Territory in northern Canada and the Yukon, they're actually saying they're gonna have to vax or booster every quarter. Yeah. Oh, we got King Cash YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to his channel. Man, you've been missing my rant from the beginning, dude. Go to the beginning of the show, King Cash YouTube. Okay, let me calm down here. Let me breathe. before I have a heart attack. So anyways, let's go over this again one more time. Mary Day Off, New Jersey School Board erases holiday names from calendar to prevent hurt feelings and faces petition to resign. Dude, I don't know why we are going into this journey to nowhere. We're on a journey to nowhere. Manitoba unveils reopening plan to have one great summer. So this, you see this guy right here? This guy right here now is telling you that you could have a good summer, okay? We're going to open, but we're going to have a good summer. You're going to have a good summer. Okay, I want to get Lynn on the phone for this because she sent me this. And and you know what? Lynn isn't the type of girl that gets insulted easily or her feelings hurt. So I just want to get her on the phone real quick, see if she picks up and gives us an understanding on, because she's really teed off on this. And when you get people upset this much, you know what they're doing is working when you get that upset. You know what I'm saying? I like this one here. I really, really like this one. Erase holiday names from I can't make any sense of this. I'm gonna have to go back to school or something because none of this makes any sense. All right, she's not picking up the phone. No worries. So there it is, right there. So this guy right here is gonna allow you. He's gonna say, let's have one great summer, guys, because when the variant Ball Juice Strike Force 1, Delta Force T, comes in Christmas time, you're going to see what's going to happen. Another lockdown. ABC News, French presidents. This is ABC, guys, Americans broadcasting crap. French President Macron says U.S. is definitely back, welcomes Biden to the club. Oh, yes.
You're talking about all men.
Oh yeah, he welcomes Biden back to the club with Boris Johnson. I call him Boris Karloff, and now you got again a Marifornius coming. France is already been a Marifornia for Canada. Has already been a Marifornia. Australia has already been a Marifornia. So basically, Australia would be like all of California. That's what I mean. Texas is now becoming Texifornia, Florifornia. You got Mexifornia for New Mexico. New Mexifornia. I should call it that. New Mexifornia. So this is what's happening here, right? Okay. So he welcomes him back into the club. Welcome back to the club. It's so good to have you back. So good. Anyways, I'm not even going to go into that. This is just yeah. Okay, Joe Biden moves U.S. closer to Taiwan, but how far is he willing to risk Beijing's anger? So you know what? I really hope something triggers here because I was here. I've been here. That's 101. That's Taipei. That's in Taipei. I took selfie photos here. I've been here, Taipei 101. But the Biden's administration plan to resume long-stalled trade talks with Taiwan has raised hopes of normalization of relations, but observers say it remains to be seen how far it is willing to risk China's wrath. What do you mean, China's wrath? Okay, we got D-Man in the house here. We got Carol Goldsmith in the house. Jay Borg in the house. David Xavier in the house. All right, let's move on. Peterborough Mayor. So that's somewhere in Ontario. I think it's beside Wawa, Ontario. Peterborough Mayor exonerated after telling anti-maskers to stay the F home. So here's the problem. When everything rolls around and a lot of these people we were wrong. So I guess I'm sorry, just like BP. Remember BP when they British Petroleum when they had that big leak in the Gulf of Mexico? They just came on and said, "Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is that what they're going to do? And that's it? Nothing happens? The mayor of Peterborough, Ontario did not contravene her municipality's code of conduct when she called a group of anti-lockdown advocates the traveling clown convention that should stay the F home. So here's the problem. I don't know if she got the memo, but what's that other ugly lady on TV? That other ugly one. Not this one. Nancy Pelosi. 3 weeks now, she said, masks don't work, they don't do nothing. She said, just like Facebook was telling us we're allowed to say that the vaccine is now man-made, Nancy Pelosi now says, even though we know that masks don't work, she said so. So she didn't get the memo from Nancy Pelosi that masks don't work. And that's what Nancy Pelosi said, YouTube. So don't shut me down because of that.
You're talking about all men.
Okay, this one's coming out of Pakistan. You better pay close attention to this, people. No jab, no phone. Unvaccinated to have SIM cards blocked. Pakistan Punjab government says. You know what? When you get vaccinated, they take your phone number, they take your SIM number down, they take your SIM number down, and they take everything else down so they know to shut down your SIM number when you don't take the jab. Yep. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Only a minority care about the internet freedom suggested Julia Bilut. So this is the guy that wants to shut down channels like this. What are those other guys there? Rebel News, all those guys. They're trying to, these guys, what they're doing is they're saying, oh, only a minority, a small percentage of Canadians. Hey, you don't want to hear something funny? No, I was going to say something I'm not going to say. But yeah, there it is right there. I kind of wanted to throw that out there. Let me just wet my beak here for a bit. Someone asked me, David Xavier is asking, Mike, did you see the news of Eriksson? Yes. The Danish soccer player collapsing? Yes. Peter O'Brien saying, I don't use a phone, so what could they do to me? They're coming after your driver's licenses in some countries. All right, let's keep going here. We got a lot of articles here. Hong Kong protests. Muted demonstrations, at least 4 arrested on anniversary of first major clash of 2019. Remember, guys, that 2019 was the year of the protest? Do you remember that, guys? And then COVID came out of nowhere? Well, it was the year of the protest. And it's man-made. Oh my God, we're connecting the dots. We're figuring this out. So here it is. Hong Kong protests. Police deploy 2,000 officers across the city. 2,000 officers across the city amid calls for residents to rally. Cordoning off streets, doing stop and searches in popular shopping districts. Rallies were planned in 48 international cities to mark June 12, 2019 protest outside of the Legislative Council, the first major clash that year. So the Chinese have a grip right now in Hong Kong. They've a lot of businesses and a lot of money has been flowing out of Hong Kong, which again is raising the housing prices here in Canada and in parts of the United States. All right. Let's see where we are here. Where are we? Okay, oops. We're way back here. Okay, here goes. Turkey seeking dominance over oil fields in Iraq's Mosul, Kirkuk, says analyst. So Turkey wants to get its own oil, but not in its soil. Hey, that sounds like a rap song. Turkey wants to get its own oil, but not on its soil. So there it is right there. Good job, Turkey. I mean, go ahead and do what you want to do. Illegal elections. Good job, Turkey. Just add to the chessboard. There's Turkey pulling. Oh, reports. George Soros paid no income tax in 3 years in a row. What? He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to pay income tax. Only Donald Trump and me and everybody else need to pay income tax. Why is he going to pay income tax for? He's rich. You only pay You only take money from people that don't have money. That's how it works. You take money from people that don't have the money to pay. Why do you think you have an NSFE in your bank? You have no funds available, right? Or no funds there, or whatever it's called. Insufficient funds. Why do you think they have that? To take money from people that don't have it. They clearly see you don't have the money, so they take more money off of you. That's what NSF is. Let me close this window. This guy's face is making me sick. Russia kicks off huge naval drills in the Pacific amid U.S. plan of largest war games. Yeah, baby! Keep up the good work. This is what we need right now. Now, here's the big story of the night, being brought to us by Forbes. This is actually being brought to us from 2.5 hours ago. China officially backs a cryptocurrency and establishes it as their official coin. It's finally happened. A major worldwide government has just bestowed a huge vote of confidence and legitimacy onto the world of cryptocurrencies. China, in an unprecedented move, just announced that they are officially adopting a certain cryptocurrencies as China's official coin. There it is right there, folks, for all you crypto people out there. China's making its own official coin. Yeah, someone says Soros is dead. Someone's saying Mike Martins, that guy is crazy. He climbed the CN Tower several years back. He got arrested for it at the Heritage MP. Who? This guy? Or George Soros climbed the CN Tower? Yemen calls U.S. bluff on ending support in Saudi-led coalition. So the Yemenis won the war against Saudi Arabia, and that's something you will never, ever hear about. But yes, they did, and they're calling their bluff because it looks like the UK now wants to start to destabilize the Yemenis government. Now, the UK, America, a couple other countries are working together to destabilize the Yemenis government. Tony Blair suggests unvaccinated Brits should remain under lockdown restrictions. Right there. Right there. You know why? This guy should be arrested and tried for crimes against humanity with this is Tony Blair's war against Iraq and the illegal invasion. And he's telling people that unvaccinated people should remain under lockdown restrictions? Yeah, tell me about it. Canadian government wants to create border biometrics authority to validate travelers' vaccine status. Here it is, if you don't believe me. So they want to check your status for your vaccines. Why is the government all of a sudden concerned about us like this? What is the goddamn concern about if I get vaccinated or not? If everybody else gets vaccinated, okay, you know who one of my most favorite comedians is? Richard Pryor. I love Richard Pryor. I listen to his jokes over and over and over and over again. Now, Richard Pryor made a really good vaccine discussion joke. And he said basically, he goes, I'm going to go somewhere, and somebody asked me, hey, did you get your vaccine? And then Buddy looks over at me and says, you better get your vaccine because, you don't want to get sick. And then Richard Pryor looks back and says, what do I need to get a vaccine for? If everybody else is vaccinated, why should they be scared of me? What difference does that make if I'm not vaccinated if they are vaccinated? And it's true. If people are vaccinated, why should they be worried if someone isn't vaccinated? Protesters draw attention to province's growing opioid crisis. So that's the opioid stories we're going to go into. So this is actually huge. Huge. Synthetic marijuanas are killing tons of people. Opioid fentanyls, all kinds of stuff. And China's announcing a new type of opioid fentanyl that's going to be arriving in the next couple of weeks. So prepare yourselves for that, folks, because we're going to be picking up people. It's so here, the province plans to shut down supervised consumption site down. So they have supervised consumption sites in Canada where people could do drugs, and they have opioid and fentanyl dispensaries in Vancouver. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. I remember seeing they have dispensary machines where you could go buy your drugs, like in a dispensary. The province plans to shut down. Okay, at the same time, overdose death spikes 153%. 153%. 2020 was Alberta's deadliest year for drug-related deaths. It's more than, I think, what died from COVID, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. I don't know anything, but I'm just kind of throwing this out there. Not just a white problem. Blacks and Latinos see the largest spike in overdose deaths during COVID-19 pandemic, study finds. So, EMS workers increased by 42% in the U.S. They compared to 2018 to 2019, according to the study published on Wednesday. It's peer journal JAMA Psychiatry. So the largest spikes among blacks and Latinos are 50.3% and 49.7% increase in overdose deaths during the pandemic. So is it because of the pandemic? No, I think this has been happening for many years. This is something that they're trying to spin it on the pandemic because everything is COVID. Everything. This shirt is COVID and racist. This jug is COVID and it's racist. This microphone is COVID and it's racist. So there it is right there. Okay, where was I here? Distributors, regulators cast blame on opioid pandemic. In West Virginia here, opioid distribution companies and federal regulators pointed the finger at each other as a contributing factor in the nation's opioid epidemic during the landmark civil trial in West Virginia. The former Drug Enforcement Administration official and distributors each argued on Wednesday that the other side disagreed requests to comply with regulations and policy. Why would they comply with regulations and policy when it's making the money? And that's what it's all about. And that money gets funneled into real estate, and then real estate goes up because they're creating these artificial shortages and leave the homes empty. When you buy a home from drug money, just leave it empty. Just leave it empty. We got Motorhead Beanie in the house saying hi. We got Spare Dime in the house. We got Bat Soup in the house. We got D-Man in the house. We got Kia Hugdos. Kia saying, Mike, Toronto's turning normal. No one cares about COVID-19 anymore. All right. This one's from The Conversation. The deadly opioid fentanyl is turning up in design. Oh, in disguise. I'm sorry. Let me just open this so I can see it better. There it is right there. The deadly opioid fentanyl is turning up in disguise. No, and then there's designer drugs too, eh? On Sydney streets, making illicit drug use even riskier. So there it is. People using stimulants like methamphetamine and cocaine are not looking for depressant effects of opioids. They would not have expected their drugs to contain fentanyl. So they're lacing fentanyl and all kinds of crap. There was an overdose. There was a big problem, a big altercation on the street, and every week there's a body being picked up in our little downtown core here in Merritt, BC, and people just partying and behind stores and behind little alleyways, and yeah. How China flooded the U.S. with lethal fentanyl fueling the opioid crisis. So fentanyl, in the form of highly lethal synthetic opioid that has been making its way through the U.S. over the last decade. That's why I brought this up. How long has the housing crisis been happening in the blue states? It's been happening for 10 years. How long has it been happening in Canada? 10 years. So when you actually put the math together and connect the dots, you'll see that this is an economic, drug-fueled Mickey Mouse takeover. And our governments are allowing this to happen. Hey, did you hear the news? Joe Biden now is part of the family. See? French President Macron says U.S. is definitely back. Welcomes Joe Biden to the club. Yes, club right here. And you know what the thing is? Nobody votes for these people, but they still get in. I still haven't met a human being that voted for Hill Dog during the 2017 election. I still haven't met or spoken to one being on this planet that actually voted for her and she got the popular vote. And then what? There's 350 million people in America. I don't know one person that voted for her. We're overlooking the major culprit in the opioid crisis. So it starts again 2011, and this is dated 2 weeks ago. So why all of a sudden is this coming out now? That it goes back to 2011. Everything goes back to 2011. And the third wave of drugs that came in fentanyl, nearly 100,000 people died. What? Okay. Full screen this, guys. This is serious. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Once again, the addiction worsened. Nearly 100,000 people are thought to have died from overdose in 2020, the deadliest toll from overdose in American history. From manufactured fentanyl. Holy crap. 100,000 people. I didn't know. Okay, I thought it was like 40,000. But I thought 40,000 people died in America from this, not 100,000. And if they're telling you 100, it's 200,000. If they tell you 100, it's actually 200,000. All right, let's get somebody on the show before I end up having some coordinary problems here. Oh, Ricky Spanish is on. I haven't seen him on in a while. Let's get Fringe here to wind this down a bit, because I'm way too hyper tonight. Let's see if she picks up the phone. Yeah, simple as saying that is the real pandemic right there. No answer. Okay, no worries. I just spoke to her earlier. I'll get her on the show. Oh, she's saying call if you want. All right, I'm calling right now again. She may have her tone thingy shut down. Yeah, she may have her ringer off.
Ricky Spanish.
Oh, there you are. No, she hung up. Hello? Hello?
Mike.
Hello?
Hey.
Is this Fringe Files?
It's Blunt.
Oh, it's Blunt News. Hold on. Let me call Fringe back. I'll call you towards the end of the show, okay?
Yeah, I don't think I called you.
Oh, I guess it's calling you. Oh my god.
Hey, but yeah, you can call me if you like later.
I'll call you, but let me call you back towards the end of the show. I need you to help me wind down, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. So we got Blunt News. It's calling Blunt News. Wow. Talk about, like, I think Skype is going haywire, to be honest with you guys. So let's get Fringe on the show here. Hello?
Hey, I'm on, babe.
Yes. How are you tonight?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
All right, guys.
Sorry I don't have my video up.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Here it is here. It's the new channel. Is this your new channel, Wall Street Stackers?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay, guys, this is the link to Wall Street Stackers. If you guys want to, if you can subscribe, go over right now and subscribe. Let's get it to 1,000 subscribers in the next 24 hours.
Oh, that would be good. Mike, is it 1,000 where you can do community post? I'm trying to get to where I can do community posts, but I can't yet, and I can't remember on the other channel how long it took.
I have no idea. They gave me that one. I think I don't know why. That was a newer thing. I never
Mm-hmm.
really took notice until and then started using it until like maybe 8 months ago. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, could we see you or no? Are you hiding?
No, I'm hiding. I did a lot of work today, and I look rough.
That's okay. That's okay. No problem. No problem. So you sent me a message saying that I was bang on about some housing thing.
Oh yeah, the Amerifornia.
Mhm.
I mean, now I'm starting to see it, Mike. I don't know if we will get the crash that I was somewhat expecting.
They
And
won't
if
allow it. Not with your
they
new
won't
president
allow it.
select.
No, not at all. I don't think it would have mattered who was in office. I knew that so JP Morgan, BlackRock, these other big institutional buyers out there, I knew that they had been buying residential homes since the crash,
Mhm.
but I figured that they were picking up everything on the cheap, right? Anything that was foreclosed, go to the courthouse auctions, you know.
Oh, they're paying
Uh,
10 to 50,000 over asking.
it's well 50%
Mhm.
over asking. I was jaw dropped at some of the statistics that I saw, and this is only picking up.
Oh, we're getting
Um,
started. California is just
it's
starting.
just getting started.
Now, let me
Yeah.
explain to you why. Okay, I'm not trying to play all pro Trump. I really am not. But let me explain to you why there's a difference with Donald Trump. Gone. The reason why, between the two administrations, why it's going to happen under Joe Biden's watch, why you guys will receive a California, it's very simple. Because the Chinese hated Donald Trump, and the students and the investors avoided America. So
Mhm.
America lost its money laundering destination, and everybody went to Australia and Canada and the UK. Now that Joe Biden's back, it seems like an easier ride, and they'll be turning a blind eye to the money laundering. That's just my opinion, but you guys are 4 years behind us. Now it's going to start picking up.
Oh, I'm seeing it. Even around me, I live in a really poor area. Um, and even around here, I mean, people already couldn't afford if they wanted to move into a new home around here, if one even comes up for sale because it's such a small area. Even here after this whole scamdemic thing, I mean, prices they jumped.
Hmm.
And we are getting those new people coming in, the guys that want to get out of the cities or wherever. I don't know why the heck they would want to come here, but they are.
They
And
don't have
just
a choice.
land and housing. Yeah, there you go.
I don't know
It's
if you
cheap.
I don't know if you watched my Wednesday show, that housing, that discussion finance show where I got really mad at the beginning. How they kept saying COVID-19 is pushing families out of the big cities because of the fear of getting COVID into small towns. No,
No.
no. It's young families cannot afford to live in cities any longer, so they're moving out to smaller rural areas. And the
Exactly.
media.
Or to places like Texas and Tennessee and where BlackRock is doing most of their buying right now, like 24% of Dallas was bought up by
Yes.
institutional investors.
Yeah.
This is recently, Mike.
Okay,
So
but
when you're coming from California to Texas, even if they paid 50% over for that home, oh, rent's still cheap in Texas compared to California, right?
no.
But normal people can't afford that.
Right. And we had this problem happening in Reno, Nevada,
Hmm.
where a
Hmm.
ton of people were being rent evicted, where they were evicting people, tenants for years that were years and years renting. They kicked them all out so they could put in more people from California that were willing to pay more for rent. And
Hmm.
that was a major issue. This was about a year ago where that was happening in September of last year. And now it's gotten to a part of where we're at right now, where North and South Dakota and Montana, they're all getting hit like you
Hmm.
guys are there. And I'm telling you, Amerifornia is so real. And I remember saying it the day they stopped the election counting or some bizarre crap. Even though they counted California before 8 o'clock happened, California, Oregon, and Washington State was already blue and counted. I've never seen that happen before, but they did it right away. But they couldn't count Massachusetts, Georgia, and all that. After that day and the next day, I already made my Amerifornia's Coming video with your new president-select. And I got so many people pissing and yelling at me because they have to count the votes. It's not over and blah, blah, blah. No, it's over. Now
Hmm.
now you're going to see what's going to happen with Taiwan. And oh, this is huge. Biden had to be selected as president. Not elected, selected. And we're going to see going forward why. And the California is one of the big plays of it.
Oh, it is. And you know how we talk a lot about China on this channel too, right?
I love
and
China.
and to me, at the end of the day, it's all a big stage. They all work together, and yeah, we're all in this together. It's like High School Musical for whoever's running the world here, singing along together. But guess what? BlackRock actually just recently was given the green light to do some sort of investing with China or to handle some of their stuff. So isn't that weird? Y'all guys are paying 20 to 50% over asking for entire subdivisions here. The green light was given with China. These homes are also being rolled over into Americans' pension funds.
That's right.
Excuse me, red lights going off I mean, Mike, this put a knot in my stomach. What I learned today made me feel sick. And I'll tell you why. There's a lot of us that have been patiently waiting on the sidelines. Now, I have a home. This home, it could be paid off almost tomorrow. But, we do the whole mortgage thing just so we don't, literally deplete all of our cash, things like that. So I'm in a home. I'm somewhat comfortable here. But for people that have been waiting on the sidelines and you see that this could go an entirely different direction, you've now been waiting, some people 10 years plus to get into a home. Prices have only gone up. And I don't think now they're not coming down. Like, the best advice I could give somebody is if you think that it'll come down, even before then, go buy an acre of land somewhere. Just pay cash, get that acre, and at least have something.
You guys can do that. In Canada, an acre of land, depending where you are, starts at about
2 million.
260, 300 grand.
That's insane. That's insane.
Yep.
And my big fear here too is a lot of people in chat are saying, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. What's the guy's name? Fink. Larry Fink, BlackRock CEO, actually just got assigned to the World Economic Forum's Board of Trustees. So you literally will own nothing, but you won't be happy. I find all that too interesting. How can people look over that and say there's no connection there? There's definitely a connection there.
All right, watch this, guys. Let's go to full screen here. This is the video I made. This is over 5 years ago. Get out of Vancouver, price hikes for 2017. And I got out of Vancouver and I moved here. Get out of Surrey, Burnaby, New Westminster, Vancouver, mass exodus, people leaving the city 4 years ago. Vancouver, housing is ruined, and I've been seeing this. And even, look, get out of Sydney, Australia, housing out of reach 5 years ago. It says 4, but I haven't lived here in 5 years in this location. But this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. So what's going to happen? Okay, Fringe, I'll tell you what's going to happen. You guys now are going to catch up to us. Now, let me explain what's going to happen, okay? One, you're going to see more food banks pop up than McDonald's, Burger King, and Taco Bell combined.
Oh, I believe it.
Like in London.
Some areas, you're halfway there. Some areas, definitely.
Yeah. You're going to start seeing that outnumbering. You're going to start to see banks give people food bank vouchers so they could go to get food at the food bank like Australia is doing, so that you don't fall behind on your mortgage, so that the bank gets your money every month. You're going to see so much happening. Amerifornia is going to come. It's coming. And you're going to see Texifornia. You're going to see New Mexifornia. You're going to see Florifornia. You're going to see it's going to be, and this is what they've been wanting to achieve, an entirely blue America. And that is what this is what's going to destroy you guys. As much as some people don't think it's a politically driven thing, trust me, China despised Trump. China hated Trump. Chinese did not invest in America. Chinese students didn't come to American colleges during the Trump administration. They did, but not as great numbers. Now that the new president-elect came into play, you're going to see America's GDP be driven by housing, just like Canada, Australia, UK, and what was it? Australia and New Zealand.
And the next thing that comes after that, on that video I had just done, someone commented about how, eventually they're going to price your taxes so high that even if I owned this home, 10 years from now, after they're done buying up everything that they could, well, how are they going to get me out of here? You're going to
Well,
bump those taxes up.
well, California,
Yeah.
Canada. My mom, she sold her home 2 years ago after I lost my father, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was already paying $7,000 a year for property tax.
Holy cow.
Yeah, for nothing. If you see the house, you'd be like $7,000 a year for that. And there's people in her area that have bigger homes or corner lots. They're paying $9,800 a year. People in Toronto are paying $10,000 to $12,000 a year in property tax.
Jeez.
Right now, it's not coming. It's now. Right now, they're paying. You want
Mm-hmm.
to want to hear something, Fringe? What they're taxing people on in Canada?
Go ahead.
You know the water that comes off your roof?
Yeah.
You know the water that rolls down the driveway?
Yeah.
They're actually paying sewerage deposit on that water, or tax.
Oh, wow.
You can't
What?
you can't make this up. So the water that rolls down your driveway and it goes to the sewer, you actually have to pay a sewerage tax on that.
This is so messed up.
Yeah.
This is beyond messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my gosh, what are we doing? I'm not saying we need to like get out in the streets and act crazy, but at the end of the day, how do people just go, this is okay. I'm okay with it. No, you shouldn't be okay with that. Jesus. It's sickening.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's disgusting, actually. And it's disgusting me to a point where I don't know. It's just almost like I've lost. You see, the problem is, let's just say for argument's sake, okay? Let's say for argument's sake, Canada or America or Australia or one of the English-speaking countries. Let's say they really find a good grassroots leader movement for the people, by the people, about the people. We love the people, okay? With a clean background that has some sort of knowledge of business, that knows the locals, with the locals. It doesn't matter, Fringe. They run.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loves them. Everybody goes to their rallies. Everybody adores and puts statues up of him. And guess what happens next? He loses the election, even though everybody liked him. And that's just how elections are going to be going forward.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't
No,
matter.
I agree with that.
You can
I
get the
agree with
most, he's not going to lose because nobody voted for him. Everybody voted for him. I still haven't found a human being that voted for Hill Dog, and she won the popular vote. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So this is a major issue, and I think the reason why they say, "Oh, you should not know who you vote for; it's illegal. You shouldn't tell people who you're voting for." You know why? Because if everybody came up and said, if everybody wore a red shirt, if they were going to vote, let's say Trump, you see a sea of red shirts everywhere, then the news won't cover it, for example. But they're going to say, "Oh, you can't do that; it's illegal. You can't," and they start arresting people for wearing red shirts.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying? Because you'll see seas of red shirts, and I'm not saying because of Trump. I'm just saying for an example, right?
Yeah.
And it's terrible. It's terrible.
It is. And it's I don't know. I had a shift in thought today, and we need to get ready for just about anything. With the way that things are going, I mean, tent cities are going to be everywhere.
Yes.
You spoke about, the fentanyl, and most people don't know, guys, that they're about to take fentanyl. But a lot of these people get here because they get so depressed. They have nothing to lose. It's like, why not try something new that just puts me out of it for a couple hours? And, the problem just grows from here. And no one out there is actually going to try to fix it. Nobody out there wants to actually fix it. You just get to a point where you realize this is the demise of just everything's controlled. It's purposeful. And it's really messed up how people can be just that evil. What makes you want that much power? And the power grab isn't even necessarily the bad thing. There can be good leaders.
Mm-hmm.
There can be good leaders, but
would they be allowed?
They don't get to make it to the top.
Yeah, okay,
they don't make it.
But the good leader, the good people that could go in and make a difference for the people, they're going to be trashed by the mainstream media.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be trashed by the club. Did you see that article I read earlier about the club, that Joe Biden's back in the club now because France said so? France said so?
France. Yeah. Yeah. It's, I don't know. Just get ready for anything, guys. I mean, anything. I don't think people here would make fun of me for saying this, but food, water, defense, um, have all your ducks in a row. And currently, I'm not a fan of the stock market at all, but if we go full blown Venezuela, it might not be a bad idea to be in it. So
Mhm.
I've even changed my investing strategy a little. Now it's a little bit of silver, it's a little bit of crypto, and it's a little bit of stock.
Let me ask your
It's
opinion
all
on
divided up.
something. China just announced that they're going with a with not a gold, but a Chinese cryptocurrency now. They've approved it through
Mhm.
their, I guess, through their legislation or whatever they have there.
Mhm. I mean, it's happening. It's going to happen here too. Something. I mean, I don't think you'll get to necessarily pick and choose, and I think we're going to see a lot more regulation come down. And I hate regulation, but hear me out here, guys. As far as like Bitcoin and things that you might be invested in now, regulation sadly is the best thing that could happen to cryptocurrencies because of all of these hedge funds that don't have a way to necessarily take a good loss on it right now, or they're not so sure of the future. Wall Street wants it. Wall Street wants crypto. They would like to take that asset higher, but they don't feel comfortable doing so yet. So as soon as you start getting these very clear guidelines into crypto, I mean, you've already seen Bitcoin hit 65, was it 65,000?
Hmm.
Um, taking, major losses here if you had invested recently, but if you've been in it for a while, you're fine. You're just fine. And as soon as this regulation is passed, I mean, I guess you can say to the moon. I know that's stupid to say, but to the moon.
That's what Chris Green said on AMTV. Okay, Wall Street Stackers. Here it is, guys. I'm going to give you the link again. If you guys could go over, you already got a few more subscribers there. Go ahead and subscribe to Wall Street Stackers. She did a housing video here. And, yeah. So maybe sometime when you stream or whatever, I'll come on your show and I'll talk about Amerifornia and what I've been... what I've found out about. I found a few things out. I'm going to make a video the next couple of days to kind of address them. And
Okay.
it's a lot worse, actually, than I originally predicted. But if... Okay, can I ask your response on this house, please? That $9 million house?
Yeah, what state did you say that was in?
Oh, this is in Vancouver. This is in Canada. This is where it's
Okay.
9 months of the year it's cold.
This makes no sense. And it's so open, right? It's so in your face as to what's going on, but normal everyday people can't put a stop to it. You know exactly what's happening.
I think
And
this
I
house
gotta
was
agree,
built in
it's
1911.
laundering. It's money laundering.
Yeah, the fentanyl sales, right? So the fentanyl's big.
Mm-hmm.
They need the drug because a lot of people, you know, that America is one of the biggest drug-consuming country in the planet, and China's had its grips in California, Oregon, and in Washington. Now they want to move. A lot of the gangs want to move out and move into the interior and start relaundering that money into more houses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Into secure investments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know who could go up against this. I don't know who would want to go up against this, but we need some sort of a return of we need some sort of savior to come. We need some sort of first contact from aliens. We need something big to happen to come to Earth and just stop everything. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that. I do. Honestly, just bring on the aliens. I don't care if it's Project Bluebeam or not. Just if everything else goes away, cool. Cool.
Yeah. All right, Fringe. It's so great to talk to you, and yeah, we'll touch base really soon. And you have a good night, and God bless.
All right, thanks, guys. Good night.
Good night. That is Fringe Files. Don't forget to subscribe to her channel. I wanted to get a reaction on this beautiful house here. You can't make this stuff up, guys. I don't even know. Like, I'm so... I don't even... I'm so lost for words of where things are headed, and...
Ricky Spanish.
And, okay, well, it looks like we got Blunt. Let's call Blunt back. Let's get Blunt on the show. Oh, he sent me a video. Yeah, let me call him right now. I hope it doesn't call Fringe back.
You're talking about all men.
You there, buddy?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I could barely hear you. Sounds like you're on speakerphone. Are you flying a plane or something?
Yo, can you hear me now?
I can, but it's really like muffly.
All right, I'm gonna kill this.
Oh, I could hear you perfect now.
All right, how about now?
I hear you perfectly. It's good. So, what is going on, dude? Tell us what's on your mind, man. I know you guys talk about a lot, Blunt News. You guys have a lot of stuff to talk about. What's going on, Blunt?
What's not going on, Mike? We're just going down the path that we've been predicting the whole time, right? I mean, it's gonna more globalization, less freedoms. So, it's all expected. I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody what's happening here.
Now, how do you feel about this $9.8 million opportunity of a lifetime?
We talked about it on your prediction show, Mike, on January 1st, I believe, or just into the new year.
Yeah, it was December 28th or 29th we did. Yeah, prediction show.
Assets are being inflated. Fiat is trash. You have to put your money into assets. It's as simple as that. Then it's not $9 million is not something crazy when it's just garbage fiat. The fact that you can still go into a silver dealer and give them $30 for an ounce of silver is insane. Who is the fool accepting that fiat?
Right.
So that's where we are. We're living in a nation where the money is garbage, and people are just chasing assets, and there's not so many assets available. So lots of fiat, limited assets. Here we are.
And you know what's fueling this, right? The fentanyl, the opioids. And I just got word here, I didn't even know this. This was published a week ago, that in 2020, 100,000 people in America overdosed on fentanyl. That's in 1 year. I thought, I was shocked. I thought it was 46,000.
Hey, Mikey, there's I can't remember if it's 40,000 or 80,000 children are starving to death every year. The media doesn't give the media doesn't care about this stuff. If it's not, to their benefit, if they can't use it to gain more power and strip us of more freedoms, you're not going to see it on your local news. You're not going to see it on your national news.
The news is always looking for opportunity to take like some sort of disaster or something that happens negatively and then spin it into the narrative, They're always looking for that.
If the negative thing that was happening was natural, you can't blame them for taking the opportunity. But the fact is, they're creating the disaster and they're offering us the solution. Okay, they are literally creating the disaster. You got the G7 all meeting up, talking about how they're gonna fix the economy when they're the 16 plus or what? It's really hard not to swear here, Mike, because these people are the ones who created the economic disaster, and they want to come together and talk about solutions.
Hey, did you see Joe Biden could join the crowd now? He's back in the club.
Barely. I don't know if you watched the video of someone who started asking him questions, and his wife comes running in like, okay, come, Joe. They're very careful to make sure he's not talking to the public or to anyone who's not scripted, for that matter. It's all a joke. It's phony, baloney, bull crap for the sheep to eat up. And guess what? They're eating it up.
Yep. And a lot
They're
of
eating
people
it all up, Mike.
And can I is it okay, Blunt, if I tell you where this all stems from?
Go
Housing
ahead. I'd like to hear
affordability. Housing affordability. It stems right from the
affordability. What do we have?
Right from the root source. Your homelessness,
we have 18 houses for every
unemployment. Everything has to do with people not being afford shelter.
Mike, how many houses do we have for every citizen in Canada?
Oh,
18 houses per citizen.
yeah.
Who's buying these houses? I got questions, and these politicians aren't answering our questions.
Well, because
Okay,
they're
it's just a
politicians.
show. It's just a show for us. And what really pisses me off is all these sheep and zombies eating it all up. I go to the convenience store with my son, and all I see is a lineup of people with masks buying lottery tickets for a deadly pandemic, eh? It's so deadly you got to go out of your house and buy a lottery ticket. Is that how deadly it is? It's all
No,
bullcrap.
it's so deadly that you have to get tested to see if you got it.
Yeah. This is the biggest travesty. Canada, a beautiful nation. Europeans built this thing up into a great, beautiful nation. And now a bunch of globalists are coming and tearing it apart. These communists are winning, Mike. That's the problem. This is a boulder running downhill, and we ain't going to stop it. So if people want to smarten up, they better get prepared. They better get some assets, and they better get some food, because we're starting to see food shortages. And not only that, they're talking about climate change lockdowns. Get ready for that, because they have it in the plans. And they're talking about cutting off beef, and they're talking about cutting off travel and fuel. And this is not a joke. And if people don't wake up, and if they don't wake up quick, they're going to be living in a nightmare.
Okay, let me ask you, and in all fairness, are you? I ordered a pizza again, and you know what they asked me? Would you like to try our new delicious plantaroni on your pizza? It's like pepperoni, but it's made from juices and garbage from plants.
Our government is putting out contracts to review and study bugs as feed for humans and animals. Bugs. You guys want to eat bugs? Keep going along with the plan. Okay? You want to live a dystopian life, then keep going along with the plan. If you believe COVID is a real threat to us on its own without government intervention, then you need to get your head checked, because all I see is a bunch of sheep getting the vaccine because they want their freedoms back, not because they're afraid of COVID. They want vaccines to get their freedoms back. This is insane, untested, unverified, still in trials. The big pharma has no liability, and people still line up for this thing.
Can I tell you what people are more worried about? I know you're upset, and I'm going to make you even more pissed. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead, Mikey.
Merry Day Off. New Jersey School Board erases holiday names from calendar to prevent hurt feelings.
Forget the schools, Mike. Forget the schools.
No, I kind of want to throw that out there, because now they want to erase, because this is our children. And they're not allowed.
I pulled my son out of school, and it was the best thing I've ever done. And you know what? When I first did it, I was a little bit scared, and I was worried about what the future would hold, and if I was doing the right thing. And you know what? Since I did it, it's been the best thing I've ever done. And I'll never put my son in the government indoctrination camp ever again, because you know what? They're trying to tell kids you can't talk at lunch because of COVID. They're making these kids wear masks all day long. This is insane. This is completely insane. And people keep going along with it. No, man, I haven't worn a mask anywhere, and I will never wear a mask, and I'll do it proudly. And you know what? When I was at the convenience store the other day, I had a smile on my face, and the eyes of these people, they're lost souls, lost people with nothing. They got no God in them. They got nothing. They have no beliefs other than the state. And they go along to get along, and they think they're going to be saved. They're not going to be saved. You think you can ostracize half the population? Oh, fuck. I just fucking killed a raccoon. Anyways, you think you can, did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Did you guys?
You just killed a raccoon. Okay, continue.
Holy shit. What was I on? I was on a roll there.
All right, let me interrupt. So, you know Peterborough. You know Peterborough.
Say it again.
Peterborough.
Yeah. Peterborough
Mayor exonerated after telling anti-maskers to stay the F home.
The Peterborough mayor is going to be hung from a light pole.
Hey, calm down. I don't want to get shut down.
No, but think about it, Mikey. These people are trying to destroy people's livelihoods. They're trying to tell them that they can't be part of society. I'm done, Mike. I'm done playing their game, and I'm done compromising with their bullshit. Okay, people better stand up, and they better stand up now. Okay, and it all started with a mask, and I told you guys this a year ago. And if you're still wearing masks out in public, then you are contributing to the problem.
I
It's
just
as
wear a
simple as
mask
that.
at Walmart. I don't wear it driving in the public in my store. I don't wear it anywhere else. I just wear it because the Walmart guy said he'll break my arm if I didn't put it on.
I've been kicked out of one place in a year and a half. One place. Nobody dare says anything except for this Chinese convenience store owner, obviously, kicking me out of the store because I tried to buy some burger buns for a barbecue, and she kicked me out of her store because I wasn't wearing a mask. But yeah, this
No,
is
hold
a
on. Stop. What about the incentives they're giving people for taking the jab? Free ice cream.
Oh, you want some ice
free
cream?
lap dances in Vegas.
Donuts? You want some beer? You
Free
want
marijuana.
you want some weed? I don't know. You can grow weed in Canada. Marijuana has no value to me since we could start growing it. This is for sheep, dumbed down, retarded people. These are the people who are following these orders. These are people who can't make their own way. They can't make up their own minds. And I have no patience for them. I'm done. I'm done with it. I live my life. And you know what? I've ran my business a year and a half. They try to shut us down. Forget them. We had the health department show up at our door knocking. They stood there for 15 minutes while we laughed at them. Go, break down the door. Nothing. They did nothing. And we continue to make money, and we continue to throw on allow customers to pay with credit card and debit because we're not hiding. We're doing it out in public. Here we are. We're running our business, and we don't give a damn about what they say. Okay, Canada, we built a beautiful country, and now some fancy-haired, moistly speaking or whatever the hell he's talking about wants to destroy it. No, we're going to destroy him, and it's not going to take long if he keeps going down this road.
Wow, you seem pretty intense. I've never seen you this upset before, and I understand. I see where you're coming from on this. You took a lot of stress off my shoulders tonight. I can tell you that right now.
No, but how long are we going to go down this road, Mike? How long are we going to keep playing nice? How long are we going to keep staying quiet?
Well, here's the thing.
Are you
Listen.
allow society to
Listen.
you? Are you going to allow society to tell you that you can't shop, that you can't get health care, that you can't own a business,
You
that
can't
you can't
travel?
run a business?
Yes, you can't travel. You're going to take your driver's license, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing. I have a feeling, and I've been saying this, it's 6 weeks to go now. Remember last week I said 7 weeks to go? Remember? Well, we're 6 weeks away. Just be patient for 6 weeks. We've been dealing with this shit for a year. Just give it 6 more weeks, and you're going to start to see what I'm talking about in 6 weeks.
I think we're going to see it in the fall. They're going to start pushing this. They're going to give us a little freedom in the summer so people forget.
Oh, yeah, like your friend here. Your friend here said that. Oh, where is he here? Oh, Manitoba unveils reopening plan to have one great summer.
When the fall,
they're allowing our kids to go out and play because they say so.
When flu season comes and they come with the Delta bullshit,
it's
going to be
Delta ball juice.
Yes, the Delta ball juice variant. It's going to be do or die. Either you step up, or we're done. We're done. The next plan for the next lockdown is going to be regional travel restrictions.
Yeah.
Tito Santana.
Are you guys going to go for that? That's the question you have to ask yourself. You going to believe that this is a real deadly?
Dude, listen, if we were in a pandemic, we would know it. A pandemic death rate is 26 points.
Boston, Massachusetts.
Hello? Well, we're going to... Blunt just cut off on us. It's okay. He's got to calm down. He needs to calm down. It's 6 weeks to go, folks. Last week it was 7. This week it's 6. We got 6 weeks to go, folks, and we're going to start to see the fracturing. It's going to fracture. The pendulum is already... So let's say the pendulum... let me go on full screen here to show you what's going on. So we got a pendulum, okay? June, July of 2020, we were here. The pendulum is starting to swing back. It's here. They're losing. A lot of these people are losing, right? And Blunt's pretty upset right now. I could tell he's really bothered. with the situation right now. I get it. And you know, that's the choice you take when you become a politician. That's the choice you take when you become a celebrity, that you will be, you know, upset. You will be... Hello?
Yo.
Okay, all right. I'm just explaining to people, look, when people take a position as a politician, a public figure, an actor, somebody in the public eye, you will get ridiculed. You will get, like me, I'm not even known. And I get trashed and bashed. And I get all kinds of stuff. I get websites made about me calling me a molester. All this garbage. But this is the chance that I take, or the what I have to take to get my voice out there. And that's the ridicule that we have to deal with. Like when Blunt is saying, you know, this guy's going to get that, or this guy's going to be that, and this guy should be this and that. Well, Blunt's upset because these are the people in the public eye, the people that we're supposed to have to, I don't know how to say, give our, you know, when you vote for somebody or you vote for somebody to do something, you're handing over your power to them, right? And you're giving them power to make decisions for you is what you're doing when you vote. But our voting is useless. And like I said with Fringe, when Fringe was on the show, and I said, Fringe, it doesn't matter. You could have the best clean cut, clean background, top of the line person to run, grassroots, loves the people, but the media is going to bash him. They're going to make up stories. They're going to find a laptop on his kid and make him look like a you know what I mean? But if it's the right person that's in that situation that they want, they're not going to care what the person does. But when it's do you understand what I'm saying, Blunt? So it's not just the people in power that are doing this. It's the media that's supporting it. It's our tax dollars that's supporting the media. In Canada, we have state-run media in Canada. We bailed out our media 3 times already.
Who's ready to step up, Mikey? That's the question. Because this is not, we've been talking about this for years. We're going to keep talking. We can keep talking while they continuously keep ostracizing us and taking away our freedoms. They're talking about giving special, opening up the economy to vaccinated people, and unvaccinated people are going to suffer, and they're not going to be able to shop and get health care.
Well, you have your other friend here. Let me find him here. Where is it here? Where is he? I just saw him here. Boris, was it Boris? That idiot warmonger. The guy that started war with Iraq, Blair, that Tony Blair, the guy who basically started massive problems in Iraq during the, here it is. Tony Blair suggests unvaccinated Brits should remain under lockdown restrictions. The guy who started war with Iraq, okay, the guy who started an illegal war with a country that had no weapons of mass destruction is telling people they should remain under lockdown.
I posted a picture on your Discord, Mikey, of what happened to the people in the Nuremberg trials, and this is gonna come again, or we're screwed. We're screwed big time. Basically, what I'm saying is, either our legal system is strong enough to do what's right, or it's not. And if it's not, we're in big trouble. Big trouble.
Yeah, I can feel it, man. I feel it in the air, man. But give it 6 weeks.
I mean, there's sensationalism, and we could have maybe said that a year ago, but here we are a year and a half later, and they're doubling down, tripling down, and nothing's changing. They're going to give us our summer. They're going to give us the flu. There's no flu in the summer, so they're going to give it to us, and come fall, when flu season kicks up again, they're going to give us this Delta bullshit, and people are still buying it. I mean, it's do or die, man. It's do or die. The stuff that they're teaching the kids in school, and like, I can't believe that parents are still sending their kids there. It's unbelievable. This is your flesh and blood. These are and you're going to allow them to be indoctrinated with this ridiculous newspeak and this I don't know, the race. What is it? What are they calling it? Critical race theory and
they make up language. They make up all kinds of crap to fit the narrative. You know what I'm saying? And
the Macho Man Randy Savage.
They make it up, but people eat it up. That's the issue. My issue isn't them trying to press. My issue is the people who continuously fall for it. You know, like how much more do you need to see before you realize that this is not, we're not going down the right path?
Blunt. It's going back to, I don't know if you remember, I made a video specifically while I was driving, and I made a video talking about how we as people, or majority of people nowadays, not me or you, but a majority of people nowadays do not negotiate for themselves anymore. And that's the scary part. Because if people negotiated for themselves and made their own decisions, this thing wouldn't be happening today.
Yeah, there's no pandemic according to me. I've been living my life as a, as normal. I don't wear the mask. I go out where I please. I go to the parks with my son, even when they had the yellow tape. And as a matter of fact, we made it a fun game to rip that crap down, and we're going to continue to do that.
Guys, we got a sharp rise in cases now, according to Moscow News here. Moscow mayor orders a week of paid leave for workers and imposes curfew on nightlife in a bid to control sharp rise in COVID cases.
Yeah, they're all in on it. Russia, China, all of Europe, the whole world all the leaders of the world are in on this, and it's not a surprise, and it's been prophesized and talked about before, and it was ridiculed. Those ideas were ridiculed, and now go ridicule them, because it's clearly what's going on. Mm-hmm. Agenda 21 was laughed at until it was all achieved, and now Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals is being ridiculed, and they're going to achieve that too unless people start to stand up. Take that mask off, go where you please, open your business, and live your life.
Right. So, guys, this is Blunt News. He is in the Discord. Blunt, when you get a chance, are you driving or something?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh, because you hit a squirrel. Okay, sorry about that.
It was a raccoon.
Oh, a raccoon. Sorry, you hit a raccoon. Okay. Listen, somebody put the link to the Discord in there if you can. I got it open, but I don't even know where to find it. Like, it's just, somebody put a link to the Discord. If you want to talk to Blunt News.
You're talking about
all
man.
And as far as these shortages go, it's all bullcrap.
Yeah, the wood shortage, this. That's it, Mickey Mouse create.
Especially the wood shortage, because what I'm seeing is these yards out in the country loaded with pallets of 2x4s, 2x6s, plywood, like, acres and acres of them. So someone is stocking this crap for later on. For later on, when we open up the economy, or for whatever, whatever's coming next, they're going to be selling wood and making a mint off of it, and that's what's going on. How can you talk about a wood shortage and live in Canada? Like, people need to give their heads a shake.
Don't you know we don't have any trees anymore?
Yeah, we don't have any trees, eh?
You know that Canada right now, I just checked with the forestry district in Alberta. You know that right now, according to Alberta, BC, and what was that, and Saskatchewan, we actually have more trees now than we did in 1866.
It's a renewable resource.
Well,
Mike.
but we have more trees now than we did in 1866.
And grow this stuff. The renewable resource. They want sustainable development. We should be using wood.
Oh, yes. Maxime Bernier was arrested in Manitoba for breaking public health orders. PPC, the only hope in Canada. Yeah, I did. I messaged him on Instagram. I don't know if he got back to me. But I saw Maxime Bernier did get arrested. One of the political hard right, alt-right political figures here in Canada that actually cares. I think he's the only guy that really cares about Canada and cares about its people. That's just me. Could Maxime Bernier be our last?
We live in communist Canada. We jail. I don't know. I hate to put my support behind Maxime Bernier, because he's establishment like the rest. He has been saying all the right things. He's been doing all the right things, but at the same time, he could be controlled opposition. I don't know, Mike. It's really hard to tell. And you know, the thing is, you can't vote yourself out of communism. You know.
So here's the article right here, guys. Maxime Bernier got arrested. Here it is right here. Let me just throw this up here for you folks. People's Party of Canada leader Maxime Bernier arrested by the RCMP in Manitoba. This guy right here, this guy should be prime minister. This guy getting arrested? This should be our prime minister right here. You know why? Because he's going against whatever health Mickey Mouse orders
He's
are putting up.
Yeah, he's saying all the right things, no doubt. And if you're going to put your support behind someone, I suppose he's the guy to go for. But again, you cannot vote your way out of communism. Doesn't work that way.
I understand. But you know what's kind of funny? Our home country, I know you're a Portuguese like me, right? But you know, in our home country, they actually don't lie about it. Because I vote every couple of years, I vote for the president of Portugal. Every 4 years, I get a ballot to the door. I basically go ahead and vote who I want to vote for. But in Portugal, you got 14, 15 parties. You have the Communist Party of Portugal. You got the Workers' Communist Party of Portugal. You got the Conservative Party of Portugal. You got the Liberal Party of Portugal. You got the monarchy you could vote for. They don't hide the parties. They're there. You want communism? Vote for communism. You want Socialist Party of Portugal? You vote. There's 18 different parties. Right?
Yeah, Portugal has a lot going for it. They still have cheap housing, and they still have, the crypto tax. They have zero crypto tax, but it's a country full of sheep. Everybody's wearing masks outdoors, and where does one run to? There's nowhere to go, and everybody, we're all like cornered dogs. We better start fighting back. Oh man,
we all have a dog in the fight. Every one of us have a dog in the fight.
And there's nowhere to run, basically. So what do we do?
Isn't that a song?
Speak out.
Nowhere to run. What do we do? I thought that was a song.
I don't know.
I'm just trying to cheer you up, man. I know you're upset.
He's a real big dude.
I know you're upset. And you were pretty upset in the last phone call. So if you're just tuning in, Blunt News ran over a raccoon. So nobody panic. All right, I'm gonna let you go.
It's good. If I'm driving, I can go full kook. If I'm in my office, I kind of settle down because then I got people sleeping, right? Okay. But anyways, yeah, buy crypto, guys. 50% deal, and try to gain some wealth in this disaster of a system. Some wealth that they can't touch, and gold, silver. It's always a nice insurance, but I think the growth is going to be in crypto, Bitcoin specifically. And yeah, that's where I'm at. I'll listen to the rest of the show. Thanks for having me on.
God bless you. All right. That's Blunt News. He's very upset. He's very livid. And I mean, yeah, it's like
The Macho Man Randy Savage.
All right. I'm going to have to lighten up the show a little bit here. It's been serious. This opioid, you read these headlines. It's like, how is this even legal? Like, how are they allowing this? Why is this happening? Why? The problem is how it's coming into the country, how it's being flooded into the country, how it's being recycled, and the profits being used to purchase real estate. This is a massive, look, you get 100,000 people dying in 2020 from this in America. This is in the United States. And mind you, you got to remember that the United States of America is one of the biggest drug-consuming countries in the world, right? So
Boston, Massachusetts.
You got to remember that. So keep that in mind, folks. So I'm trying to kind of liven it up a little bit here on the show. That was a great call, Blunt. Really good. Really good. All right, let's see who we can get on here. I want to call who's available here. We did have Ricky Spanish. I don't know. Ricky Spanish said he wanted to come on tonight's show because he has some important news he wants to share with us. He was in the Discord earlier. Guys, don't forget to join our Discord if you can. Please join the Discord, please, if you can. And, Yeah, Ricky Spanish said he had some important information about something happening down there where he's at. And
Ricky Spanish.
So it would be good to get him to kind of give us an update here. Okay, we got somebody that's in Thailand that wants to talk about what the heck is happening on with this whole Macron thing. This is the article here. Macron says the U.S. president is back and welcome to the club. Oh, his Skype is turned off tonight. He's got a whole conspiracy theory behind this thing on what's happening here, and I would like to actually get his input on what it is. And it looks like Macron and this and that. It's like, wow, really?
The person whom you're trying to...
It's kind of funny how which countries they chose to be the superpowers or to be. It's all the countries that lost World War II and all the countries that won World War II are the G7 nations. You got powerful empires like the Portuguese Empire, the Spanish. None of them are part of these nations, even though they have a huge grip. The Portuguese have a huge grip in Africa and South America. But the official language in South America is Portuguese. But they have no say in this. Well, it's kind of good, you know. The Portuguese refused to sell drugs and China white and all that garbage through their trade routes. And that's when the English deemed the Portuguese as pirates, because they refused to sell drugs through their trade routes. The East Indian Trading Company, they were given the green light by the Queen of England. No joke, the green light to blow up and shoot down and sink Portuguese trade ships that didn't have one cannon on board. No fighting, nothing to fight with. They were just ships that were trading under the Portuguese flag, and they were attacked and sank because they were considered pirates for not selling drugs and opiums and all kinds of crap from China and spreading it through the colonies. And they said no to it. Okay. Let's see if he picks up. He's got a story and a half. He wrote me out a huge thesis of what he thinks is happening here. So I like to get him on just to find out why is this such a big deal? What is the connection here? What are we missing from the chessboard? What exactly are the missing pieces in the chessboard? Who is out? Are we in checkmate? I don't think we're in checkmate right now. I think things go into checkmate in 6 weeks. So we've been counting it down here on the channel. I said, with 7 weeks. Now we're 6 weeks to go, and you're going to see what's going to happen.
The person whom you're trying to reach is currently...
Okay, so he's not available unless they're blocking his Skype, because I've been having complaints from people that their Skype is being blocked. Oh, God. All right, what's the ABC broadcasting here?
Next
Manhunt
tonight,
underway.
making...
Okay, buddy. Manhunt underway. What is this? Another mass shooting. Yeah, this is getting ridiculous, people. All right, let's go over some headlines. Joe Biden moves U.S. closer to Taiwan, but how far is he willing to risk Beijing's anger? I think that's what it is. I think that's what the issue is, and I think the issue is bigger. It's Russia kicks off huge naval drills in the Pacific amid U.S. plan of largest war games, right there. China officially backs a cryptocurrency and establishes it as their own official coin. Yemen calls U.S. bluff on ending support to Saudi-led coalition. So if you've haven't been following what's happening in the Middle East, Yemen won the war against Saudi Arabia. The Yemenis fought and beat the Saudis, the American-led Saudi Arabians. Anti-Netanyahu protests celebrate victory outside the PM's residence on eve of coalition vote to remove him from power. But here's the thing. Same thing like Hillary, Hilldog. I spoke to quite a few people in Israel. I can't find a single person that voted for the guy, but he still won the election. You could have 99% of the country out there opposing the guy, with the COVID restriction and all this BS, but he'll still win the election. And it makes no sense. And then Tony Blair, war criminal. Tony Blair suggests unvaccinated Brits should remain under lockdown restrictions. I should send this to Gerald Celente so he can make a video about this, because I know Gerald Celente loves Tony Blair. And I'd like to hear what Gerald Celente has to say about Tony Blair on him telling Brits to basically remain under lockdown if they don't want to get vaccinated. And we got Canadian government wants to create border biometrics authority to validate travelers' vaccine status. Who's paying for this crap? Protesters draw attention to province's growing opioid crisis. So we're talking about opioid tonight because opioids played a big role in funding this massive housing and this massive problem we're in. Now, I believe wholeheartedly the first ingredient in this major problem we're having, the first ingredient is housing. And that's the major issue right there. Locals can't get into housing. Locals can't afford real estate. And that's why Amerifornia is rolling through. Amerifornia is going to come through, and it's going to be a major issue. Major Amerifornia issue. Amerifornia alert. Protesters draw attention to provinces. We already read that. Where were we? Not just white problem. Blacks and Latinos see largest spike in overdoses of COVID during COVID. Everything's COVID. Distributors, regulators cast blame for opioid pandemic. The deadly opioid fentanyl is turning up in disguise on Sydney streets, making illicit drug use even riskier. So somebody died recently because I think their cocaine was laced with some of this stuff. And that you know. And how China flooded the U.S. with lethal fentanyl, fueling the opioid crisis. And we got... We're overlooking the major culprit in the opioid crisis. Fentanyl and geopolitics controlling opioid supply from China. This is from 2 weeks ago. Fentanyl as a dark web profit center from Chinese labs to U.S. streets. This is from 2019. So this problem's been happening for a while. BC overdose crisis killed 1,716 people last year, more than ever before. Having funerals every day, blood tribe members highlight opioid crisis concerns. Big spikes in overdose and cardiac arrests, opioid deaths amid COVID. Again, it's always going to be COVID wrapped around it. There's going to be a COVID label around it. Fentanyl overdoses in Alberta increase 118.4% amid pandemic, U of A. Concord firefighters grapple with how to handle the opioid crisis. That's from a few days ago. Opioid overdose deaths up 75% in Ontario during COVID pandemic. Officials scramble to address the skyrocketing fentanyl deaths. 82 homeless in San Francisco died of overdose involving fentanyl last year, a 5-fold increase from 2019. Drug overdoses have surged during the pandemic, and 82 homeless in San Diego died of overdoses involving fentanyl. And there's the homeless. This is the homeless fentanyl overdoses, right? Edmonton's Downtown Business Association takes action against opioid crisis. So it's getting out of control, and with these health injection centers or whatever they call it. So there's Maxime Bernier getting arrested here. Maxime Bernier, Party of Canada leader Maxime Bernier, arrested by RCMP in Manitoba. He might be your boss one day, folks. Might be your boss. You might be your boss one day. All right, let's get another caller on the phone. I want to call Dominic because Dominic has a few things he needs to settle, but unfortunately, he's been banned from Facebook. He's in Facebook prison right now. I don't see him in the comments. Yeah, he's not picking up. He's got banned from Facebook again, and that's been a known. But I mean, everybody knows now that everyone's allowed to say that that this is a man-made thing. So what's the problem now? It's man-made. Everybody knows it. Facebook said so. Ooh, police drug haul last week. I know they did. I know a couple of big banks were caught hauling in drugs and stuff. Let me call our friend Anna down. She's very, very. Let's see if she picks up. No one's picking up. Everybody, Anna Key, turn on your Skype. I want to find out what the heck's going on with this big haul of drugs. Well, it is nice out, and it is summertime in the northern hemisphere, so everybody's out and about, and you can't blame them for being out and about. So we had Fringe on the show earlier, guys. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. And we had Blunt News in the house, going full kook. And I wonder if the Raven's working tonight. Wonder if he's okay. We haven't heard from him in a while. I'm not sure what's going on. I hope he's okay. Looks like Walking Journey tried to call me on Thursday. Yeah, people are flagging his videos down. Just trying to think who the heck is available out there. That's Wednesday, Monday. Come on, is anybody out there who wants to call into the show? Add me on Skype. Let's take let's take some first-time callers into the show. Mike Martin's 1980. Add me on Skype. And by the way, Blunt News did not run over or hit the raccoon with his car on purpose. It was by accident. Shafi says the Raven is gone. Layla saying the British hate my autocorrect. Oh, she's got British autocorrect. Grindhouse Cartoon saying I would have loved to know about the Bitcoin 10 years ago and got a few of them when they were cheap. Oh, I had a friend that sold Bitcoin at $1. He sold them at $1 and said, Mike, I made $400 today. I'm like, what happened? I sold 400 Bitcoin. I'm like, what's Bitcoin? He's like, I'm making them on my computer, and it took me 3 months to make this 400. And it's like 3 months, $400. I don't think so. But now I'm regretting that too.
Ricky Spanish.
Yeah, Ricky Spanish is on Skype, but he's not picking up. I'm just trying to see who is out there. Layla's out there. I see Layla out there. I see... Man, there's nobody out there, man. Hello? So we got... Yeah, Grindhouse Cartoons said that raccoon that got ran over by the car is a COVID death now. What? Bat Soup is saying crown virus is now the cover-up for the vax? Let's see. Anna Key's calling in. Yo, Anna, how you doing? Anna, you there?
Can you hear me?
So we got.
Yeah, I could hear you. Just lower the volume on the other end there. I could hear you.
Yeah,
I know,
Grindhouse
I know,
Cartoons that wreck.
Pressing the buttons.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. I can just sort of watch you now.
Perfect.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, there's usually a little bit of a delay on there. Okay. What happened with that?
How you going? How are you going now? Better?
I'm better now. I was kind of worked up at the beginning of the show, and then Blunt News called in and with a huge rant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he sounds like he's small business.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's sort of business for self as well.
Most of us are now, because I mean, the public sector won't hire me, and the private sector won't hire me. So I kind of had to do my own thing. A lot of us knew right away we weren't going to get employments unless we did something for ourselves, right?
Yeah, you get sort of forced into it, and all of a sudden you get creative and entrepreneurial.
Exactly. So Anna, what happened with that $1 billion bust or something, or a big?
Oh yes, a couple of weeks ago there was a sort of a trilateral drug bust in New South Wales, in Newcastle, which is about, I suppose, 100 k's north of Sydney. It's a small regional town, I suppose, about, a little bit bigger than Merritt, I guess. And they planted they caught them going from South America to America, and let the shipment go all the way through to Australia, and got a street value of $1 billion of cocaine in a simple lockup, sort of storage facility in Newcastle.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still keeping my ear to the ground to hear about deaths in Western Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
Gunshots and, people dying and stabbings, and this will create a lot of what is it? People getting very, very upset. Money's not going to be changing hands. They obviously laid out a lot of money to get that $1 billion worth of street value in. And so there's going to be a lot of people kind of getting very angry and very upset. And there's the odd, gunshots around here, but we also get a lot of really weird things, like cars going into houses, being driven into houses, and stabbings, a lot of stabbings and that type of thing. So you've got to kind of keep your ear to the ground to sort of go, okay, how much is this cocaine haul rippling through? And I haven't spoken to some people, so I don't really know that much, but sometimes the news picks up on all sorts of little things. You go, okay, there's one. They don't connect the dots.
Can I throw something out there, if that's okay, Anna?
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you. You got banks in Australia caught with 21 million infractions, 21 million infractions of money laundering in several banks. One bank in Australia in 1 year did 21 million infractions in illegal money
Good
laundering.
old Westpac. Yeah, Westpac.
Why didn't they let the drugs in then?
Advertising.
What's going on with that? It's so one way.
I know. It's just, I think, honestly, I just think all of this is just to make people feel a bit better. It's sort of, it's behind, obviously deals are being done behind the scenes, arrangements have been made. Westpac's going to do X, Y, Z as long as they don't have to pay all of those fines. If they, it's just, they're throwing it out there. They're letting people know. They're giving people outrage, but they're doing nothing about it. Mm-hmm. All of our banks have been caught with their pants down through that Royal Commission. Nothing really has changed.
Let me add something to that. The Royal Commission only scratched the surface. They didn't even go in deep.
Oh, look, I really wanted them to go after the insurance companies. There's more corruption going on there, or just as much. The banks got rid of all of their insurance arms. They sold them all off.
So they potentially, listen to this, Westpac is getting nailed for 23 million money laundering infractions, totaling $423 trillion.
Yeah, and see, they can't pay those fines, so they've obviously done some deals, but like every single one of the banks got caught with some sort of major infraction towards their customers, and Westpac was the one that they really honed in on because it was being laundered overseas. But next to HSBC, Westpac are like toddlers.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to look at the share price. They've gone up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Their dividends they're paying out, they're making money.
Well, they got to keep the investors happy, right?
All the banks in Australia are making money. They're all making money. Every single one of them. It's like, well, you know, what do you do?
That's like 6 infractions per second.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's just one bank. There's 3 other banks now that are on the hook. 3 other banks. And there's one bank with 16 million infractions.
Major.
There's another bank with 4 million infractions.
Yeah.
There's like trillions of dollars laundered through Australia.
Yeah. So we're awash in all of that. It's just, and nothing ever comes of it. Everybody seems to sort of walk out, chest puffed, suitcase full of money, smiling off to the Bahamas. You know, it's just silly stuff.
Let me tell you what comes of it. Let me tell you
what comes of it. Okay, please.
Impoverishedness, homelessness, purchasing of expensive, crappy properties, and creating artificial shortages and impoverishing the middle class because they're just so out of the game because there's no way they could keep up with all this money that's being put into the system. Money laundering is actually worse than counterfeiting, and it's worse than the government's printing money. Money laundering is actually worse than the government's printing money because you're introducing a foreign money into or foreign funds that have acquired outside your country into your country, and then this way what it does, it actually layers in money and it actually creates more artificial shortages because they use that money to buy assets. When they buy assets, the price of the asset goes up.
Yes.
And
35%. The property in New South Wales has gone up 35%.
There's nothing you could have in this planet that you could buy. Not even gold goes up 35%. You're lucky if you see gold go up 3% or 5% in a year.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about it, you know, and I can't see that the crypto is going to help. You know, I can't see anything's going to help really at the moment. Don't know. Really don't know. Other than disengaging, not believing, you know, don't trust what the media have to say at all.
Ever. Are you guys still locked down? Are you in lockdown?
No. Melbourne's just come out.
Didn't somebody cough? Somebody coughed on the street and they shut it down?
Pretty much. I don't know what's going on with Melbourne. I really don't understand. And I don't know why the people in Melbourne don't, you know, riot. I really don't. They have tried, I must admit. They have tried, but the police have been charged with all of these powers and they're just knocking people over. I mean, they're going after everybody in their homes. I mean, that it started with that girl in her pajamas. You know, she put on a rally inside the lockdown and to have a rally, and she put it on Facebook, and they went into her home and arrested her.
Yeah,
and they haven't even had the rally.
Anna, can you comment on the $9.8 million opportunity of a lifetime in Vancouver, Canada?
Oh, I thought it must have a bunker downstairs and tunnels everywhere. You know, like that's just a front.
Yeah, that's the house. It's like 300 square feet.
Yeah, it's just a front. Underneath they must have a gold mine.
Yeah, they must have like some sort of tunnel going right to Mexico from Canada, so you could bypass America.
Yeah, something. You know, like there's got to be something. I thought, oh, you know, that's just. I mean, is it even true? You know, like I'm not even sure if the media are not just throwing stuff out. I've spent time with journalists. I've met journalists, and their mantra is don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you know they could have made that up for our outrage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I part of me sort of looks at it and go, that's been made up.
It's actually legit. I did look it up, and the house itself is worth $27,000.
Yeah, but the only way you'll know, I mean, in Australia, the only way you really know the numbers is to go to the government body that.
Oh no, in Canada it's actually opened. It's open source in Canada.
Oh, is it? You can
it's open source. We can find anything else.
Here.
This house is worth $27,000. The home is worth $27,000, and its tax assessed value is I think it's 2.4 million.
Far out.
Yeah.
It's a wreck. It's an absolute wreck.
9.8
But
million. That's like $10.4 million Australian.
Well, that just shows. I mean, if that's the real thing, that just shows seriously how bad it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like there is your in your face how bad it is.
Yeah.
You know, kids must be just crying in their soup, in their noodles. You know, like they must be. Can't imagine. You know, the level of nihilism that they must be experiencing now would be huge.
Can I ask, how is your? I know you guys have been having opioid and fentanyl crisis there in the bigger cities in Australia. Has it made any news coverage at all?
No, drugs are just normal. Every family in Australia has been affected by heroin or fentanyl or fake marijuana or something. Drugs are just everywhere. It's so normal. It's just too ridiculously normal. Okay, and somebody else died of fentanyl overdose. Whoopee-doo.
Yeah,
Because
it's out of control. In Canada, in Vancouver, more people are dying of it than COVID, right? And unfortunately, it doesn't make our Canadian youth and American youth are dying on the streets.
Yeah.
In huge numbers. We're talking about they're getting a truck in the morning now after like welfare day or payday from the government and picking up bodies. That's how bad it's gotten. I had a friend who's a paramedic. He said in one day they picked up 8 bodies.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Canada and Australia I kind of use as a benchmark against each other because we've got the same sort of land mass.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got the same sort of numbers as far as population.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the Rockies and the mountains and areas that are inhospitable, and so have we. We've got the deserts.
You
So
guys
it's
have
like
crown
the
land too,
opposite.
like us?
Yeah, we've got crown
We
land.
got crown
as well.
land here too.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually just going through, looking for something else inside a local councillor's minutes of the meeting,
Mm-hmm.
and they were discussing putting electric vehicle charging stations on Crown land.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, oh, okay, so we're looking at, we really are, it's gotten into provincial councils. So we really are heading into this electric vehicle land, this of electric, the world of electric.
Mm-hmm.
We're truly,
people don't have a clue of how much oil you have to take out of the ground to make all the plastics, to make all these vehicles, to replace all the existing vehicles on Earth.
Oh, I know. It's a rat wheel. That's
Mm-hmm.
what the whole thing is, a rat wheel.
That's a good way to
rat wheel.
That's a great way to to sum it up. A rat wheel. That's the perfect. It's a rat wheel. It's a treadmill on second gear and it's not coming off.
Yeah, total rat wheel. I mean, the Planet of the Humans was really great. That who was it? Moore. I've forgotten his first name. Somebody Moore. It's on YouTube.
Michael Moore.
He was Michael Moore. That's it. Yeah, where he was talking about how much coal was used to make the silicon, to make the what are they? The things that go on your roof, the solar panels. Yeah, how much coal was needed to make solar panels?
So Lawrence is telling us 2,070 overdose deaths in Australia in 2020. Okay, that's manageable. Where Portugal had 1 overdose death from what I heard, because they legalized drugs. Yeah, they legalized it and made it a sickness, not a crime.
That number wouldn't be true, because the big problem with the overdose deaths is that people overdose and they go back on the street and they go and get their heroin and then they overdose again, and then they go and do something else with more drugs. So they do doctor shopping, and they just make themselves really sick. So they end up dying of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Because America last year in 2020 had 100,000 just fentanyl related deaths, 100,000. Mind you, America is one of the biggest drug consuming nations in the world, right?
Oh, yes, and I think Australia is coming up second. I think we're the highest. We're the highest per capita in the world for antidepressants.
Okay. And hundreds of thousands. Of 40 to 60,000 people have died of OxyContin. So
in Australia or in America?
No, in America.
Yeah. See, you've got to kind of take all of those numbers. I mean, there's 38 million people in America.
Yeah, like
so that's 300 million more than Canada, more than Australia. It's hard to fathom. It's hard to fathom, but you've got to look at the per head percentages to make any comparisons.
Let me get your reaction. Let me get your reaction on this one, okay? You ready? Mary Day Off New Jersey School Board erases holiday names from calendar to prevent hurt feelings.
And the fact that is allowed or presented or considered means that we're going to be bending over and taking everything else up the proverbial.
I like how you put that.
I'm trying really hard. I'm trying to do a blunt, I'm trying not to go ballistic over this one, because it's that acceptance. It's the small little things that come along. When Caitlyn Jenner became Woman of the Year, I knew we were done.
Yeah, what was that clap? What was that guy's name? From the New England Patriots at the time. That quarterback. What the hell was that clap? He's just like this when she was presented the award. What was that clap like that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw when the award was given, and then
oh no,
that quarterback there. If someone could tell me, I forgot his name, man. I'm sorry, guys, I forgot his name.
I was probably just going absolutely crazy when you immediately know that when that sort of distortion is acceptable, and now they're going to take holidays off because they're going to hurt whose feelings? Really? Seriously? I mean, it's Christmas. Christmas carols are not allowed in supermarkets anymore. We've had this, and it's been insidious, and it's been another drip. I feel like I'm drowning. And everybody's talking about, when will people wake up? Well, they should have woken up 10 years ago with the GFC. They should have woken up 20 years ago with the what was going on in the tech bubble and all sorts of things. There's been so many kind of flags that have been thrown down in front of everybody. But no, and the fact that you can change a child's gender and go to cosmetic surgery is another classic.
Yeah,
where you can change children because they suddenly decide that they want to be a girl. Suddenly decides that she wants to be a boy, and a boy suddenly decides that it wants to be a girl. And then we've got all of these cosmetic surgeons in there, sort of going, "Well, we can."
When I was a kid, I wanted to be a firefighter. Then I wanted to be a mechanic, and then I wanted to be this, and then I wanted to be that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, okay, I wanted to be a firefighter when I was 5. Did I go out and buy firefighting equipment and start changing myself into a firefighter? No.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Tom Brady. Thanks in the comment section, guys. Tom Brady, he was at the awards when Caitlyn Jenner won the award for whatever it was. And then Tom Brady, everyone was clapping. Tom Brady went like that for a clap. And what the hell kind of clap is that? I'm just being sarcastic.
Yeah, I don't know who Tom Brady is. I'll have to find out. There's just too many things to find out. But so yes, it's when who was it? Jordan Peterson, stood up on the F-16 about compelled speech, and but nothing's come of that. People are standing up, people are speaking out, but for some reason we're we're sort of marching towards that cliff.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't seem to matter what you do or what you say or the protesting. And, everybody says go out and protest. Well, I don't think protesting works at all. I mean, I tried really hard and we had
All right, here's the
tons
Tom
of
Brady clap
protests.
right here. I got it open.
Oh, you got it?
I found it. I found the clap. What the hell kind of clap is that?
Oh, yes, but I mean, I think it started when they totally ignored the world protesting over the war in Iraq, and your Tony Blair warmongering.
Yeah, that guy. Who the hell is that guy to tell people? Who the hell is that guy to tell people? Let me go back to the article here, folks. The article here that really got me riled up here. Where is this? Where's this idiot?
Dragging out old presidents that have done their nation no service is terrible.
Let me find that idiot here. Where's that idiot?
Blair.
Let me find him here. There he is, right here. Tony Blair, right here, guys.
Yeah.
Tony Blair suggests unvaccinated Brits should remain under lockdown restrictions. This guy started more problems than any other.
Yeah, I know. I think I think it all fell apart with the war of Iraq. I mean, there was a huge protest in Sydney, and I actually joined that one, and I've actually somewhere I've got some footage of it, and it was massive, completely ignored. And then I saw, all the London, the protest to not go to war with Iraq was massive, and completely ignored.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what we do. And I'm sort of saying, the only thing I can think of is just pull your money out of the banks and put it into, your gold and your silver. And I'm not too sure about crypto. I'm still very much on the fence around that, because I think that crypto is, the story of the colonial pipeline.
Right.
Okay, so they paid a crypto ransom, and somehow we've got back on the news that they've recovered the crypto funds because they got the encryption code. Mm-hmm. Well, so much for that. That doesn't make sense to me. How the hell did they get a hold of these, who are they, extortionists' crypto wallet and code and recover money?
We got Yender in the comments saying millions protested in Washington against the Iraq war.
Yes, it was massive globally, all over the place, in Poland, in Russia, in, everywhere I could look. There were more people than I've ever seen in any protest in my life. And yet they still went to war.
Mm-hmm.
So I see that as, protests don't work.
Lord Humongous is definitely not paying attention to this. So, because he says, Mike asks who the quarterback is, and it doesn't look at the chat. Here it is. I already got the clap here. Leave me alone. We found out it's Tom Brady. What the hell kind of clap is that? What did Caitlin win? The Woman of the Year or something? Or Athlete of the Year award?
Woman of the Year.
Or athlete.
How would you feel if I don't know, Kylie Minogue suddenly became a man and became Man of the Year?
I have no comment. I have no comment. Did you watch last week's Mike in the Nights when we weren't talking about the transition here?
Oh, I did. But
do you remember what that guy with that cartoon from South Park we put up?
Oh.
And how he was saying, I'm not here to talk about my transition. I am here to... Remember that one?
Yeah. Yes, I've got to catch that. I've downloaded every South Park episode. I just watched the pandemic special. That was hilarious. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I've just been filling myself in on the South Park. I mean, those guys are... I'm amazed that they're allowed to...
Download it because it's going to be gone one day.
Yeah, I've got to get a hold of it, like on the hard disks. Okay. Well, I am absolutely amazed that they're still allowed South Park, considering they're going to take away all of the holidays.
Yeah, it's Yeah, we've got to remove the names off the calendars so it
Yeah.
doesn't hurt people's feelings. Here it is. Where is it? Where's that? Right here. Mary
Well,
Day Off. New Jersey School Board erases holiday names from calendar to prevent hurt feelings. How you gonna have how would you
prevent
have a hurt feeling for
feelings.
Veterans Day, for Christmas, for Easter? What is the West? These countries were founded on, if it and a lot of people don't understand, if these countries were founded under non-Christian principles or non-Christian backing, like the Ten Commandments, they wouldn't be as developed as they are today. A lot of people don't understand that.
No, I don't. Yes, I don't. Yeah, I can't quite fathom why we're going into feelings and hurt feelings. I mean, Jesus, you could make up a hurt feeling over anything. Absolutely anything. It's so ambiguous. It's so liquid.
Mm-hmm.
It means that there's no right, no wrong, no, like, where does that stop?
Hold on,
That,
Anna. Jay
Yeah.
Smith just brought something up in the comments that actually I forgot to bring up. Victoria, British Columbia canceled Canada Day.
What kind of day do they want? Feelings day?
I don't know.
Like, yes. I mean, we've got fights in Australia over Australia Day. And I fully understand that one because the Aboriginals are calling it Invasion Day. And I do understand that. And I have some sympathy towards that and wish that we could sort of have a unity day and share it together as going forward or something. But I don't understand. I mean, what's wrong with Canada Day? I mean, if anything, you could get rid of the Queen's birthday. That's tomorrow's a holiday for the Queen in Australia.
We had it last week here in Canada. We still celebrate the Queen's birthday in Canada.
Yeah, it's just like, and they're taking away holidays on a chart, on a calendar.
We have Layla in the comments saying that the largest protests were this year against Israel. No coverage. We did cover the one protest here, the major one here in Israel that this one from a couple of hours ago. This was from 9 minutes ago. Anti-Netanyahu protesters celebrate victory outside Prime Minister's residence on eve of coalition vote to remove him from power. So we do cover it here. We can on this channel. We're just a small little, kind of like small airstrip in the middle of the Everglades there that no one's maintained in 20 years.
Dano said something about Neanderthal Day. I think that'd be good.
Neanderthal Day.
Yes.
Now now we're cooking with gas.
Yeah, let's just bottom line this and go straight to Neanderthal Day.
Yeah. Hey, Anna, I like how the fact you're in our Discord and you're chatting with us in the Discord. I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm trying to understand it and figure it out. I mean, every time you turn around, there's a new interface to learn.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yes, Discord would be good.
Because we're posting all kinds of links. I'm going on our Discord right now, and there's tons of stuff posted there in the last 10 minutes alone and the last hour. And that's where I got the Tony Blair story and other stuff here. So, guys, get on Discord. Get on the discussion. Get on the discussion here. We got lots of people on the Discord. Blunt, I know you're home now. Can you put the link for our Discord in the if you don't mind, in the chat, in the live chat? I appreciate that. All right,
That's
Anna,
right.
I'm gonna let you go. It's been a great 30 minutes, and we will talk.
Okay.
We'll talk very soon. And just stay strong. Keep us updated on what's happening in Australia, and don't cough or sneeze in public so they don't shut down the whole country.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, you take care.
God bless you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. That is Anna Key in Australia giving us an update on what is happening. It looks like Lord Humongous said he tried to call us. Let's see what Lord Humongous needs to tell us. Yo, Lord, I missed your call. Sorry, how you doing?
Oh, I'm all right. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing fine. So isn't this Tom Brady in the pictures there? That's not Tom Brady. That's Brett Favre.
No, it's Brett Favre.
Oh, I thought that was Tom
not Tom
Brady
Brady.
clapping there. Okay.
No, that's Brett Favre. But they all run in the same circles, man. They're all clowns.
Mm-hmm. Let me do a quick channel plug here,
Yeah.
guys. Let me do. Ooh, Steven Sewell sent me $100. Why? Steven Sewell just sent me $100. Holy crap! Steven Sewell sent me $100. Great reporting, Mike. Go with family and have ice cream tomorrow, Sunday. Enjoy, sir. You work hard. I am going out with my mom tomorrow, and I'm going to spend most of the day with my mom tomorrow. And then Monday, I'm going to be spending the day with my kids and wife. And yeah. So thanks, Steven Sewell, for sending me one bill, 100 Canadian dollars. That's like $81 American. Thank you so much, Steven. Okay, guys, here's the deal. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to set your reminders for next Mike in the Night show. The NWO is here. Guys, we have 6 weeks left, and I'm counting down to something. And in 6 weeks, we will know. It was 7 weeks last week, and this week is 6. And guys, I'm counting something down. Guys, don't forget to follow me. My Facebook is, for some reason, is getting likes and shares and views on things, which is really weird because it never does. And people are actually seeing my stuff now on Facebook. So if you want to follow me on Facebook, please go ahead and do that. Don't forget to shop. We got the Lord Humongous hoodie in here at Teespring. Guys, don't forget to follow me on Instagram and message me on Instagram is the safest place because, I don't know, people get banned for messaging certain things on Facebook. Guys, Amerifornia Tour 2020, 21, 2022. Lord Humongous, guys, please donate generously to Lord Humongous Amerifornia Tour. And artbydano.com. Don't forget to check them out. And there's our Discord if you guys want to join. And a special shout out to Wall Street Stackers. Please subscribe to our channel. We just had her on right now.
Wall Street Stackers.
Yeah. And Euro Saturdays with DJ Ulysses. Check this guy out. I really like this guy. This guy's playing really old Euro music I grew up with. I found his channel, and I promised him I'll plug him tonight. There it is. And there, I don't know why that's open, but that's anyways. That's besides the fact. Okay, Lord Humongous, what is going on? How's the Amerifornia Tour coming along? Are you preparing? What's going on? Tell us.
With what?
With everything.
Well, I was going to talk about fentanyl.
Go ahead, please. That's our topic for tonight.
The Macho Man Randy Savage.
Well, you know that like China, like they deal with the Mexican cartels as well.
Right.
And instead of like getting it directly, what the cartels are doing is they are getting the chemicals to produce their own. And right now there's a lot of big wars. I have another channel that I watch that not a lot of people know, but he's like an insider to all the stuff that's going on in Jalisco and different parts of Mexico. And, this drug war down there has been going on for a long time. I mean,
the drug war got big during the Fast and Furious scandal during the Obama administration.
No, it's way before that, Mike.
No, but it got big because they were arming a lot of the drug lords with guns that they didn't have before.
Well, exactly. That's just part of the whole running operations to collapse different countries. Our own CIA is guilty of all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's just getting really bad in Mexico. And it's getting even worse now because they're all trying. Like the government basically is the cartel and back and forth, and they're fighting with other factions all around Mexico. So I mean, as long as China's supplying these guys with knowledge on how to make it, it's not a good thing. I mean, none of it is regulated. Plus, fentanyl to begin with is a very dangerous drug, and that's why, you see people, dropping dead on the streets from an overdose. Like 1/10 of a little piece of that can stop your heart, and kill you.
The problem with that is it just reminds me of that TV show that I saw a decade ago, Breaking Bad. When it's not the type of drug or the fact that you have the drug, it's the quality of the drug, and the potency.
Meth, but he was dealing in meth. I mean, that's not going to really kill you. It can, but it's not going to be like a fentanyl overdose.
Right. You know what I mean?
But that's another thing that they're lacing all the other drugs with like meth now. And people are unsuspecting of that stuff. And plus, there's like in the whole Arizona region, we have a big problem with kids 10, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old taking these fentanyl pills, which are called blues, and they're dropping dead on the street as well.
I heard about that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a real bad problem, man, and that's how China is using that drug against Americans, and they have been for like the last decade. You know, a big portion of that started in Vancouver. That was one of their main hubs.
It was. The drugs were brought into Vancouver, Canada, and they were shipped south to the coastal cities there along the coast. That's why if you look at the coastal cities like Oregon, Washington, and California, that's all Amerifornia right there, complete. You know why? It's the same story in every city in those states.
Yep. And that's I mean, that's another way of trying to take over countries is you use, you know, poor people basically as your guinea pigs, and they get them hooked on all kinds of drugs, and that just, you know, that spins the poverty level even more. It makes a lot of people you know, either die or become poverty stricken, homeless. They, you know, they can't think straight. There's a lot of things that mess your mind up. But it's not only that. I mean, like, you know, it's just all like I've said for years, it's everything is interconnected. It doesn't matter what country. It's the system itself. It's the monetary system. It's the fiat currency system. It's the central banks. It's the central intelligence that goes on around the world. Different factions, but they all cover up the real criminals that are, you know, in charge of everything. And they're the same ones that make laws and policies that are destructive to every country.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's just like this whole pride agenda, you know, like now they're doing the whole LGBTQ, you know, teaching your kids young that's the way, and they're running commercials like celebrating Pride Month. Like, what the hell is that? There's no flag to that country, if you
But
know
you know
what I
what
mean.
the funny thing is? Just like the article we read earlier, the whole thing, it's scary.
Mhm.
They want to remove holidays from the calendars so people don't get their feelings hurt because it's Easter.
That's the
What
after school Satan. That's the after school Satan Club agenda right there. That's exactly it. And if you look at any country, they do. All countries have a deep state, you know, and it's like that side of the evil side all works in conjunction with one another, and then you have the so-called do-gooders on the other side, you know, and that's why you can't politically, and it's a political thing too. It's like politically, you can't choose to be one side or the other because they're both designed to fight against each other, and that's what the politicians like because they're all protecting the funny money system. And if that goes down, it's going to take down a lot of trade and stuff. So that's why they keep that propped up through all kinds of stuff: the stock market, the bond market, the drug trade, the illegal gun sales, and that's how they fund wars, man. That's like the CIA model when you want to overthrow a country. You know, you go in there and you run the weapons to start that. That's why I told you about that show about the DEA agent. It's called the Last Narc. It was a documentary on the whole drug wars and it has to do with the CIA Contra scandal.
I saw that. Remember you told me to watch it? I actually saw it at the store.
Yeah, but you can see how like there's a good guy, right? He's the DEA agent, but his own government sets him up to get killed.
That's right.
That's the kind of shit that we have to worry about here in America. Like if you say the wrong thing for the wrong criminal organization, you just become a target at one point. You know what I'm saying? And I don't fear death, but I mean, I you know me, I'm all about the truth. You know, I want to get to the truth of the matter of these things. And I think it's time because if we continue down this trajectory that the world is on, we're all going to be dead. I mean, that's what they really want. You know, they want mass genocides and casualties, and you know, and that's a sad fact of the whole economic system in a nutshell. You know, so we all have to stand up, I think, and we have to stop complying, like I've said before, and we have to think of alternatives. You know.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. I'm just digesting what you're saying. I'm just.
But see, that's what a lot of the like this whole crypto market. It's like the whole internet thing. It didn't come into play until the mid '90s. You know, we didn't have internet before then. You know, so they're trying to entrap us with the technology on one aspect, And like I said before, it's like going back to the whole, like America's been on a digital dollar, it doesn't make it, and they run it through all the institutions, they can create unlimited credit. And that's another problem. That's like, there's no soundness to that and that whole transaction, that apparatus. And that's how these debt levels get so big. And that's why you have, like Deutsche Bank is about to burst out at the seams on that end.
Deutsche Bank is in trouble with the derivatives market right now.
Right.
And
big time.
It's like $2 quadrillion or something.
Yeah. How are you going to count that? I mean, you know how long it would take you to count $1 trillion. That just shows you all the.
That's
all
like
the
several thousand trillion. Several thousand transactions per second in a year.
It would to count if you had let's say you had $1 trillion in American Federal Reserve notes, right? Mm-hmm. It would take you 31,000 years to count that if you tried. You see what I'm saying? So It's like, and all this stuff is just such criminal activity, man. And they do all their stuff through the electronics and the communications lines, and it's sad. Another thing I was going to say is you don't want to support the International Monetary Fund at all either, because they're another big criminal organization.
They're impoverishing Africa, right? They're lending out money to Africa that they don't have, and then they come back and take some territory to pay it back.
Exactly. And what they want to do is get us on that SDR basket of so-called currencies that they can basically, so they can get the power to create unlimited credit. That's really what that is. And that's what I think. That's the very thing that we, the people, it doesn't matter really what country you live in, that this thing has an endpoint, and we have to get through that transition. That's why, like, that whole Great Reset is a Klaus Schwab IMF model, through the WEF. We don't want anything to do with that. And they use that in the real estate market. That's why they come in and they buy up, large swaths through hedge funds of properties like commercial or even residential, when you have a so-called crash in your system somewhere, or a correction. They like to call it a correction, which it's really not. It's a crash. That's the whole economic system. I mean, this thing is going to keep getting worse and worse and worse until there is a complete monetary collapse on a large scale. Mm-hmm. And people think that, like, the whole digital currencies, I mean, you don't want a programmable currency, man. You don't, because that's, you might as well tag yourself with the mark of the beast at that point. Mm-hmm.
That's what Chris Green on AMTV was talking about with cryptocurrency, that it's the mark of the beast, to this, to that, and then 2 years later he sells out, and then his channel's all about crypto and crypto school.
You can tell that guy's a total sellout. I mean, look at him. He makes his videos from some plush place in Hawaii. You don't think he has inside information? Like, that guy's been selling that Bitcoin school for I don't know how long. Mm-hmm. I don't listen to anything. And then he tries to claim the Lord Jesus Christ like he's doing the right thing. He's not. He's supporting the whole, beast system that they're trying to use on many aspects. If it's not going to be a central bank digital currency controlled by the very criminals that created this mess in the first place, it's going to be the crypto sphere. But on one part of that, the whole crypto thing is an NSA creation that was created back in the 1950s. Mm-hmm. And that's what a lot of these guys don't get. And everything is programmed by these quants, man. And they program every aspect. If it has to do with internet or anything to do with internet, man, I mean, it's like that's a prison within itself. And that's what they're trying to shove us all into, this digital prison, if you can look at it that way. Mm-hmm. It has no relation to anything that's real, man. So it's like everything that's artificial is an illusion. It's a lie. But they used even the law systems, and the whole blockchain is to get you into this digital smart contract, so you can contract your life away, your freedoms and your rights. You see what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
That's how diabolical these crazy people are, that have been running the entire thing for a very long time. We have an opportunity to say no and break away from that. It's going to be painful, but I don't know about you. I don't have any kids, but you with kids, don't you want them to grow up in a freer world than what we're under right
Yeah,
and
right now
that's
the situation we're in is not looking. It's looking too hideous for me. Listen, Lord,
yeah,
I'm gonna let you go. It's been 15 beautiful minutes. We'll get you on next week again. I want to
that's
get
cool.
you on Wednesday's show with we're gonna get Ricky Spanish on too, and then get you on too next Wednesday. We're gonna be discussing the inflation, so I need you to prepare for it.
Sure.
And next week's show is called "You Can't Hide from It Anymore."
Yeah, that's true.
It can't.
And
It's,
that I watched something with Stephen Van Meter about the whole bond thing. He was on another channel, another one of these channels I watch.
yeah.
I don't agree with him. I'm going to tell you straight out. I don't agree with his bond reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
I think the dude's way off, man, on a lot of things. Oh, he was on with Neil McCoy. That's who it was. Neil McCoy interviewed him.
Okay.
So anyway, all right,
We'll talk
brother.
soon, Lord. God bless, and we'll stay strong. And guys, don't forget to donate to the Amerifornia tour, where Lord Humongous will be going around America. Lord, put the link in the chat there so people could donate.
All right, we'll do.
Thank you. If you could donate $1, $2, $5, $10, donate to Lord Humongous Amerifornia tour. All right, I need to get. Let's see who's available. I need to see if Layla could pick up the phone to help wind down tonight's show. We're winding down. We got a few minutes here, and
Boston, Massachusetts. Tito Santana.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Layla, good morning. How are you?
Good, yeah.
What time is it there in Egypt?
6:30.
Wow, you're up early to watch Mike in the Night.
I'm not up. I didn't sleep all night.
Really? You're still going through, like last time I spoke to you, you said you had trouble sleeping.
Yeah. It's been a bit upside down these past few weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. It's okay. It's just I like the night. I like to work at night, and I have a lot of work these days, so.
Okay. I wanted to bring up a topic here that you like the most. So, I would like to first, before we kick anything off, I would like to get your reaction on this beautiful opportunity of a lifetime, $9.8 million. And Layla, tell people this will sell for $10 million because they don't believe it.
Yeah. Where's our real estate agents to comment on something like that, eh? I'd really like to know what real estate agents have to say about something like that, because this house, like we've seen a few, Mike, you've brought a few, they look similar to this one, but they don't go for 9.8. They'll go for 3, 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is it with this one?
Well, the house itself, the structure is worth $26,000. The structure is worth $23,000, and the actual assessed tax value is $1.9 million.
So is that actually in the article?
It's not an article. This is a listing on MLS. This is a full listing.
Excellent.
Yeah, I just thought I'd share that with you.
Well, I think word's coming out now that it's pretty clear who's buying up these properties. I've been saying from the beginning, these are, who is buying? Who are the individuals who are buying?
I've been saying it's the Chinese.
I've been saying it from the beginning. Let them come out. Are there, I appreciate that it could be a privacy breach. Like you don't need to share with the world what you bought. But, when the market is hot like that and there are so many question marks around it, maybe some names need to come out. And it was pretty clear. It's not individuals. Like over 50% of Canadians are $200 away from bankruptcy. And the debt to income ratio went up from 1.6 whatever to 1.77.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense that Canadians are buying these properties in these numbers. It's all fake.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who are buying this are corporations. And now there's word that pension funds are buying these houses.
Yes.
I wonder what.
Yeah. No. It's true. It is.
So tell me, Mike, what do pension funds benefit from buying into these houses?
Nothing, because these houses eventually, if there's a civil war or a correction or some sort of if they have to add a zero to the currency because it's getting to that point where we're going to have to start adding zeros to our money, well, guess what? Nothing. It's just going to be. It's a sinking ship.
Well, you know what I think? I think pension funds are buying up these places because they're going to put up affordable housing. And pension funds are drying up. So what they're going to do is they're going to convert you to affordable housing. So they're going to say, we're going to stick you in a house. We can't pay you pension, but we're going to stick you in a house or
But
something
hold
like
on a
that.
sec, Layla. They're doing that with malls now. Apparently, they're starting to convert these abandoned malls in the States into old folks community centers.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, everything needs to be repurposed, right? I mean, they're even talking about downtown Toronto, which is in for a really sad awakening after the whole situation. I don't know why CIBC they put up two towers right next to the Scotiabank Arena. It sounds kind of crazy, but I'm betting that maybe they were already well into the build and the commitment before COVID broke out. But I'm not saying, I mean, I think they're going to rent this whole thing out, and it's not looking very bright for downtown Toronto, and this is prime property in Toronto. So the whole path has been decimated in terms of small businesses. These are the most expensive rents in the city. But then the office spaces, I think, I think Lord knows about this really well. Like the commercial real estate is already decimated. It's residential needs to follow through, but it doesn't look like commercial real estate is gonna pick up. And downtown Toronto is not gonna it's not gonna pick up as well.
No,
A lot
well,
of
obviously because the private sector is getting decimated, right? And if there's no private sector, they're just going to have to continue printing money to keep the public sector afloat, right? So,
I think that's right, Mike. But in downtown Toronto, it is the private sector, but it's often a lot of these big companies that are in bed with the government, because it's not small business that affords downtown Toronto. It'll be the occasional firm, the occasional law firm, and things like that. But a lot of these companies, like if you look at the labels and the companies that are housed in these places, they're high profile companies, so you've got all the telecoms, all the insurance, and then you've got high profile law firms, you've got the banks and insurance, it's all of these companies that are in bed with the government. And then, the accounting firms like the Big Four, the Deloittes and the PWs, the Marsh, what is it? All of these companies
umbrella companies.
Yeah, all of them are big companies. They all tie into the big networks of the world, so all the accounting firms, for example, PwC, Deloitte, and all of those guys, they do the taxes for Australia, for example, the recent scandal and all of that, they're all in bed with these big companies. So yes, the small businesses can't afford it, but in downtown Toronto, it's not really the small businesses that occupy downtown Toronto, but still, they're not gonna, like companies don't need to spend so much on real estate. The company I was working at, we'd been working from home a long time ago. Like for the past 3 years that I was in Toronto, I would go to the office once every 2 weeks. It was really, I find it really convenient. But for a while, these companies had been experimenting with these hybrid models. It's almost as though they saw it coming. And of course, they had all of these networks set up, the VPNs, the secure access and all of that for people working from home and things like that. And I worked in telecom. So all of these systems have been tested. And now with the COVID, they're rolling them out very speedily. So,
all right.
Yeah. So I don't know what's the future.
I want to get your reaction on a few articles here, okay? Mary Day Off, New Jersey School Board erases holiday names from calendar to prevent hurt feelings. What the hell does that mean? I know what it means, but what's...
So, Mike, did you actually read that stupid article? Did they mention which holidays they're erasing?
I think it's Easter and Columbus Day and what was it? Columbus Day and what was the other one? Veterans Day or something. And
so Columbus Day is probably something similar to Canada Day, where it's an Indigenous thing, right? Because they just canceled Canada Day in some part of Canada. In one part of Canada, they just canceled
Christmas. They want to cancel Christmas, Memorial Day, Thanksgiving, Yom Kippur, will appear on the calendars, school calendars, and all calendars. I guess they're trying to pass it for the state as days off, and that's it.
Oh, Yom Kippur is gonna stay, but
No, it's
Easter is
gone.
gonna
It's
go.
gone. It's gone.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Well,
So what's gonna stay?
I don't know. They're all going to be marked as days off. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Someone's
like
feelings
happy
just got hurt
holidays
for me
instead of
saying that.
Christmas. You know, it's BS. It's complete BS because I don't know of Muslims who are offended that there is a Christmas thing going on. I don't know of Christians who are offended of Muslim holidays.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
Exactly.
I've never heard of anyone being offended. So they just invent these things, you know.
I know.
It's like these polls, you know, it's like no one said anything about this. You're coming up with this. Same thing here. No one came up with any complaints, you know, they're coming up with it.
Okay, here's the next one. Manitoba unveils reopening plan to have one great summer. So what are they saying? Have this last great summer? We're going to give you permission to go out? What does this mean? Does it mean it's the last summer or it's fall and the new variant Ball Juice 3 is coming? What's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like you're saying, the same thing's happening in Ontario. So it was last Friday, just this Friday, they opened day one of the reopening plan, and they're probably going to roll out something similar in Manitoba. And, you know, they're going to reward people for being so good. You know, you get some breathing room because you were so good. You accepted to be in lockdown for 14 months.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the training that people are starting to get into. It's very much what Blunt was talking about earlier.
Oh,
You know,
before or after he hit the raccoon?
for this, you know, this was not supposed to happen at all. And you know, there's so many people who are like, oh yeah, and they're playing ball and it's all this goody two shoes nonsense. You know, that's exactly what they're gonna do. But look, Mike, the Delta variant is already in the news in Ontario.
Well, Delta
It's
Force,
already
yeah. It's a small, they're getting a small cases. I don't know, like, you know, I wish there was one day I could be connected to everyone's mind to find out who's going in and getting tested and getting this ball juice variant and who's getting this Delta Force. I just wish I was connected simultaneously to everybody to know who it is.
Yeah, well, soon the AI is going to be collecting this information, Mike. Have no concern. But you know what? I think it was in BC where they had 22 new cases and 10 of them, no, sorry, 22 cases of Delta variants, 10 of them with people who are fully vaccinated.
Oh,
So you see where this is going, right?
Mm-hmm.
Vaccines are going to matter because of these variants. They keep coming up. And so you're going to need to get a COVID shot, just like people were getting the flu shot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so every time there's a new flu, you get a new flu shot. You get it every year. The same thing's going to be happening with COVID.
All right.
You know, so that's what they're doing.
Okay, your friends here again. French President Macron says U.S. is definitely back. Welcome Biden back to the club.
No, the news about Macron should be that he got slapped on the face. God bless that man. Bless him.
Mm-hmm.
Saw that news, right, Mike?
Yeah. What, Macron got slapped by Biden?
No, he got slapped by this guy on the streets. You know, it's amazing. Yeah, it's not making enough news. Macron was slapped by a protester.
Oh, I gotta see this.
It was fantastic. You have to look it up now, right away.
I'm
Fantastic.
watching the. Okay, Macron.
That's
slapped.
This is real news.
Oh, I saw this. Yeah, I saw this.
Guy gets 3 months, huh?
You get 3
Bless
months.
him. I think so, yeah, 3 or 4.
How do you get 3 or 4 months in jail for that?
I don't know. Privilege. White privilege. Macron's white privilege.
I don't think it's white privilege. Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? I don't think it's that. I think it's yeah, you know what it's something, yeah, laws only work in favor of, it always goes the way, you know. Like, I have a guy in town that's already tried to hit me with his truck 2 times. I have it on video.
Yeah.
On purpose. I have it on video, like perfect video. You can see his license plate, everything. And the police looked at it and said, no, he's forming an opinion. So imagine someone try to use that truck and try to hit Macron with that truck on purpose. What do you think would happen?
Yeah, well, that would be crime. That would probably be crime.
Yeah, so it's
That,
really crazy,
that would,
man. It's crazy. Joe Biden
it is
moves
crazy.
U.S. So let's look at this. Joe Biden moves U.S. closer to Taiwan, but how far is he willing to risk Beijing's anger? I think Biden is going to
Mm.
piss off China big time.
You think so?
I know he is.
I don't think so. I think they're
Something's
gonna.
going to happen between China. I have this feeling that there's going to be, because now there was an article the other day by CNN saying that Biden wants to face China and call him out, and he's looking over at Trudeau and see what he wants to do. And Canada is China, so I don't know what Trudeau is going to do.
Well, exactly. So Trudeau's in bed with China. Trudeau and Biden are on the same page. Yeah, these are all, controlled opposition stories. I'm not seeing that it's anything serious. Like I never took the China-US conflict seriously ever, even under Trump or before. These are just these are controlled opposition. They outsource a lot of things to China, like all of the big tech, the facial recognition, the social credit score, or all of this, it's been outsourced to China. China has its own program, but it also takes on the piloting for other countries, and then they're rolling it out in different places, like in Australia, the Australian police, probably Mexico and other digital nations. All of that is being India, all of that is outsourced to China. They have these testing grounds like Wuhan, Shenzhen, where they perfect all of that stuff. So no, I don't think they're like my all of this. I don't take everything from elections um, to trade wars to all of that. I take that as cosmetics. I just don't believe in it. I believe in more like the narrative of the deep state and the international banking systems and all of that. That's what I'm focused on.
Okay.
Like,
Well, speaking of that, what you said there, let me add this to it. No jab, no phone. Unvaccinated to have SIM cards blocked, Pakistan Punjabi government says.
yeah, yeah, that's terrifying. And
Because
also it
this is
appears
you know why
that
this is terrifying? Well, it's not because it's happening in It's because now our governments in Canada and Australia and US will take this and run with it.
that's right. That's what I'm saying. They're all in this together. Different parts of the world, they pilot different things. So Canada, for example, longest lockdown in the world. Why? Because it's so densely populated. It is very sparsely populated, Canada, compared to so many other places like India and Pakistan. Why, of all countries in the world, why would Canada lock down for 14 months? It doesn't make sense. These are experiments, these are, they're running with things, and then they transfer the knowledge, they share knowledge, they sit at different tables, trade tables, G7, G20, whatever, the Trans-Pacific, all of these people, they sit at different tables together, and they share all of that. Like the UAE Israel thing, you should really look up the UAE pass, the health pass. What's it called? It's called
Yeah, the bracelet thingy.
no, it's not the brain. No, this is the pass on your phone. You should see
Oh,
how it
yes, yeah, we
works.
covered that like 3 weeks ago. We covered
They've
it.
got this
People were lined
advanced
up and
version.
they have their phone up and they're getting scanned to go inside. Yeah, we covered that a few weeks ago.
But now it's evolving and stuff. And the woman whose house I stay at in Egypt, in Cairo,
Mhm.
she's now in the UAE, and she was telling me all about it, and she sends me these videos, and I just can't believe, you have this color coding, and it automatically, so your tests are uploaded onto it, or your vaccination is uploaded onto it, and you still have to test, and it expires depending on different conditions. All of the major supermarkets, hotels, and all sorts of venues are updated with it. It's gonna, it's really, really going deep.
Mhm.
And that's similar to the Israel thing, where I showed you that video, people walking into malls and getting that sticker on their right hand,
Mhm.
and showing their papers. All of this is going to be uploaded onto the phone, and the phone is, this app is being tested. So it's very easy. They just transfer the code to another country, they rebrand it. Here you go, done. They share all of that. That's all part of trade deals and things like that.
I'm just disappointed. I'm just so disappointed that it's gotten this far. Moscow mayor orders a week of paid leave for workers and imposes a curfew on nightlife in bid to control the sharp rise in new COVID-19 cases.
Where is that?
Moscow.
19, eh? Yeah.
Moscow.
Yeah, Putin's in bed with everyone else. You know, he was saying he doesn't believe in mandatory vaccines. I don't know. Let's see how Russia's going to play this out.
Here's something Western media will never talk about. Yemen calls U.S.'s bluff on ending support for Saudi-led coalition. And a lot of people don't know that Yemen won the war against Saudi Arabia.
Wow. I was telling you about that in 2019, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
In 2019, when they killed Soleimani,
Mm-hmm.
I was telling you about that.
I
Now
know,
who's
but
laughing?
I just kind of want to retouch it once in a
I don't
while.
believe how people are. They run around in flip-flops. They have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And they were even saying that with all the issues in Lebanon, they're saying we'll get money and we'll send you money. We'll try to help.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they have nothing. These people. Saudi has been decimated. The UAE has been decimated. Their bank accounts have been emptied because of this war.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they deserve it.
Yeah, somebody put up a really good comment here where they said America built up China when they should have built up India. I think that would have been better because a lot of people from India do speak English, and they're kind of like, you know, if they built up India, I think it would have been.
So, Mike, I have a problem with these statements. Okay, when you say America should have built up China or India, what in America are you referring to?
Like, we're talking about the exporting of jobs? Like
so the people who are exporting jobs are the people who are decimating the American people.
No,
okay?
I understand. But I'm saying if there was a choice, if I had a choice to make, right? And I don't know. I don't like communism is all. That's all.
Oh, because India is great.
No, it's not.
Modi,
It's
right?
not. No. I'm just saying that it.
And all that stuff.
And
the GMOs since day one being rolled out in India. I mean, it all came out at the expense of the American people anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Just Lord was telling you about these kids on drugs and dying off. You know, it doesn't matter who you outsource it to. You know, you have to protect.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just talking is all. You know. And
I don't know. So that's the thing, Mike. You know, let's not. I don't agree with like these kinds of you know, this way of putting things, because we want to look at the end of the day at the real result, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
It's cosmetic politics. You know what I mean?
I know.
It's my thought, but yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's my thought.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just I just have this thing. You know, communism is seeping up in our politics. Communist countries buying up our mines. A communist country is apparently buying up several airports in Canada. Communist country owns a majority of our old folks' homes here in Canada. This big company, and it's scary. It's just very scary, is all. And
Mike, it doesn't matter what you call it, right? It's communism, it's corporatism, it's leftism, it's George Sorosism. You know, it's the Koch brotherisms. All of these people. You know, I think they brand it differently in different places so that the agenda works. You know, because it's marketing. You know, it's like targeting. You know, so. Like be careful. I would say be careful because for example, the conservative right in North America, it's so easy to sell it to them. You tell them nationalism, you just combine a few terms together and they're sold.
Mm-hmm.
You know, combine anti-communism with nationalism, religious freedom, and jobs, and you've got them. You won them over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's it. That's all it took. Like, look at Jason Kenney, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that Pipeline XL is officially dead, and that now Enbridge Line 5 is on its way out, and now Enbridge Line 3 is on its way out. Jason Kenney came selling himself as some kind of, you know, like a Trump version for Alberta, and
right.
He is the exact opposite. He was from the beginning someone who was going to sell out Alberta and shut it down. You know, and they don't pick this up. That's the problem, is that right conservatives, they don't pick it up because it's so easy to sell it to them. You combine terms together and that's it. You've got them. Same thing is happening with Polyev. You know, this guy is a Zionist. Okay, just go on his channel. He has a channel. Every time he's on a call, he's got the Israeli flag behind him, but not the Canadian flag.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he's always saying the right things. Trudeau and communism and China and inflation. Come on, he's in bed with all of them. You know, like stop being sold on this stuff. These are cosmetics. They're just selling you, and people still, you know, people aren't learning. I'm sorry, but a lot of people aren't learning. You know, you've got to move past the elections and Poilievre and, you know, even Bernier. Like, I have to agree with Blunt totally. I totally agree with Blunt that this could be staged and that he could be controlled opposition. He has a history of being with the establishment, and you know, it's going to take a lot to prove that you're not with the establishment, honestly, because you know, there's no trust there. Not for me. You know, so yeah, I totally think that this could be controlled opposition and another maybe like a Trump type of thing that worked so well in the US. And next thing you have Q in Canada, you know, people completely duped through one of the craziest psyops that Americans have seen. Total disaster. So be careful, you know, be careful with these isms and these ideologies. Just look at results. It doesn't matter. Look at results. What is the actual outcome on the ground? Who's making what? Where's the cash flow heading? You know, that's what we look at. Who's dying? Where? Why?
Someone's asking, Mike, why do you think people with the agenda think this way? I think a lot of people think this way because they believe that they're actually saving the world, or they're making it a better place, or it's a power grab, or there's so many reasons.
Well, Mike, you know, I think the Raven had a thought about this earlier. That's why people believe in things like Satanism and Luciferianism and stuff, because it is so evil. Like, you have to wonder if they're not possessed by something because it's so evil. You know, it's like almost unthinkable, you know, and I entertain that, and I'm not really given to that, but you know, like, I pay attention to it because, yeah, it's nuts. It's completely out of this world, right? Literally.
All right, it's my third hour, Layla. I'm gonna wrap it up.
Yes, Mike, thank you so much.
No, thank
Love
you
the
for
show.
coming on, and we'll have you on soon enough. And get some sleep if you can, okay?
Yes, definitely.
All
Thanks
right.
so much, Mike.
God
Thanks,
bless you. Bye.
God bless. Take care. Bye.
Bye. That is Layla from Egypt. Oh yeah. So, anyways, guys, I'm falling asleep. I am falling. Shinta's calling in. Yo, what's up, dog?
Hey, how you been? It's been a while.
It's been good, man. I've been good.
That's good. I'm just walking right now. It's a bit late, but it's nice. It's nice and breezy.
Good to hear from you, man. It's been a while. Yeah, I actually haven't talked to you in a couple of months now. Yeah, I'm actually just wrapping up the show because I'm past 3 hours and I'm literally falling asleep here at the mic. But yeah,
I kept asking to give me a call. Give me a call.
Oh, well, I'm gonna put you under my favorites list here because it's if I don't put you under the favorites, under my favorites, then I won't know, right? It's all the way at the bottom. So that's why sometimes you should just call in like this. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'll get you on. I'll get you on first or second caller, whatever you're available next Saturday. If you want to come on Wednesday, we're gonna be talking about hidden inflation, and we can't hide from inflation anymore. Okay?
On Wednesday?
Wednesday show, yeah. If you can't, come back on the night, whatever.
Yeah, my outlook, by the way, is it's very kind of boring and bland and grounded. Like, I the way I look at it is it's more like what's happened in Mexico. Like, I just think stagflation is going to keep going. Corruption will still continue. Criminals are going to actually, I believe, or I would argue that they're actually going to end up taking over more power from the establishment slowly. But it's more of like a change of the same old. Don't really see much change here. On Wednesday, I wanted to talk about some things that are going on in the South China Sea. the Russians and the Chinese were doing joint exercises, naval exercises outside of Okinawa, like 12 ships. So that has the Japanese on alert. The Japanese,
and also a lot of countries there, Vietnam and other countries there. What's the other one there? Indonesia. Other countries have been on alert too. Indonesian military, everybody's been on alert recently in that area, in that specific area. Listen, dude, I gotta go. I'm literally falling asleep here. What time is it there? What are you walking for? It's like 1 o'clock in the morning.
yeah, it's around like midnight because it's hot as hell and it's humid as hell over here on this side of the country.
Oh, okay.
When you want to get your exercise in.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, dude, listen, we'll talk soon. I promise. I'll get you on Wednesday if you want to come on, and we're going to be talking. Our topic is inflation, and then Saturday, Mike in the night, you could talk about that whole China thing if you want, because we're going to be looking at chess pieces.
I want to talk about the quad, those chess pieces on the board, and I also want to talk about what I believe is the trend projection in the West and what it looks like, or what a possible outcome might actually end up looking like.
No problem. We'll have you on then, okay? Have a good walk. We'll talk later.
All right. God bless.
God
Take
bless
care.
you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Right on. Oh, okay. He sent me something here in Skype. I gotta add him. I gotta add people to my favorites here, just so I know who is who, or where is out, or who is in, or. All right, guys. I'm wrapping it up. I'm tired, man. It's time to wrap it up. Thank you to Layla, William Wallace, Blunt News, Lord Humongous, Juanin Escobar, El Mascorban, Steven Sewell, thanks for the $100, dude. I'm going to Taco Bell with that. $100 from Steven Sewell, Super Chat. Aniki, thank you. Blunt News, thank you. Who else do we got here? We got Citrus Lemonade. We got Grindhouse Cartoons, artbydano.com. We got Anna Key, Ed. Brother Leaf. Lost Together Forever, not sure. D-Man. Blunt News again. T. Lowton, sorry. Who else we got? Silver Pill Gary. Jay Smith. William Wallace. Alright, guys, take care. Thanks for tuning in. And if you can't take care, please stay safe.
Eventually announced they're going to do it.
Dude, because you see, Canada and Australia and New Zealand and the UK are in a completely different plane. They're on a different plane. Okay?
Yeah.
America is gonna, if they fully open, what they said was it June 31st or June 30th? America said they're going to be fully open and that's it. Dude, I'm concerned about this because if America fully opens and Canada stays shut and Australia stays shut, because by then the Delta juice is gone. They're going to be talking about like some variant Ball Juice 3 is going to be coming out by then.
Yeah, it could be another one they make up.
And now it won't come from India. This one's going to come from Tibet. They're going to find it in the abominable snowman's going to bring it, and people will believe it.
Yeah, some random place. That's crazy.
So you can't work?
I can work, yeah. It's just my work has looked at whoever's got annual leave built up and said, "Oh, just take some time off." But the people that pretty much just started within the last year, they don't have much and they have to keep going to work, that's all.
And JobKeeper's over?
They were talking about a business stimulus last week. But no JobKeeper that I could remember.
Yeah, because I think JobKeeper fizzled out last month. So there's a lot of people right now in Tasmania who are 50% behind, or 50% of Tasmanians are in mortgage crisis right now.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot more ramp up of mortgage stuff, I guess. With the current situation, it'll eventually come out that people who own businesses are starting to default on loans, and next is their housing. So I wouldn't be surprised if probably end of the year, a lot of people are going to be out of their own homes.
Matthew, can you go on our Discord if you don't mind? I want you to post those screenshots you took. I don't want to mention it on the show because they'll find a way to hang me from a lamppost outside. If you don't mind posting that in our thing, those screenshots that you sent me on Instagram, whenever you get a minute, whenever, there's no rush, but if you can't do that, I would really appreciate, so people in the group could know what's going on. Because if you guys, the screenshots you sent me about leadership, remember those ones you sent me yesterday or the day before?
Oh yeah,
those are major. That's huge.
Scotty Morrison.
Huge. This is like it's like trying to yeah, if you don't mind putting it on Discord. Are you on Discord?
I'm going to
join our Discord. Is Mike? It's Mike in the Night Discord. I'll get somebody to post it here, the link to the Discord here in the live chat, because I really need you to post those, because again, I don't want to be hanging from a live post somewhere. I just don't want, yeah. So yeah, Justin is asking for the Discord chat. Hold on, let me see if I can go to invite friends here. I got my Discord open right now. We got tons. There's Discord right there. I got it open right now. Tons of people are commenting in there right now. And let me see here. How do you do this again? I'm new to Discord, so home. Okay, add friends. No. Friends. Add friends. No, I forgot how to do it. I forgot how to do it.
Maybe if you work it out and just send it out to people on Instagram.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody will post it in the comments here soon enough, because the link of it, the link for it always dies. The link dies, and then I have to create a new link for it every time. And
is it like a time sensitive?
It's a time sensitive link, and it really pees me off because I'm trying to share a link for you guys to join the room, and I don't know how to do it because there's just so much here. And anyways, so if you guys don't mind, please go ahead and put the link there. It's Mike in the Night. This is what it looks like right here. There's people posting stuff on here all the time. Let me go full screen. It's Mike in the Night there. I don't know why I can't find this damn thing. So if somebody could post a link for it in the live, there it is right there. So we got Bitcoin. That's our Bitcoin room there, guys. That's Mike in the Night right there. Okay, wow, there's a ton of stuff here. And then we got Bitcoin room, and let's talk solutions. So that's another little area we have there on Discord that we could just chat, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, okay, Matthew, thanks for the update on what the heck is happening there in Australia. And just keep us informed. Keep sending me links. I check them. We'll talk soon, okay?
Sure, no problem.
All right, God bless you, Matthew.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Bye.
All right, bye.
I think we need to start getting right with God. I think everyone needs to start getting right with God real quick in a heartbeat. That's just me. I think, man, we're at a point right now where we're going to have to start to go all biblical now and start to find other ways around what's happening. Look what's happening in Australia again. You got the Delta Force ball juice variant. You know what? We could just call somebody right there right now and find out what's happening. And they tell us, yeah, this is happening there. I don't even trust the news anymore. This could be a ploy to get Canadians to lock down again. Or, I don't know. So, Ralphie, if you know the link for my Discord, let me know what it is, because it changes all the time. And I would like to invite more friends to this. Oh, invite people. Okay, I think I found it. Copy link. Okay, invite people for Mike in the Night Discord. Or send a server invite. Ah, here we go. Copied. Okay, guys, here's the server invite for the thing. I got it. There's the server invite for the Discord. Hopefully, Matthew could post those screenshots. I don't even want to touch those on this show. Because, again, I'll be hanging out from a lamppost outside. Yeah, there's the invite link right there, guys. It should work. Okay, Blunt News put one in too. There's another invite link right there. Guys, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm just getting really sick and tired of this BS. It's getting out of control. All right, let's go through, before we get through more headlines and stuff, let's do a 12-second channel plug here real quick. Guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'm hoping to get to 14,000 subscribers by Christmas. Guys, next week, the Wednesday show, Death of the Markets, and next Wednesday show, Mike and the Knights, They'll Never Fight for You. Mike and the Knight next week. Don't forget to, I'll give you guys a link to the reminder so you guys could remind yourselves for next week's show. They will never, ever fight for you. And guys, please send me your links on Instagram. I do see them. I do check them. If I don't reply, it doesn't mean like I'm ignoring you. It's just I get several messages through the day. Artbydano.com, not your typical art. Bundle packages, a really good guy. If you go back to last week's Mike in the Night, he gave us an update on what happened to his booth there in Huntington Beach, where it got destroyed or ripped apart by a bunch of TikTokers that went to some sort of party and kind of ruined it for a lot of people. Guys, don't forget to subscribe or support the Mike in the Night Amerifornia tour with Lord Humongous, going across America in his van to pick up stories basically to share them across the Commonwealth. And don't forget to check out Ralphie.co.New Zealand. My intro song is by him. And you could, for the right price, he could make you a song, any song you want. I gave him 3 little things, and he made I want this and this to say it, and that's it. And he figured it out on his own, and he got it working within minutes. He messages me back an hour later, here's a song for you. I'm like, wow, you audio, you recorded, you did all the work yourself, and wow. Okay, anyways. So Johnny Boy Silver is saying Delta Force ball juice variant. That's exactly what it is. They call it the Delta F, and I was calling it Delta before, like months ago. I was calling it that. Man, I'm so disappointed. Like, this is so disappointing. What's happening and what has been happening and why. God. All right, let's see if we could get. Maybe we could call somebody in India right now, real quick, and find out what the heck is going on in India, because I'm getting different mixed messages coming out of India now with this whole Delta thing. And so Citrus Lemonade is saying, I'm not great at navigating Discord. Neither am I. I just kind of played around with it on my phone. It's easier to use on the phone because you have limited buttons, so it makes it more easier. There's too much shadiness happening. Okay, let's go to a few more articles here and see if we can get somebody to call in on the show. Let's jump into our article mode here. So Australia, I don't even know where to go with this anymore. It's like, wow. All right, it's happening, and it's probably spreading. Now, this was in the news in 2017, 2018. Now, is it coming back to haunt us, or is it coming back to create more scare? It's happening, and it's probably spreading. Canadian health officials baffled by mystery deadly brain disease. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what we need right now. Some mystery. You notice it's all a mystery. It's a mystery to me. It's a mystery to us. I don't, yeah. So, it was really good. We got a lot of good callers today. We had Dr. Mysterio on. We had Ricky Spanish was on. Ricky Spanish had a lot of good information. And then we had, what's his name? Ralphie call in. Then we had, we've had a lot of good callers. We had Matthew in Australia.
You're talking about all men.
So we're doing okay tonight. We got a lot of good callers. And okay, so it's happening. It's probably spreading. It's probably. So they're not sure if it's spreading, but it's probably. And baffled by mystery deadly brain disease. It goes on to say, while people in the province have been suffering from alarming symptoms that appear to stem from the unknown brain-damaging illness for the past few years, no certain cause has yet been identified. Health officials have been looking into potential environmental and animal exposure, but uncertainty prevails. Could this be the link? Could this be the excuse they use for vax damage? The damage from the serum is causing this, like, try to connect the dots here, and then they're going to just fall back on this as a fallback? I wonder, Someone's telling me to get Dominic. Let me get Dominic on. Let me see if Dominic has a Skype on. Let's see if we could, he's in my favorites, so let's see if he picks up. Okay, he's probably tied up somewhere. He's in Mexico. He fled Canada because he was tired of he just sold everything and moved to Mexico. Yemen won war. Saudi, U.S. in no position to dictate terms over victors, say foreign policy. So this is huge. This is something you won't be seeing in Western media right here. That is something they will never, because the victors always dictate the terms. High-ranking Chinese defector reportedly working with the DIA has direct knowledge of China's bioweapons program. So at least people are defecting the communist Chinese, and they are being told the increase of pressure of China of recent days is due to the defector with intimate knowledge. In fact, Wary didn't know right away because they wanted to make sure that they all got what they needed before telling him. So this is somebody from Twitter that's tweeting this out, that China has a lot of bioweapons, and they already released one to the public, or one got released to the public. Who knows if it was by accident? Who knows, right? And let's move on here. And yeah, this is one that's not making Western media news either. U.S. port workers refuse to unload Israeli ship. So that's in the news, and that I didn't find out about that till someone sent me that. What else? Oh, this guy's great. These are the type of people that don't have to worry about where they're going to get their next meal, because they're sucking off the public tit. These people are sucking off the public tit, off our hard-earned tax dollars. They don't have to worry about where they're going to get their next meal. Look what this guy. Look what this guy says. German minister under fire after report that government planned to dump unusable COVID masks to disabled and homeless people. You piece of garbage, scum, garbage. Let me find the right audio for this.
You're not a nice person. You're not a nice person.
This is disgusting. Dump unusable junk on disabled and homeless people. You piece of garbage. The one person that doesn't have to worry about where he's going to get his next meal from? The German Minister of Health? Right here. This is Portuguese for thank you very much. All right, what's going on? Buddy, August Jones needs to call in. He's in Vegas. We need someone in that area. I'm running for higher grounds in Midwest before years, and we need August Jones on the show to give us an update on what's happening, where he's moving, where he's going, what he's planning, what he's doing with, and like kind of give us an update. All right, we got Lord Humongous saying woo. All right, let's move on. Chinese military. Okay, here it is. Listen to this. Chinese military has its own UFO task force, and it's been overwhelmed by surge in sighting reports, says media. Pentagon isn't alone in investigating strange objects spotted in the skies, according to reports. The Chinese military has also been tracking UFOs, and in recent years has registered an uptick in sightings. So could this be tied to the ball juice variant strain and the mystery brain disease that we talked about a few minutes ago? Could it all be? Are we connecting the right dots here? What are they? I mean, half these guys don't know. Half these guys, I could bet you $100. Half of the guys here with briefcases have shredded newspapers in their briefcases. They have nothing in there. I could guarantee they have shredded Japanese or Chinese newspapers in there. Give it some weight, you know. I got something in here, you know. So we got Johnny Boy Silver saying, I'm living now in the Wilmette Valley of Oregon. The people here have drunk the Kool-Aid. Johnny Boy, call us, man. Call us. We got Eduardo on the line. Whoa. It just hung. Why did it hang up for? Everyone's internet is acting really weird. Let's see if Eduardo picks up. Let's see if he picks up. People here have drunk.
Mikey.
Yo, how are you, my brother?
Good. How's the sound?
It's perfect. I could hear you perfectly. You're looking good, buddy.
It's nice and warm today in Toronto, man.
Good.
Humid. 32 degrees.
Yep, that's about 97 in Fahrenheit. Okay, bud, what do you got for us? Tell us. Give us something.
Have you ever heard of a Curly Whirly chocolate bar?
No. Why?
They come out of the UK.
Should I try one?
Don't buy one.
Why?
You'll get charged for assault with a deadly weapon if you don't clean your hands before you go into the store.
What?
Yeah, man. 2 weeks ago, a guy, Buddy Lee's amateur pro boxer, turned pro boxer. He's about 51 years old. He was up in the Alliston area. He went into a British candy store. The lady told him, you got to wash your hand, sanitize your hands. He refused. He says, I just want to buy a couple chocolate bars. Walked in, grabbed the Curly Whirlies, put them on the counter. The lady starts freaking out on him. She called the cops. He waited for the cops to show up. She wouldn't let him buy the chocolate bars. Cops investigated, and that was the end of it. And then a few days ago, he gets a notice in the mail that he's got charges on him. Assault with a deadly weapon.
What?
Yeah. This morning he had to
Hello,
go
everyone.
to Alliston, turn himself in, get processed, and now he's going to court for assault with a deadly weapon. A Curly Whirly. Actually, there's two. So I don't know if he's going to get one charge or two charges because there's two Curly Whirlies involved that he never purchased.
I don't even know how to process what you just told me. It just doesn't make any goddamn sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I think they're purposely trying to find ways to upset people and I think they're making up laws and making up BS this is all being made up as this is improv now. This is no longer scripted. This is not scripted anymore. This is improv. Make up the BS as you know what? I turn around and once this, give it a couple of years till things start to move in place and they start to realize, now, let me ask you, Eduardo. The other day, last week, Facebook said so that now, Facebook said so, not me, not you, but Facebook said so that we're allowed to say that this virus now is man-made. Okay, fine, Facebook said so. Now, the people that are freaking out now, and why are we going to war? What the hell is going on? Why are we going? If this happened 100 years ago and a country let out a virus?
Mikey, 100 years ago, if they would have let out a virus, nothing would have happened because, so 1921 in Canada was 98% of it was rural farming communities.
Oh, you know what I'm saying, Eduardo. If they had, let's say they were tech like a little bit savvy with when it comes to news to get this story out. Oh, by the way, your aunt died of this, and your uncle that passed away died of this, and this was released by the Chinese on purpose. So what happens then? Why aren't we going to arms and going over the land and over the ocean? What's going on?
In the big scheme of things, the way I see it going down, it's big business wants to take total control. They're getting richer. Amazon is getting richer. Amazon never got Never really gets affected by anything. We've got meat plants getting shut down in the States. Have you been to the food store lately?
I have, yes.
I paid $38 for a pair of ribs today.
But did you pay it in pesos?
No, man, Canadian, whatever. Canadian
That's like
dollars.
$30 American. Okay.
Yeah, a year ago they were $22, $23.
That's like $16 American.
Yeah. So food's almost doubled. Steel siding is almost doubled. Wood is quadrupled. Most materials are going sky high through the roof, and inflation is only 2 or 3%. Isn't that amazing, Mike?
You know what's also amazing?
Me or you, would they?
Well, you know what else also amazing, Eduardo? The simple fact that this didn't happen during the Trump administration, because if it did, the media would have a field day with it. Oh, since Trump's presidential, lumber has gone up 3,000%. The price of this, the price of that. The country is falling apart. Trump is destroying everything. He's lucky he didn't get reelected, because if this happened to him during his administration, this would be all over the place. It'd be written on the moon for people to see.
Anyways, you're trying to break the backs of Canadians. You've got Kevin J. Johnson that's been in jail for, we're going on a week and a half now. You know, Kevin J. Johnson is trying to.
Yeah, I know. He's been on our show before. He's running for mayor of Calgary.
You know what they're holding him for?
What?
He went to try to buy a pair of shoes at Aldo Shoes in Calgary Mall, and he's got a mass exemption from a doctor, and the girls wouldn't let him into the store. So he never actually entered the store. And the girls came to the entrance of the store. They were talking to him. And they got upset. And they said, store policy, you can't come in, blah, 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 blah. Never accommodated him. And what's that guy? Who's the current leader of Alberta? Jason Kenney.
Mm-hmm. Jason
Kennedy criticized them because a couple weeks earlier, Kevin J. Johnson said publicly, when I'm elected mayor, I will come to the doors of Alberta Health Service employees that have violated the rights and done these illegal, call it search and seizures, or
unlawful arrests, all this Mickey Mousing, yeah.
And they're blowing this out of proportion, and they're freaking out because they're thinking, hey, this guy's getting pretty popular. He could actually become mayor. So they write a law saying that, and they backdate it and get it passed through legislature that anyone working with Alberta Health Services, or anyone related to the vaccines, that they have immunity from prosecution.
Oh, that's fantastic. So there's no more Nuremberg trials coming?
Not if you're an Alberta Health Service employee or a public employee in Alberta. And this is the same Jason Kenney that wants to change his voter base.
Are you guys in lockdown still there in Ontario?
Oh, we can buy food all we want. No problem. A pair of shoes, pair of shirts, T-shirt. No.
But you guys had another rally?
Actually, I passed today. I've been to so many rallies. Yesterday, I was at the Hugs Over Masks exercise rally. I brought the PA system down there. 4 or 5 bylaws, half a dozen cops on bikes, 1 supervisor, and they're just waiting for Alberta Health and Safety to pounce on the people that are trying to exercise in the park.
Oh my God!
Nothing happened though.
I can't believe. Is there a way we could call
Ripley's Believe It or Not?
No, Kevin J. Johnson in jail?
Are you kidding? It took his lawyer 8 days to get a hold of Kevin J. Johnson. It's only because we put money on his convict you get like a stipend that people can donate money to your accounts, so you can call out and you can go buy Curly Whirlies of all things in jail, possibly. So, but he's locked down 23 hours a day. He gets out for twice a day for half an hour to make phone calls. That's it. There's only 3 books in that Edmonton Remand Center.
Dude,
he is a political prisoner. This is happening in Canada.
Yeah, he is definitely a political prisoner. He goes over to buy some shoes. They arrest him. They basically find a way, arrest him, throw him in jail, backdate a law. Wow, this is... Oh, man,
Now,
I
remember
just
the May 6th court injunction that there's a corrupt judge by the name of Rook, or he's a far left, I don't know. I'm going to say he's a corrupt judge. That's my opinion. And as of today, I think we still have Constitution, so I'm allowed freedom of thought and opinion. But I don't know how much longer that's going to last here in the Soviet Republic of Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan.
Well,
Wow.
we got tyranny here. This is not a free country. If you guys think we're living in a free country here, you talk about the solution. Now there's your brain rotting disease.
No, but that brain rotting disease that they're trying to kind of bring out is but this has already been happen. This was before way before COVID. This is when they, I don't know if you know, but the last story that we broke on the channel on Mike in the Night, like a week or two, November of 2019, before COVID started to make headlines. In November 2019, the last story we broke before COVID was the lead in Canadian pipes. It makes the Flint, Michigan water look like a walk in the park, like across Canada. And that was the last story we broke, and then COVID took off.
Well, there's not many leaded pipes around anymore because they were installed.
Or chemicals in our water or crap or just junk, and it's every major city is suffering from it or something. And it was showing every different province broken down and chemicals and lead and all kinds of weird stuff in the waters and arsenic.
Well, I've been using a charcoal filter on my drinking water for years and years and years, so maybe I'm okay.
Yeah.
Mind you, I still thought we lived in a free country, so I probably got that brain rotting disease too.
Yeah.
So we're all hoodwinked up till people start waking up. So, anyways, it's all a distraction. You heard about the native children that got found down the road from your house.
Yeah, we covered that last week. We talked about it for a bit. It's very, very sad, very depressing, very, very, I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed.
We've known about this, and it's been going on in the underground circles for years and years.
Mm-hmm.
Nativists have been complaining about this. Why is it coming to the surface now?
Well,
why is it coming?
Well, you need a new front, right? You need some sort of cover. You need some sort of big headline, right? To sweep
What's
the nation.
actually happening this week in Parliament before they go away for the summer break? And they were never there to begin with.
What is it? Is it Bill C-10? Holy shoot!
Yeah, it's coming.
Canada, we might get shut down, eh?
I'd say odds are very good, and if you've got a Brave browser, you can put in a plugin where you can get onto the dark web, and you will be able to access websites that are on. It's not the crypto network; it's the blockchain network or blockchain. It's outside of the DNS keys, from my understanding. I got to get up on this real quick.
Guys listening and watching, please pay attention. Guys, they're trying to pass a bill in Canada called Bill C-10, and what it's going to do,
they're not trying. Second reading already went through the Senate. Mike, it's happening this week.
So that means it's over for Mike in the Night?
It could be, unless you're government friendly. Are you friendly to the government, Mike? Do you trust your government? Do you believe your government?
Well, but the problem is I lost all faith in governments like back in 2004.
Well, a little bit sooner than I did. I lost faith in them in 2013, like totally lost faith in them. And I've been trying to fight back any which way I can and just bring, doing what I can.
I'm not about fighting back. I'm just showing what they're telling us and kind of making sense of it. That's all. Because none of it makes sense.
It actually makes perfect sense, Mike. You got to think, we're living in North Korea.
Uh-huh.
Then it makes perfect sense. That's where we're going to be in a few short years. Think about it. We're getting locked down. Now, you guys were lucky. You had Vlad from Hugs Over Masks and a few other patriots who got together, raised funds, and actually got businesses to open. And within a few days, when all these businesses announced that they were going to be opening, the BC government softened things a lot and allowed businesses to open. That's why your restaurants are allowed to open. That's why people are chasing the health services, which are nothing more than Nazis, out of the restaurants when they're over capacity or whatever. the government mandates. A few people have stood up, and all the rest just enjoy it, thinking, oh, well, I guess that's just the way it is. A lot of people are really ignorant about what's going on because they've got the brain rotting disease that comes from too much MSN. You blame the water, I blame the media.
I know the media is rotten to the core. The media is no longer on our side. The media is supposed to be the watchdog. The media is supposed to be for the people, by the people. So the average Joe could buy his donuts and go to work and fix his cars and do his stuff and not have to worry about what governments and banking and institutions are doing because the media is watching out for us. But they're not.
They're not. And in school, you're always taught the media has to who, what, when, where, when, why. And you have to do honest reporting. You're supposed to show all sides of the story, bring out the facts, try to minimize the amount of personal content or interpretation or bias, and people could decide for their own. But that's been slowly eroded. And now Trudeau put in the kill shot a couple years ago when he started bailing out the media because they were failing.
600 million once, 320 million another, and 144 million another. So we have state-run media in Canada. Legitimately, we do, because without our tax, it's funded by taxpayers.
You call it media, I call it propaganda.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, man.
I do, but I don't think our listeners get it. So right now, I'm looking at buying a new pair of shoes. I've been thinking about this for 5 months, Mike. In Ontario, the shoe stores are closed.
So you can't buy a pair of shoes.
I've got put on a little bit of COVID weight. I can't even buy another pair of shorts.
Whoa.
Probably off of Amazon I could, but regular stores, not happening in the Greater Toronto area. Hell, you go buy a chocolate bar, they get charged for assault with a deadly weapon if it's British made.
Dude, you can't even make this stuff up, dude. If you go back 100 years and say man gets arrested for putting 2 chocolate bars on the counter, people will lock you up in an insane asylum and tell people that this guy is nuts. First thing they'll do is when they take our clothes off to process us, they're going to say we're Chinese agents. You know why? Because everything we have on us is made in China.
Good point.
So that's the first thing they'll notice. Wait, they're Chinese. No, they're not. Yeah, but everything they have on them is made in China. Well, they must be Chinese agents then. Like, that would be a good plot for a story.
What's the price of fuel there in BC? What are you paying?
I don't know, like $1.46 a liter?
Pesos.
No, $1, almost $1.50, I think. Yeah, I think.
Not too bad here. It's running gases from anywhere from $1.25 to $1.30, $1.32.
Okay, you guys are always cheaper out there. Alberta's the cheapest usually.
Calling me cheap, Mike?
No, Alberta's always the cheapest, I'm saying. The cheapest, the least expensive is what I mean.
Yeah. So, you know what? The plan's working great. They're crashing the economy. They're trying to make everyone broke. Eventually, it's going to come to the point where government, please save me. Do what you can. I'll bend over and I'll take any swab you want. I'll take any jab in the arm you want. Just give me some food. That's what it's going to come to. And this is the way COVIDism comes into play. So that's the road we're on. I see the same thing happening in Australia.
They just locked it down again with the ball juice variant, Delta Force variant juice.
Well, if Australians want to lock down, go ahead. Canadians, if we want to lock down, we're doing it. Me, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do, and I'm ignoring the bastards. And so I got another trespassing ticket at City Hall last Sunday because I was trying to get video for Kevin J. Johnson. Was it last week or the week before? Yeah, they were handing out ice cream if you got the jab.
Yeah, ice cream trucks were there. Actually, you know who was covering that was Gerald Celente was talking about that too.
Okay. So
I was talking about the ice cream trucks too.
Hello, everyone.
I got a trespassing ticket there because I wanted to get in closer to get better video. I wasn't harassing anyone.
Of course you're not harassing anyone.
They're like, get some better video, please. It's a public area. Says, no, it's private property.
Eduardo,
get
this
lost.
this doesn't make any sense at all. I don't know if you know my story. There's this. I opened a business in town similar to someone else's business. This guy's in his 60s. I opened a business similar to his. He gives me the finger every time he sees me. He's threatened me many times on camera. He's threatened me and come and threaten me and my wife and my kids at my store on camera. He's threatened me at the pharmasafe. He's told me off several hundred times. He's sent me fake cease and desists. He's sent me fake. Trying to sue me for opening a business and all this stuff, and all this harassment. And you know what the police tells me? Oh, they're forming an opinion. So what happened to forming an opinion? Like, the police tell me that's forming an opinion. So in other words, I could do what this guy's doing to me, and it's forming an opinion. You go beside an ice cream truck, you just let him know, look, I'm forming an opinion. Maybe that's code. You got to tell them you're forming an opinion for code.
Why don't you call the cops, say this guy is really off his rocker, and you think you need to do a psychological assessment on this guy. Look at what he's doing to me and me alone.
Well, he's doing it to my wife too.
Yeah. And that's criminal harassment as far as I'm concerned. Has he put anything online against you, Mike?
I don't know. He made that the Merit Molester website.
So there's anti-doxing legislation that just came down. There's a new tort law.
Well, when I took it to the police, they said that's forming an opinion too.
If it's a form of doxing, there's a new tort law that's come down. Precedent's been set already. If you call me during the week, I can get you more information on that.
Please, yeah, give me some information. I'll send screenshots of my address being posted on YouTube, everything being posted, and it's whatever. It is what it is. It's just stupidity. If I knew I was going to go through so much trouble opening a business just a toy store, I would have just never bothered with it. I would have kind of moved on and did something else and maybe retire or something. But I'm so disappointed that the police won't do nothing about it.
Is the shop beside his for sale, perchance, or for rent?
No, I don't know, man. I don't know what the deal is. I don't follow I don't follow anyone else's business, right? I just look at what's happening to me and what and that's it. You guys could watch more about that on the Merit Harassment series, guys, on my channel. It's called the Merit Harassment series, and there's about 32 parts with screenshots and everything. It's not just me talking. There's screenshots of everything, and the 744 prank calls I got.
You record them all, I hope?
32 of them are recorded. It's all swearing. It's just swearing.
Well, that's verbal abuse. I'm sure there's some laws we can use to deal with this guy.
When I took that to the police, they said they have real police work to do to stop going there. They actually told me they have real police work to do.
This guy's obviously a nut bar. How come you don't get protection under the law if people are mentally disturbed, which this guy obviously is?
I don't know.
Why can't you have him charged?
I don't know.
At least get a psychological assessment done on this guy. This guy's nuts.
It's been going on for 4 years now. Yeah, 4 years I've been dealing with this, like, all the time. I'm in public and he sees me, he just starts yelling and swearing. Like, we're talking like 3,000 decibels. You could hear him from like the next city over, yelling and swearing in the middle of the street at me.
More reasons for a psychological assessment, Mike. This guy's a danger to the public, not just to you. Who's next?
I guess what they'll do is they'll just wait around and see if he does something like big, and then they'll go ahead and do something and move in.
Why don't you run for mayor, Mike?
No. I ran for city councilor 4 years ago, and I dropped out 1 week after because one of the city councilors that was running came into my store, and I have it on camera, and she said if I don't drop out, she's going to tell the police that I tried groping her.
And you've got that on camera?
I have it on camera.
So why don't you have her charged for extortion, Mike?
No, I'm actually going to use that in case she runs again, and then I'm going to use that for... Why do you think the mafia never gets touched by the police? Because they have so much leverage on them, they don't even want to go next to them. The mafia has leverage, not money. Well, they have money, but they have leverage on everybody working in high positions that could compromise them. I'm just going to use that going forward.
Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe that's why they want Kevin J. Johnson in jail, because he can't be bought and they've got nothing on him.
Right.
Except, I don't know if you heard, but Mohammed Faqih, you know who that is.
Who?
Mohammed Faqih, he's owner of the Paramount Fine Foods chain of restaurants.
Sure.
I believe he's Lebanese. Short history. Came here 10 years ago. Basically claims to be a self-made man. Apparently there's ties between him and ARSA, which is the Rohingya militant, something to do with military ties to Bangladesh or Myanmar.
Sure.
Anyways, that's been exposed. So he came after Kevin J. Johnson. Kevin J. Johnson tried to get an interview with him in a mall, and
yeah, I heard he got charged for harassing him because he tried to interview him, and yeah, I heard about that, and he got sued for $11 million or something.
$2.5 million judgment for defamation.
Wow, really? Well,
Yeah,
I'll send you a link to the Merit Molester website if you want to see it.
Sure, why not? I'll put this on to Stefano, see what he can send you in the right direction.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
We still have a constitution here in Canada, believe it or not, even though the federal government is ignoring it. They're just saying, constitution? Nah, we don't believe in that thing. That's just rules for other governments, not for us. You know, our Charter of Rights, they're saying, let's ignore that thing.
That only applies for certain people.
That only applies if you get caught. Like, it's only legal if you get caught, Mike.
Are you on our Discord, Eduardo?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I really hope Matthew from Australia posts those screenshots in our Discord, because I can't talk about this on the show, but it's best that you guys go to the Discord and see it, because if you see that and you're just going to take a seat wherever you are, you'll sit down and like, why? It's worse than everything we talked about tonight.
What's this got to do with?
A lot. And I just don't want to talk about it on the show tonight, because this could be a problem for me.
Well, are you selling curly whirlies, Mike?
No.
Are you buying curly whirlies, Mike?
No curly whirlies for me.
So it can't be that bad.
But it's pretty bad. It's bad. It's bad.
Guys, I'm not making this up.
It's bad for us, not for them. It's one of those.
Well, blockchain, get yourself a blockchain website, Mike, because that may be the only thing left. It bypasses the DNS keys.
Share this show on your thing, on your social media, Eduardo.
Yeah, I'll put it into my Facebook. That's all I've got.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just a commentator on letting people know what the madness is that's going on in. Maybe we should change our name to one of the states of North Korea or something like that.
Oh, okay. Like, I don't know the names of the states up there, but it's Pyongyang or something like that.
I don't know. And have you seen the new emblem of the Alberta Health Services?
Tell us.
It's a Nazi sign, and then on the ends of the tips of the Nazi sign, you've got vaccine needles. That's what we're putting out there. Whether or not they've adopted it yet, well, I guess it's just a matter of time. The truth will come to the surface, right?
Yeah.
And we are under medical tyranny. And here in Toronto, Monday, I believe they voted on extending Doug Fraud's, a.k.a. Doug Ford, leader of the Conservatives, which that's false advertising too, because they're tyrants. How can we call it Conservatives tyrants, or has the meaning of that word changed also? Anyways, they voted to extend the lockdown emergency.
Is it the variant ball juice from Australia?
The 1st of December.
What? Whoa. Who? What?
Oh, you didn't hear about this one?
Tell me again, because my ears don't believe what you just told me.
In Ontario.
Uh-huh.
Doug Fraud extended, they voted in the Ontario legislature to extend the emergency lockdown orders to the 1st of December. The Emergency Powers Act, or whatever it is, the Reopening Ontario Act, which is nothing but clamping down and destroying Ontario and shutting us down act. So it's been mislabeled again. More false advertising as far as I'm concerned. It's got nothing to do with reopening Ontario. It's got everything to do with shutting it down. And when he got elected, he says Ontario's going to be open for business. What business is that, Mike?
Well, Ontario shut down, from what I know, from what I've heard, 93,000 small businesses closed from the first and second lockdown.
Well, we've been under a stay-at-home order now for months, like January, I think it is, isn't it? I can't even remember. It's been so long. It's like a bad dream that never ends.
This is very concerning, man. I don't know.
If you live in Korea, it's fine, Mike. This is the new normal.
No, because in Korea, they give you designated specific haircuts you're allowed to get. There's only 3 haircuts for men they could choose from. There's like on a thing. And there's 4 for women or 5 for women. I'm not joking. There's like a cue card when you go to cut your hair. You got to pick up the 3 approved haircuts. I'm not making this up, Eduardo.
Mike, I know this, but now that you're bringing this onto Canadian airwaves, watch next week or the week after some disgustingly rich public servant that's making $350,000 for a $60,000 job is going to say, hey, that's a good idea. The salons want to open up, they're going to only allow 3 different haircuts. And guess what? One of them will probably be curly hair like Trudeau or Trudeau's clone. Or sorry, I mean Castro's son.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. And then maybe they'll use Doug Ford's haircut where it just stands up and you got a bit of cheesecake stuck in there.
Well, I talked to Ricky Spanish, and he's all over the place, going to bars, hanging out, walking his dog, hang gliding. I think he's going to go do some boating next week. You know, he's doing all kinds of stuff down south. He's just, there's nothing happening. He says he sent me videos of bars and people dancing and taking hooter shots. You know what I'm saying?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ricky Spanish.
I think when I was a lot younger, some this kind of thing used to go on, but that was a long, long time ago.
I'm just saying, like, they're going down there like nobody's business. And here it's like the end of the world. And I don't know. There's going to be a divide between countries that stay open and countries that are going to be locked down. And that's it.
Well, there's a saying, people get the politics that they deserve. So a lot of people are asleep at the wheel. Enjoy it, people. You voted in this Liberal government. Not once, twice. Enjoy. You did this, Canadians. You brought this on yourselves. And why there isn't millions of people marching in the streets? Well, screw them. Take the jab, guys. It's good for you. If you believe it, I know it's going to be a lonely world here in Ontario in about 2 years, I figure.
No, things are going to start kicking off in about 7 weeks, from what I heard. 7 weeks from today.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be for people that are taking the second jab, but for people that take the first jab and they're waiting, yeah, maybe it'll be 7 weeks. The fact that you've got top health practitioners coming out, one of the top virologists, and he's a pathogenicist also, top-notch guy. I can't remember his name, Little or something similar to that, University of Guelph. He's come out publicly and said, we've made a big mistake.
Well, so did that Nobel Peace Prize winner guy from France. I sent you the link.
Yep.
The guy from France, a Nobel Peace Prize virologist, top of the line, 2-time world champ, came out and said, we're in a lot of trouble and we need to start getting crematoriums ready to go. He ain't kidding. And he isn't taking it back.
Thanks for the business idea, Mike. I'll have to find an empty lot right beside a hospital.
Okay, guys. He just posted it on Discord. Guys, I don't want to talk about this on the channel, but go ahead and see it. And I don't know what to say. I don't know what to.
In Discord, in Discord, have you opened a chat room where people can?
We have a chat room. Yeah, it's called Let's Chat Solutions. And no, that's Solutions. It's the video voice chat channel. It's called Voice Chat Channel. Let's chill live chat.
Mike, we got any questions in the chat room there?
Man, I got 5 things open right now, going full blast with all by design.
What's in the YouTube questions? Anything?
Nope.
Am I putting
Matthew just said he just posted on Discord. Bars are open here. Werewolf, where are you? Where bars are open? Are you in? Where are you?
I want to fly down to Greenville, North Carolina, man. Trump was there today, and I was just thinking, I got weathered in once when I was coming in a couple years ago in January, coming in from Florida,
Mm-hmm.
and I got weathered in and got stuck in Greenville, North Carolina. Man, they know how to party down there. The music is fabulous.
Paris, my friend.
Nice, nice straight shooting people. Really polite. I like people in North Carolina.
It's considered the South, right? So it's still South. It's still like Georgia, North, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama. That's like the South. Like that's like I lived in Florida and I love living in Florida.
Yeah, what the hell's happening here in Canada, Mike?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Ricky Spanish should start documenting where he goes and takes photos and post. Hey guys in Canada and Australia, I'm in a bar right now. Look what this guy's wearing. Oh man, look at this girl. Wow. Should we give her a 10 or a 5? You know, like we'll be like, what the hell's going on? The rest of the world is,
Well, here, if you go to a beach, say in Toronto Island, get cops and Toronto Health Services showing up, issuing tickets, taking the PA system, taking the DJ equipment.
They stole a bunch of your crap too, right?
What's that?
They stole a bunch of your stuff.
I've gotten all my stuff back, Mike. The cops are quite nice about it. But the other DJs, they still haven't gotten their stuff back yet.
Interesting.
So, I don't know. It is what it is. But the tickets are piling up, and screw them. I don't care. I really don't. That's their world.
I'm very disappointed, man. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Anyways, fellow Canadians, they're going to be shutting off our power. Food prices are going through the roof. Unemployment's going to skyrocket. They're collapsing our economy. This isn't going to go on much longer.
They're going to ban. They're going to start fining people. 2023 going forward. They're looking to start to fine people for collecting solar power.
Oh yeah. Well, apparently they're taxing well water, so I haven't seen much about that. But that was going on a couple years ago. That's part of Agenda 2030.
Yeah, and the whole solar power collecting thing. They're going to make it illegal.
But after they collapse the economy and we're into full-on socialism, like in Cuba, if you're single, it'll take 10 to 20 years before you get a house, so you have to stay at home. Once you get married, it'll be 15 to 20 years before you can get a matrimonial home by the state. That's the way it's going. They're going to be sticking people into these 400 square foot condos. And that's the way the economy is going to be going. And we're going to lose, probably half our population in the next 2 years. That's coming for those that took the jab. So it's going to be a different world here in Canada. And then we can bring in all kinds of migrants from other parts of the world to make sure we never get another conservative government in again. If they're dumb enough to come here.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have multinationals that own all the resources in the country. What's left for us?
Nada.
There you go. And it was all engineered. Freedom isn't free, Mike.
I know. I'm just trying to digest because, all we do here, you got to remember, all we do here is we just talking. We're bringing up articles. We're talking. We're just trying to connect the dots to make sense or try to talk ourselves through what's happening or what they're trying to sell us. And it's all bullshit. It's bullshit.
No, curly whirlies are a deadly weapon, Mike. There's a man that could get 5 to 10 years in jail for this if he's convicted. It's not bullshit. Same thing happens in all communist countries.
Oh, anyways.
Did you connect the dots yet?
Yeah. All right, Eduardo, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to wrap up the show. I'm going into my third hour here. I appreciate you coming on and sharing the program and just creating discussion. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Mike. And if there's anyone out there that can find me a decent pair of work shoes, 13.5 double E, hit me up, please.
13 and a half double E's getting work shoes. Okay, we'll get you somebody. Somebody will message you soon, okay?
Thanks, man.
God bless you.
Ciao.
Ciao. That is our man Eduardo on the ground on the East Coast. Folks, I don't know what to say anymore. Or how to say. The question is, I don't know how to say anymore. Where are we headed? Like... Okay, so we need August Jones on the show soon. We need Mike Gearshift on the show soon. We need Werewolf on the show soon. We need, who else we need? Margie, you need to come on again. You called already, but you need to come on. It's been a while. Tig Nim, you need to come on. I know you don't want to come on. Everything and anything, come on the show. Add me on Skype, Mike Martins 1980. I want everybody on the show. Who else? We need D-Man on the show. We need... Chica Boom needs to come on the show. We need to... Johnny Boy Silver needs to come on the show. We need people to report from wherever they are, whenever they are, or whoever they're with, and find out what is going on and why is it going on, right? And this is concerning, and it's... so I want to thank a lot of guests that came on tonight.
You're talking about... all men.
Yeah, it's pretty much been all male callers tonight, but hopefully we could get some female callers in next week.
Hello, everyone.
And then we got all this BS stuff happening with politicians getting away with murder, and
Ricky Spanish
came on the show tonight to make an appearance. And, yeah. Lost Together Forever saying, Mike, the world is complicated so badly. Yeah, and that's what's been happening, and that's where I don't know what to say. Like, what do we say anymore? This is what we're confronted with. This is what they're telling us. This is what we're seeing, and this is what you know what I'm saying? It's like someone that lies on their job application stating they could do all this stuff, then they go into work, none of them qualify for what they're, it's like, that's what's happening here to us. They're lying about the qualifications and the laws and whatever they're trying to do. They're making it up as they go along, but they're doing a terrible job making it up as they go along. You know what I'm saying? So, let's do one last channel plug as we wrap up tonight's show. Guys, you are watching Mike in the Night. Guys, I'm going to ask to please share this. Please, Lord Humongous, Margie, Adrian, Matthew, D-Man, Tig Nim, please share this transmission. I want to get the word out. At least if I'm going to go down, if they're going to come and take me down, at least I want to go down in a blaze of glory. So here it is, guys. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Lots of Mike in the Night episodes. Someone said they couldn't find it. Go to the channel. You click on Mike in the Night or hashtag Mike in the Night. There's hundreds of shows we have. All kinds of shows. Tons of cool guests on Mike in the Night. And then don't forget to set your reminders for Wednesday's show is going to be really, really, really good. Wednesday's show is going to be really good. There's a reminder for Wednesdays. And guys, next week, Mike in the Night, they'll never, ever fight for you. Who will not fight for us? That's next week's show. Mike in the Night, set your reminders. And guys, don't forget to message me on Instagram, directly on Instagram. Get me on Instagram if you need to message me something, a link or story. Also, we're on Discord if you want to catch us on there or want to share it with the community. Also, don't forget to check out artbydano.com. Bundle packs available, Art by Dano. Beautiful, beautiful artwork. I got a bunch of it. He sent me a lot of photos of customers buying a lot of his artwork. He's doing really well. Guys, check him out. Bundle packs available. Not your typical art. Artbydano.com. You can find him at Huntington Beach Pier there. He's got a booth there. Mike in the Night, Lord Humongous Tour. Don't forget to donate a couple of bucks to Lord Humongous, who's souping up his van and getting it ready to go across America for the Amerifornia Tour 2021-2022. And our music is brought to us by Ralphie.co.New Zealand. Don't forget to check it out. Replays of Mike in the Night across New Zealand there. Oh, guys, it's that time, guys. And I'll see you guys, of course, on... I'll see you guys on Wednesday night for our show.
Ricky Spanish.
California tour. Woo! Thank you, Margie, Scott, August, Johnny Boy Silver, Maria Gee. Guys, share this to whatever. I don't care. Share it on your MySpace. I don't care. Let's get this out there. Remember, guys, take care. And if you can't take care, please stay safe. Mike the Night. Intro track by Ralphie.co.New Zealand. And today we got a lot going on tonight's show. A lot. Disclaimer, we do not offer investment advice or medical advice. We are opinion driven. And we do not know anything, and we can't even read. Due to this video's poor quality, this video should not be viewed by anyone ever. Alrighty, folks. It is Saturday night, and it's 3 a.m. somewhere, and something's moving you. Guys, I got the Discord open right now, so if you guys want to go to Discord and send some links through there, or inappropriate chat, just go to the Discord here. Let me see if I still have that link there. I don't know what I have pasted here. Yeah, Discord, right there. There's a Discord right there. Go ahead and join it and be part of the inappropriate or links that you probably can't post on YouTube or whatnot, or they're just trying to Mickey Mouse things around. So, anyways, let's go to a quick channel plug, and we're going to kick off tonight's Mike in the Night. Alrighty, okay, where we start here? Where are we starting? Oh my god, there's so much going on. Alright, here we go. We got lots of windows open. We got lots to talk about tonight. Lots of topics. I would invite some first-time callers to come on tonight if you want to come on. Come on and make a difference on this show. Alright, let's do a quick channel plug, and we're going to rock and roll. Here you go, guys. Guys, please don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to get to 14,000 subscribers by Christmas. I lost 35 subscribers this morning, so let's see if we can get to 14,000 by Christmas. Ralphie.co.New Zealand. There's the website right there. This rebroadcasts Mike in the Night here on the radio show. And not only that, this gets broadcasted in New Zealand. So New Zealand Radio picks this up. So don't forget to check that out. Money for Nothing. Wednesday show. Don't forget to set your reminders for Money for Nothing on the channel. Also, next week, Mike in the Night, background noise. What is the background noise? What's the left hand doing that the right hand doesn't know? Guys, please send me your stuff on Instagram. Please send me your stuff on Instagram. I have no issues. Instagram, for some reason, lets things go through, right? Here's our Discord right here. So if you guys want to join the Discord, join the Discord. We are going full blast tonight on Discord, and we have a live voice channel right here. If you want to join, get your microphone turned, or your phone, or whatever you're using, turn that on and approve it, and go ahead and use your our live chat 24 hours a day. Artbydano.com. Don't forget to check out The Man with a Plan. Artbydano.com. Not your typical art, with tons of new releases. And don't forget to support the Amerifornia tour by Lord Humongous. People have been donating, and he is getting his van ready to do an Amerifornia tour to get some stories for the channel. All right. Let me get I got this really cool thing Dano made here. Where the heck is that video? There it is. I want to show you guys this. This is really, really cool. It's for the Amerifornia tour, and I was told that the music is royalty free. So we'll see. So there it is, right there. There's Lord Humongous there on his Amerifornia truck. Got Mike in the Night on the side there. That's the Amerifornia tour. That's awesome, man. Dano actually handmade that, drew that and handmade that. Art by Dano. Look at that, man. That's awesome. I really like how they did this. House, $1 million. Going across America to pick up some stories for us. There's the mic in the night there on the side of the truck. That's awesome. Good job, Dano. Guys, don't forget to support the tour, the Amerifornia tour. How's everyone doing out there? Guys, I got some good news. Great news. Facebook is no longer banning people's accounts that say that the virus is man-made now. Good job, Facebook. Anyone that thought that this originated in some sort of wet bat market or Batman market or something like that is totally out of their tree. There's too many fingerprints on this. We knew about this in January or February of 2020, when everything just kind of fell apart. And they've been censoring and deplatforming people for saying it was man-made. Now, apparently, we could say it's man-made now. We're getting our freedom of speech back in little increments, you know what I'm saying? Like, thank you, oh great, my great Facebook, oh great, thank you, the greatness of Facebook, you guys are the greatest, thank you so much, Zucky, thank you, Zucky, for letting me say what I need to say, freedom, thank you. So yeah, that's what we have to do from now on going forward, you know, you have to, yeah. A Grindhouse Cartoon says it came from Chinese fortune cookies. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what's going on there. Okay, guys, we got a lot of content we're going to cover here. Actually, quite a bit of content we're going to cover on here. So I really want you guys in tune here because there's just a lot of things going on. We don't even know what to call the next few shows of Mike in the Night, so we just name them random things until a day before. Because that's how much... So this is, I want to throw this out there real quick before we go into the polls and stuff. Here it is. Look at this. Infectious disease scientists at Canada's high security lab collaborated with China. This is May 20th, 2021. This is not old news. This is old news. Sorry, this is old. But I mean, I have a feeling that our tax dollars actually funded this, which is scary. I can't read the article because they want me to log in and get a free this and a free that, and maybe give me a check for, I don't know, $1.99 a week. Yeah, I don't think so. So I kind of wanted to throw that out. Lots of connection, a lot of collaboration happening through the back ends of everything here. They're gonna start. I don't know what YouTube's posting losses. I don't know what they're gonna do. So I don't know what YouTube plans on doing. I know they want channels where people pour gravy down their pants, and I think, you know, gravy pouring is going to probably enter the Olympics one day, and pouring gravy down your pants may be something that people may look forward to. You know what I'm saying? Woo! All right, so let's go in real quick here on the channel, on so there it is, live show right there. So we got King Cash YouTube. I shared one of his posts there. I share a lot of his posts. Indian COVID variant spread may delay final lifting of lockdown restrictions on 21st of June, says Boris Johnson warns. Hold on a second. Right there. That's the warning. Right there. That's your warning right there. So they're so hard pressed, to ruin everyone's life, small business, everything. This guy right here, he doesn't have to worry about getting his next meal, where it's going to come from. The taxpayers. This is a public servant. Public servant. That's served and paid by the public, representing the public. This is another one here by the McChronicle. Teachers Union, let's get the schools open. Pentagon Special Forces nominee says U.S. should strongly consider training Taiwanese guerrillas against Chinese invasion. So it might be a street-to-street thing. I think China will come in. I think it would be a soft invasion because they don't want to ruin the infrastructure that's there. It'll be a soft aerial, maybe take out a few targets, and then boots on the ground, and then a basic textbook sweep street to street. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a military expert, but I'm thinking if they do that, if Pentagon Special Forces are saying that, the Chinese, if they're smart, they're not going to ruin the streets and the infrastructure there. They're going to quietly kind of move it in, so because they need, if without roads, you can't move tanks and all kinds of crap around. So let's just leave it at that. So that's what's happening there. And this one here, I got this on the news the other day. Man punches 9-year-old in the face while walking home. They got it on security camera. People are losing their minds. People are just out of their minds. I don't know what people are thinking or what they got. I don't know what's going through people's mind. China warns Australia, and I said China could go to hell here. China warns Australia military is weak. Will be first hit in any war with Western alliance. So obviously, again, I don't think China will hit Australia like you would think they would, with lots of surface-to-ground missiles. I think China would go with more of a boots-on-the-ground approach, basic textbook sweeps, take over major cities, do a few aerial flyovers, couple of helicopters with troops, kind of deploy in certain areas. They wouldn't, because they can't lose the infrastructure. Once you lose the railways, the highways, the ways to get you around logistically in the country, it's very hard to take the capital, right? So yeah, so that's what's happening right there. So China's openly threatening, and then look at this banana. I can't believe this guy's still working. WHO chief Tendora Mohamedino Garbergaysus warns more of deadly virus than COVID-19 to come. So this is from 4 days ago. He's saying that there's more coming. There's more coming. So what are they going to pull the trigger on? What are they planning on pulling the trigger on here? If there's more to come, what does that mean? Is this the start? Is this the beginning of a new lifestyle that we need to get used to? If you were born around 1975 to 1979, 1980, you lived a good life? Because the 80s were great. The 90s were incredible. And then the 2000s turned into a dumpster fire. And then 2010s turned into a huge economic / takeover / devalue of currency / fentanyl dumpster massive diarrhea fire. It's terrible. All right, we got Lord Humongous in the comments. We got The Alchemist in the comments. We got Tignim in the comments. We got Papa Pissed in the comments. We got Mitch Madden. We got the comments flowing here on the people posting comments and all kinds of cool stuff on the Discord if you want to join the Discord. Okay, so what else we got here? There was something else I wanted to... Yeah, mystery shaking worldwide. Lots of earthquakes in certain parts of the world. U.S. workers file 406,000 new jobless claims as economy heats up. So more and more people, jobless claims are hitting the airwaves. And it's kind of funny when CNN reports this, you know something ain't right. And this is what I wanted to throw up there, guys. Biden's America. So, I mean, you get what you vote for, or you get who you allow to get selected to be put in office. You got to be careful with the language and how you say this. But, okay, here it is. So, can we have solutions-based channel to promote something positive like Crypto Overlord mentioned? So, I got a direct message here from Omega333. We can add our own ideas and solutions to certain problems we see occurring, not only the personal level, but community as well. It's all sort of optimistic think tank. Cheers. Yeah, well, I'm up for all kinds. But this is what's happening right here. So, what's the solution to this? Here's the problem. Here's the problem with the solution to this. You find a grassroots, squeaky clean. I'm talking about this guy never farted. This guy farts right. We're talking about this guy wakes up in the morning and is a robot. We're talking about someone that has no crusty past, nobody that has you know, like on file for something, or somebody caught spitting in public. I'm talking about a squeaky clean, grassroots, conservative guy that's going to move America forward, that's actually there by the people, for the people. Let's say that happened. Let's say that happened. We get somebody. That somebody comes out, lays out a really good platform that we could work with as human beings to move forward. The problem is, the media is going to bash him. The media is going to make up crap. The media is going to everything humanly possible to destroy, deplatform, defame. So, let's say we did actually went by their book. And we actually got someone that's actually going to make the difference for the people, by the people. Fix this immigration issue wherever. Fix this food issue wherever. Fix this economic takeover. Fix the money laundering. Fix the banking system. They'll be discredited. They'll be thrown out, or they'll probably be assassinated. So, yeah, there's ways to fix the problem. But right now, with the media in control, the people that count the votes in control, the people that basically have been brainwashing the population for the last 20 years. I'm a racist. That's just it. I'm a racist. This hat, see Georgia, that's racist. See, you see this hair? You see this hair right here? That makes me racist. So that word lost all credibility. That word means nothing anymore. So let's look at Biden's America. So this is where we're at right now. So maybe what we're talking about here could fuel or create ideas for another administration or some sort of movement that could make the difference that we've been longing for in the last 30 years. Yep. Chrissy R is saying, if China tries to take Australia, people will break it rather than give it to them. That's what happened back in the early 80s in Jamaica, where American companies were slowly taken over, and Jamaica burnt everything. So there was nothing to take. You know, this happened in the early 80s. One of my good friends is from Jamaica, and he told me this like today. He went by my shop to see me, and told me that today. So, Anna Key is saying, Australia is not a country that China will be able to navigate. Our spiders alone will kill them. Yeah. It's okay, Mike. Elon will just relocate us to Mars. That's Daniel right there. Lord Humongous says the Amerifornia tour will be stopping in California. Okay, guys, let's go here. So this is what you guys put. This is what your vote counters, or whoever counted your votes, this is who you put into power. 1,000 feet of lumber board, $1,500 in 2021, $304 in 2020. 1 gallon of gas, $3.05, $1.95. A ton of wheat, $251. Wow, that went up that much. Holy crap, $183. And a ton of coals, $80. Wow, that's huge, $80 from $39. And 1 bushel of corn, $6.86. It used to be $3.43. So you get who you vote for, or you get who you get. And guys, this is Victoria here. Big lockdown in Melbourne, Australia, Victoria, Australia. Big lockdown. I think some guy coughed somewhere outside. I think some guy was coughing. And then they said, holy crap, we got to shut this down. We gotta shut this down. Let's try and get, what's her name on? Real quick, I want to get Anna Key on, like if she's got her Skype on. I just want to call her real quick. What's the shutdown? What is happening? And where are things headed?
Hello.
Hey, Anna, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well, thanks.
All right,
I didn't
Anna.
expect you to call.
Well, I just wanted to call. I just want to plug. I just want to give us 5 minutes. What's going on there? Tell us what's going on. 5 minutes. They locked down. Some guy was coughing, and they shut down the whole state.
Oh, it's ridiculous. They've shut down the entire. It's like the whole of BC being shut down. They've shut down the entire state of Victoria. They've locked it all down because of their contact traces, and they've got to like 30 cases. One guy is in ICU. Whoopee-doo.
And the one guy, I mean, there's a lot of So people, you guys had a lot of people don't know this in the Commonwealth, but a lot of people don't know how bad the Victoria lockdown and how brutal and draconian the lockdown was in 2020.
Yeah.
People have no idea. It went on for 30 weeks.
Yeah, I know. I just saw somebody that was part of that festival that they've just locked down again, and he was stuck in Melbourne, and he's handling it, and he's just, you just see the grimace, you just see the sort of, I'm okay, but really, if you really got to the bottom of it, they are seriously worried, really, really worried, because they locked down, all of the government supports are gone. So all of the job keepers, people are losing their minds. They're seriously losing their minds. The road rage that's floating around out in Australia is off the charts.
Did you see what's happened in America with road rage? People get stepping out of the cart and shooting at other people.
Yeah, well, this is where I'm really happy there's no guns.
Mm-hmm.
Because I encountered a series of road rage myself, and had this just because I spent too long deciding whether to go left or right. It's off the charts. People are going to lose their minds, and Victorians especially.
I'm so sorry to hear that. So your country, Australia. So guys, this is Anna Key, who's in Australia, who's giving us the download. Okay, Anna, listen. I want to ask you something, okay?
Yeah.
How are you guys dealing with this sanctioning from China? You guys are being sanctioned from China. You guys are being sanctioned because you wanted to look in to
the origins of the virus.
The origins of the virus came from.
This China sanctioning bullshit has been coming for a long time. It started well before Australia basically asking for the origins of the virus. It started when in the World Trade Organization, this is back when Trump was in power, they basically made a proposal that China not be a developing country. And from that moment on, everything has gone pear-shaped with China.
I'm so sorry you guys have to deal with that. And now,
it's
especially...
okay. I mean, I don't know. Haven't heard of any business that's truly suffered from the sanctions.
No, I know the wheat. I know your guys' wheat was sold to Mexico. I know.
Yeah.
A lot of your guys' coal was sold to South Africa.
Yeah. Everybody got a bit complacent and lazy and just sold to China.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're basically, putting their big boy pants on, and they're going to the rest of the world and saying, hey, we've got a good product. Will you buy it? It's at this price. And people are picking it up.
Yep.
So,
okay. And some of your wine was picked up by the Portuguese, I heard.
Oh, good on you.
Yeah.
I mean, we're also making conscious decisions. I mean, I know I am. I go to a wine shop and I look at a whole bunch of wines and I decide, I'll support the Australian wines rather than buy international wines or wines coming in from France, or we get a lot from France.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just swings and roundabouts with all of this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they can kind of, that's just overt saber rattling that the media like to hang their hats on to make us make us fearful.
All right, let me ask you this one last one. This is an article that's been up, and this is actually a lot of back saber rattling, like you said. China warns Australia's military is weak, will be the first hit in any war with Western alliance. So, I mean, China really, I mean, the rest, I don't know anyone that I've I don't know if Argentina likes China. I don't think so. Mexico, I don't think they're in good terms. I don't think Canada loves China. But
yeah, I know.
But I mean, other countries like South Africa. Africa has been pillaged by mines and stuff and building roads that went nowhere, deforesting of countries by the Chinese. Now, I mean, why would China want to pick a fight with you guys, knowing it's already like the big guy on the field, looking to pick a fight like a bully? Like, wow.
Yeah, I think I think once again it's saber rattling in the media. I think the media. I'm really surprised how much the media are basically making a lot of this, and it's clickbait, it's fear. I don't see that as a reality.
Mm-hmm.
I do know that Australia has amped up its military spend, something chronic. But on top of all of that, we've got all of the world has got supply issues. The semiconductors and the chip shortages seriously put a kibers on a lot of things. So inside the military, everything's running on computers. So nobody's able to complete anything. So if China are off running around making ships, they're missing parts.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's sidetracking them. They're being cut out. They're basically being put on notice in their own, in the global way. I mean, everybody's coming at them and going, okay, we're fed up with you stealing our intellectual property. We're fed up with you dumping sort of products that last a second and fall apart. They're just they're just producing landfill. And in Australia, we've copped a lot of it. We've copped a lot of rubbish that's come in from China that we've bought, and they've done really well by it, and it's to our detriment. And I think everybody's waking up to it, because what's happening is our money's going over to China, although the balance of trade, Australia is doing better than China as far as the balance of trade. But we are supporting, there's a lot of industry that's gone over to China. It's employed all of the Chinese. It's producing second quality, just really horrible products that have come back to Australia, and we put it in our landfill, but the money's gone over there. Those people have come to, they've run away from China. They are now living in Australia. So the Chinese are going to hurt the Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
In this country. And if the same thing in Canada, if China decides to pick on Canada, I mean, they're going to be picking on their own people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The people that ran away from the CCP, the people that basically wanted democracy, everybody out of Hong Kong. They've all run away, and they've taken their money and their know-how with them and their chutzpah. Mm-hmm. And they've come over here and they're producing, and they become part of the society. So it's kind of strange that I still think that the media and the clickbait and everything that's changed over the last 10 years with the internet and the social media and what you're doing and everybody's doing is they need stories. They need clickbait, and the next big clickbait is war, because they've run out of everything else.
Right, that's so true. All right, Anna, thank you for filling this gap. I wanted to get you on in Australia so you could tell us your feelings. Keep an eye on the tensions for us. Let us know what's happening, and we'll have you on soon, okay?
Okay.
God bless you.
You take care. Bye.
That is Anna Key. Coming on real quick here to fill in a little bit of a gap on what's happening here in Australia. It's best to get the word from someone on the ground. It's going to be good to get somebody on the ground that can tell us what is going on. All right, let's go on to this. I know tonight's not housing or economic, but house in Toronto with no bedrooms has just sold for more than $1 million. That is about $700,000 US for a home with no bedrooms. It's just a room. It's so cute. Look at that room. Oh, it's got a little backyard. You could have a little party there with two people. Then you could have one person in here, then one person here, and then you could have two over here, and then you may have one in, like, just in this area here, not too far up. Then you could have one person here. And I like how they photographed the no bedroom house to make it look like it's a mansion inside. $1 million. Now, if you actually mortgage this with zero down and interest rates at where it's at, you're going to be paying about $2,200-$2,300 a month. Interest rates go up another 2%. You're going to be paying $5,000-$6,000 a month. So let's just pray that rates don't go up for these people that buy this with 0 or 10, even 30% down. Yeah, and it's cold 8 months of the year in Toronto. 8-9 months of the year, it's cold in Toronto. It's cold. Woo. All right. It's the property, not the house, the Saxon says. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. But a little strip of land like this shouldn't be worth $1 million. I don't care where it is. I could probably buy land on the moon for cheaper. Or on Mars for cheaper. All right. Home prices. Now, again, we're not housing, but this is a big deal. Home prices go up nearly 300% of assessment on Vancouver Street with new 6-story condo project. So there's a new project happening. So this is the area. I used to live in an area like this with these kind of homes. These things were built after, just before World War II. Some of them were built after World War II. This is like $2-3 million for this. This is a $3 million house. Some of them are $4 million, $5 million. This is $3-4 million. I'm not making this up. You know, and again, you get like crummy weather 8-9 months of the year. So I don't know why I'm lacking. Like, oh, it's the land. Okay, you got the land. Then what? Like, what, you're gonna move next door to Jimmy Carter or something? Like, what is it? Like, does Kiss live next door, or what do you have? Like, does it come with gold in the ground? All right, so China, this was sent to me from someone, one of our viewers in Hong Kong. Take a look at this one. China's record buying spree of protein as Africa swine fever bites. So China owns a lot of pig farms in Africa. Instead of letting the people there manage and make their own pig farms and sell the meat to Africa, China goes there, hires their own, does what they want, makes up their own rules, and basically does what they want. You know what I'm saying? And that's been happening for years now, and there it is. There's their protein buy. They're buying more and more. So, like Aniki said, is basically if you cut them off, if countries start... But the thing is, China already goes into countries and does, like in Canada, they have their own mines that they own that are Canadian-owned, sold, with no Canadian hires. And if you think I'm making it up to pick on China, gotta bring this up just so you guys know I'm not making this up. No Canadian hires. For 4 years, a Chinese-owned BC mine. Our biggest coal mine is owned by China, and they don't hire us to work there, but they use our healthcare for free. All right. City of Lexington begins door-to-door vaccine campaigns. This was sent to me from Gordon, who lives in Lexington, Kentucky, who sent me this and said, Mike, add this on your Mike in the Night. They're going to be going door-to-door with a big vaccine campaign. 60% of our adults have been vaccinated. We're proud of that progress, but we want to get more shots in arms, especially of those younger people. So that's what's happening right now. They're going to be going door-to-door. If you're in Lexington, if you're in Kentucky, they're going to be doing a vaccine campaign. So just kind of giving you guys a heads up. So there's nobody home, so to say.
Called me on the phone. Holler!
Yeah. Hope everyone's doing okay. Purple Girl saying, wow, I didn't know that about the mine. You're going to learn a lot of stuff on this channel. This is just us here talking like human beings, being rational with each other. Whew. Layla says they're going door to door in Toronto too. Now here, there's a rumor that's going on. You'll hear it here first. It's a rumor. I don't know if it's true. But apparently, the injections that they're getting or people are receiving in China, or the injections or the shots, Apparently, from what I've heard from somebody on the ground, from I forgot what province that was in China. I forgot the name of the province. It's a northeastern province. They're actually getting B12 vitamin shots, from what I've heard. This may be a rumor. I don't know. But the people there are getting B12 shots, from what I heard. So, Daniel's putting up a point here. I don't know one kid under 12 years old that was sick last year. That's actually a good one. That's actually a good one. Yeah, I don't know any. You know what? I was sick this year, and I was sick last year. So that's kind of good. I'm trying to open Dano. Dano sent me a link to news here. I want to get Dano on real quick. I want to get him on for a 5-minute plug here. Dano, turn on your Skype. I want to get you on here. I'm trying to find... Dano, resend me the link about your... I got some bad news. Dano's... on the pier that he sells his art from got trashed by a bunch of young... he's going to let him tell us what is happening there. Let me get the news article up on Huntington Beach there, and we're going to get Dano on from California that could tell us exactly what happened to his booth. Artbydano.com. He supports the channel. We support him. And, yeah, his son does some really good rock and roll there. Oh, okay, hold on. This is Dano here. Yo, Dano, what's up, buddy?
Hey, let me shut off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Yeah, I had to shut you off. I'm trying to watch with one eye and talk with the other eye. The other, whatever. Yeah,
all right.
How are you, man? You doing all right?
I'm doing good, buddy. So, all right, explain to us what happened a week ago to your booth. Explain to us what happened.
I'll make it quick. There actually is a silver lining to it, even though it kind of doesn't start that way. Well, last weekend, there was some TikTok campaign on TikTok that basically told a whole load of teenagers that there was a free hip-hop party and concert at Huntington Beach Pier, and would take place last Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. It's supposed to be Snoop Dogg was supposed to be there, and other hip-hop artists. So anyway, thousands of kids show up in the afternoon, and once they realized that there was no concert to be there, it was all a hoax, they got pissed off, and they started trampling everything in their way, like a herd of cattle. It didn't really happen until the evening, but they destroyed a lifeguard tower, and they trampled all the vendors at the Huntington Beach Pier Market. So this is all I have left on my booth.
Wow, so basically they trashed your booth?
Yeah. I wasn't there when it happened. I left before. We had a really good day last Saturday. So Bill, my partner, he managed to load up most of inventory in the truck before the riot started advancing. So we probably lost maybe a couple $100 worth of inventory of these 11x17 prints, which can all be replaced, right? And they tore off my grids. My booth is trashed, and even the table, even broke the table.
Hold on, Dano, get your mic closer. People can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Is this better?
Oh, way better.
Okay. I was one of the lucky ones because I didn't lose all my inventory because we got it into the truck before the big the riot happened. But I did get, they destroyed my booth and my table and my grids. So yeah, it sucks but I was one of the lucky ones. There was many vendors there that lost everything because it was an overnight event. It was a 2-day event, Saturday, Sunday event. So what happens, you basically lock up most of your stuff in the booth. You lock it up, and there's a security guard that stays there overnight. Now, because I have the kind of inventory that's artistic, I have some originals and kind of, some more expensive canvas reproductions. I always load those up in the truck overnight. I never leave them in the booth. So that's what's kind of saved our arse. But the people that have like pots, ceramic pots, and they have plants in them and arts and crafts kind of stuff that's heavy to lift and reload, they leave that overnight in their booth. Those people lost everything, man. The teenagers just smashed the shit out of everything. And what sucks is this is like 14, 15, 16-year-old kids that did this. So the cops can't really do anything.
So it's a TikTok party organization folks that came in and basically realized there was no concert there, so they ended up trashing everything. And luckily, you got your stuff on there.
We got out just in time. I only lost the booth can be replaced, the table can be replaced, the 11 by 70 prints. I can print more, But other people lost everything. Were completely wiped out there, and I think the city eventually is going to reimburse the vendors for it. It's going to take a few weeks, and it raised a lot of publicity, which it can actually be a good thing in the long run. But I mean, what they should do is find like any stupid kids, right? That did this like, I mean, I raised a lot of hell when I was a teenager, but I never destroyed property. I never stole stuff. I didn't loot and pillage and riot. And these kids are totally happy doing that. And they even selfie themselves doing that. It's like, you got the hammer, whatever, in one hand and the selfie in the other hand as you're doing this.
Yeah, they're breaking stuff and they're getting it and they're putting it on social media because now destroying private property is it's forming an opinion.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I think if this continues, somebody's going to get pissed off, and unfortunately, like one of the vendors, one of my buddies that's a vendor there said that, and he wasn't there that night either. He left early too. He said if he was there, he probably would be in jail right now because he has a shotgun with him in the booth. So,
okay,
which is terrible because some of these kids would have probably got shot. But the thing that sucks is the cops. The cops don't do anything about it because they're afraid to hurt a kid. I think they had some rubber bullets and some non-lethal weapons, whatever the cops used, later on at night when it really got insane. But they can't do much because it's a bunch of 14, 15-year-olds mostly, 60-year-olds. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they're forming opinion too, right? So you can't.
Yeah,
really...
and if a cop hurts somebody that's 15 years old, their career is over.
Right.
So. But what they should do is find out through social media if they can match the identity of these punks, these kids that did that. And it was kids from all walks of life. That's the weirdest thing. I mean, you had kids from Orange County, you had beach kids, you had kids from the hood, you had some gang members there, you had even the sons and daughters of wealthy people all mixed up in this riot, in this horde. So it didn't matter. Like it's not like it was just a bunch of poor kids from the hood going there, and it's BS. It was all these just kids that don't have any respect, and kids that, I mean, what the hell? Their parents should be fined for it, The parents of these kids should pay for this shit, right? That might stop it.
Yeah. Well, it's good that you got that off your chest here.
Yeah.
It's good.
Well, hopefully I didn't it really did happen. You can check it out. It's on Channel 5, Channel 2, KCAL 9. If people on the channel want to check it out on YouTube, they still have the links to the videos from last weekend. But yeah, I mean, and the riots and shit has gone on there for too long. It's been about a year on and off of the stuff there at Huntington Beach Pier, and it's really hurt the downtown businesses. It's killed a lot of the merchants at the Huntington Beach Pier, and we're it's always the little guy that gets hurt by this, right?
Mm-hmm. Always the little guy.
So, yeah.
The little guy. Yeah. All right, Dano, thanks for all the artwork, all the work you're doing with the California tour.
I'll do some more for you, man, for the tour, and I think the tour is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be, I think people are going to really enjoy. We're going to make it as informative and entertaining as possible.
Yes.
Because, you got to, like what you do, Mike, you got to entertain people and inform them at the same time, right?
That's right. That's why I got the soundboard.
That's right. I missed a Ricky. What was that? Ricky
Spanish.
Yeah, where's that one?
He's in jail right now, so he can't come on the show. So we'll try and get him on Wednesday's show if he makes bail.
Yeah, man. What can I say? Well, thank you. Your shows have been great, I got to say, in the last few weeks, man. It's been really cool and really informative, and people are great on the show. It's like a club. It's like a really cool club.
We all know each other. Make sure you're on our thing, on our Discord, right?
You know what? I'm such an idiot. I tried to get on last Saturday, and I bungled it up again as usual, but I'm going to figure it out.
Figure it out because we have an open mic area where you could go in and just everyone's talking to each other.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to get in trouble if I start talking too much there.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Okay, Dano, thank you so much for your time. God bless you, and we'll have you on the show as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, ciao.
Ciao.
All right, that's our man Dano from Huntington Beach, who basically lost his booth got destroyed, his table got destroyed, because a bunch of teenagers were forming an opinion. Okay, so let's go back. Somebody commented on the lineups for the jab in Australia. We do have that right here. It's coming up right now, shortly. I do have this covered. So this is City of Lexington. Buddy sent me this. Gordon sent me this. Begins door-to-door vaccine campaign. Moneybags Tony sent me this the other day. Virologist says genetic fingerprints prove COVID-19 is man-made. No credible natural ancestor. And I would like to thank Facebook, the great leader of Facebook, for not removing posts claiming COVID-19 was man-made. Thank you, Zuckerberg. Without you, I don't know what we do without. I'm just being sarcastic here, folks. But there it is. Thank you, Facebook, for not deleting. I think people have lost so much faith in Facebook. Guys, I don't even go on my fan page. I have 120,000 people on my fan page. I put something on there, not even a single person sees it. Facebook is the biggest waste of resource, computer space, the whole 9 yards. I'd rather be on a dial-up, one of those telephones that you do the round thing to call somebody, a non-touchtone phone, than deal with this BS Facebook. Oh yeah, we're not gonna next time, and then in 6 months, you know what they're gonna say? Facebook will no longer remove posts claiming that the jab is killing people. Give it 6 months. Yes, provinces are preparing to reopen, but it's not time to ditch your masks just yet, experts say. No, because that really unattractive lady from the States, what's her name? She's really unattractive. Nancy Pelosi. She said the other day, and this other Mickey Mouse guy that was there, they both said on the Senate in front that masks do nothing. Okay? So if YouTube's going to pull this video, check it out. She said it 3 times. Okay? Because Nancy Pelosi said so. All right? All right. Let's keep moving here. Health Canada extends expiry date for thousands of AstraZeneca Oxford doses. Can they extend? I mean, Canada does whatever it wants to do, which it hasn't been good for it lately. Could you extend the expiry date on anything? I mean, can you do that? Does this thing have a shelf life? Does anyone know? Anyone out there could tell us if this stuff has a shelf life. I would really, really like to know. Here, I'll call somebody right now that'll know.
Mike, what's shaking?
Nada. Hey, do you got 5 minutes you could spare with us?
I got all the time in the world for you, Mike. What's going on, man?
Okay, expiry date. Health Canada extends expiry date for thousands of AstraZeneca Oxford doses. Can you do that? Is there a shelf life on this stuff? What's the deal with this?
Well, the AstraZeneca doses that they have to be kept at a certain temperature because of their oxidizing the compound in it, right?
Minus 46 Fahrenheit.
Exactly. So what would happen at this point when they inject it into your body? It goes from minus 46 Fahrenheit to 96, right? So that explosive chemical reaction that they're injecting into your arm would have a very limited shelf life, right? Because it's quite volatile. So I would assume that 7 weeks would probably, given I don't have the protein compound in front of me, but given the nature from what it sounds like, it would have a limited shelf life even at its stable temperature.
Okay, now let me ask you something a little bit more technical, if that's okay.
Sure, of course.
Facebook is, because Facebook said so, by the way, that they're not going to be deleting accounts because now for people that have been posting that the vaccine was man-made. Now,
right.
Now, my question is going to fall into this. If the vaccine is now officially, and we could say it is man-made, was this whatever they made here, this jab, whatever this thing is here, now does this fall on different pretenses because they were under the influence or under the understanding that this was naturally from some Batman market, and then now from the information they were given, could this jab or this serum be made wrong because they weren't given the right information to start with?
I believe they know exactly where they came from, exactly where it came from. And the fact that they're trying to push this mysterious miracle cure 6 months after they started talking about it. The very fact that now they're telling us that 60% of our country has been inoculated with it is the red flag that the vaccine was probably made in the next beaker next to the virus itself. And saying that it is man-made and their mysterious fact-checking apparatus that they have at play there is essentially being exposed. So they're going to have to backpedal. That's in my opinion. Now, if you ever worked in a large corporation, I'm sure some of our folks here have. They have like a PR department, public relations, right? Now it's their professional. Their only job is to be the mouthpiece of said environment, and they're professionals at backpedaling and redirecting responsibility, minimizing damage. And Facebook, of course, has unlimited resources to hire the absolute very best.
I understand.
And I know I've been to their facility.
Well, I know you've been around, so I understand, and that's why we want to get your input, your feedback on some of this stuff here.
The millennials, right? We're all getting up near 40 now, right? And we are the top demographic of Facebook, because the Zoomers do not use Facebook, right? So I think in an attempt to maintain relevance, they're trying to change their policies on the fly to keep us interested. Because look at just what you said just now. You have 100,000 plus followers on your Facebook account. You don't even use it.
I have 120,000 followers.
Exactly. So you've already checked out of it.
There's no point. I have more people following me than like big celebrities and authors and all kinds of people put together.
That's exactly right. So what I use Facebook for, and I'm sure everybody in our age bracket, I'm 38, right? They use it to communicate with their parents. And that's about it. And maybe argue about who's racist. I see that a lot. The virtue signaling.
So Aussie Jen is saying AstraZeneca has a shelf life of 6 months and must be stored between 2 to 8 plus, according to New South Wales Health Department.
Right. So that's a very different set of conditions that I have in front of me, because I have the ones that you sent me, which is in the negative 46 Fahrenheit. Right. So they would be two very, very different compounds.
Now,
if you look at a periodic table of elements, they're quite a bit separated from each other.
Okay, we had you on the show last week, and you told us after going through the ingredients and kind of breaking this down, you told us that this is not even a vaccine. This is something else.
Yes, what I've discovered through the analysis in the MSDS sheet that was sent to me is that this was an accelerant designed to open up your system to receive something else that's fast acting. Whatever it is, what the second injection is, I don't know. But this is a precursor is what they call it. It had nothing to do with any type of immune system or anything of that nature. It was literally a stimulant and a sedative. So to light up your system and to sedate you mildly.
For 40 days.
Well, it's for 45 days. It would take that long for it to degrade out of your system, because it's based on lithium, which is a heavy metal that they use in antipsychotic medication.
But what happens to your pancreas?
I would say I would be more concerned about my kidneys, because your pancreas regulates chemical compounds in your body. It would be your kidneys where metals would end up, because your body's trying to get rid of it. You're not supposed to have 45 milligrams of lithium injected into your body. That's more than you would consume in a lifetime.
Oh, for sure. Unless you're catching fish off of some radioactive weird pond or something. Okay,
that's exactly right. Exactly right.
We got Lux Report here asking, Mike Martins, please ask him why on the safety sheet it does not list a death as possible side effect.
Well, it does actually. It says it does list cancer-causing agents, essentially.
Well, cancer. Everything leads to death, right?
No, there is a difference between acute death and death due to complications. So if someone strangulates you, that causes acute death. But if you had throat cancer, that is death due to complications.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's not directly involved. So like a gunshot wound is acute lead poisoning, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's a direct result.
Right.
And what it is legalese for redirecting responsibility.
I understand. And so it's like those people rioting and smashing things up are forming opinion.
Yes.
I'm being
yes.
sarcastic, but you know what I mean, right? So, okay, so let's go back to one here. Now, so now that we know that masks don't do anything not because we say so or because science says so, because Nancy Pelosi said so a couple of weeks ago.
Well, masks are for droplets. They're not for aerosol or virulent control at all.
Or
They're
lung infection disease.
Absolutely not. If you want to take a look, Google the different types of masks that are used for different types of things. You'll see a very, very different approach for different things. Like a drywall mask looks like this, and a mining mask looks like that, and N95 looks like this. They have very different uses for very different types of contaminants into your body. The droplets, which are saliva, that's what your dental masks and what they might want us to wear is for saliva, which is totally pointless. Totally pointless. Well, this is an from what I've seen, it's airborne.
Okay, so here, guys, here is a lineup of the queue. Lineup here, there's a queue here in Australia for people. Victoria announced its biggest single day for vaccinations on Saturday, which would be because it's Sunday there now and it's Saturday still here, with more than 21,600 people turning out to get the jab. Now, let me ask you, we talked about this the other day about the protein not exhausting from the system and the vaccine, replicating in the body or creating or re-replicating itself in the body. What happens? Like, this doesn't have like an exhaust, so to say, a way out.
Well,
so
I haven't seen what's inside the second injection yet, but your typical vaccine will have a simulated dead or dormant version of the virus, so your body can learn to identify it. Very much like a bouncer at the front door of a nightclub. He's trained to look at fake IDs, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what they're doing is they're giving your body a sample of essentially of what would be the virus itself.
Well, they told us the first jab will be that.
But and it's clearly not. It's chloroform and lithium is what it is, which is really disturbing. I had trouble sleeping after reading that, believe it or not. That is a very shocking. You would use that on like a cancer patient, but they don't even use that on a cancer patient. They use a similar compound, but it lasts for an hour. This lasts for 45 days. Very, very shocking.
That's why they're forming the blood clots in certain areas.
That's right. And this precursor drug that they're injecting you with does not affect your respiratory system. So it would not dilate your lungs, your lung tissue. It would do your lymphatic in your blood vessels. So whatever it is they want to give you afterwards is not going directly into your respiratory system, is going into your blood system and your nervous system, lymphatic system.
Wait times to receive the COVID-19 jab has skyrocketed as Victorians rush out in droves to get vaccinated. So let me ask you something. Okay, and it's going to get a little bit technical here, but how long do you think before they actually come out and say, oh, yeah? Because can I tell you what my story, what I think they're planning to say?
Please do.
This is what I think is going to happen. They're going to come out and say, hey, now that we found out that this virus was man-made, this vaccine obviously is no longer, we made a mistake with the vaccine and we made a mistake with the ingredients because we were under the impression that it was from some stupid Batman soup in China in some wet market. Now they could use that and spin it for people that get sick from the vaccine and say, sorry, we did not know. And we were under the impression that this was some Batman soup. And then it's not, it was man-made. Now they could kind of use that. So how long do you think, if ever, they're going to come out in 6 months or a year saying that they made a mistake with this? And
now,
Yeah.
In my opinion, if they confirm that it is a man-made virus, a weaponized version of influenza, which it certainly appears to be, it actually appears to be more like SARS than influenza. If they do prove that it is actually weaponized, that means somebody released it onto the public, and anybody that died from it was murdered by essentially bioterrorist attack, right? Whether it was accidental or not, that would have to be investigated.
But the government has a way to get itself off the hook.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they'll just say, oh, we thought this thing was from a wet market. So obviously we got the information to make this jab wrong.
We can blame some far-off invisible boogeyman.
Yes.
Right? They could have some mysterious regime take the economic hit and responsibility for it.
Right.
On the other side of the ocean, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, they could say some black hand. They call themselves the Black Hand, and they've been
that Serbian separatist group from the 1880s.
This underground Shinzin gang call themselves the Black Hand have created this, and they've released it to the public. The Chinese authorities did not know about this until 2021 summer.
But they did, right? Do you remember the early days, what China was doing to combat the outbreak, right? They didn't close down their airports or anything, but they were whipping up hospitals as fast as they could.
You could come in from China to Canada.
Absolutely. You still can. You can still book a flight right now.
And there's no quarantine for Chinese.
No, there is not.
Nope.
The only quarantine you're going to get is when you try and come back in, right? Did you see, I don't know if anybody else saw this, but I'm on YouTube today. I'm seeing all these strange ads from the United States, and they are essentially attack ads against the Canadians for not opening up their border. The Americans want to come up here. We get millions every summer. They come up here and camp and cottage and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're starting to see pressure from our neighbors
the whole
to
world
the south.
could be open for 6 months. Every English-speaking country won't. Like, Australia's pulling this at BS. New Zealand looks like some guy's coughing right now as we speak at a phone booth, and he's on the phone booth.
Right.
Someone's coughing at a phone booth right now in New Zealand. That's going to shut it down for 2 weeks. Then you got the UK. You got Scotty Boris Johnson. What's his name? Boris Karloff there in England, basically saying that, oh, by the way, I don't think we could open by June 20. We're going to probably have to move it back to September 13.
Right. And here in Ontario, they were flirting with opening up in June, right? The next 2 weeks, starting their 3-phased plan that they have. I find it very strange. The nefarious nature of dragging your feet. What is the motive behind this?
It's all political. I saw my doctor. I see my doctor like maybe once every 2 weeks because he comes and shops at my store.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And then I asked him, I go, dude, when's this thing gonna, this COVID thing's? It's like, Mike, please don't ask me that. I am not a politician. I'm a doctor.
Right. And that's a red flag right there, right? So he's already read between the lines on that one, right?
Yeah,
we don't have to point out what he was saying.
I'm a doctor.
Right. I had similar conversation with some friends and colleagues in the area around here. I'm just outside the GTA, and everyone's kind of sitting on the fence waiting because of this mysterious vaccine is supposed to be 60% of us now. I don't know anyone that's taken it.
It kind of reminds me of, I don't know a single human being that voted for Hillary Clinton in the 2017 election. I'm still looking for someone.
Right.
She won the popular vote.
That was also very mysterious, but the Americans have there's a major cultural shift taking place down there, right? And I believe in the long run it is healthy. I believe that they have essentially a circus like we do, and the rug will be pulled out from underneath it. Essentially, is what's happening. Because they want to spend $6 trillion this year. There isn't $6 trillion.
Well, the governments are spending more than what they're collecting. That's a major issue. And they think they could fill its coffers by bringing in rich foreign investors. But that worked for a while. But the only thing it did was put housing out of reach for the locals.
Right. So I want you to, if I had a large business, I would experiment. We'll make Mike dollars in the Mike Martin's store. You can print them off as much as you want. And you can try and buy things with them. Well, how long are you going to get? How far along would you get as a business doing that?
Not far.
Not very far at all, right? So I believe that some type of confrontation is going to have to take place probably this summer, because I doubt the 7 billion humans are going to take another winter of this without any clarification of what's really going on.
And when our politicians go to St. Bart's, St. Lucia, Cuba,
right, or even their cottage, right, even their cottage an hour away, right, which we are technically not allowed to do. You know, you're not allowed to go on Crown land and camp. What is that all about?
Well,
you're not allowed to go camping.
A lot of
Crown
people
land
outside of the Commonwealth don't know. Americans do not know how lucky they are. America has no idea. People living in America who call themselves Americans, they don't even know how lucky they are.
Yes, because Americans have it so good. They do. I love America, by the way. Don't think I'm hating on them. They're less than 1% of them who get a passport every year, because most of them never leave the United States. They don't have to. They have everything but jungle. Right? And if you want a jungle, you could drive a few hours south in Mexico, and there's some jungle. So they're well taken care of and don't necessarily need to travel, right? So them going full isolationist, which is what I'm seeing now, we're right back in 1932, right? We're right back in 1932 again, where the Americans are not interested in foreign affairs. They're too busy retooling their culture and their society.
Well, that's
right?
what Woodrow Wilson's platform for being elected as the president before World War I was no interference with Europe. We don't want to go to war.
That's right. He also proposed something called the Great New Deal. Sound familiar?
Yes.
Very, very similar to what was happening, right? The Great New Deal also proposed taxes on methane on farms. Right? This is not a new story, right? They just put new bells and whistles on it.
So we got August Jones saying, glad to see you still have your show. Comments are moving really nicely. Hey, make sure, Jacob, you get on our Discord, eh?
I did. I'm having trouble getting on it because I have an old account, but don't worry, I'll be there.
Yeah, because you can post links to stuff in there, and then we have this. If you go below to the left on the side, we have live audio. I was on there last night talking. People were talking. We're all talking. It was like 13 of us talking at the same time.
Excellent.
So,
and if they ever come and try and silence you, you have options, right? That's to me. This is Napster all over again with the nonsense going on YouTube, right? Do you remember that when they sat in Congress back in the early 2000s? Like, listen, if you cancel us, the next company will come and be a massive giant.
That's right.
Because YouTube was the replacement of Napster. That's exactly what happened. A lot of people forget because they're too young. They don't know.
And the MySpace.
That's right. They replaced that. And the people that were being crucified at the time, they said, listen, the next people that come along are going to be technical giants, and they'll be the ones dictating the rules to you. The only thing you're doing is like sawing your own legs off. Woo! And here we are 20 years later. They apparently are calling the shots. And like, you have a show because they allow it, right? We dance on this line all the time. I know several people that I worked with a similar capacity to yourself are gone. And this was recent. So we're the fog of war has descended upon the earth. This is where we're at right now. So if the fog of war is here, where's the war?
Right.
Well,
it's an economic takeover, right? It's an economic takeover. It's an economic. I just put that article up like a few seconds ago here. That's a house with no bedrooms sells for $1 million.
Right.
And so people are like, Mike, it's the land. I don't care. That's what they want you to think. It's the land. No, it's not.
Yeah, that is total BS. I want you to consider for a moment an entire generation of people our age, right? We're around the same age, that already own nothing. Remember they tell you own nothing and you'll be happy. We're already there anyways, right? So now we're sitting, we're all stuck in the basement now. So what's the next step? Are you going to have jobs for all these people? All right, we've already given up on the fact that we'll never own a home or have a family.
What really pisses me off is like environmentalists are going to, populations running rampant in Canada, out of control. Stop bringing in 600,000-700,000 people per year.
Right. Right.
You know, if they
And
stopped
where are these
immigration to
people going to
Canada,
work?
in 10 years, we'll be down 10 million people in 10 years.
Absolutely. And if you go to the other side of the pond, like Japan, they fully accept that their demographics were collapsing. And they said, we've been around for 3,000 years. We'll be around for 3,000 more. We'll handle it. It didn't scare them. For some reason, it really, really scared us over here.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I believe that the very tiny art house liberals that run Canada are terrified we'll get absorbed by the United States. Terrified of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Despite doing everything in their power to earn it. Right. And I would just say the Americans have treated us far better than you ever did. Woo! Right. At least you can buy a house in Alabama. Right. If you worked at a gas station.
Yeah, you don't have to. I know what you mean. All right,
yeah,
Jacob.
Exactly.
Jacob, it's been a great 22 minutes, buddy. I appreciate you coming on and giving us an update. And yeah, join us on Discord. We'll see you later. We'll get you on in the next week or two when we got more updates on what's happening. And we'll talk soon. I appreciate your input.
Well, I'm at your service always.
God bless you, Jacob. We'll be speaking to you soon.
Cheers. Cheers.
Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Jacob Marin. Jacob, two-time world champion. We got Liam. Liam, I think he is... Okay, here he is right here. He's sending me images. I think he's still... I don't know if he got out of jail in Thailand. I'm not sure if he's still in jail. We'll find out.
Hello.
Liam, hi. How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. I got your messages here. Are you still in prison?
No. That was a long time ago.
Okay. So, all right, let's go really quick here on what's going on with... oh, damn, you sent me this thing here. I'm just trying to open. Give me a sec here. I want to go to the images you sent me. Okay, here they are. Okay, what are these images, bud? Where are you, for starters? Where are you?
Sorry, say again?
Where are you right now?
What am I, or where am I?
No, where are you?
Oh, same as before, Thailand.
Okay, so what are these images you're sending me here?
Yeah, so you're talking about that $1 million box, right?
Yeah. Are these the images from it?
No, these are images from something in Thailand, and I'd like the audience to have a guess at how much would this be.
Okay, people in the comments, how much would this be? Are we talking about per week, per month, per night?
Per month. You could say US dollars per month.
US dollars. Okay, hold on. Let me. I don't know why, but I accidentally closed the images. Give me 1 second here. Guys, tell us per month in US dollars what you think this place, I'll bring it back right now, would cost.
So it's 1 bedroom, fully furnished, 5-star quality, 100 meters from the beach in a major resort city.
All right, people are going to catch up right now. People are catching up to the comments right now because we have a little bit of a lag. In US dollars, guys, how much would it be per month in US dollars for this beautiful place? It's got a nice view. It's got a nice tiled shower. In Portugal, we use these tiles in Portugal all the time.
Yeah, apparently it's meant to be the French theme, but...
everything that's either Portuguese or whatever, it's always like French or Italian. The Portuguese got zero influence around the world. And even though they have a big base in Thailand. I don't know if you've seen that Portuguese flag there by the floating market.
I haven't actually seen that, no. I'll have to
There's a big flag where you dock for the floating market, and you're going to see it, and you're going to be like, oh my God, there's a massive Portuguese flag in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so how much is this place? Okay, 600, 500, we're getting $260 US per month and a key, $480 trust the silence. Peter O'Brien saying $500. King Brown is saying $600. Wise Faria is $2,500. $2,000 says Scott. $850 per month says August Jones. $300 US says Purple Girl. At least $2,000. Okay, so tell us, Liam, how much does this cost you per month?
So it's the grand total of $190 US
per month.
Yeah, 190. Insane, right?
Jesus wept.
See the lifestyle you can get for the money, right?
Jesus wept. $190 US, fully furnished. Wow. You know, I'm going to tell you something, Liam.
Like, I don't live there, but I'm just showing you something that I found. But I don't actually live there. But
you could move in if you'd like to, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Liam, you know the property tax on this place here for $1 million is roughly like 600. Okay, let's get really 500 a month for this place.
Mm-hmm.
So just the property tax alone on this place could cover your rent in that place you showed us, and your food and probably
Yeah,
other stuff and a couple of parties.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So why, why would you live there, right?
I don't understand what's going on, dude.
And actually, that's why there is actually a big exodus of people that are fairly wealthy, or they can work remotely on the internet, digital nomad lifestyle. There's a lot of people that have moved out of the Western world and moved to Asia, because as long as they got internet connection, they can live anywhere in the world, right? Why do you need to be stuck in offices or $1 million sheds?
Mm-hmm. So you're looking at about 2,300. Somebody commented there, Mr. In Between's about 2,300 US a year for rent. And I was in Thailand for 2 months, and my rent was, but it was like a penthouse I was in downtown Bangkok. But I wasn't close to the beach because I was in Bangkok. But I wasn't right in the city hub, and and for 1 month it cost me like $225 US. But that was like 3 bedrooms. It had 3 different balconies on 3 different sides. I had a balcony in my bedroom.
Yeah.
Hot tub.
The lifestyle you can get for the money is amazing, right? But obviously, if you're earning a local salary, then yeah, it's a lot of money for a local person. But if you're a digital nomad, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But also regarding a slightly different subject, you're talking about, now they're saying it's man-made, etc., right?
But could this be a precursor to? Oh yeah, by the way, we kind of made a mistake on the vaccine because we were misinformed. We thought it was from some bat soup in wet market, so now they could spin the story any way they want.
Well, they couldn't. I don't think they could really say that, because wouldn't they have inspected the virus to know exactly what it is?
I don't even think they went that far. I don't even think they actually went that far. The Chinese that were there, I guess the military and stuff that were closed off that area, they made it really clear. And then when Australia wanted to start sniffing around there to find out what's going on with this, they're getting sanctioned to death, and now they're being threatened with military attack.
But I'm sure you know that the people at the top of the chain, they know what this is. They know everything about it. They knew it from day one. They knew it before it even happened.
So, someone's asking what the COVID life is out there. Is it what's going on there in Thailand? Is it are you guys open, or do you have the Indian/ball juice wave?
We have everything, and it's in lockdown right now. But it's a lockdown in everything but name. So then they're scared to say the name of that word, but basically they're enforcing things that turn everything into lockdown. So you can't drink alcohol, bars are closed, restaurants takeaway only, everything closes before 11 p.m. So all the 24-hour 7-Elevens, they have to close at 9, 10 or 11 p.m., something like that. But I wanted to ask you a quick question before we go. Have you looked at the animation iPad Goat 2 recently?
No. Should I?
You might want to check it out, because everything that is happening right now is all displayed in that animation. And that animation, I think, is 7, 8, 9 years old now.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually shows you the issue with China in there and the possible war with China. It shows you the vaccine. It shows you COVID. It shows you the economic collapse. It shows you everything.
Can you put the link in our Discord, and maybe put the link on there, and I could get people like directed to it?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
So Thailand's in lockdown. Wow, man, I'm really sorry, but at least your rent's like less than $200 US a month, and I could vouch to that because I lived in Thailand for 2 months, and I think I spent more money. The cheapest thing was shelter for me.
Yeah, like the lockdown is really only happened for like the last month. Before that, everything was open, everything's normal. So for pretty much the last year, it's only been in lockdown for a month to basically 2 months.
So guys, I'm showing you a fully furnished place in Thailand for less than $200 per month. Wow. I don't know. And the property tax you'll be paying on this dump in Toronto is actually more. You probably maybe $400 or $500 a month in property tax for this place if you want to have it.
So emigrate, get out of the.
I don't know what's gonna happen. All right, Liam, thanks for the update. Come on the show, please. Can you get on our Discord if you don't mind, and
Okay,
share us? I would really appreciate you sharing some of these photos with us there.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
All right, God bless you, Liam. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, that's our correspondent for the channel out of Thailand giving us an update on what's going on. All right, so let's go back. So, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's go back to this story, right? Hold on, where is it here? Okay, so this is the queue of people lining up outside to get the jab. And then we got Yemenis deal heavy blows to Saudi Arabia in major multi-pronged operation. So this is a win for the Yemenis here. They've been under illegal attacks by the Saudis and just pillaging and destroying Yemen. Oh my God. I got some good news for all you guys out there, stand-up comedians. You could use this one. Animals can breathe through their butts, and oxygen up the wazoo may work for humans too. This is great news, guys. So, yeah, this is phenomenal news. I hope everybody's enjoying this news. But this is Canada. This is what Canada's talking about here. I think they're running out of things to talk about in Canada. China warns of global financial bubble could burst. Now, what are they hedging with? Are they getting gold? What's China hedging with, right? So this graph actually is a pretty good one. This one right here actually explains it a little bit better. This one goes into China's debt level is the highest among major emerging markets. So this kind of shows you where other countries are at right now and what they're sitting at when it comes. Look at Luxembourg. But this is the GDP ratio, so keep that in mind, guys. So, door-to-door vaccines offered in Ottawa's most vulnerable. Door-to-door vaccines in Ottawa. So we had them in Lexington, Kentucky, being reported. Do we really want to return to normal if normal is destroying the planet? So now, I had someone talk to me about a month and a half ago that basically said that they were on a conference call with a couple of higher ups and they were discussing, and what they were talking about actually shook me to the core. I was told that they were talking about trying to make climate change awareness as big as COVID impact has been with lockdowns and keeping people basically locked up and making climate change that big. Like, oh my God, we need to lock this planet down. And that's what they're actually proposing. And they're trying to find ways to make climate change, or is it climate crisis? Or is it global warming? It changes every week. So you know what I'm saying here. So here it is, guys. So that scared me when I was told that, and the person's very credible that told me they're reluctant to get to get vaccinated. Will a knock on the door help? So I can't read this. So it says here, as demand shrinks, the city is turning door-to-door outreach to overcome vaccine skepticism. Nobody I know took the shot, one man said. So, okay. So here it is. More news out of Australia. More than 107 venues on virus alert, including Chadstone Shopping Centre and La Trobe University. More than 170 venues are listed as COVID exposure sites in Victoria, including Melbourne's biggest shopping centre. Why? Is it because Facebook says so? Who's saying so? Who are these? I like this how they make this up. Venues are COVID exposure sites. COVID exposure sites. That's a COVID exposure site right there. On virus alert. Wow. Dubai coin surges 1,000% and nosedives in one day as Emirates government claims new crypto is a scam. So they started this new Bitcoin or this new Dubai currency, and it went up from 17 cents to $1.13, making a huge gain as market leaders like Bitcoin, Ether, Dogecoin, and others had all declined by 10% overnight. So, yeah, Dogecoin. Is it Dogecoin or Dogecoin? There will be a next. Where will the next deflationary shock come from? Wherever I hear numbers like this, I look back at my childhood growing up in Hungary, where the value of money meant nothing. I'm very worried that this is an unstoppable situation because the longer the Fed waits, the more they will have to raise rates. So we're basically painting ourselves into a box, and I don't see how we're going to get out of it. And that's a very good way to paint it or to say it, because we're going to have to do like that whole Reagan thing when the Reagan administration came in. And look at the price of gold in January 1980. And look at it by March 1980. Look at how gold spiked to extremely high levels. Okay. We got Lord Humongous in the comments. We got Layla. Okay, let's move on here. Election victory reflects Syrians' warm feeling for Assad, says analyst. So now, I'm going to kind of explain this election to you guys. Here in Canada, everyone thinks, oh, these are all murderers and butchers, because they're following the lamestream Mickey Mouse media that's been misinforming people. Here on the show, there's a good chance I could call somebody in Syria right now. Layla used to live in Syria, but now she's living in Egypt. But I could call somebody and find out what's going on there if I really need to. But to be really, really frank with you guys, this was a very transparent election. This election was actually a barometric election, like they did in Venezuela. And it was very transparent. And they had people from Poland overseeing it, Germany, I think Iceland, Australia were overseeing this election. And he won, I think, by a landslide. Because they want someone that's going to actually stand up for the people. An American human rights expert and peace activist says the overwhelming victory of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad in this week's election reflects the nation's positive sentiment towards the Syrian head of state who has led the country's fight against terrorism over the past decade. Now, here, I'm in my store doing my business, and someone's talking about, yeah, that Bashar al-Assad is a murderer and this and that. It's like, people are so misinformed. And they have a college degree. They're so misinformed. Did college degree melt your brain into thinking that you could drive any way you like? You could talk back to anyone you like? You could... I'm not going to get into it. Just, yeah. So Layla said, let's get Layla on the show. She's from Syria. Let's get her on the show right now. And let's find out what is going on there for that, what's going on. Because this is important. This is very important that we discuss this. Because the transparency between human beings, you think we're connected. Oh, I'm on my phone. I can see what's happening in Australia right now. Yeah, but the news you're getting, or the reviews you're getting, or the coverage you're getting, is all doctored, and it's what you're supposed to be getting, because no one's really... That's why they're trying to pass Bill C-10 in Canada, to make sure people have no way of knowing outside of Canada what's really happening in here, because they're going to control and shut down channels like this. And I've been going live for years now. All right, let's find Layla. She's in my favorites. Let's give her a call right now. She's in our Discord, by the way. If you need to speak to her, she could be more than happy to talk to you there in Discord. I got some people asking me for friend requests here. Hopefully she turns on her Skype. Oh, she's saying hang on, Mike. Okay, so let's give her a few seconds here. So this is the article here I wanted to share with you guys. And what else is going on here? U.S. warship fails to intercept mid-range ballistic missile targeted amid reports of Russian spy ship off of Hawaii. So that's another one. U.S. Missile Defense Agency said that an Aegis ship fired a 2 SM-6 interceptors but failed to hit the medium-range ballistic target. So they're having troubles intercepting things. So here's the STARCOM chief. That's, again, this could be clickbait. It's up to you to decipher it how you... Okay, there's Layla. Hey, Layla, how you doing?
The article here I wanted to share with. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Are you still in Egypt?
Yes.
Okay.
I just renewed my residence. They gave me 6 months. I'm so happy I can do my work. You know,
Okay.
I might bring my mom over. She wants to visit.
Good for you.
Lots of good things to do here. You all should come here.
Yeah, I should.
Y'all
I
should
will
visit.
visit Egypt sometime. I will definitely go to. Are you closer to Cairo, Thebes?
I'm in Cairo. No, I haven't been able to. I lie, actually. I've been only to Alexandria, but I haven't been able to do Luxor and Dahab and the others. They say it's a bit too warm right now
Mhm.
for these places, so I might have to go to the fall. And I'm also really, really busy working, and I'm adding a few things to my portfolio. So it's just been busy studying, you know, really, really loaded. My
Okay.
side hustle, a whole lot of things. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's get back to this. A lot of people won't believe this. I tried telling this to somebody today that was saying that this was posted today, that Bashar al-Assad won by a landslide. And I told this to someone in my store, and they told me that this is fake news and that I don't know what I'm talking about, and he's a murderer, and because CNN said so.
Yeah, of course. He's a murderer because he is actually operating against Israel, along with Hezbollah and Iran, and with the backing of Russia. To be fair,
Mhm.
you know. So of course this doesn't work with the Ziocons and the liberals and everybody in the West. It doesn't work, you know. And so they, you know, they've got him listed as a terrorist. And the thing is that they haven't been able to do anything about Assad, and they lost the war to Syria, even though it was a very tough war, and there's still some tidbits going on. But yeah, I mean, I think their narrative is falling apart. And now with the issues in Palestine, with Gaza and all of that, if you've been following a little bit Fox News and, you know, CNN and the garbage over there, you know, they're pulling up these, you know, these so old, like really old and worn out narratives like, you know, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are the same and all of that. And it's like, you know, it's getting so boring. And then people are just seeing through this. And then this clever woman came up on Fox News against Ben Shapiro, and she said that Hamas and Israel are actually one. And a lot of people don't really know that. You know, they think that people support Hamas, but actually Hamas is based out of Qatar and it's sponsored by Qatar, and the whole GCC region, you know, everything Saudi, UAE, Qatar is actually Zionist. It's a Zionist, you know, base. You know, with the UAE most recently, like the open agreement. They've always had an agreement, like since their founding, but now it's just been, you know, it's just been a lot more. So it's been official, and then after that, you started to see, you know, the LGBT agenda rolling out in the UAE, the COVID agenda rolling out, you know, the freedom bracelets, you know, and all of that. So you can see how there's all of these collaborations across all of these different items that drive Zionism, you know, and the degeneracy that comes with it. You know, so yeah, so actually there is an axis, which is the Hezbollah, Syria, Iran axis, that are against this. Now, a lot of people say that they're actually, you know, they actually accommodate the agenda, the Zionist agenda, but you know, I can see why people say that, but I'm not convinced 100%. A lot of Sunni Muslims say that. They also are obsessed with their prophecies and things like that. And one of their prophecy was going to be that, you know, that Bashar was going to lose and be replaced, and there was going to be a whole change in the region. Well, you know, they've, you know,
This
they've
was
got
a
to
very
stop that.
transparent election. It wasn't like a Mickey Mouse one with ballot counting. This was a biometric with fingerprint election.
Yeah, that's the thing. In Syria, we do fingerprint everything. And actually, it is not new at all. So it's not because of what's going on in the world, although of course you want to be concerned about that, right? But as far as I remember, like when I was 10, 9, and we'd go to Syria, we'd do our fingerprints, like we would stamp them, we would stamp our fingerprints. We always have, always have, so it's actually a very high surveillance state. It's not, it's not easy living there. There are good things that, they're working against this agenda, and they're not in the United Nations, and they're not in the IMF. I mean, these are amazing things compared to everything else that's going on in the world. But
Not
still
a single
within
person
Syria,
wearing a mask there.
I have to show you pictures of Damascus. Like there was recently like on Christmas, for example. Christmas in Damascus is amazing. It's such a beautiful thing. And recently there was the Easter celebrations. You should go on Treka Z. I'm going to send you the link. He's really funny. He has a tiny channel, but he's a bit of a comedian, and he understands a lot of things about the West and the East and the Middle East, and he's very good at filming these wonderful events in Syria. And so there was the Orthodox Easter recently, and the main Easter that happens in a very, very special church in Syria, in a place called Malula, which is where they speak Aramaic. And it's just amazing, it's so beautiful to watch. And it's a real culture. It's a real people, people are from different religions. All the religions come from, like all monotheist religions, they come from the Middle East, and Syria is a place where you really feel that. So it's so nice. Yeah. Hopefully one day you'll be able to make it. I think things will improve. But right now, with what's going on with Palestine and Gaza issues, we're going to have to wait this out a little bit.
Yeah. Can you?
But sorry, Mike. I think I went off on a tangent. Just to answer you, I think the elections are not 100% transparent, but I think they're more transparent than in other places. And I think they're a lot more transparent than people are willing to admit.
Right.
I mean, it's just part of, with that Western narrative, like that guy was telling you. So, yeah, I mean, I was planning to vote. And then I forgot that I couldn't manage the time, but I don't even know if I could actually go to the embassy here and vote. I don't know that, actually. It's the first time ever I do something like that, or thought of it.
Interesting. So can you comment on your favorite city in the world, Toronto? A house in Toronto with no bedrooms just sold for more than $1 million.
I love these stories. Yeah.
Well, this is a true story.
It's garbage. I can't even imagine how much the houses are going for where I was staying. Mike, I was living close to Yorkville. It was, at the time, like in 2013, when I arrived, 2014, they were saying that the average semi-detached home was $2 to $3 million. I really think it's way more right now.
Oh, yeah.
And this is like Lower Forest Hill, Forest Hill and Lower Forest Hill. These, like the best of Toronto. Of course they're gonna add affordable housing, like right in Rosedale, because they gotta crash every last nice place they have, so that it all looks like the Danforth. With the jets and shit.
Now that you're on the phone, now that you're talking to me, I actually want to ask you something, because I'm not sure what they're asking in this article. I speak English, but I don't understand it. Okay. So it says here, Virginia gym teacher placed on leave after refusing to say biological boy can be a girl at school board meeting. What the hell does that mean? I'm confused.
I saw that.
But
Bingo.
what does it mean?
Oh, Mike, I love your show. I love you. I love when I read that, I was like, see how they do it? See how they do it? And here's what. Don't let this garbage confuse you, because that is exactly what they're trying to do.
But what are they trying to say?
It is completely meaningless. Completely meaningless.
Like a Seinfeld episode?
Yeah, even worse, much worse. Much worse. It's unbelievable what they do. So pay attention to these headlines. Pay attention, and it's not just in the headlines. It's in the text. It's in, every other paragraph. Pay attention to what they're saying. They're not saying anything meaningful. you know.
Okay, but okay. I what are they trying to tell? I don't know what this means. Is what I'm trying to say. Is like
Exactly. I can't help you there. I don't know what it means either. Did you read the article?
I
I'll
read
have to be
a
honest. I
portion
didn't
of
read
it.
much of
He's being placed on leave in Loudoun County Public Schools. Confirms on to Fox News. Spokesperson Wade Byron did not go into the details of decision of regarding Cross and said that it was not the principal's and clarified that the teacher has been placed on administrative leave with pay. So I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't even know why. That's why I brought it up and I had you on the phone and I wasn't going to ask you.
Exactly. Exactly. It's not even clear what the issue is it?
No. So I'm
Exactly.
not sure. I guess that's just to rile the people up and maybe form an opinion and start trashing people's private property.
Exactly. No, it's probably also to cause division and divisiveness between people. You know, it's complete nonsense. You know, and you know, these transgender garbage stories are coming out. There's this idiot from New Zealand who's in the Tokyo Olympics. So he's a guy, obviously, but he's what is he, a rugby player or something? No, something lifting. You know, going to play against women, and then this woman, you know, this young girl in the U.S. You know, I think she's suing. But it's just so sad what they're doing to girls, eh? They just, you know, it's just so sad.
Reminds
what they're
me,
doing
I wish I could play that
and
episode.
these are the same people. These are the same people who wanna pull off the garbage Me Too movement. Yeah,
You know,
these are the people who want to tell you that they support consent and all of that. And look at what they're doing in the back door. Never believe them. Anytime they tell you they're for you, they are doing the exact opposite. They're decimating women. And now with the UBI and women's businesses like the salon and all of that, they're going to decimate them, and then they're going to put them all on the UBI.
I wish I could play that episode of South Park where this new athlete was joining the women's like all that stuff that women would do like in the Olympics, right? And this guy looked like Macho Man Randy Savage. That was joining the women's. He said, "I'm not here to talk about my transition. I'm gonna rip everybody apart." You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
that was really good. And South Park is the only politically correct show to me that makes any sense anymore. And Family Guy sometimes, but I want to see if I could get the clip rolling for you guys. Hold on.
You know, Mike, it reminds me of an episode where Ben Shapiro, I have nothing good to say about Ben Shapiro, but he, you know, he pretends to be, you know, like white and conservative and all of that, but you know where he's from. So one day Ben Shapiro was sitting in like a talk show, and this transgender guy gets really annoyed with Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro was challenging him. And you know what the trans guy says? Like the guy who's pretending to be a woman, he's like, you know, we'll take it outside after the show. You know? It's like, yes, you are exactly a woman. You know, we can tell.
Okay, so hold on. I gotta open that link now. Let me see. South Park. What's it called? Olympics. Let's see if that Macho Man guy comes up. I don't want to get in trouble. Oh, yeah, I'm not here to talk about my transition. Here it is, guys. I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but I'm going to play it with the screen beside me.
Champion of the strong woman competition. Miss Woman, do you feel ready?
Okay, she's ready. I'm going to fast forward through this. Chop through.
Trans athlete.
And then they have a new athlete that's coming in.
Well, kind of bigot.
Miss.
And here he is, right here. So there's the new athlete that's coming in. I don't know if you can see this, Layla. But he looks like Macho Man Randy Savage.
Be competing today.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how free I feel now that I've started identifying as a woman.
Yeah. So let me pause it here so the algorithm doesn't pick it up.
Now that I can compete as female, I'm ready to smash the other girls.
All right, let me pause
I'm watching,
it.
but I think there's a delay.
No, I'm pausing it so the algorithm doesn't catch it.
And is it correct you just started identifying as female 2 weeks ago?
I'm not here to talk about my transition.
Woo! Let me get a woo here. Woo! 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 Oh man. Let me. I should make one little clip here.
I'm here to kick some ass.
What are you gonna say? Seriously, what are you gonna say?
Kick some ass. Let me tell you, kick some my trans
2 weeks ago.
I'm not here to talk about my transition.
I love this show. I love this show. I love South Park. I hope I don't get in trouble from that. Usually what would happen is South Park, like the creators will see Mike in the Night use your clip, and usually they ignore it. They're like, whatever, let him use it. He's promoting us. But some people or some companies would ask me to remove it or take it down. But usually they, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
yeah. So all right, your friends on the news here, if you don't mind sticking around. Trudeau claims, now, can you help me with this one? Trudeau claims racism when grilled about Chinese military scientists. I'm not understanding.
Yes, I saw that.
What does that mean?
I saw that. Did you watch the actual clip? I think he was in Parliament. It was question period. It was what's her name? She's good. She called in from, she's working from home, and she questioned him about some things about China, and he completely went off on a tangent. I saw that. I saw the actual question period. And so basically he didn't answer anything about what she raised. I think she raised some good points, surprisingly. Things about taxes and money coming in and things like that. Things we normally talk about. And then he went off on a complete tangent. So basically he didn't answer anything she had to say, and just what do you call it? Just virtue signaling all the way.
Just a quick report here. Virtue signaling, the greatest virtue signaler of North America that ever existed on the planet in the universe. Just like Joe Biden was the most voted for president in the universe. Anyways, guys, Ricky Spanish, I think, is still in jail, so he won't be getting back to us today. Everyone's asking if Ricky Spanish could come on, but Ricky Spanish, I think he's still in jail. So, anyways.
That is too bad. So, Mike, if you say he's in jail, do you mean like he can't go on YouTube for some reason, or?
Oh no, he's in jail. He can't make a phone call.
Or you're just kidding?
No, he got arrested a few weeks ago for drinking tequila, and he started talking, and they arrested him in the States, and then he got out, and then they
Really?
Yeah.
That's not a joke?
No, it's for real.
Oh damn, that is bad news. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
that is bad news. Okay.
Okay,
He's
so
okay.
so what else? What can you tell us? Like, none of this is making sense. Like, the people that these are public servants. Okay, they're rolling with our money. They're doing what they want with our money. I think a lot of these public servants that can't answer these questions, I think they should take their shit and shove it back up their ass, because I'm getting tired of these goddamn asshole public servants. I'm sorry for having to.
Yeah. Yes, I think that is absolutely correct, and it is very problematic that people see them as leaders. They forget that presidents are employed by the people, or at least constitutionally, that's how it should be. That people in government, including the president, all the way up to the president, they are employed by the people to deliver for the people according to the Constitution. And you see people by the masses hailing and clapping and worshiping these people, and just falling for them like they're some kind of savior. And this is so wrong. It's very, very important to demote them, to downsize them for what they really are. Public servants. It's a problem, the way the politics runs, and everywhere. It's not just in Canada or the US. Everywhere people see them as leaders. They're not. They're hired by the people. They're employed by the people to work for them. They don't owe you representation. Mike, there was a Supreme Court in the 1800s, Supreme Court order in the late 1800s. I forget the name of the MP, but he was voted in by some people in Canada. I think it was a part of Ontario. And then they got disappointed that he didn't vote according to what they wanted in Parliament. They sued him. The people lost, because the Supreme Court turned around and said there is nothing in the law that binds an MP to make a promise to the people and live up to that promise in Parliament.
Well,
and that's by law.
Well, they won't get voted in if they don't lie.
Yeah, but then there's nothing that binds them. That's the problem. is that, you know, they make it into parliament, into any area of government, the Senate, the, you know, the House, whatever, you know, and there is nothing in the law that binds them to represent the will of the people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how does that happen? You know, and then they go in and they change this and they change that, and there's like what you call them, Christmas bills. I love that. Christmas bills. That's exactly what they do. They're always passing these bills when no one knows, when no one's paying attention, how many bills are happening. The other day, Blunt in the Discord, he was pointing out to something that was on the procurement, worms. Was it Blunt? I think. You know, all of these, you know, procurement orders, the bills, you know, they're running their business like completely independent, as though there's no one living in that land.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no issues there.
Nothing to see here, folks.
Yeah, right?
Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. These aren't the droids you're looking for.
They really should be held accountable, but actually that's not what I believe. I believe something a bit more
Right here, you want to see some more public? This was sent to me by on Discord here. This was sent to me earlier today on Discord. Let me put it on full screen. A bunch of public servants here pointing at this guy here, basically telling him to put his, look, they're shoving his mask on his face. They're telling him if he doesn't leave and stop filming. No, you're a public servant. You're serving the public, and we film you to make sure you're doing a good job. I feel sorry for public servants. Like half these people could never work in the private sector. A lot of these people, you know what I'm saying? They're just not competent to work in the private sector. Hello? Are you crying?
No, I lost you.
Oh.
I switched my connection actually because I was losing you.
Oh, okay, no problem. But so we got Order Divine Warrior. This channel might be shut down. I think I anger all these trolls. The situation is lose control. I'm leaving this channel. And what are people saying here? 8 cops putting a mask on a lady's face. Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh gosh, do you remember some of the sites we saw in Australia a little bit early on in Melbourne?
Yeah.
How aggressive they got. Do you remember that?
Yeah, they were tackling people.
Windows in Australia. My God.
These people will never be hired into the private sector.
Again, right?
No one's going to hire these people into the private sector. I'm a private sector. I have my business. I make my money. You know what I'm saying? And if I want to hire somebody, I can. It's not a big deal. But when I know that people were involved with this and they were enforcing this, I don't want these people working for me. What are you going to do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they're going to be militarized. They're going to be militarized. There's going to be some kind of merger. Where did I see that? I think in Mexico, Mike, the border police or the border control in Mexico is being militarized. You know, I think, you know, a lot of Americans think that Mexico is like a haven. I'm not so sure. First of all, it's a NAFTA. Second, it's a digital nation and it's implementing digital IDs. And it works very closely with the United Nations for immigration purposes and refugee purposes. You know, so it's, yeah, they're great in some ways, but, you know, better be aware what's happening. Like I read, that was last year, I think. Their border control is being militarized. It's being trained by some kind of military arm of the United Nations. What does that tell you?
It tells you a lot.
And you know, the other day, the other day in Toronto, there was a shooting somewhere nearby. They at a lawyer's place. Like it was a bit of a shock because it was in a wealthier area. And you should see what the police looked like. You know, they came with
SWAT team militarized. Yeah.
Totally. And, you know, someone got it on film and they're like, what is going on in Toronto? You know, like we've never seen police carrying weapons like that. Yes, it's a crime scene and everything, but there was something a bit off. Like, you know, the locals know, they've lived there many, many years, you know, and they know, they're used to it. And that was off, you know?
Okay, Layla. It's been 23 great minutes talking to you. We'll have you on in the next week or so and give us an update on what's going on in the Middle East there. And don't work too hard. And yeah, we'll stay in touch. Be good, okay, Layla? God bless you.
You too, Mike. God bless. Take care.
Take care. Bye. That is Layla out of Egypt, talking about what's going on. I just got a message from Supreme Cannon saying his internet hates him.
Ricky's back.
Okay, what's going? Ricky Spanish. I don't think I could try calling him. I don't think. I don't know if he's. Because I know he got in trouble and went to jail for drinking tequila. So, okay, guys, one more time. We're not here to discuss our transition. So,
His female 2 weeks ago.
I'm not here to talk about my transition. I'm here to kick some f***ing ass.
yeah, there you go. There's the new attendees there for the female Olympics athletic strong woman competition. So there it is. That's what's happening in our world right now. And freedom bracelets. People that are not wearing their freedom bracelets in I don't know where they have Israel, where they have these freedom bracelets that are happening. Okay. Sad about Ricky. I could call Ricky Spanish and see where he is. Civil serpents are there. Yeah, civil serpents. That's what they are. They play with our money. They do what they want. And they're making fun of us is what they're doing. Grindhouse cartoons, that's Daniel saying Layla is like a deep cover super secrets agent. And Peter O'Brien saying, Layla, I love hearing your perspective on the Middle East. Lord Humongous saying Layla is a superhero. Yeah. So, you know, the freedom bracelet thingy that's going around, or whatever they're calling it, that they're trying to, okay, I don't know, guys, tell me in the comments where it is. They're like, if you've taken the jab, there's a bracelet you could wear that identifies that you've been, you know, and you're spreading awareness, like other people to know, look, I'm taking the jab and stuff. Well, this is what happens. This is what's going to happen to you in the next 6 months when you don't take the jab. So I just kind of stole this to show you guys.
To go on stage. Woof. You don't talk to me like that, you little piece of shit. Get the.
So I kind of wanted to show that to you guys. A little bit graphic, but if you don't wear your bracelets, this episode here was about this freedom bracelet that they're supposed to wear. And it got pretty hectic there with Mickey Mouse. So you don't play around, you know, when I'm just trying to break it up a bit here on the show. Everything's so serious right now. We're too serious tonight, so we got to kind of break it up a bit here. Mike, freedom bracelet is to let you quarantine at home instead of a hotel. Oh, okay. Okay, let's call Matthew. Let's call Matthew in Australia right now. He's telling me that he's in a 5-mile radius lockdown, and there's drones flying around. And there's all kinds of stuff happening in his area, in his neck of the woods. Let's find him here. Matthew, where is he? He's supposed to be at the top here. He's my favorite. Here he is. Let's give him a call here. Matthew, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Mike.
Good to hear from you.
Sorry, I'll just get my speaker right.
I can hear you perfectly. Oh, you just muted me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly, buddy.
Sweet. Got it sorted. Yeah, lockdown again.
Okay, so what is going on in Victoria, Australia, with this 5-kilometer and this drone? Apparently, there's little signs up that these certain areas there now are being patrolled by drones.
Could be. I haven't really been out to look at any of it. Yeah, because they say that Indian variant has come and the hotel quarantine Adelaide, and then someone shifted to Melbourne, and then they've got out, and then
okay, Matthew, how do they expect people to take this seriously, for real?
I'm not taking it serious. I think
No, but
it's
how do
all a
they
joke.
expect the people to take this seriously? Or is 90% of Australia out to lunch?
I think the people who watch mainstream stuff, they just take it like, oh yeah, it's happening. They don't argue with what the media says. They argue with me though. I
Interesting.
tell them about all the vaccine stuff, and they shrug it off like I know nothing about it.
And do these people know that China's been threatening Australia militarily wise and taken over and all this stuff the last week or so?
The newspapers I keep seeing with China based with war going on, but I don't know. It's like they just keep talking about it. Nothing's actually happening.
Well, it's all talk. It's saber rattling, right? So, all right. So, what's this 5 mile radius thing mean?
Essentially, like last year, how we had everything locked down, basically, essential businesses open. See, my golf course shut down the other day because it's not essential, but I can still work because the golf course needs working on still.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, everyone's basically stuck at home. Can't really do much.
This is bizarro. So people are like, and you can see the lineups. Let me get you a picture here, guys, of the lineups. People queuing up for this vaccination. They say that droves of people are lining up for this vaccination in Australia.
There's a raceway half a mile from my place. They've turned that into a vaccination hub. And I was driving through last week. It wasn't too busy, but I can just assume that lots of people have started going into there. And someone from my work said there's a site near him too, which has just overnight become like a really populated area for them.
Here's the deal with this. I'm reading this and it's saying that some people have to wait 6 hours in line.
Yeah, it's funny how they make people ring up first to book in. And it's funny how the lockdown was brought in the very day they said it's not 50 plus age, it's 40 plus now. And it's the very day they said, yeah, we're getting locked down. So then it's almost like they go, oh, people aren't going to get the shot, therefore we shut everything down, allow them time to just go and get the shot and make sure they do nothing else.
A lot of people in the outside of the Commonwealth don't know how draconian your last lockdown was. It 32 weeks or 28 weeks?
Yes, pretty
5
long.
week, and you had a 5 mile radius, and you had to have tracking apps on you. You had to print off crap if you wanted to visit family. You weren't allowed to have more than 2 family members over. People were still buying it then, and they're buying it today.
Yeah, they are. And yeah, the last few weeks they've increased the amount of, if you go into this business, you have to sign in with your phone before you go in. It's just been on the up and up for all the surveillance. Same with my work too. They've implemented that. I pretty much have to log into the government app before I start work.
Man, this reminds me of a really bad episode of G.I. Jose. It's like you're not. I don't know. It's like, half of the intelligence or half of the war is knowing, right?
Mm.
We're not knowing anything anymore. We're being told what we should be knowing, and none of it makes any sense, Matthew. And then now, how long is this lockdown for? A week, they said, or 2 weeks?
They said a week, but the news this morning has put up that exposure sites are coming all around Melbourne. And they say, this Indian variant, it spreads quick. So it's really strange how people are just taking it as face value.
2 weeks ago.
I'm not here to talk about my transition.
Buddy, I gotta kind of break this up a little bit because we're getting. I don't mind being serious, but it's getting out of control, man. This is getting really bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny. I said to someone about 3 to 4 weeks ago, I said, they're going to lock us down again. There's too much in the background they've got to implement. He goes, no, you're full of BS. I said, you watch. And
Well,
then
you got Boris Karloff there in England saying that they can't open for June 20. They might have to reopen in September.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Oh, and also the World Economic Forum doing a simulation for global cyber attacks. So just like they did it with the...
Oh, yeah, they're going to practice it and give it a few dry runs before it actually happens. Yeah, they always practice BS. Matthew,
Yeah,
you're a smart guy. You know, you're prepared. You've been preparing. You've been watching us. You've been on the show many times. We had you on the last. We had you and that lawyer in Melbourne, that was coming on every week and giving us an update on the lockdowns, and it's crazy. There's okay. I got a message here from somebody in Sydney, the Sydney CBD area. They said there's little signs going around, like little signs on poles that say this is COVID-19 patrolled by drones.
Wow, that's official.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't even know what, and then Layla just says, oh yeah, it's coming to Canada too. It's coming. They're trying to pull a Victoria-style lockdown here in Canada for a while. People kind of fought back because Doug Ford, Mr. Mobility, is the Premier of Ontario. And Doug Ford...
That guy too. His family is to do with, all the signs in the supermarkets and all the shops. And it says, please stand here. And it's got like a proper sign thing they put on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
His family is part of that. He's making all the money.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So does that make you wonder why he's in the position he is?
It could be. It could be.
They don't vote him in. They put him in there because he's got something that they want.
Okay, so you're going to have to keep us updated every week until we figure out what the heck is going down in Australia, because I don't know why is everyone buying this? Like, what is there, like, what, like, oh, man. I'm just thinking because now India pulled a stunt. You know why India's had this, why this mysteriously happened in India? Do you know why?
Well, I know that the locals are going to the sites that the news go to the very next day and say, oh, there's nothing going on here.
Well, what's been happening in India is they've had the biggest human organized protest in human history. The farmers have been protesting in India for the last 49 weeks. They've been protesting 500,000 to 1 million, up to 2 million people at a time, protesting in the big cities because they are stealing their land that's been owned by them for generations, and now governments are stealing land in India so they could corporatize it and basically destroy. We had the guy from India on last week on the show. He was explaining to us what was happening.
Mm.
And let's look that up. And Indian farmers, let's see if there's still going on the protest.
I'm just waiting for more stuff like that in Australia to happen. But considering the last however many decades, we're being bought out anyway.
Okay, here it is. India farmers, 6 months of farm law protest. And we're not talking about 13 guys. Hundreds of thousands of people. Across the country mark 6 months of their protests against farm laws passed by the Indian government last year. Farmers held demonstrations, raised black flags, and burned effigies of politicians belonging to the government, blah, blah, blah. And we're talking this has been organized, and they're stealing the farmers' lands. I stand with these guys 100%. I truly stand with people that are getting ripped off. And we're talking, you guys have let me see if I could find images on how big, because the media doesn't want to show. This thing is huge. You guys have no idea how big this thing is. This thing is enormous. This is Canada. Canada is reporting on it. You can't even see the damn image. So this is it. There's like, it's huge. Like, we're talking like several 100,000 up to 2 million at one point, and the farmers have had enough. Look at that. And the same thing with Hong Kong and the 50 week protest they had there, and COVID showed up. Same thing in France with the Yellow Vest movement, and COVID showed up. Same thing in Albania, same thing in Sri Lanka, same thing in parts of Canada, same thing in parts of the States, same thing in Argentina, same thing in Chile, same thing in Brazil, and COVID showed up. Go ahead, Matthew.
Actually, was it you that said Beijing throwing out vaccine vials because nobody wants them?
I don't know if I know they're holding off on the expiry dates on the shelf life, and they're prolonging the vaccines so they don't get thrown in the garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Big Rob New Zealand is discussing about the massive protests in London. I know about it. I was informed about it. We talked about it on Mike of the Night 2 weeks ago, where I was given the footage I could use of that protest in London. Basically, it was close to 30 to 45,000 people in London. That's one of the biggest organized protests they've had in ages. And it was a lockdown protest, and the media was trying to spin it as a pro-Trump protest like usual. They did that to you guys in Australia when you guys were trying to, during the elections in the States, when you guys were on lockdown, every time they protested, they called it a pro-Trump protest for you guys too.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. And New Zealand did that too. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I've come across something that people probably already know, that cranberry juice, full of antioxidants.
It's great. Pure cranberry juice with no added sugar. Tastes like petroleum, but it's good for you. It's a good diuretic.
Now, because I work outside on the golf course, many years I've had like a build-up of gunk of a morning. Like, I've had teary eyes, just been out in the cold and all that. And now, the last few days, I've started initially gurgling it, spit it out, whatever, and it actually cleans out. It's gotten rid of the gunk.
It's a diuretic. It's a natural diuretic. It's good for you. Okay, Matthew, I'm going to let you go. We're going to have you on in the next week or so if this lockdown persists. I need you to get on our Discord because you're on lockdown, so you can get on our Discord if you don't mind and join us. We have a live chat in the Discord where we're all talking. And you're welcome to join us and be part of the our Discord, okay? If Blunt News is still watching, put the link for the Discord up so people could join. Thank you, Matthew. God bless you. We'll talk soon.
All right, thanks, Mike. Talk to you soon.
All right. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be back in touch with Matthew for a while this lockdown is like, I don't know how people, I don't understand what's going on. I really don't know what's going on. I'm reading headlines in the news. I don't even know what they're telling me. I don't know what they're trying to sell me. I don't know if they're tricking or treating. I don't know what they're trying to tell me. Okay, let's see if we could get Ricky Spanish. No, I got a bunch of photos here. Video was taken down. Let me see if I could get. I want to get Supreme Cannon on because we tried to get him on last week and his internet was broken. So. Justin Shaw said, Mike, can you hear me? I could hear you, buddy. We got August Jones saying, I'm a walking militia, plays no games. Everyone gets nervous, aware when I show up. You heard Kellogg's cereals promoting LBKGT for kids, Mike Martins. You know what? They're promoting, I don't know, man. It's like we need a Mickey Mouse to stand up for us. Like if I had a choice, I'd have this guy stand up for us and actually do something. Here it is. You want to see somebody do something about something? Here it is.
Stage. Woof. You don't.
Yeah.
Talk to me like that. You little piece of shit.
We need someone to start standing up and oh yeah, this is my favorite right here.
Email 2 weeks ago.
I'm not here to talk about my transition. I'm here to kick some f***ing ass. Let me tell you something, Dingleberry.
David.
Let me tell you something, Dingleberry. Well, that's what's happening. Let's go over some of our headlines tonight. China warns Australia militia week will be first hit with any war, says Western Alliance. We went over a few here, actually. Pentagon Special Forces nominee says U.S. should strongly consider training Taiwanese guerrillas against Chinese invasion. Boris Karloff here in England is saying India COVID variant spread may delay final lifting of lockdown. They're doing this so they can steal the Indian farmers' land. There you go. House in Toronto with no bedrooms just sold for more than $1 million. Woo! Oh, yeah. Look at this. House prices nearly go up 300% of assessment. People are paying property tax like $12,000, $13,000 for a house like this in Vancouver. That's probably worth $3 million. That's worth $3 million right there. No, it's not Shaquille O'Neal's mansion. It's that.
You're talking about all man.
Yeah, low roller scratcher, that was in the news. McDonald's is offering a free iPhone since they're desperate for workers. Yep. Shed with windows. Yeah, Marco Antonio Solis in the comments there. Marco Antonio made perfect sense. He said that if a house does not have a bedroom, it is a shed. There it is right there. It's a shed. He's right. We should get Marco Antonio on the show here if he wants to come on. All right, let's move on here. What else did we talk about? No Canadian hires for 4 years at Chinese-owned BC mine. So this is going to be happening across your English-speaking country where they won't hire locals to work. City of Lexington begins door-to-door vaccine campaign. Virologist says genetic fingerprints prove COVID-19 is man-made. No credible natural ancestor. So now, again, it goes back to the story I'm trying to spin here, my conspiracy theory. Now, if 7 weeks from now we start seeing the repercussions, 7 to 10 weeks from now we start seeing the repercussions from the vaccine, I'm thinking what's going to happen is, but we were misinformed. We were told that it was from some Batman flu wet market in China, but now we realized it was man-made. We made the wrong thing. So they're going to, you're going to see this happen. I think they're going to pull one of those. Let's move on here. Facebook will no longer remove posts claiming COVID-19 was man-made. Thank you, Facebook. You're the best, Facebook. You know Facebook. I don't even know if anyone goes on there anymore. But Facebook, thanks for shutting down free speech and shutting down the right and shutting down the conservatives and shutting down Catholic religion. Shutting down, yeah, I'm not going to go there right now, but yeah. All right, let's keep going here. Provinces are preparing to reopen, but it's not time to ditch your mask just yet. You know what? It is, because Nancy Pelosi said so. She said so. She said it's not. 2 weeks ago or a week ago, she said, they don't work. So if Nancy Pelosi says so, it means they don't work. And here it is, guys. 21,000 people turning out to get the vaccine in Australia. This is in where we had Matthew on the show from Victoria, where his state is completely shut down. I think the borders are shut down. And some wait times are 6 hours. Yeah. And Yemenis deal a heavy blow to Saudi Arabia in major multi-pronged operation. That's semi-good news. And animals can breathe through their butts, and oxygen up the wazoo may work for humans too. This is what Canada is talking about right here. And this is the debt load. China's debt level is the highest among major emerging markets. So China's doing good, but their debt level is nowhere, it's not looking good. And income per capita in US dollars. So, and let's keep going here. Door-to-door vaccines offered in Ottawa's most vulnerable. That's in Canada. They're reluctant to get the vaccinated will go door-to-door to help. That's the New York Times. More than 170 venues on virus alert. Virus alert. You see the names? You see the language? You see how they're weaponizing the language against us? Virus alert. More than 170 venues are listed as COVID exposure sites. COVID exposure sites? Well, here it is. I'm going to have to reply to it with this.
Now that I've started, I can't tell you how free I feel. Now that I've started identifying as a woman. Now that I can compete as female, I'm ready to smash the other girls.
Good. All right. That just fills me. Lord Humongous is trying to call in. I'll give him in a second when we cover Dubai coin. Who cares? Will the next deflationary shock come from? Election victory reflects Syrians' warm feeling for Assad, says analyst. So this election was a landslide for Assad, and here in the West they're portraying him as a murderer. You be the judge. And here it is. Here, U.S. warship fails to intercept mid-range ballistic missile. And if somebody could call in and explain this, where's this one? Right here. I don't know what this means, but we'll get Lord Humongous on. Let's get him on the show to explain this to me. Yo, Lord,
Hey,
what's
Mike.
up? How are things down in Colorado?
Oh, they're all right. You were speaking of Facebook. I don't know if you remember that, but not too long ago, Mark Zuckerberg, he was trying to buy out a bunch of properties down in Los Angeles, like high-end ones, because he was waiting for the whole like real estate debacle to fall apart down there.
Okay.
When you brought up Facebook, I thought that was kind of interesting.
Well, he's a martyr. He's a savior because Saint Zuckerberg, what he did was he's allowing people to freely say now that it is man-made.
Right.
He should get a medal.
Yeah. No, I just remembered that story though, and it's like it's all tied into like in California, the whole homeless thing's like a big business for these politicians and these tech giants that are all in on this collusion. They're part of the problem. I mean, they're the ones that are driving up all these the prices. They have hedge funds that back them. They'll come in and buy up after they've devastated a crash area. It's like BlackRock or any one of those big hedge funds. That's what they specialize in doing. Even Warren Buffett's like Berkshire Hathaway, was in on a lot of that stuff here in the Midwest.
My favorite is the cocaine going through J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, that's an old one, man. That's probably been.
That was an old article. Yeah, J.P. Morgan's ship or something caught. How many keys of coke?
No, but that was that ship, right? The ship they caught in the New York Harbor or whatever. No, but the one that really got. I think this has been going on for a long time.
Okay. Hold on. You know this better than I do because you always correct me. There's this fraud alert that happens in the Australian banking system that when money is being laundered, the fraud alert signals that fraud has been committed in the bank.
Is that the
How
Westpac
many times has Westpac in Australia broken that law?
Yeah, it was 23.5 million infractions.
23 million infractions in 2020. That's like 13 infractions a second or something.
Right, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's on the quantum computing, it's the high frequency trading. Yeah, I'm sure because it's all programmed in. That's the part that a lot of people miss. It's the programming of everything. Who are these programmers behind everything?
Okay, I got you on the phone, and yes, Amerifornia tour is looking good, and I like the video go. So guys, I'm gonna play this. Oh, I closed it. Damn.
It's a quick
that
clip.
Dano video that sent us. It was a really nice video. I played it at the beginning. And guys, Lord Humongous, everyone's been people have been donating. It's really nice. Guys, don't forget to Lord Humongous is going to do an Amerifornia tour across America. He's going to go down to California. He's going to go around America. He said he's going to go pee on the Georgia Guidestones. So if you guys want to contribute to Lord Humongous, please go ahead for the Amerifornia tour. Guys, don't forget to check artbydano.com. Mike in the Night, guys, don't forget to come on our Discord, and we have live chat here on the thing if you want to chat. Guys, don't forget to message me on Instagram if you need to send me something, or you need a message to send me of some sorts. Instagram is the only thing that does not block my messages for some reason. Next week's Mike in the Night, background noise, guys, don't forget to check that out. If you get a minute, don't forget to check it out next week, I'm saying. Background noise, Mike in the Night. And guys, don't forget to check out Money for Nothing this Wednesday. Big show. Money for Nothing and your MTV and getting chicks for free. So that's next week's show. Don't forget to set your reminders for that. Music by Ralphie.co.New Zealand. And guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'm working really hard to get to 14,000 subscribers. I'm at 13,950, and I'm hoping I could get 8 subscribers per month to try and get 14,000 by Christmas. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. I call those Georgia Guidestones Ted Turner stones. I think that's who paid for them originally to get them built in Georgia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
$21 million was paid to have those built by some anonymous character. So I've been working on that conspiracy analyst part. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy analyst. So there is a difference.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to laugh. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are my jokes that bad there, Jelly Bean, or what?
No.
Oh, Alan, I want to give a shout out to Alan Howick for donating to the tour too earlier today.
Yeah, thank you, Alan Howick, for donating to the tour. And
Right?
that's good. It's good to it's going to be good, you know? JP Morgan oil tanker filled with Coke. The High Life Brothers. Yeah, that was the oil tanker was filled with Coke.
Right. But I wanted to tell you that and watch that Netflix show on the last narc. It was about the DEA and all that throughout the 80s of the cocaine. If you want a real juicy story to watch, it's a good documentary on that.
Good. Have Little Boots is signing off. He's out. Peace. Have a good one, Little Boots. He's signing off. He's in London, so it's like 5:43 in the morning there.
Oh wow, that's a late show for him, right? Anyways, I've been talking to Mineko too, trying to get him to come on again. You know, he's getting really popular with the Wall Street silver movement and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another. And you Aussies need to focus on buying some Perth Mint silver.
Perth Mint silver. That's correct. Yeah, that's important.
Put that money in your pocket. You know, don't let that take that physical off of the Perth Mint's hands because they're corrupt and they're dealing in synthetic silver trading. So.
Mm-hmm.
Go Australia, man. I pray for that country every day, man. They're going through a lot of stuff with the lockdowns and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We all got to stick
We need
together.
August Jones to call into the show. He's got a wealth of knowledge here in the comment section.
Yeah, get him to call in. He's a good guy.
We should get. You should pick him up on the Amerifornia tour.
Hey, man, whoever wants to come on, you know, if I stop in your state, I'll definitely will meet up with you.
That's good. I like that. Then we get some videos and some footage and discussion, and then you know what time Mike in the Night's on, so you could go live with your streaming and everything.
Exactly.
Get to a Walmart with free Wi-Fi and just do it there.
Dano's doing the graphics, man. I think he's doing a good job.
Well,
so,
Dano's the best, man.
I got to get a big Mike in the Night sticker of your face with your cowboy hat on.
Oh, the cowboy hat? You want that one?
Yeah, I kind of like that, man. It's kind of like the old bull sticker on the side of the pickup truck.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. Never mind, bro.
I get it.
I'm wearing my motocross t-shirt too tonight. I was gonna come on the video.
Oh, you're wearing your Mike in the Night motocross t-shirt. That's a good shirt, man. Does anyone ever comment on it?
Yeah, they like it, and it's really comfortable. Actually, I'm really surprised for the amount of money it costs. It's like, it's a really comfortable shirt. So
good.
All right, God bless.
God bless you. Have a good one, Lord Humongous. Please be good, and we'll talk. I'll talk to you on Discord.
Always. All right.
Ciao.
Ciao.
That is Lord Humongous out of Colorado, and he's preparing for the Mike in the Night Amerifornia tour. And
You're talking about all men.
all right, guys, what else is going on? We got time here. We got 30 minutes. Who can we get on the show? Who wants to come on the show? We need August Jones on the show to call and make a difference on the show tonight. We need August Jones. Add me on Skype, Mike Martins, 1980. All right, who's January, February, March, April? I'm just trying to see when these messages are coming in. Oh, Devin. Look, Devin here. I don't know where he is. Someone just told me they're 300K down in their crypto. Devin. Okay, they're not online right now. I'm just trying to see who is there, who is out and about. Oh, God, it's early in the morning in London right now. It's 5:27, and somebody else is messaging me here from London, England. I'm not allowed to come on the show. We'll lose my job. Okay, no problem. All right. Let's go over some of the stories, too, again tonight, and let's see if we could get some... Yeah, this is what I wanted to ask Lord Among Us. What does this mean? This is written in some Sanskrit that I can't decipher what they're trying to say here. Virginia gym teacher placed on leave after refusing to say biological boy can be a girl at school board meeting. An elementary school gym teacher in Virginia, United States, has been placed on leave right after he spoke out against the country's school board policy proposal that says teachers must allow students to use gender pronouns of their choice. I don't understand. Pronouns. Well, I was half asleep in English class, so... And this one here, I don't understand this one, too. I had Layla on the show. Trudeau claims racism when grilled about Chinese military scientists. I don't understand what that means. You know... Okay, there's a video here. Let's see what kind of Yahoo's on here. Come on, this thing's loading for 2 minutes. I could be in Detroit by the time this thing loads. Hey, whatever. All right, let's go back to this. Oh, yeah, I got to see this again. This makes me feel good. It's like...
Well, maybe we'll just refuse to go on stage. Wolf! You don't talk to me like that! You little piece of shit!
And that's what, Sorry, I just had to bring that up again. Yes, okay, so what's happening in the comments section? We got... Someone saw it fit to take advantage of his kindness to step into the show, then step over him. Battling the bankers, crypto honeypot. I will soon enough, Mike. I appreciate the love, guys. That's August Jones. Yes, Layla, I believe Assad was reluctant to take power. Okay. I can't. August Jones is asking with the tour. Lord Humongous is going to go around in this massive van he bought, and he's going to be plastering it with stickers all over and going all over America to get stories. Find out what's going on in different states, what is happening, whether it's the price of food, comparing the price of food, comparing the price of housing. Amerifornia is coming. You guys know we've been talking about Amerifornia on this channel for a long time now. Amerifornia is a big deal. Amerifornia is not fake. America will become California as a whole. Unemployment, homelessness, fentanyl, opioids, Oxycontin, destroying families. After school Satan's back. After school Satan is a thing. Look it up. You think I'm making up after school Satan to get viewers on here? No. After school Satan's real. I'm not here to talk about my transition.
I can't tell you how free I feel now that I've started identifying as a woman. Now that I can compete as female, I'm ready to smash the other girls.
And is it correct you just started
Yeah.
identifying as female
Yeah.
2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago.
I'm not here to talk about my transition.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's what's happening around the world. South Park has it right. South Park is on the money when it comes to creating transparency where it should be seen. or creating, yeah. Layla saying, I'm afraid you're right, Mike. No, I don't want to be right. So August Jones is saying the teacher is being punished for not bending the knee. Wow. I don't. It's getting to this, guys. It's getting hectic. Let's see what's up in the news now, right now. Let's see what's breaking right now. Hong Kong could soon dispose of millions of unused vaccine doses. Now, we went through the ingredients last week with a scientist. The ingredients, what's in this vaccine. It can't see water, groundwater. It can't be, there's really nothing you could do unless I guess if you blow it up and go in the air. But this thing is very dangerous, okay? I don't know how they're going to dispose of millions of unused doses. Can't go in the ground. Can't see groundwater. Can't see lakes or rivers. Can't see. I don't know what's going to happen. What they're going to do with that. Oh, here, look, out of Canada. Oh, there's Canada. I knew I recognized this area here. Yeah, this is Canada. Here you go, guys. You take a look at Canada. You want more proof? Do you think I'm lying? Beijing's agents harass Hong Kong pro-democracy activists in Canada. This is Canada, guys. Pro-democracy activists said bounced around departments while seeking help against abuse. There it is right there. I'm just surprised they're not calling this a pro-Trump rally or something. So there it is, pro-democracy activists in Canada are being yep. Unused vax will go to Africa, Mike. Oh, okay. But what if it expires? Canada's where everyone goes to fight. Yeah. Yep, looks like Canada. All right, let's see what RT is reporting on. I got RT, I got I-24, I got the Canadian one up here. Okay, what is RT? What is Russia Today trying to tell us today? AMC, other movie theaters change, remove masks and mandates. Okay, America's reopening, while the ball juice strain is going through rampantly in Australia. Woo! Droves of lockdown protesters flood London for weekly... Oh, Freedom March. Oh, this is the Freedom March. Okay, so England has been seeing huge turnouts. Okay, for this whole lockdown BS stuff. Oh, someone's wearing a mask right here. What are you talking about? There's a mask right there. See? He's wearing a mask. What are they talking about? People are getting sick and tired, man. The protest in London has drawn a large number of participants united by their mistrust of how the British government is handling the COVID situation. And not only this, guys, pay attention. It's to kill the bill. British Parliament is passing bills, and they're trying to kill the bill, to allow police to go in your house and do breathalyzer, pull you over and arrest you for search your vehicle, do whatever you want, stop and frisk. The British Boris Karloff there in England is trying so hard to pass these bills, these draconian bills, that's going to make England into a severe... You thought having cameras on every corner in England was draconian? What they're trying to pass in England is phenomenal. So there it is right there. Oh, this is a live 4-hour video. Oh, this is nice. A 4-hour video of this. Of people walking through for 4 hours. So you could stand there and watch all these people. But then when you watch this on American news or in Canada, you see, I don't know, there's like, you can see people way up there. There's at least 60, maybe 40 to 60,000. One, the media here will say several hundred people showed up. Two, they'll call it a pro-Trump rally. Trump, in 100 years, will have pro-Trump rallies. And three, they're spinning it as a lockdown rally, but it's more about kill the bill, right? They want to kill the bills that they're passing, right? So I'm not trying, sir. So there it is. There's England right there. And I love it when they say, oh, several hundred people showed up to this, and there are several hundred. This thing goes forever. Look how far down this thing goes. This thing goes forever. Let's see if he pans the camera around to show. There it is, right there. He's panning it around. He's panning it around. Oh, yeah. There you go. So I kind of wanted to share that. But yeah, England is seeing some of the biggest protests it's had in ages. And people speaking out on it. And there it is, another one here. Yeah, there's 3 people here on this one. Nothing to see here. Hey, you want to see 3 people? This is the media spinning it. 3 people appear today in London. This is some good footage here. Here, there's your 3 people. 3 people today attended a rally in England. A pro-Trump rally. Yeah! These are all pro-Trump supporters! And that's what they do in England. That's what they do in New Zealand, and that's what they do in Australia. Why? Because we had guests on the show that came on and told us that they're spinning it as a pro-Trump rally all the time. Also in France, says Layla. Is this France or am I blind? No, this is England. This is London still. Yeah. So there's lots happening. And this is becoming... I can't believe this. I can't believe this is happening, but it is. So what are they reporting here? Where's this out of? Australian broadcast. So this is Australians broadcasting crap. So what do they brought across Australia? What are they? They're not talking about the lockdown. They're not talking about this is Australia today. They're not talking... What are they talking about here? A city of 640,000 people. Why do some in the LGBTIWK community not feel at home? What? This is not even news. Okay, well, that's coming out of Australia. Press TV is reporting on actual news. Remains of 250 children found at former Indigenous school site in Canada. That's very upsetting. I read that the other day. It was very, very heartbreaking reading that. Iranian tanker seized by Indonesian released after 4 months. U.S. senators push for preservation of Trump's maximum pressure on Iran. So you do see news here coming out of the Middle East, like news. And what else we got here? Okay, could someone tell me who won between Toronto and Montreal? And this is Canadian. What are they? Wow. Oh, experts. Why experts? Experts. When I had hair, my barber was an expert in global warming. My mechanic was an expert in global warming in 2000. Florida didn't end up underwater in 2007. So what are these experts saying? Is this a plumber? What's the plumber have to say today? Why experts say second vaccine doses should be ruled out right now. I don't know. Like I'm not gonna quote any of these because experts. I remember when I fought tooth and nail against global warming. Like global warming is a myth. Mike, the world's getting hot. What are you talking about? Buddy, you pull wrenches. What do you know about climate? Well, how can you prove to me the Earth's not... It's because they're telling us. When they tell us we're becoming overpopulated, think it over. When they're telling us that we are over... Yeah. Think about it. Scott is saying, never had a needle in 5 years. I feel healthy as an ox. Alan Hawick says, brutal game for the Leafs. Damn. Experts should have disappeared since at least 2000. Yeah. Once they realized that Florida isn't underwater in 2007, they should have just kind of shut up about being experts on everything. My favorite, watch this. I love this. I'm just going to randomly go here. And these are the protests in India. Some lockdown they're having, eh? Huge farmers' protests in India. Don't let them fool you guys. They're stealing farmers' lands in India. And I stand with the farmers. Watch this. 87% of Americans say. What are 87% of Americans saying? Biden leads Trump poll showing 87% unhappy at the U.S. 53% of Americans say internet has been essential. Here we go. Holidays are 87% say the holidays are important. 1 in 4 Americans will be working remotely by 2021. %13% of American adults do not use the internet. I want to find an article that says 90% of Americans say that we love these lockdowns. I love those ones. Those are my favorite ones. Let's go. 87% of Canadians say. What are 87% of Canadians saying here? Majority of Canadians continue to support abortion in Canada. Didn't ask me. 87% of Canadians participated in birthday bashes close to the holiday at Heritage Canada, saying 87% of Canadians, whatever. 43% of Asians in BC experienced racism in the last 87 years. Half of Canadians say that COVID-19 pandemic has... we must remain vigilant, and we almost finished the line. Poll finds 81% of Canadians said the U.S.-Canadian border should stay closed. Majority of Canadians say political correctness has gone to... they must be more polite to try to avoid conflict. Canadians are ready to break up with companies they can't keep. Majority of Canadians support wearing masks during COVID. So, I love it how they... this is good stuff. Layla is saying, nice one, Mike. Mike's channel is not going to 14K. Oh man, I was hoping my channel got to 14,000 subscribers. I get usually 5 a month, and if I get 5 subscribers a month until Christmas, by Christmas, I should have 14,000 subscribers. Not sure just said, I believe that 70% of Americans are taking some kind of drug. Oh, yeah. Sadly, this is Big Rob New Zealand saying, sadly, I think a lot of people do like lockdowns, paid to stay home hold on, to watch Netflix. Hold on. But in Australia right now, people are rushing because that job thingy they have in Australia, the job keeper or whatever that's keeping people home getting paid is ending. Wow, I'm going through every article we read tonight. How do you guys feel about door-to-door vaccines? Here it is. There's a lineup in Australia right here. So could this be, hold on, hey, we need to take this. Let's take this, because if we don't, we can't reopen. If you can't reopen, JobKeeper or furlough or what money you're getting, forbearance or whatever you call it, is going to end. And now if that ends, guess what happens? You're going to be homeless. So let's get out there, let's get our jab, and let's get this country reopened. Give it 12 to 15 weeks. By the way, we were wrong about that. Just like today, Facebook announced, or yesterday, that they're not going to be deleting people's accounts that say that the that the virus is man-made. The great Saint Zuckerberg. VMan293 says, I never answered the door. What if I'm at your door, dude? Australia coming to a country near you, says Anarchy. And who else is here? I think Eduardo was at a protest today. I'm not too sure. I know Eduardo went to a protest today. Not sure what he's been up to. But we'll get in touch with him soon. We got Blunt News in the house.
You're talking about all men.
Hey, Blunt News, can you put the link to our Discord if you don't mind? So we could get people on our Discord, and we got live chats on the Discord, just people talking their minds. And if you don't mind getting on our Discord, guys. So there it is, guys, right here. Here's the channel, guys. I'm hoping to get to 14,000 subscribers by Christmas. We had Florian on the show. We had Peter Leeds on the show. We had Uneducated Economist on the show. We had Tony God Rules on the show. We had Alaska Prepper on the show. We had Christina Smallhorn, Steve Soretsky, Jeb Smith on the show. Frankie McDonald, Stephen Van Meter on Mike in the Night. And Stephen Van Meter was drinking a lot of whiskey. Guys, don't forget to check out last week's show if you like this show. Last week's show was really good. We had people on discussing the ingredients inside of the Vax. So here's last week's show if you're bored. So go ahead and go on last week's show. Last week's show was really good. We had a lot of good callers in. A lot of good people participated. We have 2 or 3 first-time callers calling into the show. And, yeah. Search for the Truth said, this is the place to be on a Saturday night. Oh, yeah, Mike in the Night is the place to be. What else we got here? Our music. This Wednesday show, guys, don't forget to join us. We talk more economics, money, gold, silver, stacking. There it is right there, guys. If you don't mind, Money for Nothing this Wednesday. Next Friday, guys, please join us for background noise. I don't know what to call it, but we usually do this because we don't know what the next show, what's going to happen in the next, let alone 3 hours, let alone a week from now. So someone says, I checked again for you. Read Revelations 13 to 14. It explains the mark in detail and where it explains. It is clear. It is a clear choice that is disclosed. Please fact check me as soon as possible. Yo, August, get on our Discord and chat with us. You know what I'm saying? This is next week's show. Guys, you got to message me on Instagram if you want to send me something specific or private. Just send it to me on Instagram. And just talk to me on Instagram if you need to send me something. Also, guys, Discord is right here. So people are posting. Here it is right here. People are posting on Instagram. We got our live chat here. And then we have our Bitcoin room. If people want to talk about Bitcoin, you could go ahead and go in there. Wow, look how many messages there are here. So lots of Bitcoin talk here. So we created a separate room. So people talking about whatever here don't talk about there. And then we have our live thing here. Let's chill live talk. What else we got going on? Artbydano.com. Art by Dano. Don't forget to check him out with new releases. His stuff got ripped apart by TikTok, Instagram, teenagers organized something in Huntington Beach, and they ended up ripping apart his kiosk. And don't forget to donate to the Mike in the Night Amerifornia Tour 2021, 2022. If you guys don't mind donating to the Amerifornia Tour. I've donated here once, twice. I'll do it again. I said last week or this week. I'll do it again. I don't care. And, yeah. Guys, people were asking about my store. Like, my store. I'm going to be shipping across America and Canada in the next 3 weeks. I will be shipping to a city near you from my retail store. I sell a lot of board games. And if you guys, want to Board games are the best. I have board game night once a week with my family. And when my kids reach in their early teens, we're going to be playing board games like 3 times a week. So if you guys want to maybe pick up a few board games, like good ones, or if you want to trust me and say, Mike, I have this budget, what can I buy for me and my family? We like archaeology. I'll find you a game that involves a board game that involves. We like colonialism. I'll find you a game that I have about colonialism. I'll find you a game about trading, spice trading. I have close to 700 board games in my store. And I'll be starting to ship all over North America. So if you guys want, I'll start promoting that for you guys. See, Battleship is fun. But I have games that supersede that are way better than Battleship. Like, that really... there's a submarine game that I like to play a lot. That's kind of like Battleship, but it's more involved. Yep, guys, we're winding down. 5 minutes to go. Guys, I love you guys, man. And I appreciate you guys coming on here and supporting me. You know, every time you guys come on here, it's a support. Why is my camera phasing in and out? I gotta get that checked. Maybe it's the hat. It's my Georgia Tech hat. I don't know why I keep phasing in and out here. Lost Together Forever. We'll stop by your store again in the next couple of weeks and pick up a new board game. Your store is awesome. Yep, keep your imagination in check. Yep, Steve Jackson's Illuminati. I sell that game too in my store. VMen293 say, I truly think Layla is a CSIS NSA mole. Yeah, Lord Humongous got Illuminati. I sent it to him. I sent it to him in Colorado. I shipped it out to Colorado for him. Yeah. All right, we're going to start wrapping it up. And I want to thank everyone that shared this transmission to get over 200 people watching. And wrapping it up. Gonna put my kids to bed. We got Lord Humongous. We got Ozzy Jen. Yes, I do have some jigsaw puzzles. Petria Hui. We got thumbs up for Mike's show, everybody. Grindhouse Cartoons. Layla. VMen293. Lost Together Forever. Marco Antonio. Lord Humongous. Martinia Pepina. Was asking me, talk about what you think will happen in the next 12 to 15 weeks. We'll talk about it on next week's show. And see what happens with there. Whatever is going on, there will be a 2-year lag, says Anna Key. We got Mitch Madden in the show. August Jones in the show. We got Grindhouse, we said that. Ozzy Jen in the house. Blunt News in the house. Who else is here? We'll be on Discord tonight, guys. I'll be in bed after I put my kids to bed. I'll be on Discord tonight with you guys. And I'll be talking. We got Fringe here. Who else we got? We got that many people on Discord already? Holy crap. So, guys, post your links here. Post your videos to other channels that we need to see. Whether it's Brighton or Rumble, just share it. Alright. Direct message me if you'd like. I'm just going through direct messages here. And Alan Howick, thanks for donating $15. All right, guys. Take care. And if you can't take care, please stay safe. Mike Martin signing off.
Circulate through your circulatory system and lymphatic system as quickly as possible. But what makes this SM-102 very unique is its slow release, and a slow release over a period of 45 days. I've never seen a medication like this before. Never.
Would this? I mean, okay, now
it is not a vaccine.
Okay, but could this cure the flu or this current sickness?
This would make you sick.
Okay,
and over a period of 45 days, you would definitely feel in an altered state because you would be mildly sedated and your blood vessels would be fully dilated. So you would feel weak and flushed. You would simulate the flu, essentially.
So apparently to work with this stuff, like to work with it, you need protective gloves, tightly sealed goggles.
Yeah, this is the safety precautions are listed in this sheet are dealing with it in bulk. Yeah, they have people that are manufacturing it. Not if you were handling a small vial or something like that, you would be all right. Although 2,500 milligrams is a lethal dose, and that's not a lot. That's like 3 Tylenols, and you would die a terrible death.
So this does not actually. So what's the point? Can you explain what the point of this is?
So a similar medication you would give to somebody called a precursor. And what that does is that prepares your body for a rapid acting medication that would go in afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were getting your chemotherapy or something similar that had to circulate through your system very quickly, they would give this to you ahead of time to prepare your body to have it. When people will get the iodine or some kind of tracer ink put into their blood so they can get a CT scan, something like that. They put a similar medicine, but it's a fast-acting one that does not last for 45 days. That's more like some kind of antipsychotic medication that has that slow release time frame in it. And I would be very concerned about the lithium in sitting in your gallbladder and stuff like that for that period of time, because it would compile into your pancreas and gallbladder, and probably prolonged use would probably give you pancreatic cancer. I wouldn't want it circling around in my lymphatic system, that's for sure.
Okay, so it says here, hazards identification, classification of substance of mixture, highly flammable, liquid and vapor, fatal in contact with skin, suspected of causing cancer, suspected of damaging fertile or unborn child.
Yeah, these are
and then
handling
it says,
procedures.
Yeah, causes damage to the central nervous system, the kidneys, the liver, and the respiratory system through prolonged or repeated exposure. So, what do you mean by repeated exposure? Exposure, like multiple shots, or
it would be if you were handling it, preparing it in syringes, or handling it on a regular basis. These would be precautions that you would have to take. In retrospect, like vitamin C is lethal in enough, powerful enough dose. So it's not like this is outside the ordinary to have all of these WHMIS-style precautionary instructions on the MSDS sheet. This is fairly normal. If you were handling like 5 kilograms of concentrated vitamin C, that would also be enough to kill you if you had your hand on it for long enough.
Right, but this is they're putting this into our bodies.
Yeah, this is something different. This is essentially a precursor drug that lasts for 45 days. So somewhere between the first injection and the 45 days, they would probably give you something that's very fast acting, but I'd have to see what the second injection is. But this would you would definitely feel sick after they gave that to you, because your blood vessels would be at full speed for 45 days. That would tire you out. And you're also getting chloroform slow released into your body. And chloroform is a very fast-acting, powerful sedative.
So if you go to Section 12 of the Ecological Information, it says here that water hazard class 3, extremely hazardous for water, do not allow product to reach groundwater. water course or sewage system, even in small quantities. Danger to drinking water if even extremely small quantities leaked into the ground. Also poisonous for fish and what's plankton in water bodies.
This is plankton are microscopic fish. Essentially, what it's saying is the heavy metals that are in the hydrochloride, which is a fancy word for salts, would be enough to contaminate water, essentially, ecosystems. But you'd have to be dumping kilograms of stuff like this into a lake or a river for it to cause problems. But honestly, if you took 3 or 4 tablets of this, if you could maintain it and long enough to put it in a tablet, it would be a lethal dose. I definitely wouldn't want something in my system for 45 days. That's something that you would see like Prozac or, antipsychotic medications.
Well,
right?
Isn't this illegal? Like, I mean, wouldn't it be illegal to make something like this for potential use in humans?
But there are similar medications that sound just as scary when you look at the data sheets, like lithium, for example. Essentially, lithium is used for people that are bipolar, and it is basically mercury with two molecules missing from it. So they're essentially giving you mercury to rebalance your brain. That's fairly toxic, right? A tablespoon of that would wipe out a lake. But they give it to you in minuscule amounts over time, and it lasts in your body for a long, long time. This is what worries me. I definitely wouldn't want somebody injecting me with this and having to wait 40 days or whatever for it for you to get a second drug. This is a precursor is what it is. It sets you up for what they give you next. I'd like to see what they give you in the second shot.
Well, I contacted these people and I asked them if they could give us that. They said they're working on it and they should have it up by the next 2 weeks.
I find that interesting because as to what exactly it is, vaccines don't really need a precursor. A vaccine is a simulation of a virus, right?
Right.
It doesn't need a precursor to circulate through your system at a high rate of speed. This is like essentially turning all the lights green and when you inject this into your system, and then sedating the patient so they feel essentially flu-like, right? To me, it looks like it's a simulation to simulate a flu.
Now, what happens if you're in contact with people that have got this injected in them? Like, what would potentially happen?
Well, you would be fine.
Okay.
But the person that had been injected would definitely be feeling some effects, because you would essentially be heavily sedated over a period of 45 days. And that's what that would do to your synapses in your brain. I would find that very interesting, because chloroform is a very potent sedative. And to have 4 milligrams every hour released into your blood system for 45 days, I don't even know what that would do to somebody for prolonged periods of time. Chloroform is a famous inhalant that they used to use on people to put them to sleep quickly. It's very famous, where you see in the movies where they take a rag with chloroform and put it on their face and they go to sleep. That's essentially what they're injecting into your body with something to dilate your blood vessels in your lymphatic system. So you'd be lit up like a Christmas tree for more than a month. I definitely wouldn't be volunteering to take this.
So why are they telling people, well, they're thinking of not being able, like, you won't be able to renew your driver's license if you don't take this. You won't be able to do this. You won't be able to do that. You won't be able to travel. So why are they putting people on the hook or putting people on the spot?
Well, I think that a lot of these threats would be unconstitutional, right? You'd have to, of course, discuss that with a lawyer if they could actually make you do that. Because in Canada, they couldn't make us take it, right? They could imply that there could be problems if you didn't, but at the end of the day, they can't force you into a chair and inject you. This isn't total recall, right? And threatening to take away your driver's license, if 9 or 10 million of us say no, that's it, it's over, right? This can't have that. The only way that Canada will be shaken out is by mass civil disobedience. Mm-hmm. That's the only way, right? because Canada is not used to crisis, and they're drunk on power with this one. Totally drunk on power, as you can see. The rest of the world was back to work 8 months ago. 8 months ago.
Now they're calling for, and then am I just delusional, or is it because they dubbed 2019 a year of protest, and the protests that rocked the world in 2019 saw more protests all over the world, and then here comes COVID in 2020 to shut down the world? Do you think it's just the timing is perfect, or do you think that it's not a coincidence this was all put into motion to shut down the world?
Judging from what I just read, 2021 will be the year of the blood clot, because that's what you're going to have if you take this injection, or you'll have a heart attack. If you were an elderly person, that would be I wouldn't give it to anyone. So a slow release sedative like that, you're just asking for trouble. So I'm going to call 2021 the year of the blood clot, because that's what's going to happen if you take that.
Well, we're going into our fourth and fifth.
I used to be a forensic pathologist, and blood clots are very lethal.
We're going into our fifth week of people that I know personally that have taken the second dose. I know people personally.
It must have felt like cement being injected into their arm.
One guy I haven't seen since he took this. I have not seen him anymore. I don't know where he is. And he used to come and see me every Thursday, and I have not seen him. I saw him when he took the first dose, and he said he was in bed for 3 days, and he was fine after. And then the other guy that took it 3 weeks ago came into my store, and he was so out of it. Like, I've never seen him. He forgot his PIN number. He forgot what he was buying at the store. Then he walks
he had
out,
been drugged with a sedative?
Huh?
Like he had been drugged with a sedative?
Yeah, but he's like, I'm like, what's wrong? He's like, my body's probably telling me to go home and sleep because I'm just overworking. Huh?
I bet you it is. He would be in a very sorry state. Everyone's different, right? And how drugs and chemicals react with your body, because everyone's a little bit different. But as a former healthcare person, I would say that I would be very concerned if someone had taken this into their system because of the nature of how long it stays in your body. It slow releases for 45 days. That is very, very strange.
This is just, I guess
strange.
You would call it the weapon of choice, I guess.
Well, no wonder people are getting blood clots. I'm surprised people are not getting heart attacks.
We have the article. I'll bring it up here live for you guys. I'll even type it in live so I'm not trying to, Mickey Mouse something here. Edmonton. We covered it 2 weeks ago.
So if you were getting a drug that required a precursor, they would give it to you like within 20 minutes or an hour.
Not 40 days.
You're not 45 days. Something is very, very suspicious about this.
So
I've never seen a slow release sedative like this before. I've seen one that lasts for 12 hours. I've never seen one that lasts for 45 days.
Okay, here we go. CBC, this is actually paid and funded by the Canadian taxpayers. This is actually government-funded media. The CBC, Canadians broadcasting crap, they're even admitting Edmonton woman who died of vaccine-induced blood clots was turned away from the ER.
Well, there you go. I don't know what to say other than she probably had a blood clot the size of her fist land in her cerebellum in her brain or something to that effect, or it backfired into her heart and caused an anginic-style heart failure, right? Because once a blood clot's like this, it's gelatinous in your circulatory system. Once it hits somewhere where it can't go, now you have a serious problem. You have a blockage. And a blockage, once you have a blockage in your system in a major artery, it's over. There's nothing, they couldn't fix you fast enough, right? Because the blood will back up and become essentially deprived of oxygen, right? Blood clots are very, very serious. I'm concerned because this drug that you showed me, it doesn't have any anticoagulants in it of any kind. It has a diuretic for your blood vessels and chloroform. That's very, very strange. Like, we don't even use chloroform anymore except on lab animals. You know, that's like a 1950s style medication. It's very strange. You spooked me out I'm not going to lie.
Anyways, I just wanted, I don't understand. Like, I had a guy pretty much talk me down and put me in my place on Thursday.
Right.
Came into my store and he's got a college degree. He made it very clear that I didn't have one, and because he
one of those.
And
Okay.
he told me that science and all this stuff is good, and he was
That's a
telling me
powerful
basically
word,
that
isn't
this religion that I follow, or Christianity, this religion hasn't given you the psych or the whatever. This guy put me in my place, and I didn't even eat lunch that day. I was so like, why are people talking? Why would this guy come in and talk to me like that? You know what I'm saying? And he watched a few of our shows,
regular?
and he told me basically that he's taking a second jab in a week or so, and he's very for science, and that I am ruining or destroying other people's lives if they listen to me, because I may be at fault for people not taking this and potentially you know what I'm saying, right?
That's a very strange visit. Now I know you do get all kinds of strange visitors because the nail that sticks out usually gets the hammer, right? So that's something that you gotta accept, being you're a personality, right? And I know you have thick skin because we've had many private conversations. And as far as college diplomas, listen, most of them are not worth the paper they're written on.
That's correct.
Now, the only reason why I have a decent education is because the government paid for it. Otherwise, forget it. And all the top richest billionaires on the planet, all of them have a year of college between all of them, right? You know what I mean? Elon Musk, he's got I think he did one semester. Bill Gates did 1 year. Like, nonsense. You've been to a university, you should see the stuff that there. I sat in a criminology class like 2 or 3 years ago. Absolute insanity. Talking about personality types and getting along in the office. That's what you talk. That's criminology. Forget it. Don't let anybody wag their education at you, Mike, because you're a businessman. Did that man own his own business? Probably not.
No.
Exactly.
So I don't know. I think, as sure as my name, as sure as I know my own name, I think I'm doing the right thing by discussing or maybe bringing up. We're just talking about the ingredients in this damn thing.
That's right.
And you are saying that you don't want this in you. I don't want this in me.
I find it very strange that they would want to start with the elderly. They would be the absolute last people you'd want to give something like this to. That's like, I got a mother. She's in her 60s. You'd have to get through me to give that to her. Because who knows what that would do to a 60, 70, 80-year-old heart. Forget it. Right? And you're compiling medications on top of medications. Right? So something that you take regularly, all of a sudden it's going through your circulatory system at 100 times the speed. Right? That's not good. That is not good at all.
Trust the Silence in the comments has a really good comment. He's saying, if science is real, how come we can't question it, but they can update information already given to the public?
Well, science is one of these words like religion or science, or you can't just say, well, science said, right? You know how many different disciplines there are? Some have very little to do with science at all.
Right.
And science is just an Arabic word for alchemy, which is also like a totally different venue, get to the same conclusion, right? So I went to school to be a scientist, and I would never have ever once called myself a scientist or said, relax, Mike, it's science. It doesn't work like that, because people are not stupid. Explain it to me, right? That's what you asked, right? It's a simple question. I don't like umbrella terms like that. They have all kinds of umbrella terms like right wing or left wing, or science or weather, climate change. It really means very little.
Yeah, but the
just
general
trust
public,
me, I'm a scientist.
Like, okay, let's say this whole COVID thing, let's say they didn't go with this. They just kind of let it go from China, kind of wipe it out, right? Let's say.
Right.
Let's say argumentatively that Hillary won the election. Hillary stopped the COVID at the border, and she saved Christmas, and she saved the world by whatever, right? Because Trump was president, obviously they're going to go through with this and get the mail-in ballots and all the BS. But if Clinton was, this would never fall in her lap if she was president, right? You know what I'm saying? They would have put the fire out at the border. They wouldn't have this problem, and it would have been business as usual. But then they would be grinding us day and night with climate change or global warming, or now they call it climate. It's called climate emergency or climate. What is it? Not climate change. Climate emergency, or
I don't even know.
Yeah.
If you wind the clocks back that far, when Hillary was running for president against Donald Trump, the United States was basically on fire, right? Portland, all these cities in the North Midwest, all these riots and everything, that had been going on for years. And right around 2019, there was like 100 cities across the planet on fire because people were protesting many, many different things. Mostly, I think, is the inequality that people face, right? Because people are smart now. They know that we can talk to each other. We can talk to a guy in a bicycle shop in India right now, and he could tell you that he works his butt off for peanuts, and his brother-in-law over here has a Lexus, and they grew up together. So they know that they get like a raw deal. And people were just not having it. It was a perfect time to have a pandemic show up and shut everything down. Now, Hong Kong is quietly very Chinese now, and everything, under the guise of national health or national security, they can slip in anything they want. But I suspect this was just the air brakes on the global economy, because you notice all the fake shortages are starting up now.
Portugal reopened a few weeks ago, and people from everywhere we're going to Portugal. Let's go on vacation, right?
That's right.
And England was saying, well, Portugal's demanding a vaccine passport, and then Portugal said, no, we're not. And then England says, well, if you want to get back into England, you need a vaccine passport to get into England.
That was the drug war all over again. Remember, they were making all these archaic drug laws in Europe to mimic the United States. And Portugal just decriminalized everything.
Decriminalized it and created dissuasion centers. And
exactly.
Portugal is the only country on the planet where drug use is a sickness, not a crime.
That's right. And you don't go to jail, you go to rehab.
Right.
And no more problems.
That's
right?
it.
Because they knew they
one
couldn't
overdose
right?
in 2019.
Right. And he was probably a foreigner.
It was a guy from England visiting partying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They knew they couldn't afford a giant police state because it's not a big country, right? Mm-hmm. So they wouldn't even try. They're just like, we'll go in the opposite direction. We'll swim upstream for a bit and be fine. As Portugal has always done throughout history, if you know history very well.
Mm-hmm. So Bolsonaro in Brazil is saying here, I was watching this in the news because I watched the news directly from Brazil.
Perfect.
And they said here, he insists that closures and lockdowns do not have proven scientific efficiency against the COVID, and they are applied to oppress the people.
Yes, that has nothing to do with containment, because essentially COVID-19 is a variant of influenza, right? It's part of the all of the coronavirus families are all part of essentially influenza, or the respiratory flu.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on a sec. So if they're giving you this thing here, this is the ingredients. So if they're giving you this, now explain to me, how is this going to help your respiratory system?
This
looks like a blood vaccine.
This would do nothing for your respiratory system.
So what's the point of it? Because this looks like a blood vaccine. It looks like something that's administered by the blood. It has nothing to do with your respiratory.
This is designed to open up your blood vessels and sedate your body, like similar to a painkiller. And then obviously they're going to give you something that's fast acting that will go through your system very quickly. But to have it so slow release is very, very disturbing. Perhaps it was engineered that they couldn't guarantee when you were going to get your second shot or whatever. But what is in the second shot? Because I want to see that.
I'll get it in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, because I find that very interesting.
So,
because this is they call it a precursor, and it is not like any one I've ever seen. But pharmacology is not my absolute specialty, so I'm like a little bit rusty. But chemistry and biology is. And the effects that this would have on your body, if it gave you a little bit too much, you would die.
well, yeah. Well, here it is. Okay, here from Sudbury, Ontario. 2 more weeks of lockdown. Safe outdoor activities should bring a good summer, says Science Table.
Right. Well, what's Hare Ford have to say about it, right? And we're opening up in June plus 2 weeks plus 2 weeks. So he's already written off June. They will have to take it away from them. They will never give it up. Because, like I said, Canada's not, they're just drunk with power on this because they're not used to crisis. When's the last time we had a crisis here in Canada? Right? The 70s, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
The FLQ thing, and that was like 2 weeks? You know,
2
like
weeks
we're
in
just
a
not.
day.
Exactly. We're like very sheltered here, right? So a very compliant, complacent society. Complacency is Canada's pastime. Very famous general said that.
Okay, so now
It's
science,
really our
they're
fault.
using the
It's
name
really
of
our fault.
science, basically. In the name of science, in the name of science. And then
In the
people
name
like
of
myself.
weather, in the name of religion.
Well,
It's
like
both
people like
envelope
myself,
term.
well, in the name of the book of Revelations,
Sure.
it's all saying what they're telling us. Oh, no, the guy told me, look, I believe in science, you're a religious guy. The problem with your show is you're religious, and your religion hasn't given you any, any energy or he basically told me your religion hasn't got you to 15,000 subscribers in 10 years. And he said, you're pathetic, and I don't even know why you put up YouTube videos.
How does he know? How does he know what you get out of religion? You know, have we even discussed it? I know you very well. We've never talked about God, right? It doesn't mean you're not a religious person or what does one thing have to do with anything? That's like saying because of weather, right? Or religion says it's okay to kill your neighbor because in one book somewhere it probably says that, right? We can't do these umbrella terms for things like that.
It's not fair.
Yeah, it's not fair because you couldn't compare Hinduism to the Ten Commandments or whatever, right? Because they're like not mirror opposites of each other, but totally different philosophies, right?
So here it is. Let me break this down for you. People living in Ontario, Canada, while Florida and Texas have been open for a long time. And did you see that article where Texas has 0 deaths confirmed?
Yes.
Yeah.
They also have
cases don't mean deaths.
Of course not. And they very, very much filter what the information we get from the United States here in Canada. They want to tell you that if you go there, you get sick. It's going to cost you $1 million. You're going to lose your house. Do not go to the United States. Buy the insurance. On and on and on. The Americans are fantastic people, right? And of course, their healthcare system isn't perfect. But if you have insurance, you're fine. You know what I mean? Like, we pay 54% tax as an individual. What do you pay for your? I shudder to think what you pay your corporate tax or whatever to run your company, right? And so, like, where are we? You know, they're trying to tell us that we're the socialist paradise up here, but you know, there's a lot of things that are not right in Canada.
Lots of things are not right in Canada.
That's right.
Okay, so here it is, guys, living in Ontario. Local camping with your own household. So you can't go camping with friends because they're going to have camp police that are going to go around and say, who is this? Why is he with you? He's not allowed to be with you.
That's if they could find you. There's a forest. The forest in Ontario is bigger than France. Right? It's just a scare tactic. They're not in any position to really physically enforce these measures that they're saying. And what it is it's really our fault for being complacent.
Okay, here goes. Next one. Basketball with masks.
Yeah, you're going to go tell your kids to go play basketball with a mask? Like, give me a break. Right? Go tell a bunch of teenage boys.
Single tennis. You can't play doubles.
You can't play doubles. Yeah. The insanity.
Doubles tennis with masks.
Think of the insanity. Or
double tennis with masks.
Or you're riding the GO train out here, which is a commuter train that goes back and forth. They have all the chairs squared off in individual plexiglass little dome. It's the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever seen. If you sit in a self-contained unit after somebody else, you'll more than likely catch whatever they had. Just
okay. Hold on. Singing outside.
Singing outside. See, if as you can see, they've clearly lost their minds. And as Canadians, like, it's our fault for being complacent. This is our fault for allowing them to get away with this. Because there's nothing they could do, really. They're not a police state. They're acting like one. They don't have any teeth, really. They don't.
Didn't that lady, what's her name? That ugly one. What's her name? The one that Nancy Pelosi, didn't she say that a week ago that masks don't work? She said that.
Of course. The United States is a different animal when it comes to being able to enforce it. They certainly could. They have the manpower and resources to do it. Up here, we can't. We could just tell them to get lost. Because what can they do, really? They write you a ticket. Good luck. I'll see you in court. It's never going to happen. The courts are closed, by the way, for nearly 2 years now. Right? We're getting there.
Well, they're looking to administer 130,000 doses per day of this stuff.
I shudder to think how you could track all this. Like, it just, if they were going to give you a precursor drug for something that you needed, I would want the secondary drug of the same day. I do not want something floating around in my system for 45 days. Lit up like a Christmas tree. You're going to get blood clots. You're going to get dehydrated. You're going to get confused. You're going to start behaving strangely. You're going to be chronically fatigued. You could get a blood clot and die. That's literally what this stuff would do to you.
I don't know why they're making us take, or they're... Okay, I wouldn't be so bothered about it if it was, this is what we have, take it if you like. Don't tell me I can't go to Portugal because don't tell me I can't go visit my friend because I don't have this. Don't tell me I need to wear a mask when I'm playing tennis or basketball.
Well, Portugal will be happy to have you. You know they would. It would be the government here won't let you leave. They won't let you get on the plane. That's what will happen.
Well, you're going to have to go through China because my friend was stranded in Colombia during 2020. He couldn't go through the United States, so he had to fly from Bogota, Colombia. He had to go from Bogota to Johannesburg, Johannesburg to Sydney, Australia, Sydney, Australia to Shanghai, and Shanghai to Vancouver, and nobody stopped him when he got in, and he wasn't even checked.
That was 20,000-mile detour, and he just walked right in.
Because he usually goes through, I think it's San Antonio or Dallas.
Right.
But unfortunately, they wouldn't allow him because coming through the States. But if you come through China, is okay. The origin of the virus, it's okay. But if you question China about where it came from, some wet market, they shut you down and they sanction you like they sanction Australia.
Well, they don't want you to see how the rest of the world is dealing with this, right? They don't want you to see this. And the world trade came to a halt in like 2018. Remember all the articles about all these container ships just sitting there? Like, you know what I mean? Do you remember all this? This was like 2018. They were like cutting up container ships because there was no demand for them and all this stuff. Do you think that anything changed? This all has to do with trade policy, if you ask me. Because we don't want to. They don't want to do business.
Some people say this has to do with switching over to a cryptocurrency.
See, I find that really interesting because as soon as the cryptocurrency garners enough attention, you don't think the government won't seize it? They will. They'll seize it or they'll ban it. Like
India
they ban
is
possession
putting
of gold
taxes of
and
50% on it. India is doing all kinds. India is rewarding banks for people that change their crypto. Your money needs to land somewhere for you to be able to use it, right?
100%. Yeah.
So
100%.
it's got to land somewhere. So if it
At
lands
some
on a
point,
credit
it has
card,
to be
it lands in a
tangible.
bank account, lands in a friend's account that he's going to transfer to you, they're going to find
Right.
the money. There's going to be a trail, and that's the problem. There's always going to be a trail. Unless me and you, legal tender, like I say here, I'm going to sell you my glass of water here. You're going to give me crypto for it. That's fine because it's between me and you, right?
Right.
But then once that money needs to land in a bank account, India's rewarding banks for ratting out people that have these deposits that are coming in from crypto.
Right. Do you use it? I don't use cryptocurrency.
I don't use crypto. I have physical gold and silver. I have that stuff. That's, I'm old school. I'm 40. How old am I? 43? 42?
So my issue was this mythical currency. If you invested all kinds of money or put your money into a cryptocurrency and all of a sudden it quote unquote crashed, collapsed, controlled demolition, whatever you want to call it, there would be no one to even call. who would you call at Bitcoin and say what happened? Nowhere, because they answer to no one, right? That's not going to be a sustainable thing, because you can't, right? Even the Federal Reserve has a complaint number in the United States. You could call the Federal Reserve and complain about interest rates.
Let me ask you. You're hearing this first on Mike in the Night, and I'm going to ask this to Jacob. Jacob, do you think we're going to see internet disturbances like in Argentina so people don't organize and rally? Right now in Argentina, they're shutting down the internet there so people don't organize and rally. And here's the article right here if you guys want proof.
I believe we already have, but it's been a slow burn here in Canada. It's been a slow burn because Canada only has 1,300 servers. Did you know that? Country with 35. They don't even know how many millions of people live here. They say 30 something. They don't know. But there's 1,300 servers to service all of that. You don't think that they could monitor that? They could monitor everything. That's less servers than exists in California. They could monitor everything. They could eliminate the word next from the internet and you'd never see it again here in Canada, right? Or whatever it is they wanted to do. That's why a cell phone in Canada is like $100 a month, right? When I lived in other countries, it was like $5 a month, right?
It is.
I remember in Mexico, you could buy cell phones at the counter of a corner store in bulk. Everyone I know had 9 phones, right? But you can't track that. You can't bill by the megabytes. You can't give gigs of data to track people's behavior, right? Marketing companies and stuff would just love Canada because we're so compliant, so complacent. We just hand over the keys to the city long time ago.
Okay.
This is why people are lining up to get this chloroform injection into their body, slow release. That is definitely one for the books. I've never seen anything like that.
This is serious, very, very serious stuff. Okay, Jacob, it's been a great 40 minutes talking. I appreciate you coming on and giving us an update on this. When I get the report on the second one in depth like this with all the ingredients, we'll go ahead and go through it again, okay?
Absolutely. I'll tear it apart. No problem.
God bless you.
Cheers. You guys have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, so that was really hard to stomach. I don't know. I don't know how to take this. I don't even know how to explain this, I just don't. I don't know. I don't know if there's this. I don't know. I don't know. It's so hard to. Anyways, quick channel plug. Let's go to Mike in the Night, guys. You are tuned in to Mike in the Night. Fort Room is sent me $2.99. Have a cup of coffee on me. I will buy a coffee with that for next morning coffee with Mike. I promise I will. And let's go through a quick channel plug, guys, here. Guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'm hoping to reach 14,000 subscribers by Christmas. I'm at 13,930. So I need another. So I'm basically 10 subscribers per month by Christmas time, hopefully. And guys, don't forget to set your reminders for Wednesday's show. Wednesday, we have a show called Let's Devalue Our Money Race. So who's going to devalue their currency first? Mike in the Night next week. I don't even know what to call it. So let's get digital. I don't know. I just want to call it Let's Get Digital. I want to get digital. Let's get digital. Let me hear your money talk. Your money talk. We'll have Olivia Newton-John on the show next week. And guys, this is the thing here you guys want me to do. It's a Discord. It's Mike in the Night. They say that the link is not working, so here's the link. Debbie Kozak, holy crap, sent me $50 Canadian. Holy crap, Debbie, thank you so much. I'll be buying something for my kids with that. Here's the Discord, guys. This is the Discord I want to have open on the side when we're live. If you want to send links that you can't send it on YouTube. So you send the links here. I could open it here, and then I could look at it on YouTube. It's a pain in the ass to open links and to send links. So I gave you the link for the Discord. This is what it looks like. I'm going to show you what it looks like if the link doesn't work. It's Mike in the Night. There it is right there. I have nobody on it because I don't know anybody to do this, right? So if you guys want, there's the Discord for the show. It's called Mike in the Night, and Mike in the Night, Mike-in-the-night. I don't know. So I'm going to comment here. I'm going to put a woo. There it is today. So if you guys want to join, please join, and we could get We could get, Okay. Anyways, guys, please send me your messages on Instagram. I do look at every message you do send me. So if you want to message me, Instagram doesn't block the messages like YouTube does. I don't know why YouTube does. Not YouTube. Facebook does that. I don't really put anything on here, but I do get messages on here all the time. Also, guys, if you don't mind, Teespring, I love Amerifornia. Amerifornia is coming to America with the new president-elect. Not elect, select. Big difference in the language here. Guys, don't forget to contribute to Mike in the Night Amerifornia Tour 2021-2022. Lord Humongous is going to go around America in a van, touring and meeting guests that have been on the show or on the show, and finding stories and finding out what's happening across America. So if you guys don't mind donating, I've donated a few times. Don't forget to donate $1 or $2. It's not a big deal. If you can, do it. Artbydano.com, not your typical art. Phone cases, all kinds of cool stuff, and you could commission Dano to make you a portrait or a painting. He's very serious when it comes to making beautiful, this absolutely beautiful work. I've got quite a few of his pieces hanging up in my store. That's it. It's Mike in the Night, guys, and let's get on some more stories. We'll get our next caller in, and see what's going on. We had Ricky Spanish on earlier. Ricky Spanish. And then we had Paddy O'Shea. Paddy O'Shea was on. And we had Paddy O'Shea from Northern Ireland giving us an update on what's happening there. And then we had, what else do we have on the show? And then we had our scientist here that came on the show who explained the video that I made is right here. I'm going to go back to the video. So I made a video discussing the chocolate cake because I really can't talk about this. I don't even know how I would be allowed. Let me see if it's back here. Yeah. So this is the chocolate cake video. If you want to see, go to the chocolate cake video and go to the link in below, and then that gives you the entire ingredients for the Portuguese chocolate cake is right here. So it was tested. I did call this laboratory. And I did make some contacts there. I asked if they wanted to come on the show. They said, well, for security reasons, they don't feel comfortable, which is fine. And that's fine. So there it is right there. So I don't know. I just want to let me put a link for the video to get the ingredients for this Portuguese chocolate cake. If you guys want it, it's right here. If you guys want to check it out. So there it is right there, the ingredients. And we got Bolsonaro there talking. We got this guy. I love this guy. I don't know who this guy is. I just want to PayPal this guy $50. This guy, right? I want to give this guy $50. Look at this guy with this, what is that, a mustache? Or is that dirt on his face? Is that a mustache or dirt? Looks like it's dirt. Anyways, 2 more weeks of lockdown. Safe order activity should bring good summer, says Science Table. Like that. Good summer. So here it is. There's the rules if you're living in Ontario. Local camping with your own household. Let me enlarge this so you think I'm not lying. Basketball with masks. Single tennis. Double tennis with masks. Singing outside where there is social distancing. Why are they making this crap up? Speaking of crap, let's go back to the channel. So that was our first story for the night. Let's go on to here. Let's go back here. Let's go back here and we'll go over a few of the things we discussed. Okay, 2021 will be remembered as. Let's full screen this. We did this on the channel. 2021 will be remembered as. 13% of you guys said making up a ton of crap. Let me enlarge that. 49% of you guys said we lost our freedoms. 3% of you said the mainstream media is ignored. 19% said the biggest transfer of wealth. And 16% said the worst leadership in history. So, new ID laws aim to help reduce digital shyness in Germany. What the hell is digital shyness? I've been on this earth for 43 years. I've never heard so much garbage wrapped up to try and get a POS, not point of sale, point across. Digital shyness. More public services go online. More public UID aims to help reduce digital shyness in Germany. More public services to go online, encouraging Germans to move away from paper, forms, and faxes. Germany's infamously unwildly and old-fashioned bureaucracy is to be given a welcome digital boost. A new law to make electronic identification easier and more efficient. What a bunch of garbage. Why do they keep making crap up as they go along? Digital shyness. Oh, it's science, Mike. You don't believe in science? You believe in religion? Yeah, I do. Because you better be aligned with some sort of religion if you see what the hell is going on here. You better be right with God. You better. Slap on the wrist for Jeffries. Prison guards, no jail time for sleeping on the job and forging documents about it. Latest science now says we all must wear masks to prevent global warming. 2 months after Biden blasted Neanderthal thinking, Texas reports 0 COVID deaths. Justin Trudeau elected through massive influx of foreign funding. What did he think? What did you think? What did you think? We weren't going to find out? Who do you think runs Canada? I keep saying Canada is an autonomous region of China. No debate. Done. Grindhouse Cartoon says they will make an anti-digital shyness vax. Yeah. Biggest transfer of wealth from Hong Kong. So there's I post this on the community section of the page if you guys want to go to it once in a blue moon and check out what's going on. And then this one from 4 days ago. They need to stop this testing shit now. These losers could trigger an ice age. Comment below and fill me in. Solar engineering. Could blocking the sun save the planet? Stop with this shit! They need to stop testing this. Stop! No one's asking you to block the damn sun! Alright, let's get Lord Humongous on the phone before I have a heart attack. He's trying to call in.
Mike.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, nothing. I just wanted to call you and give you a little tour update.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? We got Dano. He made the Marifornia tour logo.
I saw that. That's actually pretty catchy. I saw the one he made there. It's really good. He sent it to me on Instagram.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I also wanted, I told you before, but we sent Mr. P.O. donation, $1 donation back. And please, people, don't go by what was written on there. It's a bunch of garbage.
There it is. So there's the Amerifornia van for the tour.
Since we're talking about, lies tonight on the show, that's the show, topic and focus. So, hello.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead, buddy.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I know there's a lot going on in the world, and believe me, if I was doing this to try to get rich or something, it's ridiculous, and people should not pay attention to some of the idiot trolls that have gone on there already and tried to disrupt things. They're just hurting the channel overall, and this whole thing's, we're doing it for freedom. That's the main point, is that we're trying to fight all this stuff, so we still have a voice left, with the government attacks on all angles from every angle, the criminal players behind it. So Just wanted to give a quick update, and
That's good.
yeah,
We're going to go across America. Hold on a sec, Lord. We got somebody in the comments saying that the link that I'm sending from the thing is not working for the... I don't know how to do it, guys. I don't know what I'm doing here. With this, guys, this is what he's talking about. This is what it looks like. I'm going to show you guys what the channel looks like. And I don't know. I'm giving the link here from the Discord, and unfortunately,
the Discord's not working right. However, you got it set up, because I have even Fringe. She got me on Discord, and she wants to. I guess you sent her a link to that as well. So, yeah, we're trying to get that set up. Who set up the Discord? Anyway?
I did. I don't know what I'm doing, so I don't even know what I'm doing with this. I'm trying to get it. I can't get anyone to join because I don't even know how to send the link out. I'm cutting the link and pasting it here in the right there, and then nothing comes up. People say.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
The channel name is Mike in the Night. I guess.
Right. Oh, so is that your handle though? Is that your like specific handle, or is it just Mike Martin's?
It could be. Well, no, it just says Mike in the Night.
Oh, just Mike in the Night is your actual handle. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Cool. So you should tell everybody to search Mike in the Night, and then that would probably, if they already have a Discord, they should be able to search out your name.
Well, this way we could post stuff while I'm live, and if there's links that you can't post on stupid YouTube, at least I could see them here.
Right, I agree. I mean, you need to have a backup to YouTube, anyways. We've known that for years, so it's good to have your stuff spread out. Scott also mentioned something about Skype being heavily monitored by the people that are listening in, and which I could give two hoot and hollers about. They know everything anyways. Everything's trackable on the internet, including cryptocurrencies.
Okay, this is the invite link, I think. So I know how to do it. Someone just told me saying here, copy.
Yeah.
Copy invite link, or send the link to a friend. Copy. Okay, guys, this might be the invite link. I have to fix the one on my Facebook on my page, so that should work. I think it should work. There it is, right there, guys. Thank you in the comments for fixing that. I just don't know. Like, I have so much on the go. It's so hard to.
No, I hear you. Hey, did you hear about the Federal Reserve's $93 billion balance sheet? You know what's going on with that?
Oh, do tell. Okay, so we just got Layla join. We got Baranoias join. So people are joining right now. So that's good to see. Nothing is private on the channel, but it is NSF, not safe for work. NS, not safe for NSF, whatever. It's not safe for work. So people so this way I don't get in trouble if someone posts something.
Right.
Yeah. So go ahead. The $1 billion balance sheet for what? Go ahead and tell us.
The $93 billion balance sheet from the Federal Reserve. Did you hear that story today?
No, tell us.
Well, apparently they're setting up a location, I guess. They're going to tie in all a lot of the toxic derivatives, and they're writing off a lot of the inflation that they created. A lot of it goes back to the 2018 housing crash. So it's a big reason why the housing and stuff, we never get those in the CPI numbers that come out. It's just all part of this Ponzi. They're going to run this paper game into the ground, and everybody on the planet is going to suffer because of this. It's just a big lie. I've always wanted to ask myself this question. This is pretty deep, but how many balance sheets do you think these central banks actually hold?
Well, if you want to factor in the derivative markets and the IOUs and the phony certificates, quadrillions of dollars.
That's my point, Mike. When does this stuff end? I mean, when do we go back to a sound money for everybody's country? But it's all in the trade imbalances. It's all in the fact that for 40 years, America shipped its jobs over to China. We built their country up through that very monetary system just to tear down America. So you can see how that the USD itself is very self-destructive.
I want to thank Johnny Boy Silver. Hi, Mike. Get this to Lord for the tour, and thank you. Thanks to you and your intelligent, critically thinking callers. Thanks, Johnny Boy Silver. I'm gonna donate it again to Lord tomorrow, and
Right.
and guys, you could donate directly to him. I'll give you the link if you guys want. Lord Among Us is trying to do the right thing here, and yeah, and thank you.
Hey, I'm putting 15. I've already put 15 grand into the venture by buying the van, so it's there. It's a blank canvas. We want to billboard it up, and we want to spread the message of freedom and independence and sound money, and that's really the whole goal of this whole thing. It's not to get rich because gas is going up and all that stuff, and that thing takes quite a bit. So
it does.
You know,
I saw the photos of it. It looks really good. It looks like it's something that could get you around the country. So what we're going to do is we're going to start linking you up. What we're going to do is we're going to link you. So basically people on the show where you're going to go down and see Morgan in Arizona. You probably go down and see Dano in California. You'll go. So we'll connect you across with people from the channel. Maybe you could go up to Oregon first and see Mitch, and then go down to California and see, you know what I'm saying, going in a circle and then start picking up people.
Well, it would be easier for me to hit Arizona and more cost effective, and Southern California, and stay in those areas for a little while, make some videos, see what's going around, and then travel up the entire West Coast all the way to Seattle.
And then come and see me at the store.
Exactly. Well, I don't know. I don't have a passport, Mikey. They don't give us Americans that anymore. We're not smart enough to hold those things. They don't want the slaves escaping the plantation. Remember, that was a joke. You didn't like it?
Yeah, we'll just apply for a passport. I think it's like $100, I think, or $85.
Start tossing food rations over the border line pretty soon between us and Canada. I think that's what we're gonna have to start doing, Mike.
Food rations, man. Yeah, we've been talking about an engineered food engineered shortage of some sorts.
Yeah. And they've killed the entire working class. It's not just the middle class; it's the working class.
Working poor.
So the working, even the working rich. And people think when this collapse happens, like it's gonna just, not affect them, but it's gonna affect the entire. I don't care what walk of life you're in. If you think you're like super ultra rich or you're super ultra poor, it's going to affect everybody, and everybody's going to pay a heavy price for this whole Ponzi scheme that's been running for over 100 years through the central banks and the Federal Reserve and the whole printing of fiat. It's just it's going to go to zero confidence at some point. So I'm trying to warn people. I'm trying to say, protect your rights. They're God-given rights, by the way, which I'll always stand for. And that doesn't matter what country you're in or what tyranny you have as a government under you.
So we got Eduardo here on the Discord here. We have Eduardo who just messaged us. We got, there you go. So there's 6 online, 6 offline. So it looks like we're getting people kind of rolling in, which is really nice.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. I have to fix the link though.
It's all right. Those are bugs that'll be worked out, and who cares who's listening, really? They've been listening to us for decades, and the time is to speak up. Don't let them silence your voice. I think once we lose freedom of speech, man, that's going to be over. They're going to have us controlled completely. We still have the option to say no to a lot of this stuff. Don't pay attention to the weapon of television, they lie and they propagandize to everybody.
So what did you think of that scientist that came on earlier that was telling us about what this time release thing that they're giving us?
Yeah, I'm sure it's in the technology. It's bio
it scared the crap out of me.
Well, it should. That's what it's designed to do, though, Mike. I mean, you have to be a willing participant, or you have to be duped into this bullshit. Excuse my French, but yeah, people need to start standing up for their rights, man. We got too many weak-ass Americans in this country. We got too many weak-ass Canadians. We got too many weak-ass Australians, and they're letting this stuff happen through because they're the rule followers. They're the ones that say, "Oh, well, the government told me it's good. They're here to help me." And so it must be good. So I'm going to fall in line. And I'm going to put on a mask and rubber gloves, and I'm going to get vaccinated and poisoned to death. people, use your voice. That's all I can say. That's why I'm such a proponent for freedom of speech. You know, they can, you know, this government in the U.S. has destroyed or they've covered up the Constitution far too long, and they've taken everybody's rights away through the very business apparatus, the money printing, and the law system, which
A
is
lot of
flawed.
people are mistaken because people think that America is its people. No, America is the Constitution, and then it's the people.
Well, the first words of it are "We the people," right? You know how far that went.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're just all trapped in that, and I think that we really need to take a stand. And there's a way to peacefully stand up, and you don't have to get violent, and you don't have to protest. You just have to simply not comply and say no until you know you get the government that you deserve.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And the voting's all rigged. I mean, it's just the whole system. It's just going to all fall apart at some point. That's what I truly believe in my you know, my opinion. I stand for my rights. I believe they came from God, and
Right.
anybody can, you know, they can call me a kook and a religious nut or whatever, but that's why I do believe in God.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
You better get right with God, especially what they're feeding us here. The same thing, we had Ricky Spanish on earlier, and he said the same thing you're saying, but in a different context.
Right. He's got to stand up, though, man. I mean, do people think that
Dude, he did a night in jail for talking.
Well, that's good. I give him good credit for that.
Yeah, Ricky Spanish went to jail for talking.
Right.
So
yeah.
Ricky Spanish.
Yeah.
Anyways.
No, it's good. It's good, man. It's good. All of it's good. Speak out, people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just don't be. They censor us heavily on the internet. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
They control the internet. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
So what makes you think that they don't control the you know, the digital currencies? What makes you think that the CBDC that the Federal Reserve's trying to roll out on Americans now is not a worthless piece of garbage? It's no different than any other coin out there. It's all transferred through electrons through the system. It's all digitized. It's all digital. You know, and that's what we're really fighting against. That's the whole lie that they're trying to cover, man, so they can remain in control. You know, and how do they remain in control is by not having a sound money system. All governments. You know, we've all been grown up on this paper garbage, man. And at the end of the day, that's all a derivative is. It's paper shuffling, paper garbage, numbers manipulation, and it's all done by all the big players. You know, I want my freedom back. I don't care about the technology. I'm sorry for everybody that's all into it, but I want my rights back. I don't want my rights infringed like they've been doing forever, especially the Second Amendment, right, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah.
You know?
I want to get Mitch on if he could talk. Apparently something happened.
Yeah.
I've been reading the comments. I want to get Mitch on, okay?
All right. God bless everybody.
God bless you, Lord Humongous. So we got Lord Humongous. I want to see if Mitch could talk to us and maybe explain to us vaguely what's happening. So something happened with Mitch. I don't know if he wants to talk about it.
Mike.
Hey, Mitch, how are you, my brother?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. So this is Mitch out of Oregon State. So can you tell us what's going on? I know something big is going on. Do you want to talk about it, or you want to?
Yeah, I'm fine, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah, on December 23rd, I called down to California. My folks have always spent the winters near San Francisco and the summers up on the Oregon coast. For over 30 years they have. And anyway, I called. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I called my dad for his birthday on December 23rd, and as usual, he gets on one phone and Mom gets you on the other one, and we have a conference call. And Mom said that she was terrified of the virus, and she asked me if they were offering vaccines in Oregon yet. And I said, I have no idea. I said, I'm not going to get a vaccine. And she says, what do you mean you're not going to get a vaccine? And I said, I don't trust it. I don't trust them. And my dad says, stop it with the conspiracy theories. That's what my dad says. Stop it with the conspiracy theories. Anyway, February 2nd, my mom she was happy and healthy, looking forward to spending the summer up on the Oregon coast and doing her artwork and traveling around, gardening. I mean, she was a busy lady, very healthy and very happy. And February 2nd, she had the Moderna vaccine at the senior center in the park that they live at down near San Francisco. And I didn't know this from my family, but a relative told me that my dad took her to the ER twice after she had the vaccine. And prior to that, she was posting on Facebook, get vaxxed, get vaxxed. My mom was, get vaxxed. And all of a sudden, her Facebook thing went silent. And anyway, 4 weeks after her first one, which was March 2nd, she had her second vaccination, and she was worried that they were not going to give her the second shot, because she was running a fever, because she had been sick off and on since the first one. And yet they still gave it to her. I don't know whether she didn't have a temperature, but she was concerned that because she wanted to get the second one done so she could come up to Oregon. She was chomping at the bit to get up here. Anyway, 3 days later, she had a massive cerebral thrombosis. They call it a FARC, I think is the acronym. It's a severe, severe blood clot stroke that you don't recover from. They gave her a clot buster, and then they moved her to another facility, and they had a neurosurgeon go into her brain and they had to remove the clot. And anyway, she was a vegetable. She couldn't talk. And she could barely move her left arm a little bit. Other than that, her whole body was dead. And after being in and out of the hospital, my brother traveled from Oregon down, got a hospital bed in mom and dad's house down near San Francisco, took care of her, and then she almost died, and she went back in the house, back and forth, back. Anyway, my brother called me and said he wanted me to come down, bring a cargo van and load up the hospital bed, all the oxygen tanks, and have Dad and everybody follow. And we came up to Oregon, and she died 1 day later.
I'm sorry.
And it's no big deal. I can handle it. I'm not as messed up as my dad is. He's gonna die now because this goddamn vax. Anybody who is not paying attention, the vaccine can kill you. It may not kill you, but it can. And I don't think that it's worth the chance unless you're a hypochondriac that thinks that the authorities have your best interest in mind. I just don't think that it's a wise thing to do. I think that you should just take your chances with what God has given us. That's my opinion.
I'm sorry. I'm
and,
sorry.
And I guarantee you, Mike, that, and I can't talk to my family about it because they are liberal, and they for some reason they think that anybody that is against wearing a mask or is against the vaccine is a dirty conservative, deplorable, this, that, the other. I don't know why that they've got us at each other's throats about these different views. And I do understand why some people are so afraid and feeling so much pressure to get the vaccine. I understand. My brother that took care of my mom has already had the vaccine, the same one, I guess.
So we had our resident scientist come on earlier, and what did you think of what he said? How it's some sort of release effect like it releases in your body X amount of milligrams per day.
Well, he's smart. He said he was I think a trained forensic pathologist or something.
Right. Well, we just call her a resident scientist or whatever you want to call him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knew what he was talking about, and I don't trust it, Mike. This was put out under Operation Warp Speed. It's not approved. It didn't take 20 years to develop with all these different safeguards like a normal vaccine. It's not an approved. It's just supposedly under the auspices of an emergency, but it's not a vaccine. It's some sort of a Frankenstein toxin that they're pumping into people.
Well, we have the ingredients right here. And I don't know. I don't even know what half this stuff is. I don't even know what 90% of this stuff is.
It's not a vaccine. Mike, when I haven't had a vaccine since I was a kid. I had the smallpox, the one that leaves the big scab on your arm.
Right.
And or that might have been chicken pox. I can't remember which, but and I took the polio sugar cubes. That was about the last thing. And there's some argument whether that was even necessary, but I can't remember taking any kind of a vaccine since I was a kid, like elementary school. And I don't take shots. I've never taken a flu shot. I don't take any medicines or anything like that. And my parents were always like that. Like I said, that they were strict vegetarians, very strict, organic. They always gardened, and they both weighed what they weighed in high school. Dad's 5'10", he weighs about 140. Mom was what she weighed in high school. They've been together for 70 years. They were in excellent health, and they were going to live way into their 90s, maybe 100. And then this vaccine killed Mom, and then now Dad doesn't want to live. You there, Mike?
I'm listening. I'm here. I'm just digesting.
I do not trust the vaccine. People are good handicappers, at many things. But for some reason, this has got some really, really smart people confused. And if a person, as much as you spend time talking to people of all different, points of view, I would think that you would recognize that that the virus is not that big of a threat. And now they're saying that even if you got vaxxed, in spite of all,
you're still going to get sick.
That you might get sick. There might be a variant, and you might be able to give off some type of toxins or something to somebody else. And you may pass. You may try to travel, and they do a test, and they say, "Oh, you've got COVID." Well, wait a minute, I had a shot. Or maybe you've had COVID already, and you've got some antibodies, and then you're going to go ahead and get the vaccine anyway. I mean, there's all sorts of good logical reasons to just say no. The hell with it. And my problem is like you, I want to go to the Philippines, and they're not. I've spent a lot of time over there. I've made 10 trips, and I stayed over there generally 3 to 4 months, sometimes 2 months. And I want to go over there, and they're not allowing it, and they probably going to be opening up soon, but there's going to be restrictions, and one of the restrictions is for a foreigner is you're probably going to have to be vaccinated. Now, they may cut you some slack because your wife is Filipina, and you're married. But
Right.
If you want to go there and visit the home that you're building, and kind of get an idea about future plans and all that, they may end up requiring you to get vaxxed just to enter the country. And that's really my uncle just Skyped me a little bit earlier before your show, and he's a real smart guy, and he told me that about half the Marine Corps, U.S. Marine Corps, is absolutely refusing to get vaxxed.
Well, I don't blame him. I don't blame him for refusing to get this injected. What really bothers me, Mitch, is why are we even having this conversation? None of this should be allowed. Period.
Yeah.
Why are we even talking this? We shouldn't be getting to this point. And then we're scared about talking. You got these college degree people. I believe in science. I have a college degree. The guy told me, I believe in science and you believe in religion. And it's like, so? And, it's like, wow. He's trying to make me feel guilty by saying that if I get people to not, or people, to maybe just look at the ingredients and make a decision from that I may be harming other people's potential in lives for living.
Well, I don't have any more trust in science than I do religion. I believe in being a good person and not hurting other people.
Right.
And being a contributing member to society and helping your neighbor and treating others as you would like to be treated. I believe in all those things, and I believe in the 10 Commandments. I think they're great.
It's the best thing written on stone.
But I think that to be wedded to any science or religion is a little bit dangerous as far as losing your objectivity.
Right.
Not that I have anything against science or religion, because I can make up my own mind. I can listen to people's point of view and make up my own mind, and I try not to be judgmental. But because of what just happened to me and my family, I actually, if I could find somebody to blame, not carrying around a lot of anger has its benefits, but there has been times when I've killed things in my life, and when I've done that, I've never had any remorse because I haven't done it out of anger. And if I could find somebody to absolutely put the finger on for what has happened to my family, my mom and my dad and my brother suffered a lot too, a lot more than me.
Right.
That I would actually do something about it, something very decisive. If I could find somebody to put the finger on, some one person to put the finger on. It's a terrible thing when you lose somebody to something like this.
The scary part of all of this, Mitch, and it goes back to what I was talking about for the last couple of years, is why have people lost the ability to negotiate for themselves? That's what it goes back to in the end. Why is it a problem now? Now it's become a problem for us to negotiate for ourselves. If I say, well, I'm not taking this and neither is my family, well, it becomes a problem then because I'm negotiating for myself. And it's scary how 50% of the Marine Corps is smart. And apparently someone commented that 50% of the WHO is not taking this thing. They're smart. So what is the, give and take media that we need where stop trashing us and stop making up this BS language. Remember that thing I was reading to you guys? Cyber shyness? What the hell is that?
It's a fear of being jumped on. Rat packed. You get rat packed when you try to speak your mind objectively, and for some reason, the calmer you are, the more violent the attack.
Mm-hmm.
Like if somebody comes on real strong, there are some people that will back down. But if you just make your point objectively and calmly, you get attacked or even rat packed by a whole bunch of people for speaking your mind. Look at all the people that we love that were on YouTube before that spent years building a channel and having a decent revenue income and providing good content, and they have been banned. And it is not one, it is not 100, it's thousands of really good quality vloggers have lost their channel on YouTube. And there's the few that are left that I watch are gonna lose theirs too, Mike, including you. And you have been throttled and messed with, and partially deplatformed in a whole bunch of different ways, just because you have a bunch of people here that like to talk and have opinions that may conflict with those in charge's views or what they want you to say or not to say.
Yeah, it's becoming a major issue. And again, it goes back to us not being able or allowed to negotiate for ourselves. If I want to talk about this, and we're going to discuss this together, we are making our, we're not following the narrative. We're just discussing what the narrative is trying to tell us. And unfortunately, that's become a major issue, right?
Yes, I'm not... I'm reluctant to speak with confidence about what is going on in this world in any area, because I think that nobody can know everything. Nobody. And I also a little bit at odds with some people who believe that there is a top-level conspiracy across the world and that everybody is in lockstep. I like Jim Willie's comment that when the OPEC nations meet, They can't even agree on the color scheme or what's going to be the meal or who's going to sit where. You know, they disagree on all kinds of things when OPEC, you know, is setting up a meeting. And imagine the whole world being agreeing to somebody's idea of what's going to happen across the entire world. I don't think everybody's in agreement. I think there are people that are in power, but I think that there's a lot of resistance and there's a lot of friction. Look inside of families, just families. Everybody has a different idea, and some people hate each other in families. Some people secretly, you know, hate or jealous or envious or whatever, and that happens nationwide. And powerful people have powerful egos, generally speaking. And I just have a hard time believing that everybody, all the leaders of the world that are controlling everything, are all in agreement. I just have a hard time believing that. Just, you know, I'm a little bit of a skeptic. Let me put it that way.
Well, Bolsonaro's not agreeing with the rest of the world. Neither is Portugal, and neither is, like, I have friends that live in Portuguese Africa, and they're telling me, like, I don't even know what the hell's going up there with you guys, because we really didn't do anything. We don't even have masks. I don't even know what the hell you guys are, you know, freaking out about. So,
well, you know, Mike, Gerald Celente, he looked at, you know, we've had this lockdowns for close to a year and a half now, and he has looked at like all 50 U.S. states and about 30 countries. There's enough data in there now to, you know, to come to some conclusions. And, you know, like South Dakota didn't have any lockdowns. You know, they just said just use common sense. Florida had a kind of a medium lockdown, and then they lightened up real quick.
Yeah.
And then California and New York had strict lockdowns. Anyway,
the hard lockdown states were where the highest death rates were.
Yeah, the conclusion is lockdowns do absolutely nothing except destroy the economy. And they do nothing positive as far as people's wellness. And also masks are a big crock of shit. People say, well, yeah, but they surgeons wear masks.
But that
surgeons wear masks. Surgeons wear masks so they don't slobber all over their patients when they've got them opened up.
Thank you. That very unattractive lady, that one with that warped face, what's her name? Nancy Pelosi. She was saying the other day, last week, that masks don't work. She said it herself.
Yeah. They don't work, Mike, because all they do is make you breathe in your own germs that your body's trying to release. You breathe it back in again and breathe, you know, and make you smell your own bad breath. You know, that's a bunch of crap. They don't work. They don't solve anything. This whole thing is a big fraud. I mean, there might be a bad flu virus that was created in a lab in Wuhan. I don't know, but the whole thing...
Careful. You can't question that because the Chinese will sanction your ass.
Well, okay, if the Chinese actually are the source of this virus, then they need to be punished and punished big time. But the people that are running this country are the U.S. and Canada and Australia running these countries are responsible for these lockdowns and these all this pressure to vaccinate and all this shit. Not the Chinese. It's a bad response, and we can't blame the Chinese for our stupid response.
Exactly. But remember, Mitch, it ties into all the protests that were. Remember, we went into the beginning of the show.
Yeah, there were protests around
2019 is the year of protest, and all these countries, there's countries on this list that I didn't even know existed, were protesting. And then you have protests that rocked the world in we had protests all over the world, and conveniently, COVID shows up at the right time to shut everything down, and there it is in 2019, the year of the protest. But thankfully, COVID showed up at the right time. And you said, summer of 2019, I said, and I was talking to the Raven, I said it's on the video, I even made a clip of it, saying that, you know what? I think the last thing they have in their arsenal, they can't lower interest rates anymore, they're going to have to pull the trigger on a mass pandemic. I said that, you know that, right?
Yeah, was that September of 2019?
It was in the summer of 2019.
Yeah, that was your your greatest call, Mike. Of all the good calls you've made, that was the greatest. And that's exactly what happened. And they had the Champs-Élysées or whatever, the Yellow Vest movement in France.
Gilles de Jean, yeah, that was going on for 70 weeks by the time COVID hit.
Yeah, and Hong
Kong was 40 weeks.
Yeah, and it was, like you said, Argentina. It was happening all over the world. And I think in every continent there were protests, and they were getting bigger.
Dude, there was a protest that we never knew about in Greenland.
In Greenland?
Yeah.
Well, Greenland, I didn't even know anybody lived there.
People live in Greenland, and people live in Iceland, too.
Yeah, but they named Greenland, in Iceland to fool you, It's the opposite.
Yeah, it's a good one. And, yeah, I mean, we've been having a lot of good callers today. We had Buddy from Ireland call in, from north of Dublin.
Right, he was a good caller.
He's a good guy, man. That guy really knows. And you don't play with the Irish. The Irish, they're fighting. They're ready to fight. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then we had Ricky Spanish.
Ricky Spanish.
And then we had what's his name on? Then we had who do we have after? Oh, then we had our resident scientist come on.
Right,
that was discussing the ingredients.
A lot of great callers, Mike. This was almost as good as a good Saturday night show,
Yeah.
Mike in the Night.
Oh yeah, Mike in the Night, baby.
Now I know you're running out of time or you're overtime, but you know that I did go to Ireland in search of my roots, right?
You told us.
Yes, I already told the story. Okay.
You told us this last year, but that's cool.
Yeah, I remember that. But I really enjoyed my time in Ireland.
Good. I want to go to Ireland too. I want to go to Ireland to see Ireland, not a version of Vancouver.
Yeah, but Ireland in the 90s had a big boom, and then they totally collapsed. I mean, it was, the 07, 08, total collapse. And now they've come back stronger than ever because of all this fake money.
Exactly.
Just like us in the West. I mean, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the United States, we're living on a big phony narrative. We're not
Lord
making
Humongous also discussed that too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big derivative crock of BS that's going around. And I like how they invent words. Invent.
It's all this fake money that allows us to bomb and shoot and assassinate and do wars and all these intelligence. We've got 17 intelligence agencies in the U.S. and they're all intermingled. Like the CIA has plants in the DEA, and they use the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, to control anybody that conflicts with their dark money drug for weapons scheme and all that stuff. I mean, it's a big mess, Mike, and it's all based on this fiat money, this fake money system. That's why we can do so many nasty things in this world, the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the fake money.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to end, Mike, but things are definitely, although there's some positive things in the world that I see that are much better than they were, 50 years ago. I think that on the whole, this world is not as good to live in as it used to be. That's my opinion.
Okay, Mitch, I'm sorry about the loss of your mom, and I'm sorry what your dad is going through. I really feel. And
Mike, she wasn't just a mom. She was absolutely the finest mom you could ever want.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of guys will say that, but a lot of moms are really mean and nasty and no good. But my mom was like a Mother Teresa. So, and this vaccine killed her.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for what your family's going through.
Hey, what's the theme of the show for Mike in the Night?
Tonight?
I mean, excuse me, for Wednesday.
Well, tonight is called Let's Lie Some More, and then the week before, ironically, was called We Want Your Soul. This Wednesday's show is called A Race to the Bottom, like using which currency is gonna devalue the fastest.
You see, I missed last Saturday's show. I think it's the first complete show I've missed in
that was We Want Your Soul,
long time, because I was on the road driving down to San Francisco.
I'm so
and
yeah.
and
Last
then I
week's
missed
show, I'll go to it right here. It's called "We Want Your Soul."
We Want Your Soul.
Yeah, it's right here. It's, if you go to the channel and you just go to the channel, scroll down to the third little carousel, Mike in the Night. It's called Mike in the Night. We Want Your Soul. We had a bunch of people calling in on that show too, giving us updates. We had Lenny Pooh on the show there. We had all kinds of cool people on the show, and we had a really good Mike in the Night last Saturday. We want your soul because it's at a point. What do they want from us? Did they want our souls too?
I actually 2 days ago I listened to the first half of that, but I haven't gotten back to the second half.
Sure. When you
but
get some time,
I missed it live. Well, I hope. Let's see how much time do you have left here tonight? You got 35 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, good. I hope you get another caller. Raven doesn't want to come on, but I would sure like to have him go full kook tonight, if at all possible. But he said he didn't want to come on. But anyway, I hope you get another good caller. And you've had real good callers tonight. I've enjoyed it. And my mind is kind of messed up right now. I'm not very good conversation, tonight. Anyway,
it's fine. You've been great. God bless you, Mitch.
Thank you. And I love all of you out there. And Mike in the Night is the best show on YouTube, and the best show you can find anywhere. I really like the group that you put together, and I'm not familiar with all the formats that your show gets onto, but I'm just on the YouTube one, and I enjoy the heck out of it.
Thank you, Mitch. Thanks for the kind words, and stay strong, my
Thanks.
brother. We need
Thanks
you to
for your
stay
hard
strong
work
and focused.
Yeah, and good blessings to your family too.
Thank you. God bless you, Mitch.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. That's Mitch Madden. There you go, right there. And yeah, that was a tough call to take. I feel so bad what happened to him and his family. They get people worried, and they're like, "Oh my God!" And then she wanted to find out a place that could administer the vaccine, and then Mitch was saying, "Don't take that," and then it. Yeah. And that's the position we're in right now. So, guys, I'm going to give you guys... This is Mike in the Night. I'm going to give you guys a link to all the Mike in the Night shows if you want to watch them going back like 4 years. With call-ins. Go ahead and check out all the Mike in the Night. Save the playlist. This goes back years and years and years and years and years and years. And I kind of wanted to create that awareness that there's many shows out there for you guys to catch up on. And what else? Okay, let's get into this here. Fauci drops. Fauci faces drop in confidence from 40% of Americans over the past year. So the health, whatever he wants to call himself, has lost. The health advisor for the White House has lost. People have lost confidence. Next week, loss in confidence in governments, I think, is tonight's show. And this is what's happening around the world. How do they get voted in? Well, let's scare people more. So we got, this one's been coming everywhere. The Amazon of information, Goldman initiates on crypto, sees Ethereum overtaking Bitcoin. So this is something that people have been telling me to post or talk about. So I want to throw that out there. Then we got caught red-handed, CDC changes. Let's go to full screen here. Caught red-handed, CDC changes test thresholds to virtually eliminate new COVID cases among vaxxed. So they're obviously playing with the numbers. They're always going to be playing with numbers, right? So somebody's do you want the doctor to call in? I actually, Mike, want the doctor. Actually, Mike, do you want the doctor to call in? Yeah, if you're a doctor and you want to call in, that's fine. Tom Vickers saying, Mike, you must save the show and upload it, else you will get striked. If deleted, it won't. Yeah. So, guys, I'm doing. I think this is my work. I think this is what I need to do in my life. I think this is what I need to negotiate with you guys with. UFOs are about to make their way to the U.S. Senate. Here's what we know. So we got Dr. Mysterio. Is this Dr. Mysterio in the house? Hello? Hello? Is this Dr. Mysterio? Hello? My audio's on. My audio on? Yeah. Okay, we're not getting any audio from Dr. Mysterio. Let me give him a call again. Hello? We're getting no audio from Dr. Mysterio. He's probably on a plane. He's usually calling me when he's on a plane somewhere or some Cessna. All right, let's get on. Let me see. Supreme Can's missions me. Let's see what he's trying to tell me. No dice. Either major internet issues going on here. Let's see if Dr. Mysterio is not in jail or something. See if he picks up. Pick up the phone! Hello? Hello? Yeah, connection is too weak. Yeah, it's because he's on a plane. He always tries to call me when he's on a plane. Okay. Well, I'm gonna give you guys back the this Discord thing is growing nicely. So we could talk. Hello, you there?
Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could barely hear you. How you doing?
Well, I'm trying to do okay, but as usual, I'm having major problems with my network and my Skype. It just doesn't want to work on my phone. All right, but if you can hear me, let's do a test for just a couple of secs.
Yeah, I'm hearing you perfectly. So what's on your mind?
Well, I just thought I would go full kook maybe for a bit and, maybe substitute for the Raven tonight, right? So let's see what we got. First of all, it was brought to my attention that there is a passage from the Gospel of Mark. If you look at the end of the chapter, you'll find this passage that it alludes to being able to drink anything. And if you're right with God, you might be able to transmute the poison, right? So, I know a few old guys who have taken the vaccine and they haven't seemed to suffer any side effects. So both these people in question are right with God. So if they haven't had any side effects yet, maybe that offers something promising. All right. Now, there's also, can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah, keep going.
There's also rumors of a Japanese patch that might get released that could absorb two-shot vaccine damage. But
I heard about that patch. I heard about it.
Macron and Trudeau are blocking its release right now. All right. Well, that's the cover story, right? That's the public story. But anyways, that's something that I've got, that's actually hopeful. And I want to go a little bit new agey because it's really important that we avoid negative energy.
I know.
It's butting heads with demanding masking rights and stuff like that doesn't go a long way to building the world of tomorrow. And I've been everywhere and I've used my private jet to go and consult with the world's top shamans, the world's top spiritual advisors. And I can tell you, I'm glad that I went and did it, but I'm glad to be back in Canada, and I'm glad to be back home. So I'm not scared to say that I'm in Canada and that I'm here, because for the simple reason, each and every one of us has to defend our home.
Because last time I spoke to you, I think you were somewhere in India.
Yeah, well, that's right. I was. But I flew back in about 3-4 weeks ago, okay? And I've been here, and I'm staying with my home, and I'm going to defend my home, because I will not walk away from it, unlike some others who want to, basically abandon Canada. Where the hell is the patriotism in that? Now, the thing that's going on here is that I wanted to talk about the book of Revelations, and I wanted to talk about chronovisor technology. Because like Project Looking Glass, chronovisor technology was actually, it was a priest, I believe, in the 19th century who stumbled upon one. And bottom line was, it came from old Egyptian technology. And there were supposedly a few of them around, and like the Cabal got one, and the Alliance got one, and maybe Russia got one, kind of thing, maybe China. I'm not really too sure. But they were looking forward in time, and they did not have the terminology to describe what they were seeing. So, they look forward in time through a chronovisor, and they see Donald Trump leading mankind to the stars. They don't really like it. So during the editing process, where they hacked the Bible and removed 16 books of the Apocrypha, because Jesus traveled from the ages of 12 to 30 to go and see every single culture on earth. And he's one and the same to everybody. That's why all 5 faiths are waiting for the return of their saviors right now. So, let me do the list, just to refresh your listeners. Christians are waiting for Jesus Christ. The Jews are waiting for the line of David, Jesus Christ, King of the Jews. The Muslims are waiting for the Mahdi. The Hindus are waiting for the return of Krishna. And the Buddhists are waiting for the Lord Maitreya Buddha. Well, as you know, there's been a revelation that the Servant on the Mount was in America. So that means that they probably appeared to natives, but because he had the power of shape-shifting, or else psychic projection, the very least, he appeared probably to them, more likely as a spirit guide, like a bald eagle or killer whale or what have you, right? Relative to the tribe. My goal has been to try to find all the names of God in all its different forms. When we're talking spirituality, let's stay away from the label of religion, because religion is what got us partly into this mess in the first place. Spirituality and being right with God has nothing to do with religion, and it's got everything to do with spirituality. Because religion is dogma. And I love the Bible, but it's taken a hell of a lot of work in order to filter through all the bullshit, in order to get at the meat and potatoes and the truth. So, when you look at that 1 Corinthians passage, chapter 15, verses 50 to 54, it talks directly about the ascension, mentions the last trump in the King James Version, and then says at the sound of the last trumpet, we will all be changed in the twinkling of an eye. So I'm not going to hold back anything anymore. I don't give a rat's ass about system surveillance or anything, because they are powerless to stop me, and they are powerless to stop what is coming. It's that simple. Now, let me get back to my new agey thing. So they're looking forward in time through the chronovisor. They don't like what they see with Donald Trump, so they come up with a concept. They call it the Antichrist, to make him look unpopular and bad and make people doubt. There's number 1. The Bible also talks about beheadings. And there was a Procurement Canada and a Procurement USA announcement about 6 or 7 months ago for a mass order of guillotines. This was just to generate fear, and a later research showed that these procurement orders were nothing but for paper guillotines for trimming paper. But the fact is, if you were using a chronovisor, okay, and didn't have the terminology in order to describe it, and you were looking forward in time and you saw all the patriots and the right-wing people losing their profiles from Twitter and Facebook, normally a profile is a shot of a head. So they would think that all those profiles going down would be beheadings.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And this is important. I mean, if you've done your homework and you've studied the possibilities, then the revelations come to you. And I had a waking dream the other night, and I want to tell everybody about the waking dream. But first of all, let's go through a concrete proof and indicator of where we're headed. 10 days ago, there was an emergency cell phone alert, and the emergency cell phone alert here in British Columbia said presidential alert. Now, why the hell are we getting a presidential alert in Canada? Because Trump's finger is on the button. End of story. They've got clones, CGI, whatever it is, actors doing this Biden thing so that they can show mankind the error of their ways. And then when they've, you know, figured they've had enough, or at the point, at God's point, God will pull the plug and go, time for ascension. Why do you think nothing can stop what's coming? The U.S. military has to embrace this. They're powerless to stop it. Absolutely powerless. Same as you, same as me, same as Trudeau, same as the United Nations. They're all powerless to stop it. And I am a Lion of Judah, just like Donald J. Trump. I'm one of his biggest supporters, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Now, I'm going to go and I'm going to give you my waking dream. Are you still there? You still with me?
I'm listening to what you're saying. Keep going. We got
Okay.
people chatting now live on the Discord. If you guys want to join the Discord, here's the link.
Yeah, now listen, regarding your Discord problem, you got to download the app if you're working from a mobile. It won't work on a browser.
I got it.
Right.
I got the link already. It's working.
Yeah, okay, well, good. I'm glad that you're getting things sorted out. Now listen, here's the waking dream I had. I was at a speech. There were stately university buildings like, you know, Harvard or Yale in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump was under the shade of a couple of trees at a podium giving a speech. I did not hear the speech, but he finished the speech and he walked off the stage and he walked over to the dignitaries on the right-hand side, and there was no John F. Kennedy Jr. in the dream. Not saying that he's not there. I'm just saying he wasn't present in the dream. It was all Donald Trump. He was the main man, the center of attention, the center of attraction. And he went and he laid his 6'3" massive frame down across the laps of the dignitaries that were seated there. And his head ended up in Melania's lap, and he was looking straight up into her eyes. And he looked like longingly into her eyes, and he just said, he heaved a sigh of relief, and he said, thank God that's over with. And I happened to be there in some sort of an ethereal form. And I asked him, like Columbo, son, just one more question. Are you 45 or are you 19? And he responded to me, I'm 19. So that means he's the 19th president of the Republic, and it's all systems go for ascension. And it's going to happen between now and June 21st, because Matthew chapter 24, 29 to 35 clearly tells us the summer is nigh and the time is near. And if the summer is nigh and the time is near, that means that it's going to begin before calendar summer. And calendar summer means nothing. It's all about the position of the planet, the orbit.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, that's what I've got for you. All right? I don't really have anything else.
Okay,
But
I'm running out
happy-
of time here.
Okay.
But I wanted to get you on because I know you were trying to call in, and sometimes it's tough to get you. Either you're flying somewhere or you're in a car or, you know.
Yeah, well, right now I got a brand new ride and I'm doing my 5D Earth in the most beautiful place in the world, and that's British Columbia, and I'm not scared to admit it. And that's why they tried to burn California to Washington, because the happy people live out west. So they wanted to turn them all into democratic shitholes.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know. The secret is high vibe. The secret is lower the vibration, lower, like not lower the vibration, lower the negativity, and think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And I highly recommend everybody to tune in to your show and also Michael Della Rocca at Our Everyday Lives for some good New Age motivation that will keep people's heads screwed on right. You have yourself a good night. We'll talk again soon.
God bless you. So there's Dr. Mysterio on the show. Basically going full kook. He called it himself, full kook. We had a lot of good callers on this show tonight. Guys, if you could share this on your YouTube, if you have a YouTube section that says community, if you could share this on your community, I would really appreciate this. We're just 99% of the stuff we're bringing up is public domain. It's on. We're talking about stuff that they're telling us straight up. We're talking about stuff that they're trying to sell us. Stuff they're trying to tell us. Stuff, look at the protests in 2019. We're just connecting the dots here is all we do. And, woo! Yeah, that whole Mitch story really, we got to say a prayer for Mitch. It's very important. And what's been going on, it's just absolutely horrendous. We need to stay focused on the prize. We need to be at one with ourselves. We need to be able to negotiate for ourselves, goddammit. We need to be able to ask questions. And if they want to make fun of me, well, you go ahead. You want to call me a racist? Call me a racist. You want to call me whatever the hell makes you feel better. Because I don't care. Because I will always, always, always negotiate for myself. I'm never going to have anyone tell me what to do. I don't mind people giving advice, but I don't want to be told. Nobody is born on this earth to be told what to do. They are told, they are educated from right and wrong. We learn growing up what is right and wrong. And everything we learned that was right and wrong and how to do things, they're doing everything wrong from what we were told how to do things. So I'm going to go on Discord. I got the Discord here, and I think someone's messaging me on Discord here. So there's the Discord right there. And Layla's there. Fauci now says putting a fan on your head to blow the virus away is better than a mask. So we got the Discord up and running. I'm going to give you guys the link again. Invite people, copy link. So guys, go on the Discord if you want to talk to others on the channel here. And it's not private, but it is. We have ranks in here. We have Corpora Gamies. That's captains. We got captains. We got captains on the channel here. Woo! We got captains. So let's go over here. So we got our captain. Corpora Gamies are captains. Then we have consigliaries. And then we have underbosses. So everyone's broken down on, like, I guess, different, let me see here. I'm going to put, okay. So Nancy will be Corpora Gamis, so she'll be a captain. And then everyone gets broken down this really cool pattern of leadership. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. It just sounds cool as all. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of maybe throw this out there for you guys. Nancy saying, hi, Mike, finally figured it out. Woo! So, guys, I really hope you guys could share this. You know, I've actually put a lot of work and effort into this show. And, you know, let me say something here, if that's okay. You know what? I think the reason why, I don't even think YouTube knows we're here. Something's telling me, and I spoke to somebody, the reason why I lose more subscribers than I gain, I think what's happening is, I think YouTube put us in some sort of format or put us into some area where, like, okay, this guy's fully throttled. So, I mean, even if he posts stuff and he's not going against our guidelines, no one's going to see his stuff anyway. I think they forgot about us here. I think we're in this, like, level of in the middle of nowhere in YouTube algorithm where, like, we don't exist to them, but we're here in a way. So I spoke to somebody that worked for YouTube like 5 years ago before the algorithm was put in, and he told me that your channel just might be floating in limbo. Like, it's not like they know it's there, but it's in a position where they think no one knows it. Like, no one could see anything or no one gets notifications. I don't grow with subscribers because I average about 5 subscribers a month, maybe 3. Now I'm down because I lost 8 subscribers in the last 2 days, right? So the Ravens in the house here. We got Wade the Scrappers. Grindhouse Cartoons is saying Mike's show is one of a kind. Yeah, we need the Raven to sign up on Discord because he sends links. He has links. He has connections, okay? The Raven is connected. He knows things. And he could just post it on our Discord page, right? So he could go down the Discord, talk to us. Then maybe you guys could help me out with the Discord if you don't mind. Kind of show me certain things on Discord that I should be doing or setting up, or maybe make some people some moderators. I don't know, man. I don't even know how to use this. So I'm going to leave it up to some couple of you guys there to take care of everything. So, yeah, we're winding down. We got 7 minutes left. We got Lenny Poo just sent me a photo. Put it on Discord. She put something here. Medical article. Yeah, Lenny Poo should just throw that at her. Oh, Lenny Poo sent me this. What is this? France bans. What's France banning now? Oh, submit your ebook. Okay. France bans gender neutral wording in schools, warns it's harmful and confusing. Is this a good thing? I don't even know what the hell this means. Gender neutral wording. Okay, yeah, so it's confusing kids. Yeah. Mike, they have a laser on you. Hopefully we can get Layla on next week if she's free. Woo! To talk about what's going on. And I think I just saw here. So if you're not into crypto, you eventually get sucked into Discord. I just see right here. Look who's on. Look who's on right here. It's our friend
Ricky Spanish.
Ricky Spanish is here. So he's got links he sends too. So guys, Ricky Spanish, Spark Drive, Chaos, Anna, Eric, Billy, Alan Howick, please, do me a favor and oops, what do I have my mute on? Oh, use microphone. Discord wants to use your microphone. Okay, a microphone denied. Okay, I don't care about that. Okay. Okay, I'm just looking at my own profile here. Okay. Ooh. I'm just looking at this here, guys. So I'm going to be fixing up this Discord. Maybe get a few people here. My Mac Pro laptop, we can phone in through this Discord, right? I have no idea. I'll figure that out. Yeah, so we'll figure that out together, guys. We'll just work on this. So people are posting here 24/7 now. So it's kind of good that we have a place that we could be together. Again, we could be together and just talk. And I don't think no one else cares what we're doing here. As long as we keep it kosher. Talking about BTC Flash Crash. We need Raven in here to clean things up here. I'm just joking. Set things straight. Wow, we have 200 people watching. Wow. Oh man. Anyways, guys, it's my third hour. I'm tired. My family just arrived. They went to have some fun outside. I chilled with you guys. I'm gonna put my kids to bed, and Ralphie.co.New Zealand. Don't forget to check him out. I want to thank all our callers that called in today to make the show good. I want to thank all our callers tonight that made tonight possible on Mike in the Night. I want to thank our first caller from Ireland, Shay, who called us from north of Dublin. From Ireland, giving us the news and what's going on. Then I want to thank Ricky Spanish. And I want to thank Mitch for coming on and giving us his story and his testimony on what's happened. And I really feel for him. Really do. It's really tragic what happened to him. I want to thank our resident scientist that came on, Spider Jerusalem, for coming on. And who else came out? I'm sorry if I forgot, guys, but I want to thank everyone. I want to thank all for the super chats too. Everyone that sent me super chats, thank you so much. Everything gets put back into the show. Everything gets thrown into the show. Anyways, guys, Mike Martin's here. Thank you so much for watching. Take care. If you can't take care, please stay safe. Mike Martin.
Short of how many people are dying.
Okay.
So they're literally waiting for, they're waiting in line to get their loved ones, like traditionally burnt. So that is the thing which is happening. And the thing which you said about the Ganges, right, where the bodies are being dumped.
Mm-hmm.
So I just asked one of my friend who stays up north. So she told me that because of the facilities cannot handle this much volume. So what they do is they actually take the body in, start burning, then close the door, and before the body is completely charred out, they just throw it into the water.
Because it takes a lot of fuel to burn a body.
Yes, and the wood which is required to burn, yeah, it's they're not to be blamed, Mike. The problem is that the volume of bodies which is coming through, right? So the thing which I showed you, right, this is like a live shot like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah.
So you can see, right? And there was a meme by China saying that they were launching a rocket and we are burning bodies. So that was viral.
Wow.
Have you seen that clip, Mike?
No, I haven't.
So yeah, I think it was I think it was Xi Jinping who actually made this comment, and so there was a rocket on the left and the funeral pyres on the right, and they just made a comment saying that we are burning a rocket and they're burning people.
Wow. Doesn't surprise me with China. China always has something sly or something they need to throw in there, right?
I don't know, Mike. I think humanity is dead. Like that entire notion is dead. Like people just monopolize on the people's misery.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really disingenuine with all this stuff. And like I'm losing, like it's like our moral compass is falling apart.
I don't think the moral compass is there anymore, because when certain people do these kind of things, it's just not right anymore.
Oh, so what's happening? Someone's commenting to ask, are people dying of starvation, or they're dying of the jab, or what are these people dying of, like, realistically?
Realistically, because of the virus, the people who have existing conditions are having a lot of difficulties, and there's a lot of issues with the ventilators availability into the hospitals. The medical system is not equipped to take this much volume. So that is the problem. So people, there are a lot of people, like aged people between the age of 45 to 65 and above. They have existing conditions, right?
Right.
So if they get this kind of virus, it just overthrows your immunity. If it is weak, the existing conditions just act up, and the hospital. And the first thing what happens is people just panic the moment they say it's positive. Like people, the sanity just is lost, and they just go. It's like Mike Tyson versus someone. It's like that, and they just rush to the hospital. The anxiety plays a huge role. So I spoke to a few doctors, and they told, like, this comes. You need to calm yourself. Let it make sure that you eat well, sleep well, make sure that you're healthy enough. Take it will go away. Like 10 days, you'll suffer. After that, it will go away.
Right.
So the first thing or the doctor said that you don't have to be scared. Anxiety plays a big part. If you're anxious, your body is anxious. So that is the first thing. Even few of my friends who has got this. One of my best friend, he got married last year. His bride, before the wedding, she got this. She was in the quarantine for like 14 days. She told it was like it was quite painful, like the tiredness and all that thing. But after 14 days, she was quite well. Everything was good. The first thing, the calmness is lost. And we have a lot of issues with the oxygen. There's literally lines in front of the hospitals where they actually want to admit people, and there's no beds available.
You know what you could do, Nitin? You could take some video clips with your phone and just send them to me on Skype, directly on Skype.
Yeah, I'll do that. The problem here is it's a lockdown here, Mike. So you can't go out post 9 a.m. in the morning. Like, you need to get all the necessities before 9 a.m. And after that, if you take your vehicle out, they seize it. And there are like roadblocks every 2 kilometers. Like, I can't get out of my area. It's like my suburb. I just can't get out of here. Like, they have barricaded every road out. They told it will be there till next week. I think they'll extend it to the end of the month. Yeah. Okay. So regarding the articles you just sent,
okay, let's go over them. Hold on. India's decision authorizing 5G trials without Chinese companies. Sovereign One says U.S. State Department. So India is going to authorize 5G without China.
Yeah, they already had the negotiations going on. I think it was one of the. I think Jio, a prominent SIM company here, the cell phone company here, who actually got the contract for 5G. They're trying to improvise that. And Jio is owned by the richest man in India. So yeah, he has a lot of perks. Basically, he controls the government. So yeah.
Interesting. Let's move on. Perishing issue makes farmers go cold. So they've been throwing tens of thousands. Now listen to this. 50,000 small and large-scale tomato farmers. 50,000 farmers. So when I tell you guys there's a protest of 300,000 people in India, believe it. This is just the tomato farmers. 50,000 farmers. And just tomatoes.
Yeah, the first article which I sent is in the north. As I told you in the previous show, where one of my friends is trying to lift up his agro-based industry. So I spoke to him. He told, due to this lockdown, the farmers have their produce, but they're not able to move the goods.
Wow.
So last week, they're literally giving up all their stuff for free to the general public because they have no way to store it. The government is not actually looking into this, and they're literally giving it away. They had a very good produce this year, but they're not able to move it around because of the lockdown. No transportation. The storage units cannot accompany this much
refrigerated
volume.
Units are over capacity.
Yes. So that is the main point. And transport is another issue, Mike.
Yeah.
So since due to this lockdown, the problem is you cannot get from one state to another state without passes, a negative test, and all that thing.
Passes?
Yeah. So it's
what if
like
you have a
lockdown
pass for
state.
Disney, like an annual Disneyland pass?
No, you need to have a COVID pass, like a reason why you're traveling. You need to register in the a site, and you need to get a pass. And to which state you're going, you need to register there also and get a pass from that state. And in the border, they actually check, and you need to have a test test results, which was conducted 48 hours ago minimum. That's the maximum, 48 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Only then you can actually travel. So they're basically making people not to travel. So they're putting on these restrictions.
All right, next.
So that is the main reason why this is happening. Like a lot of vegetable, like a lot of farmers who have a good produce, they're not able to move the products.
That's a huge issue. I got one here.
Yes.
Hold on. It's going to tie into what we're talking about. Farmers protest live updates. Haryana extends suspension of mobile internet services in several. So they're removing internet on people's internet?
Yes.
So they can't organize rallies.
Yes. So the farmers here were like really smart. A lot of youth were participating in this. So what the youth did, they used the social media platform to rally up the people so that they get organized. So the government foresaw this and they just cut the cell service, internet, Wi-Fi, everything. So they just crippled people. So that's what happened. And I just searched regarding the farmers strike. There's not even one news for the last 30 days, Mike.
You know, there's several 100,000 farmers still protesting today.
Yes. So I spoke to one of my old office colleague when I used to work with her. She's in Delhi. So I called her up and I asked her. She's like, "Yeah, it's still going on. They're outside the city, in their own designated protest zones, and they're just still protesting. So there's no social coverage, no media coverage for them."
Nitin, let us connect the dots here, okay?
Yep.
Let's play connect the dots. You got the big French protests in the summer of 2019 that went on for about 100 weeks. It's been going on and still. You got the Hong Kong protests that's been going on for 70 weeks now. You got the protests, all these protests going on in 2019. Okay, we got Lebanon, we got Russia, we got South America. Everybody's up in protest in the summer of 2019 into the end of 2019 towards Christmas. And what appears at the end of 2019 out of China? COVID.
The virus.
COVID miraculously shows up at the end of 2019 into 2020 to stop the Hong Kong protests for something. Now, could this be purposefully being released to alleviate the protests, the 400,000 man protests in India? Are they purposely doing this? And this mysterious virus all shows up?
So what I think is there are like two sides to it. This might be purposefully done, one thing, or this might be a accidental virus where people actually took this to an advantage to do what they want, like put the control in, and they can where they can actually control the narrative.
Yeah, I'm thinking that you start connecting dots because I'm going to tell you something, my friend, and I'm no scientist and I can't read, but I want to tell you something. There's nowhere near enough wood there in those funeral pyres to burn a body.
That's the same thing which I said, Mike. So once it's a little charred, they just dump the body into the river.
If it's a little charred.
Yes. So the problem is they're not equipped to take this much volume in.
Oh.
It's like there is a limit to what they can do, right? And one of my friend, I told you last time when I spoke to you, right? Her uncle passed away. They had to wait like 6 hours with the body to get it burnt.
Holy smokes, man. Yeah.
So next topic, Mike. So the next thing which I sent you is the second article where the sedition law.
I have here NCB arrests 4, seizes 34 consignments of psychotropic drugs.
Just before that.
Oh, I didn't open it. It's probably something that doesn't open on my side. Let me see here. Oh, there's so much. Are you talking about the cyclone?
No. It's up. It's the after the farmers things, Mike. You want me to resend it again for you?
Which tell me the thing. PM missing? Yeah. Where's the prime minister?
Yeah, that's a very good question. He's been missing for quite some time. So that's not the main issue, Mike. That's not the main issue. The government and the opposition, they just want to pull each other's back. So did you get that message, Mike? Just now I sent one.
Okay, you sent one right now. Let's check it out. Here we go. Here it is, right here. Sedation law can't be used to quieten the disquiet Delhi court.
So the government actually tried to use this particular narrative to control the farmer strike, which did not go well. Like once they used this, the farmers were really pissed. They just lost it.
So explain to us what this is and how it's a lot of angry people here about looking at this, and this they're not happy with this.
Oh, they're not happy at all. So the thing is that they try to, what do you say, put the term terrorism on this.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying now. So they're making it seem like they're peacefully protesting, but they're making it seem like, because I heard the police in India were the ones that were causing the troubles in there.
Yeah, those rumors are still going on, but yeah, I think there was a few reporters who actually tried to uncover the truth, but what happened was the government did something and that just went away.
Wow.
So this is something they're still fighting. After they did this particular thing, the farmers were pissed and they're like, "We are not moving away until we get something out of this."
I never knew there was this much farming in India until I seen that many people at that protest a few weeks ago, a couple of 100,000.
Mike, we have a lot of farmers, Mike. Like in the north, like the tech part of this one, like the software companies are concentrated into the cities, and there are a lot of villages who actually depend on farming. My uncle is a farmer who does farming on spices, mostly for export. There are a lot of farmers in that's the thing, Mike. There are a lot of farmers in India. Like on the west side of the country, we have a lot of people who grow wheat, rice, and the south side prominently rice. You have a lot of farmers, Mike.
Okay, let's go back on to. I want to go back here. Prime Minister is missing.
Yeah, this was something which was running viral. As you can see, the second clip which I showed, right, where the opposition party leader, he's actually blaming. Instead of doing something with the situation, they just put the blame game. And
you know, it kind of reminds me of Canada. Our prime minister disappears for 5-6 weeks and then reappears in a couple of weeks later, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think they're trying to learn from Houdini, the disappearing act. So
Houdini.
instead of doing something, yep, Harry Houdini. So instead of, and look at the allegations, Mike. Like we are having issues with the oxygen, the medicine, and they just try to they just want publicity, Mike. So this particular guy is like, wow, he's the king of publicity.
King of publicity.
Seriously.
All right.
Like, so the next article, Mike. So I think yesterday the prime minister came in and called on all the state ministers to had a call regarding the cyclone and all. I think it is going, but these times that when the politicians needs to be together, they just want to bite each other's back. I mean, that is really sad.
Well, it's getting to the point where they just don't want, I can't open this article. There's a few articles you sent me that's not allowed to open. Like, it just won't open.
I'll go with the next one, Mike. This is where the Youth Congress members, so there are like two major parties in India. One is the BJP and one is the Congress. So the BJP is the one ruling the country right now. So the Youth Congress members, they had a lot of notification regarding hospitals and other places requiring oxygen. So these guys actually collated oxygen and tried to give it to these hospitals and other places, but the government spun it in a different way, and yeah, that just went to hell.
Well, the governments are always going to spin the opposition as criminals, right?
Yeah, it's like that story, Mike. The winners decides the rules.
Yeah. I wish we could get like more of a Cobra Commander government here in Canada. It would make more sense, you know.
I know, right? So I think then we would require the GI Joes as well.
All
wow,
right,
I still
Nitin.
remember that cartoon.
I'm
So
gonna
the
let
next one, this one is even more funnier, Mike. Look at the narcotics thing.
Yeah, the one NBC arrests for.
Yeah. So the NBC arrest that's 34 consignment of hallucinogens and 340 kgs. That was like 1 week ago.
That's a lot
They
of drugs.
Yeah, 340 kilograms. And there's another one which is not there in the media where they actually cleared close to 300 kgs of marijuana.
Wow.
So these drugs were coming on from Sri Lanka in a fishing boat where the Navy actually intercepted them and got.
But this has to be government-owned facilities. I don't see some guy in Sri Lanka in his backyard with a goat making this.
Yeah, I don't think they have the capacity to have this.
Not
much
at
volume.
home. This
Nope.
this kind of drugs is government.
Yep. This is
So-
the situation here, Mike.
I'm telling you,
As
this much drugs, this is not. I don't see some. I can't see it being made like, you know what I'm saying. Okay. And people are like, well, Mike, what about like, you know, the big drug cartels in Colombia? That's different. They have entire farms of cocaine fields. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit different. This stuff, you need like laboratories to make these hallucinogens, and to make 340 keys of this, you need like big facilities.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Breaking Bad?
Yes, that was my favorite series actually.
Like,
Damn
you need
good. Walter
facilities
White.
like that. You just can't do it. You know what I mean? Like you know.
Yeah, below the laundry mat where he actually makes all those things.
Yeah, but this is huge. 340 keys.
So this is something which
that will fill up a whole hull of a ship.
Yes. So this is something which I asked one of my friend who's a reporter, who's an investigator reporter. So I asked her, what is the deal with this? So she told, like, off the record, I'm telling you this, like, they actually source it from different countries and they have channels to get it inside the country.
Wow.
Like on a non-official capacity, there are a lot of drug users in the country, and like there's not much things done about it.
Wow.
So this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Wow. Everything's falling apart around the seams.
Yes, and on top of that, we have a nice cyclone which is hitting. I think I sent you a video of a two-story house just falling down.
Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, it's currently hit Kerala. That's my native. It's in the south east, west side of it, west side of the country. Like we have the rainfall is so much that they're actually opening up all the dams. So
hold on, I got a question for you.
Yep.
Mike, can you ask about the antivirals that India was handing out? It looked like they were managing the outbreak.
Mike, the antivirals which we have did have some effect, but yeah, after a certain time, people were like pissed off with the lockdown and they just started freely moving. So even though there was no actually from the last 4-5 months, there was no much restrictions. Like we can have a social gathering and all, make sure that everything is spaced out.
And then you got you get the farmers' protest, and all of a sudden everything starts happening again.
Yeah, my friend's wedding was in last November, 2020. This was after the first initial lockdown. After that, everything just mellowed out. And regarding the antivirals, I think the Serum Institute is actually trying to do the best, but even they cannot have so much volume, right? Like we have a lot of people. The population here is the second largest, and one institution cannot handle so much.
Right.
So I heard they're trying to get vaccines. We are getting a lot of help from a lot of countries, but the problem is that there's no proper management of this, so it's not getting allocated properly.
Right.
So
Allocation's a big deal, right?
Yeah. I think what we require is a rapid action force, where people who actually know what they're doing, like crisis managers, risk managers, who know where the risk is and they can allocate resources.
And that's becoming a major issue because the people in charge, there's a lot happening. Okay.
Yeah, it's like the blind samurai leading the army. That's what's happening right now.
The blind leading the blind.
Yeah. It's like the blind leading the entire army, which is not happening anything.
Right. Okay, Nitin, I'm going to let you go. We're going to move on. I thanks for the update from one of the second most populated country in the world, India. Nitin, I appreciate it. Send me more links through the week, and we'll get you on again soon, okay?
Okay, Mike. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye
You too. Have a good weekend. God bless you.
God bless you, Mike.
Bye. That is our man Nitin, correspondent for Mike in the Night in one of the second most populated countries in the world, India, giving us a kind of a little bit of a what you might call it. Here's the Canuck law. This is support. This is the I guess this is the website that Eduardo was sending me to follow. So here it is. Here it's called Canuck Law. I'll give you guys a link in the thing, canucklaw.ca. So if you're in Canada, you kind of want, maybe, I don't care if you speak English, you want to follow this and see. There it is right there. Mike, please ask him how the export of goods have been affected. Well, the export of goods, we're going to ask, well, we're seeing how the food's being handled, and the food is being mismanaged. With the tomatoes and all the other spices and foods because of the lockdown, people can't move food around. All right, let's go over a few other articles here real quick. So there's the protests here. So violent clashes in Berlin as police break up pro-Palestinian demonstration. Whoopsie, Bank of Canada say their use of QE may have caused greater inequality. Yep, QE is basically impoverishing the poor and we're middle class. Hope prices don't get high. U.S. store mocks Biden for rising gas prices with Hunter Biden meme sign. So this is the Hunter Biden meme sign. I'll open this up for you guys to see. It's a beautiful meme sign here. There it is right there. And there's gas prices. They're pretending he is the gas prices getting high. Hope gas prices don't get high. So there's Hunter Biden there. That's a really cool meme that they did here for Hunter Biden here. Imagine, guys, imagine Hunter Biden's son, Donald Trump was the father of Hunter, like imagine Donald Trump's son was in the same position Hunter Biden was in. They would dissect that laptop. They would be crushing 24/7 updates. But unfortunately, because it's not who they want to put under the microscope, they go ahead and start pulling this BS. Hope prices don't get too high. Hold on, where's my nice person here? You're not a nice person.
You're not a nice person. You're not a nice person.
So there it is. There's your Hunter Biden meme at the gas station there. Hope gas prices don't get high. There's gas prices. That reminds me of Towley. I could see Towley from South Park saying that. All right, let's move on. Joe Biden holds first phone call with Palestinian President Abbas. Also calls Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu following Gaza bombings. And it's kind of funny that this is happening in Israel. I have an Israeli correspondent that is setting up, who will be calling us next week. Hopefully will be calling us next week on the show to give us an update on what's actually happening on the ground in Israel. They'll come on Mike of the Night and give us an update because he found one of my videos and said, Mike, you are actually talking about, you're making sense in your discussion about the mix-up or the loss in government, when you lose confidence in your governments, and that's what's happening in Israel, and they kind of want to, just like COVID, something shows up and boom, we're going to have to back burner what's going on so that we don't actually have to kind of front. But imagine how many innocent people are dying because of one or two or three man's causes. That's crazy stuff to think about when you actually metaphorically break it down. Terrorist state, Israel must be stopped. Turkish President Erdogan says, adding to his crossed all limits. Coming from a guy that sent his army, that's been taking over or that's been stealing Syrian territory, that's been moving his border into different countries and expanding the Turkish border. Coming from a guy who, yeah, you know what I'm saying. You guys know. Aragon. So
you're not a nice person.
All right, let's move on. Loneliness and cancer. Recent study reveals the connection. Now, guys, I want to talk about this for a few seconds because I was talking with with a doctor about a year or two ago, when we were discussing on the channel how loneliness is actually more dangerous than obesity. Like, being obese isn't as bad as being lonely. And I struggled with loneliness for a good 6 years, 5 years. I struggled with loneliness for a long time. I lived in Vancouver. I'm under 5'10". I'm under 5'10", and I don't have to say anything anymore. You have a lot of box to check to be with a girl that's got 80 to 100 grand in student loan debt and complains about everything. So, yeah, loneliness was a big thing for me, and I went through it, and it's tough. It is a tough one. Okay, let's move on here. U.S. plans large exercise in Central Europe attacks Russia. So I guess they're practicing. Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby has announced multiple war games to be held across Europe, demanding that Russia should open up its defense drills on its borders. I don't know about this one, guys. All right, let's move on. CDC's misleading stat exaggerates risk of outdoor COVID spread. Agency says it was done to protect the people. So over-exaggerating people and putting them in fear basically creates, I guess it's helping you. That's why Florida is suing the CDC for all its misrepresentation, and no one should take anything these alphabet companies say. Just take it with a grain of salt. And look at this one, guys. As COVID numbers fade, Americans brace up for old normal mass shootings. Hold on. Violent extremists could exploit lifting. So listen to this. Of COVID restrictions and attack large gatherings, U.S. official warns. I'm going to reread this again. Just one more time. Pay attention. Violent extremists could exploit lifting of COVID-19 restrictions and attack large gatherings, U.S. official warns. Usually when we get warnings like this, it's not like these guys actually have a crystal ball and they could see the future. They're actually foreshadowing what will be happening because it's in their agenda to prepare and get people ready for this. And then 6 months later, well, we told you about this was going to happen once COVID lifted. It's like we're rewriting history as we go along. So there it is. As COVID numbers fade, Americans brace up for old normal mass shootings. And there it is. So they're trying to bring this back in a way, or trying to warn people that this might become a thing in America. So just be careful. I'm afraid when they start publishing things like this. I am very afraid when I see things like this, because it's like they're telling us, oh, we told you, we warned you. Yeah, Bat Soup is saying that's deliberate. All right, let's get someone else on the show. I need to get Linny Poo on for a few minutes here if she's available to talk about the CRISPR, what the heck is going on, and let's see if somebody picks up here. Yeah,
there I am.
Saying that's deliberate. Oh, you got to lower your volume. I could hear myself talking to myself.
Oh my goodness.
All right, perfect. How you doing, Lenny? I'll put you on full screen here.
Okay.
Good. Lenny Poo here from Manitoba is going to give us an update on what the heck is going on with this. Okay, you sent me that thing about the magnet thing to reverse the mind's calibration of thought.
Yeah. All that, what's that all called? It's all the biology mixed with
biology mixed with Scientology and a little bit of ball juice. We lost you.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we don't see. You probably pressed something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, darn. Oh, here, maybe I pressed that. How's that? Nope.
There you are.
There.
Okay. So what's going on with that? You sent me 4 articles related to it in 4 different angles. This is serious stuff, because they can't feed starving people in our own country, and the homelessness is getting out of control, but they want to retrain our minds?
Yeah, that's actually from the Government of Canada's
Yes, it
website.
is.
Yeah, all
Yes,
of
it
it.
is.
And that's a rabbit hole. Wow. That you see all the links that are associated with that. Wow. It's everything. It's what can it do? It can actually even well, that's what we're working on now. All the COVID vaccines with their genetic, modification and the CRISPR technology that's coming, exactly is what everything I sent you there, that's all what they are talking about doing with their technology.
So here it is. This is coming from the Government of Canada, Policy Horizons Canada. Exploring biodigital convergence.
Yes.
And there's all these links that go into everything, and there's and then it goes into different biological and digital technology to convergence of biological and digital systems in the human biological structure.
Yep.
What the heck does any of this mean?
Well, there's a lot in there, but what it is basically it's the transhumanism. That is what it is. It's merging people with machine, with synthetic, actually. It's synthetic, the internal robotics that we all have that's biological. Well, they're going to mix it all with synthetic and take over. Yep.
Okay, can I ask, if there's still people starving and families losing their children to fentanyl overdoses, and all this Mickey Mousing that's happening, why would they put money into this when they could, realistically, we're just adding 2 + 2 here. We're not even asking anyone to change water into wine. Why are they doing this?
Well, they're doing all of this because they have been doing this. Always is what rulers do to people. They like to control them. And now we have better technology to control people, right? So, what better way? They have the technology, they can come in, and also when you're not a human biologically anymore, not only can you be patented, but you don't it could be argued you don't have rights anymore as a human, right? So the rights we have, if you're very altered, where do your rights go? And then if you look at that, they talk about because you've heard of Internet of Things, so it's Internet of Body too, right? So
Yep, I heard of that. Yes.
yeah, Internet of Bodies. So every single thing is regulated inside, and they have that technology. And the Canadian government, it has all this to try to explain what it is and what it does. And I know, from other things that controlling our thought is a big part of that too. So it's not just, wow, I can plug in and see, how my body's acting, like it's saying in detail that it might say to you, oh, you need a bit more soy milk. And then you'll make soy milk somehow in your fridge. I don't know. There's all this
From a replicating.
Yeah, no, because there's, how they have the little printers.
Mhm.
So you print yourself some stuff, and then it's saying that, you can print like a liver for a little puppy who needs a liver. Your kid can do it as a science project. And so they're talking about people being able to even do this. Will that be true? I don't know. Maybe, how they are, they try to sell it like it's going to be some great thing. But what it really is crazy development. Oh, they even talk about hybriding, like joining things together, like really working DNA and making crazy creatures with it.
Why? Okay, so this is the other article you sent me. Genetically engineered magneto. Protein remotely controls brain and behavior. Why are we messing with this crap for?
Control. See, they used to control us with marketing and advertising, right? That was the only way they had. Well, you go back at the beginning of history, and mankind has been controlled by big dynasties. Not everywhere. Maybe farmers, or the people self-sustained. But let's say when Rome really had big parts of the earth, they try to control, and they're ruling nations. So they go to the heads of the nation and say, okay, we need you to help us rule your people. You're with us now. But, say China, like their Chinese leader, he gets how Chinese people are. So you can, help these guys figure out how we're going to rule the smaller, right? It's broken up and
I
it's
love
just
China.
spread. And it's
Mhm.
the same thing. They monitor how the people feel. What do the people think? Oh, what should we do for them? Hey, let's say we're going to give them more food, how they did in those days. Remember?
Mhm.
You've watched ancient shows, what they've done to try to do, and then they control information. That's a big one. So, like the Aztecs, they would control the information. And then wow the people with, hey, there's going to be like this comet come by or something happened great in the sky that they know because they watch, and they can tell when it's going to get hot or cold. They can tell the seasons, but they wow the people with this and be like, crops are coming, the sun's coming strong. The people are like, how do you know? But that's because they were watching seasons. So they control the information, they make themselves look great, and they rule people with it. And same thing is going on now, but in a better, it's just same control of information. Here's what we want you to know. We'll wow you with our science, which is invented mainly for a lot of it, but right, it's like, we have your health. We know how to make you very healthy. You want to be healthy, stick with us. Meanwhile, that's all used to control. And then of course TV, but now they won't need TV. They don't need to manage so much the commercials in this case.
Mhm.
They're just come and manage you from inside. They'll tell you what to think. Yeah. Right? It's
Okay.
just fine-tuned.
So, guys, if you're just tuning in, we got a whole pile of people just tuning in. Policy Horizons Canada, this is from the Government of Canada, exploring biodigital convergence here. And we got Lenny Poo wanted to talk about it with us. She sent me this, and let's go into biodigital convergence is opening up a striking new ways to change human beings, our bodies, our minds, and behaviors. Change or create other organisms, alter ecosystems, sense, store, process, and transmit information, manage biological innovation, structure and manage production and supply chains.
Yes. Control it all. And the supply chains, now they come from afar. I mean, this is a plan. Just because it's a plan, who knows what will happen in the end. And the plan can't happen overnight. But it's kind of like if you're making fake meat in your printer, you don't really right? Do you need it all to come from wherever? I mean, this is their idea. I think that's what the supply chain control
Mhm.
has a lot to do with as well.
Yeah, make
And
fake
then,
printer. They're gonna make food. They're gonna start passing that, and then Mr. Sweater guy who's getting a divorce brought up the other day again about human beings need to get used to eating synthetic meats.
Yeah. And we're biological. So our cells are biological. We're a biological machine. Our cell needs a biological thing to replace itself.
Mhm.
I mean, how long can you sustain mixing synthetic with biological? Well, they're going to find out. I mean, we kind of know from GMO foods, and there are GMOs, but that'll be humans. That's what they want to do. It's a little experiment. And I mean, how can it withhold and how can it be healthy, But yeah, that Gates. So Bill and Melinda Gates' little divorce. You know what I think that is? I could be wrong, but really, I think when I heard that, it's like, why? What is that? Really, I think that because I do have hope, and long term, who knows? But I do have hope, and I do believe that the law catches up with people. It's not just hope; it's because I know one thing about truth. Truth is an entity of itself, and it wants to be known. It does. So people can think they're going to do stuff, but the truth has a way because it itself wants to be known.
Mhm.
And it does. It comes through, and eventually the truth is known. And we do have a lot of lawsuits. You don't hear about them on mainstream. They're everywhere. And I think eventually the truth will rise. But all roads point to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Oh, the WHO, the CDC.
Let me get a woo here.
Right? Oh yeah, all roads.
You know the CDC is getting sued by Florida, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, there's lots of lawsuits everywhere. Yep. And the CDC, oh, guess who's been controlling that? Like when all the corruption comes out, it's going to feed back to Gates. And if that foundation's gone, too bad. Because that foundation, right? Which is
I think
nothing
humanity
more than
has
tax
existed long
shelter.
enough without the Bill Gates Foundation. Hello, are we losing you? Are we losing? I think we're losing her. We're losing Linny Poo. I think her internet's freezing up on her.
Pardon?
Oh, well, we got you back. Hold on, your internet went off there for a second. Linny, you there? We lost her. I hope she's okay. Let me see if I try calling her. All right, let's see if we can get you better here. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
New connection here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know how that happened.
Okay, here we go. Linny, here it goes. Ready?
Okay.
So I got information that no one has. It's on Mike in the Night, okay? You're hearing it first.
Okay.
They're going to actually start allocating internet services, and anyone that goes over 20 gigabytes will be starting to the government will start taxing per gigabyte after. And mainstream media news will be free to watch, and it takes no bandwidth. They're actually putting something together for that.
It'll be all you need. For all the people who are lining up and doing whatever, there you go. I guess they'll be happy. And for the rest, well, we'll see what happens.
So
what are you going to do about that? That's obvious. That's just an obvious. Here's free. Like our prime minister said, what a joke. When he came on and said, take your vaccines. They're free. And everyone's like, they're free? Who do you think's paying for these vaccines? We're paying for, the guy is oblivious. But yeah, they're going to give away free and people are going to think, gee, free. Sure. Let's have it.
It's scary. It's actually very, very scary, Terry. And I don't even know, where, like we're trying to, we're connecting the dots here across the globe. We got callers in from Australia, India, the United States, from all over the place that are we're trying to make sense of what's going on, but we're having a really tough time connecting the dots because they're pulling us from one way. They're telling us something else. We're trying to keep our moral compasses in check so we could keep our sanity, right? Because I think once you don't know which way north is anymore, I think you start losing it.
Oh, that's for sure. That is exactly what the biggest fight is about. That is for sure where they hit people first. Right? That's people were hit there a long time ago first. Yeah, that's all by design. Disintegrating society. Families. Having people resort to their lowest form, pretty much, their lowest form, right? Because we have a higher form, and it's actually the best. It really is the best. It's the best way that we're made, but people don't really get to explore that because the lowest form is presented on a plate, and it's so easy. And then commercials say, hey, look this way, be this way, look what you do, shake your booty, all that stuff, and totally disintegrates society. And then people are very miserable and wonder why. And it's because they never really had the chance to explore how really it is when you do the other part that we're truly designed for. They just wouldn't know. And it's more energetic too. It is able to reach more energetic levels, and it's superior. And who would know? And then the more they try and take the bait, then the shittier you feel. But you're not putting two and two together. So, it's just a cycle of shit. And then easily fooled. Oh my goodness. Wow, people sure did hand over, not all. Like, see those farmers in India, they're awake.
Oh yeah. 300,000 man protests, and it's been going on. I think they're going in their 20th or 30th week. You got the protests in Hong Kong that are not being covered anymore, and they're going into like 70, 80 weeks. And you got the one in France 90 weeks now. Since the summer of 2019, they were going on.
Well, the French get it because they threw their royalty out long ago. Like they
Let the
remember a
heads
lot of
roll.
things. Yeah, pardon?
Let the heads roll.
Oh yeah, they do. They get that. And then who else? I mean, Hong Kong, like look what they had just had to go through with being taken over by China. Yeah, they don't want to live that way. They know what they know. And then yeah, I mean, and India sure knows because they had a hard time with Monsanto over there.
They did.
Yep. And it took a lot to try to get some power back because Monsanto came in, that's Gates too, but they come in and trick them, right? And then next thing you know, they're losing their land and then their land was left infertile. Like what leaves land infertile? That can't be good. And so, but they did a lot of repair and, have been trying to come back. They kind of know what's up. I mean, maybe not everyone, but, good for them. The more people know, the better. You can fight back better or just make your decisions. Like those vaccines, like that's the precursor. That's genetic engineering. I mean, I see people take them all the time. It's crazy. The other day, a client of mine was like, oh yeah, I took the vaccine. I got my first shot. I'm going to get my second shot. Can't wait to get out of here. I need a holiday so bad. I'm like, really? You're going somewhere? Where are you going? He's like, well, I don't know. But our borders are closed. Where do you think you're going? People think, and I hear it a lot. They're taking vaccines saying, I'm going to get out of here. You are? Where? How? Now? Why are you taking a vaccine now for maybe you're somehow getting out of here like next winter? Are you sure about that? Like how easy it is to fool some people. That's as easy as it is. I'm not too worried because I think they're going to get they get so many people that just line up. I mean, they don't have to force. They can't force. They can't force anyway. But they scare you with thinking you can, but they can't. So they don't need to,
We got somebody messaging me saying, I said, Mike, CNN went live earlier on YouTube and they had less than 146 people watching live and you have over 200 on Mike in the Night.
Yeah,
wow.
Fun.
That's crazy. And we're heavily censored. I'm hoping to get to 14,000 subscribers by Christmas. I'm like 40 away or 50 subscribers away.
Oh, wow.
I usually get 8 subscribers per month. So hopefully by Christmas I could be at 14,000. So yeah.
Is that a record for you?
Well, I've lost more subscribers than I've gained.
Ah, yes.
It's weird how the YouTube algorithm has me in this really like at the bottom of the basement. So they keep us on here for some weird reason, but they don't want us here, but they keep us here for a reason, right?
Yeah, it's really a lot of weird. It's weird and it's meant to be weird, right? Because when you're mind controlling people, you do need to mix everything upside down so there's confusion, and then it breaks the will of the people. It just breaks your will. And more broken will you are, like you were saying, right, about that spirit. So this is why you need to be strong in spirit. I mean,
did you see that last video I sent you about that?
Which one again?
Part 3?
I did. I've seen them.
Did you see the part 3 video of that? They made a part 3 last week of that series.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
They made a part 3 of that. That was really good one. So
yeah, because that's what I mean. Strengthening our spirit, and it's not in the head, and it's not a belief. Because lately I've had some friends, like a lot of people are crumbling, and I can see why. But wow, people are crumbling a lot. And then saying like, oh, well, I believe in God. And it's like, that's good. But, believing in God, that doesn't really do anything. You got to work it. You have to know what the word is and apply it and remember it. And because it's not just, oh, I believe in God. Isn't that great? I'm going to have a great life. It's not that. It's working it. What does it say? What do the Holy Scriptures say to do? Right. And then it's funny how it'll work.
Hold on.
It's true.
I want to
Works.
thank Blunt News. He sent me the video. I played the video earlier, Blunt, earlier with Eduardo in the truck. If he sent me something else, I'll play it in a little bit. I also have Mr. Mitch Sott saying he's seeing orbs. Mitch, if you get Skype, he's saying there's little orbs everywhere outside his window. So if you want to get Skype and come on live and show us these little orbs outside your window. And also, let me tell you something, Lenny, that I think I'm starting to come. I'm starting to understand something. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how you brought up something a few months back on the show that when humans are when we're born and we're conceived and we're going through life, we are programmed to know that there is some sort of a God or a higher state, like we're programmed in us to know that there's some sort of higher state of naturally. So let's say when they wiped us all and we all started over we're all brainwashed. We're starting the next generation will be born and you'll start seeing religions pop up because they believe, like, I was born with this idea that there's some higher state of a creator or something, that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now what I'm thinking is, okay, the Holy Scriptures, all that stuff, I think they wanted to preserve that information because I think it was a lot stronger, or the understanding of our existence was a lot more stronger several thousand years ago. But they decided to preserve it in scriptures for people in the future who may lose that ability to understand that. They could read it and understand that everyone has it in them. But I think over time, over the couple of thousand years, we started losing that, and we started becoming more, what do you call it? Materialistic. And we started forgetting the little things in life. You know, is that possible? That back in the day, let's say our sense of spirituality, or a sense of a higher state of spirituality, was a lot stronger back, and now it's been diminishing over the last couple of centuries? Is it possible?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the last couple of centuries, but even just in our own lifetime, look what's happened. Look how it's not taught anywhere. Where is it taught? I was taught in school and at home because I happen to come from that. All my family was like that. Luckily it wasn't. It was real too. It's actually real. They had hardships in life. Do you know, I've gone to houses because we're on the prairies here.
Mhm.
So let's say years ago, so many people had farms. And you know how many homesteads I've gone to, like Ukrainians and people who came from other countries and came here and had to survive in the freezing cold. Remember, they're like, what the hell? They're trying to survive. They didn't have to live through this. You know, they were helped and really faced hardships to get a life going here, and then kind of mastered it and had great lives. But I can't believe how many crosses and Jesus pictures, all in their own nationalities though, but they had. And I thought, these people came because they had hardships and they turned to that. They turned to that and had, you know, it gave strength. So it does give strength. And then that's why it's eroded. It's eroded because we are definitely designed to know God and to be like, it's not just to know, it's to have a relationship. So you talk, you ask, you talk.
You know, can I tell you
someone?
Can I tell you where that is?
Where?
That programming? You know that junk DNA they found in humans that they can't decipher?
Oh yeah, oh don't worry.
That's the story. That's our story. That's our God. That piece of that chunk of DNA that they call junk DNA that they have no idea from. That's, if you actually translate that, or in 100 years or 1,000 years, they'll translate that and they'll see that was our story of who we are, where we came from, and everything. And I don't think we will decipher this anytime soon, because I don't think we deserve it at the rate we're going.
They know that. They call it the God gene. That's just one. That is a known thing because we're made to know. Because if you tell kids, they do gravitate. And I mean, you only have your personal testimony. So I know firsthand, and I know other people firsthand. So it's a firsthand thing. And then it's not like we don't hear what the world says and don't think, yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm not an idiot. I know that that's fake. Hey, we all have heads. We all have brains. But It's not about what you can figure out. It is there, and it is being in touch, and that has been eroded. And plus they put these senses in, and it's like, here's what will fill that hole, because it's in us, right? There, it has to be filled with that. And if it's not filled with the Holy Spirit, it's because it's like it's hollow. And then they're like, here, fill it with this, fill it with that distraction, and your lowest self too. So it's very sexualized, because that's your lowest form, especially when it's bodily only, right? So and it's very, all these things that lure you are because they're, they're good for a season. But then when the season's over, it's crash, right? Because if it wasn't good for a season, no one would do it. So it obviously is, and it does all your brain neurons, but it's not a sustaining thing.
Right.
And so you need the sustenance. And if you do it, you will see what the true sustenance is. And it requires knowledge and digging in and learning about the nature of God. Like, right? What is the nature? And you'll know, because you just know. I mean, you can tell. If you're centered, and a lot of kids didn't really get that, so they've never practiced it. Some people used to say that I was probably programmed that way, but do you know how many people I have met, grown women, who were not raised with any kind of religion? None, my age. Tons I have met. And they really helped me feel good, because they turned that way. And I was like, really? How? Like, how would you say that? And they tried all kinds of mysticism and the universe and all that, and then came to Jesus, right? And the holy book. And it was like, that is crazy. Like, they never went to church. Their parents were religious. And that's them telling me. And I'm like, that's funny. And then they tell their story of how they figured it out. And they had that hole. And they did have good families too. Like, I know one girl, she comes from like this great family. It's not that. So that helped me feel good, because then I thought, see, it's not really just that. And they they kind of envy me, thinking, gee, you're always like that. But no, there's full circles, and it's always a struggle. This earth is a struggle, and it's meant to take us off course. Yeah, because above all, governments are the ones who rule the governments. That's for sure. And all those leaders and all that news that says, oh, Russia is going to maybe, pair with them, and they're going to be friends, and then they're going to argue. And hey, like, these government guys like Putin and all that, those guys do not wonder, gee, what will I tell the people? They don't think about nothing like that. They have a script. It's handed them. They get in front of the TV. They read their script. They're told what to say. They have scripts. They don't wonder, and then, trade their goods, because above are people who control. So they're like, okay, you're going to be the country that has the petrodollar and the arms. And then you're going to be the country, because they kind of looked at how they were anyway. You have to work with them, just like in the days of old. How did the people feel? Gauge, right? Because you don't want revolt, because revolt, that ends it. It has to be slow, and it has to be,
drawn out.
Yeah, that's always been until they get all that stuff in you. Oh yeah, when that stuff's in you, that's game over. Now they don't care what you think. You're gonna think. Oh yeah, you're gonna think what they tell you to think, and you're gonna be very plugged in. And like you said, with even they have the patents to this now, like even your own monetary, like everything is just hooked up. There's no hiding. You'll be on rations. Yeah. I mean, some people might think that's not bad. That way, it knows what to do and what I should eat. I mean, fine. But a human being, see, here's the thing. We are free moral agents. We have free moral agency, and that's part of the laws. These guys think they're going to control us. There's laws above that. And they know it, because they serve the dark side. So they know all about the laws. They do. And they have to follow in the laws. They know that truly you need informed consent to form a contract. And in a way, they're making contracts with people. So they know.
I see what you're saying. I see how you're wording this out. I know the contracts will seal the contract with the jab.
Well, not the jab. Like,
no,
I
know what you're saying. But
anything that's entered, yeah, if you take that, or if you agree, there's informed consent. That's why they even put it out there. And they won't realize, you know, I mean, if you don't realize the big picture,
yeah,
I just, yeah, there's a bigger picture out there, and some people will just be lost in battle because they just don't see it. So what can you do? But that is what's at stake. So, you know, and every day is a good day worth living. Every day.
Every day.
Every day. That's the secret of it. That's the secret. Is there's no good day to wait for. Today's the day. This is the day.
Live
you
it now,
have.
be it now, enjoy it
Yep.
now.
Rejoice and be glad in it. And there's a time to fight. Go ahead and fight. You know how many armies there were in the olden day, because we're French, and the French were kind of thought crazy, the French Canadians, because they used to sing into battle. They would gather together and sing together and go forward as brothers. That's how they approached it. Fearless, rejoicing. If you're going to fight, then fight, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
I hear you. That just brought some memories in my mind. All right, Lenny, I'm going to let you go. I really appreciate you coming on and taking the time to talk to us and kind of inform us on those articles. And we'll talk soon. We'll have you on in the next week or so, and we'll talk soon. And keep sending me the articles. I keep reading them, and we'll stay in touch, okay?
All right, you bet.
God bless you.
Okay. Yeah, bless you too. Bye.
So, the guys, that is Lenny Pooh there in the green room, and bringing us this vital information. I'm going to bring it back up for you guys here. So, this is coming from the Government of Canada's website, from the government website, how they're going to be exploring biodigital convergence between humans and technology, and how they're going to be doing all this stuff and creating this stuff. So you could pause the screen right there if you want to read this. And it goes into a lot of stuff and what they're trying to... I don't know why they're pushing. I guess they want to thank... you know, I don't even... I'm not going to get into this. It's so depressing. It's so depressing getting into this, some of this stuff right now, and what they're... What are they doing? What are they... What's the... What's the end game? Oh my god, we got a whole 54 minutes. Let's do a quick channel plug. We'll get our next caller on. Here is, in case you forgot what he looked like, Mr. Mobility here, Doug Ford. That's Mr. Mobility. Just wanted to throw a photo of him up here. I got it open here. Might as well kind of show you guys Mr. Mobility there. All right, what's going on? Hold on. Let's go to channel plug. So Kevin J. Johnson got arrested. I'm going to see if I could find him on Skype and call him. I don't know if he's still in jail. Kevin, there he is. He's in my favorites. Let's see if I could get... Let's see if he picks up the phone. Oh, he sent me something on Instagram. People that don't know, Kevin J. Johnson is running for mayor of the city of Calgary. And I don't know what time it is in... Oh, it's an hour ahead. So right now it's like 10 o'clock in Alberta. And I'm trying to connect to him. It looks like his Skype is turned off. Let me see. Yo, wake up. All right. I'm just going to timestamp this so he knows I'm trying to message him here. And, yeah, he's in jail right now. So we're going to try and figure out what is going on there. Okay, guys. Quick channel plug here, guys. And I appreciate all the support. Guys, again, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to get to... I'm at 13,920 some odd subscribers. I'm trying to get to 4,000 subscribers by Christmas. So that's about 6 months from now. So I'm hoping to get 10 subscribers on usual. Usually I get 10 subscribers per month. So I'm trying to get to 14,000 by Christmas. Guys, don't forget to message me here on Skype. It looks like your messages on Skype actually come through. So go ahead and message me on Skype. Guys, don't forget to buy something on Teespring. The I Love Amerifornia shirts and wife beaters are here, and they look really good. Really good stuff. Don't forget to set your reminders for next Wednesday's show. More BS markets, and next Mike in the Night is going to be an important one. We're going to be discussing the confidence in local governments are dropping. So I'm gonna leave a link right now if you guys want to set your reminders for next week's show. We're gonna be discussing the confidence in local governments. People are losing confidence in their local governments. Sorry. Artbydano.com. Don't forget to check out artbydano.com. Not your typical art. Lots of bundle packs. Lots of cool stuff from our local. Well, he's not local to us, but he's local to our community here on Mike in the Night. Artbydano.com. Check it out. Not your typical art. Guys, don't forget to donate to Lord Humongous Amerifornia trip. He's going to do a Mike in the Night Amerifornia tour 2021. We should get him down to Arizona so we could see Morgan. You see Morgan down in Arizona, who also makes videos for us. So Mike in the Night Amerifornia tour. It's gonna go 2021, 2022. We're gonna extend this so he could raise some money to go with his van across America. So I've donated. I'm gonna donate every week. So if you guys can, we got Margie donated. A couple other people here donating. Please donate to the cause. And music by Ralphie.co.New Zealand, where you could hear replays of Mike in the Night. And he's already raised a few dollars here because this actually costs money. And this is based out of New Zealand, where you get New Zealand music. And New Zealand, this is what's playing right now, if you want to hear. And the replay of Mike in the Night comes on usually a couple of hours after the show or the next day in the northern western hemisphere here. All right, so Mike in the Night. I hope everyone's doing well out there. Hashtag Mike in the Night. So Jeff Salcero saying, come to Arizona. Yeah, so we could it would be nice to connect Lord Humongous with other. We got Jeff Salcero saying, come to Arizona. We got other people in different parts of America that Lord Humongous could meet up with and potentially get shown around of where things are happening and what's going down. So what's going on? I think Mike likes being bright and energetic. I hope so. Saturday Night Live was good looks at like the world today. Idiocy. Yeah, that's actually true. Somebody made a comparison to the Saturday Night Live early episodes to what we're seeing now today, and yeah. Yeah, we'll map out locations. Lord Humongous is going to do this cross, so he's going to be making videos on his channel with preparation, so if you guys want to support him, and go ahead and I'll be sending him a donation every week to get this off the ground. Get him enough gas money. You know what I'm saying? Get him enough gas money to get him around and start to, get things rolling here. Always look on the bright side of life, says Haran Musa. That's correct. Always look at the bright side because they always want you looking into fear, right? And that's why we're here. We're here to talk each other through it. I don't know where Layla is. Kevin J. Johnson is not answering his Skype right now. He is in jail right now in a Calgary prison. I'm not sure, or in a holding area in one of the police stations. I'm not sure which one. Okay, let's see who we got here. Supreme Cannon I want to get on because I haven't had him on in a while because his internet's been like all over the place. Let's get Supreme Cannon on for a bit. I want to hear what he has to say about the ongoing problems we're having. People have been asking for Dominic to come back. We'll get Dominic Merlo back in a week or two when he has time. I'm going to contact Uneducated Economist. I think I'm going to go, once they reopen, I think I'm going to go down to Oregon to visit him. Maybe make some videos together and talk about, what's going on there with Amerifornia. So we got Alan in the comments who's saying that he's seeing some orbs outside his window. So if Al, where is he? If he could get his Skype running and show us a live video feed of where he's at, it's probably somewhere in America. If he could give us a little bit of If he could give us a little bit of information on what he's seeing out there live, that'll be really nice. Let me see if there's someone trying to add me on Skype. Like, Skype is going through... No, I got some people here. I think you should create yourself. Guys, I want to create a... whatchamacallit? One of those chat box thingies. What do you call it? Discord? But I heard everyone saying Discord is being heavily censored. So I don't know about Discord. I don't know, man. All right, let's see if Supreme Cannon picks up his phone. I'm not sure where Layla is. To give us a little insight on the Middle East. Yo, Supremo.
Michael, how are things?
Good. What are you up to?
Sitting here facing east, sir. Hang on a second. I gotta mute this.
Mike in the night.
Mike in the night. Here we are once again. See how long this connection holds together. It's dropped on me once already tonight.
Oh, sorry.
It's groovy. It's okay. Good to hear your voice, man.
Good to hear you. Weather's getting good, so hope me get some time to come out and visit me. So, okay, you know the lumber industry better than anyone on this channel. What's going on with the lumber industry? Can you give us an update on this shortage?
Oh boy, there's all kinds of theories. We've never been busier. Well, I'm out of it now. Long story. I'll talk about it when I come see you. But no, they're busy. They're busier than they've ever been. The mills are going hell bent for election. The reloads are full. I'm suspecting, if anything, either maybe some wholesalers are holding it back, trying to create an artificial shortage, because I'm seeing all kinds of people saying their local lumber yards are stacked to the rafters.
They are.
Reloads.
All the lumber yards here are overstacked.
Yeah, that's right. So the price is driving higher production, obviously, but they don't seem to be actually buying it, or moving it fast enough. So obviously there's going to be supply chain issues, right? You got all those ships lined up in San Diego. You had a bunch of river barges that were stalled for a day because of a cracked bridge on the Mississippi, things like that. And all of these things are like a traffic jam, it just kind of starts at random, seemingly out of nowhere. You don't even necessarily need an accident or something to slow traffic down. It just kind of happens, right? It's just waves moving through a fluid or something. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we're going to see. I don't think we were affected so much directly by that Suez Canal blockage for a week, but there's probably follow-on effects of that. I mean, we've been talking about it for quite a while now. Mm-hmm. I just think there's priority being given to certain materials to be transported for production of goods and moving stuff to retail and whatever, and lumber just is a big item, and it's getting backlogged, and it's probably going to get worse as long as the price stays so high. Now, what that's going to do to the housing market is prices are red hot and they're going up ridiculous amounts, bidding wars again and all that, but it's starting to top out already, because lumber at that price is adding, I think in the average in the States, a new house is $35,000 per unit. It's added to the price of building a house out of lumber.
And so while in America their homes go up $35,000, we are selling 2-bedroom condos in the Victoria Island there for $1 million over asking.
Yeah, it's absolutely ludicrous. But the thing is usually with supply and demand, right? A high price signals higher production, but that price, if it doesn't necessarily reflect higher demand, mm-hmm. just a lot of people want to park big money. So it's bidding the price up, or at least putting a floor under it so it can't go to a rational level. Like, there's whole segments of the Canadian population that are what we would call middle class. They don't have a hope in hell of buying they don't have a hope of
middle class. What is that?
Yeah. Middle class. What is that?
What was that?
Well, middle class nowadays isn't, smaller entrepreneurs and professionals accumulating wealth. It's just how big of payments can you afford to make on the debt that you're servicing, right? That's your credit rating seems to be more important than your actual assets versus liabilities anymore. The whole thing is detached from reality in a lot of ways.
Anthony, thank you for the $5. Anthony is one of our biggest contributors here on Mike in the Night. Find another $5. Papa Pist is saying salaries are also rising fast to entice people. They're having a tough time finding private sector workers, buddy.
Well, I mean, they're making more sitting on unemployment and getting up here, getting the Justin Bucks, and down there getting the triple P or whatever the benefits are. They've got the stimmies, as it were. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It doesn't sound like much, $1,400 or $2,800, but that's per person. So if you got a bunch of people in your household,
that's a party and a half.
That's a party and a half, you bet. And people, it's a lot of pent up consumption demand. But what we're going to what we're going to see is they're going to have to keep it going because you've got this huge surge in retail right now because people are out spending this money. Okay, but as soon as it's out again, then they got to go back to work. So as long as the stimmies are rolling out the door, yeah, a lot of small businesses and bigger ones can't find workers because right now they're just better off at home. They're getting this government cheese, and they pay no taxes on it. Right? They don't have to pay any fees on it. It just comes to them and they go spend it, or they just sit on their couch and watch the world go by. And you know what? Considering how badly we've been exploited for so long, I don't blame people for feeling that way. To me, it's almost like a lot of them are thinking, you know what? I'm taking a vacation from this BS for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't blame them because everyone has been feeling the squeeze for so long. Getting more labor out of you or undercutting your wages with all this migrant labor, and making it plain that they expect you to run on that hamster wheel until the bearings start smoking.
Supreme? Hello? Supreme? Hello? Supreme? Hello? I think we lost Supreme Canada, guys, again. Hold on, he's back. Hello? Supreme? We lost Supreme Cannon. I hope he's okay. We'll give it a few seconds here. Harun Musa saying, I remember the teacher was mad at me because I thought Mad Max was a good movie. Now I know that's Trump degenerate syndrome behavior for its time. Are we talking about the original Mad Max movie? Because that was really good. Moonlight saying, wealth is just a word that people use to hustle us. Supreme, you there? Now it's saying I have a missed call. Let's see if we get him here. Man down.
Hi again. How you doing?
Man down. You there?
I'm here.
Okay. Let's go into the first one here. Policy Horizons Canada. I got this email. Lenny Pooh's been sending it around, and I actually took notice of it because Lenny Pooh sent it to me, and it says here, exploring bio-digital convergence, and this is from the Government of Canada, that's actually promoting or discussing or informing us, I got this via email, this thing that they're doing that change human beings, our bodies, minds, and behaviors, change or create our organisms, alter ecosystems, sense, store, process, and transmit information, manage biological innovation, structure, and manage production and supply chains. Dude, what the heck is going on, and why is our government sending us this? Supreme? I think we lost Supreme Canada again. Yeah, his internet has been very, he told me his internet's been very off the hook lately. Let's see if he picks up. Let me see if I could call him just audio only. Yeah, Road Warrior was a good movie too. So today's Mike in the Night, We Want Your Soul actually ties in perfectly to what is happening here. I can't believe the Government of Canada will send this out and just tell people, by the way, we're going to be merging technology with biology, and you're going to really not have a choice about it, right? Okay, he's not picking up. Damn. I hope he's okay. His internet is kind of all over the place the last couple of weeks. And, Layla's on now. Let me see if she picks up. No. Hello? Bill C10 in action! Layla's not picking up either. So, she is online, though. She is active, and she has some very vital information she wants to share with us. She is in the Middle East. She's in Egypt. And it's kind of good to get some, somebody that's closer to where the action is happening there in the Middle East. Come on, pick up, Layla. All right, she's not picking up. And everybody's internet is not like 100% right now. I don't know if this is done on purpose or I don't know. I'm not going to look too deep into that. Okay, Supreme Cannon. Supreme, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man.
Okay, we lost you there.
Yeah,
So-
we'll run as fast as we can here.
Okay, exploring bio-digital convergence. What the hell is happening, and why is the government putting this on their website?
I think it's a trial balloon. I think they're just putting it out there to say, hey, this is what we're doing, and this is progress, and this is a great thing, and isn't this fantastic? You know, it's like every other thing that they intend to do. It was mentioned on there, transhumanism, that kind of a thing, right? Like when it comes to making things like artificial ears and artificial eyes, that sounds real good. But when you want to modify the human mind and make us all tractable, you know, even sources of energy, like a battery for the Matrix kind of idea, you know, you put a nice, pretty faced lady on there as the director of the program, and it's all benign, and it's just going to be great, and it's all going to be a big kumbaya rainbow cookie collective world, right?
They
brutal.
openly say they want to change human beings and our bodies and minds and behaviors.
That's right. Yeah, they got to come right out and say it. That's part of the conditions of, at least in their mind, rulership of the world, is they have to tell you what they're going to do. Everybody kind of knows that. Predictive programming. Well, they're coming right out and saying it. This technology has become a god of its own, right? The worship of technology is going to solve every problem and all the rest of it. We have smartphones, therefore our problems are over. And which is nonsense, but what are you going to do, right?
Yeah, because I'm very disturbed by this, and especially when they're like, Lenny Poo sent this to me, but I got it in my email too from the government of Canada, whatever. I don't even subscribe to it, but I received it, and I kind of ignored it, and then Lenny Poo sent it to me via Instagram, and I'm like, wait a minute, I remember this thing. So I looked at it, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this is so this is what they're doing now.
You mean like with this biodigital convergence
Yes.
idea? Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, look back to just before Trump's election in 2016. Like National Geographic, of all publications, rolled out something called the Transgender Revolution, and they had to look like some young, boy in a dress leaning on the cover. It's like, have you guys absolutely lost your marbles?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've got to be kidding. What is this? And from there, it went directly into debating about, okay, which gender is going to have to supply the extra bathroom.
Yeah, fighting over bathrooms and stuff. Yeah,
fighting over the bathrooms. That's right. It's just
bathroom
madness,
wars.
Right? But that's that upending, that's inversion of what's normal, and trying to scramble our minds. Lenny was talking about it. People in the chats were talking about it, and that's exactly what it is. They're just trying to scramble your perceptions as much as possible.
Those bathroom wars were before the toilet paper wars, right? So.
Yes, they were. Yeah.
Then we had the toilet paper wars, and then we had all kinds of wars, right? So
the toilet paper wars. There are probably still people trying to auction off pallets of number 2 tickets from that. That was the most bizarre panic I've ever seen. I can't imagine why that happened, but I have a feeling the reason was pretty basic.
Okay. Now, this is the other one I wanted to talk to you about. Genetically engineered magnetoprotein remotely controls the brain and behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's not controversial or frightening at all, is it? I don't know why they keep rolling this stuff out. I guess they want a certain percentage of the demographic to think this is a great idea and sign up for it.
But this makes zero sense when everyone, like people in America, are starving.
Well, people in America are starving, yeah, but technology, dude. Technology. We've got technology now. The world's good. The wars are over. Prosperity is permanent. Things are just going to get better and better, dude, because we have smartphones. We got smartphones, dude. It's over. History is over. We got smartphones.
Wow.
That's how people think. What are you going to do? That's how they think.
This is crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I heard of a study like using this magneto theory or this magneto thing to actually make people forget about God or forget about. I heard about this, and I heard it on Coast to Coast Radio with George Norrie was talking about it, and it was an article he was reading how they're looking to wipe people's mind of the belief in God. Hello? Oh my God, we lost him again. We lost Supreme Cannon again. His internet's down. He's having internet issues. It happens. It happens, guys. It happens to the best of us. Wow. All right. Let me see here. We could call. Who's available? Like, I'm getting like a lot of mixed signals here. We had Ralphie in the comments earlier. He disappeared. It is a 3-hour show, so I don't blame people for dropping in and out from time to time. And I'm really trying to get I really want to get Layla on the show, but she's not picking up her phone. I know it's like 5 in the morning there.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Hey, Layla, how you doing? It's so good to have you on.
Thank you. Good. Yeah.
I want to have you on because obviously you know why I want you on is well, you know why. It's because what is happening, and can you give us your Middle East kind of synopsis of what's going on the ground?
A lot happened in just a few days. But the nicest part is Israel bombing the AP building.
Mm-hmm.
Did you catch that?
Yes, I did catch that. So can you explain that to us?
Well, I guess they don't want to know. They don't want the news to get out, so they just bombed the building. No issues there. You know,
The Associated Press?
There's AP, Al Jazeera, and others in that building. So it was
Okay,
like
so that's where Press TV and all those guys are.
I don't know about Press TV.
I know that they have a small office in there that they report from.
Well, it seems like a building with several news agencies that
That's
are,
right.
you know, housed in there. So they just bombed the whole thing, you know? Did you see the videos?
Yeah, and I saw the videos of the buildings crashing. I saw everyone pretty much saw that. It was all over. It was circulating all over the mainstream media. It's and you know, a lot of countries are going against it and going against the you know. So can you kind of break down? I know it's for control. I know it's for, we get the basics of it, but what's underlying here?
So I give this a year, and Israel will be dissolved. It started off before Eid, close to Eid. The folks, you know, they pray in the Aqsa Mosque, and every year there's an issue around that because Israel doesn't let the Muslims pray in the mosque, and also they prevent Christians from praying in certain places as well. So that escalated. Like, they were screwing around this year, and they thought they were gonna, you know, they're gonna go inside the mosque and rub it in Muslims' faces and things like that. So that little thing here escalated. It completely went out of hand.
Are we talking
right
about the
now,
Mosque of the Dome of the Rock?
Yeah, I don't know if that's what you call it in English, Mike. I'm not sure. It's the Aqsa Mosque.
That's the
You
main
know,
one, right?
the main one for Muslims. Yeah. So I don't know if that's the same thing as what you guys talk about in the Bible, I guess. Anyway. So it went out of hand, and fights broke out, and then it turned into a full-scale war. So people are telling you like a crisis and civil. No. It's a war. It's a full-scale war.
It's a full war,
at this
and
point.
it looks like it looks like that Israel has boots on the ground.
Which ground?
In Palestine.
Well, I mean, they've been
Gaza.
there for 80 years.
No. I'm talking about they're going into the uncontested territories.
All the time.
The walls. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. There were peacekeeping in there for that time, right?
No, they don't peacekeep. They cause war, genocide, and ethnic cleansing. So that escalated, and they're targeting mainly Gaza because this is where a lot of Palestinians keep their live, first of all, but also it's where a lot of militias are housed. You know, so they targeted a few people, and but Palestinians took back a town, Lid. They targeted the Ben Gurion airport. So 130 rockets, I think, were fired in about 5 minutes Ben Gurion, and they're targeting the Ramon airport right now.
Mm-hmm.
And a whole town was taken back, and Tel Aviv, of course. So they targeted Tel Aviv, and a lot of places have been
Here's the article.
like a lot of, well,
which
there's many.
The one you're talking about.
which?
Gaza
Which
bombardment.
one?
Israeli minister seeks Facebook and TikTok blackout. So there's that building that was taken out that basically housed a lot of the media from that area.
Yeah.
The reason why I said you have the Gaza Strip there is because obviously parts are walled off, right? And
yeah, that's old though. That's not new.
No. I understand that, but I'm saying, but Israeli troops are in the ground in Gaza too. I always thought they left them alone there.
Oh no! They've been taking settlements. They've been
right. The Golan Heights and all that places, right?
No, that's in Syria. But I mean, in Gaza itself, they were advancing inside Gaza. Like some parts of Gaza were starting to be removed. Like they're always like creeping into places, and in the process, they just move people out of their homes and they take the land. So that's been going on recently, actually, as well. Before all this.
So can you expand on Israel being dissolved in the next year?
So it's a full-scale war right now, and like Israel has, it's like it has no business being there in terms of like, I know that people have a biblical tale around all of this. But the fact is that Russians, Americans, Germans, and Ethiopians, and the whole, because the Jews in Israel right now, they come from everywhere, and so what they do in the process is they ethnic cleanse Palestinians. There's a lot of genocides committed on Palestinians, and they just move them out and sit there. So they have no business being there. These people, I mean, a lot of the people who were there, they have dual citizens. They just left. That like people were all over the airports and leaving.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been 80 years that Palestinians and actually all of the Arab world are struggling because of this. And at this point, I don't see them backing out. And, they're definitely going to use this to kick them out.
Mm-hmm.
And so in Palestine, there are several militias.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them said that this is not going to stop, even though there are like I think the Western media is trying to make it sound like there's like a peace kind of thing. That's a lie. They're not stopping. So one of the guys, Abu Ubaida, one guy in Gaza, he's like, you either leave or you die. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. He gave out the warning, and Syria apparently fired rockets. So some rockets were fired out of Syria, according to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And people, just like normal people, normal Palestinians, they are walking across the borders from Jordan into Palestine. They walked, and
Mm-hmm.
from South Lebanon into Israel. So Syria, Iran, Yemen, and Hezbollah, they're all on standby. And I think Hezbollah is already active. It's possible that Syria is already active. And I don't think Iran is officially active yet, but this entire axis is on standby.
Speaking of active or non-active, your friend is on the news here. Erdogan is saying terrorist state Israel must be stopped. Turkish President Erdogan says adding it has crossed all limits.
Well, Erdogan supports Israel, and all of Turkey supports Israel, so that's a sham. Turkey is not. You can't trust Turkey on anything. No one trusts Turkey for anything, and they're just, they play on all strings, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
And so Turkey, forget Turkey. Turkey's in bed with Israel. That's just a lie. They're just BS. That's just BS. You can forget Turkey.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to throw that in because I know you're good friends with Erdogan and stuff.
No,
I'm being sarcastic.
No, I'm not. Turkey trains ISIS, and recently the Uyghur went by Turkey, and they're on their way to Europe now. Oh, okay. Everyone's feeling sorry for the Uyghur. The ISIS folks, they recruit from from peoples like the Uyghur.
Wow. And I know Turkey was expanding its borders.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're dreaming of the Ottoman Empire right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not going to
Okay.
fly.
No, a bit like
Just
the
like
Israel thing.
Mussolini. Mussolini was dreaming of the Roman Empire, reuniting it during World War II.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Ambitions,
Ambitions is good. All right, so we got here, what is it? Sleepy Biden is making phone calls to the Palestinian president and the Netanyahu. So correct me if I'm wrong, there was a mock election or a Mickey Mouse election that didn't really go well for Netanyahu, and they're trying to cover it up. Could this be this whole thing trying to unite Israel under one banner because of this last election that was potentially fraudulent?
So the Israel-Palestinian issues goes way beyond Netanyahu, but a lot of people are criticizing him for the way he behaved this time around. And Lieberman, who was his the previous defense minister, or is he still? He's really annoyed with Netanyahu because Lieberman sees that they're going to lose the war to Hamas. And yeah, it's very it's possible. He's been trying to cover up a lot of things, and it's not working. And he has that trial. He's on trial for fraud and corruption. So, but it's not. I can see his clowning a little bit, but the conflict is much older than his term. And he's the longest serving prime minister of Israel, by the way.
Really? Because it seems like he's running the show still.
Yeah, the longest serving prime minister in Israel. He's been around for a long time.
And apparently they've been arresting opposing parties in Israel and actually beaten them and illegally arresting opposing parliamentary parties that were against him.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. They're constantly arresting Orthodox Jews who talk against the state of Israel. There are lots of dissent against Israel. It's not just the Arabs, though it doesn't really matter. But I mean, they were forcing Orthodox Jews to join the military, and that's really against their faith and their ways. Yeah, I mean, he's just it's a bit of a clown show right now with Netanyahu, but it always has been. Like, Israel has never been solid inside because it's just they're just a mishmash of people from all over the world. They pay people to move there.
Yes, they do. They actually pay people to relocate to occupy the territory, right?
Yeah, they do.
So I'm concerned, because this. Do you see this escalating to a full scale, like getting other countries in? Okay, yeah, it is a war. It is a hot war. Yes, there are a lot of people dying. I think there's a lot more happening than what the media is allowed to tell us. Now, let me ask you: do you see this becoming like where other countries start rolling in?
So I definitely see Syria, Iran, possibly Yemen get involved. Definitely Hezbollah, if you want to call that part of a country, because Hezbollah is based in Lebanon. I think Hezbollah is already involved. They've always had ground in Israel.
They've had intelligence there, yes.
No, they actually go to war. They do operations there. Like, before all of this was happening, there were several bombings at the Haifa port.
That's right.
South on the southern part, and some military action. And that was in response to, remember, the Beirut bombing and the Beirut port bombing and all of that. So all of that was already, was happening. So it's possible that this is a further escalation, and they were timing everything. There is a prophecy that's been flying around for a while within Muslims, a prophecy that was actually issued by a Jewish woman long time ago. And Muslims don't buy these prophecies. Like, it has to be based on the Quran. But there's this guy, he pulls it out. Like, it would be great if you understood and were able to listen to that, because sometimes it's really interesting. He pulls it out, and it's like unbelievable how he pulls it out of the Quran. And so it's 2022. So 2022 is like a turning point. for Israel, and a lot of people believe in the dissolution of Israel. A lot of people don't believe in a lot of Muslim scholars, and the prophecy people. They don't believe in being able to time things like that. They go with the sequence of events, But this one sort of stuck, and they could be on time. But I don't care for prophecy. I listen to it because people follow it, not because it's real or anything like that. But it had a lot of impact, this one, and I think they could be on time. So I give this situation a year, and I really see Israel dissolving. They're not going to turn back. I don't want them to turn back personally. It'd be really stupid to waste such an opportunity to kick out and dissolve Israel at this point. And to just get them out. Just get them out of our lands. We're so sick of them. Everyone's so sick of them. The whole world is sick of them. Trump was sick of them. Biden is not interested. It's like, just move on. It's such a failed idea, failed state, failed everything.
It's kind of funny, like how things play out, and how there's so many different angles of history from different perspectives and different cultures. Like, I've seen the point of view from the historical side, from the Muslim side, because my ex-wife was Muslim, and I saw that part of history from their end, and then I saw the history from my culture, the Portuguese culture, and I saw that point of history, and kind of piecing it together from all, like, an English side of history and how they portray in this and the colonization and blah blah blah, and seeing it from all the different perspectives that I have seen. It's so hard to figure anything out, because it's every side for itself in a way. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think it's too hard. Russians, Americans, Europeans have no business in the Middle East. Like,
oh no, I
people
totally
wanna
understand
believe
that.
You know what I mean? Like, because people are like with the religion thing, and it's like the reason Muslims aren't going to win is not because of their prophecy and their religion. It's because they're on the right side of reason. It's like, it's total. It's just like, Judaism is a religion. It's not a nationality. It's not even an ethnicity. Israel actually genetically tests people for, like, their for their roots. It's crazy.
Well,
like, if you think about
Nazis
it,
were
it's
doing
like
that.
Nazis. Yeah, the Nazis were measuring heads and things like that.
Yeah.
Now they're genetically testing. So it's like, like, to me, I think it's pretty black and white. You should see the protests all over the world,
I'm seeing the ones in Germany. I'm seeing the ones, the pro-Palestinian protests in Germany. There was one in Spain. There was a couple in the United States, but you don't see that too much.
They were stopping them in Paris, and they didn't stop them for long, but they had blocked all protests in Paris and in some other places. But in the Arab world, for example, they're all over the streets. In Jordan is like a complete, because there are a lot of Palestinians in Jordan, and a lot of people are up against their leaders, leaders who said they would make peace with Israel and things like that. Like, there are no Arabs who make peace with Israel. There's only these sellout leaders that are in place, by the US and by Israel, that get paid, type of thing. And they're the ones who sign peace process people. So after this phase, there's going to be quite a bit of cleansing, let's say, inside. So I suspect internal wars as well, not just the war against Israel, but there are, several Arab factions and these, like, sellout leaders, globalist leaders and things like that need to go as well. And that's gonna, that's also gonna be an episode.
Right. I wanted to ask, so if the Israeli state gets dissolved within a year, this is going to be somewhat detrimental to the United States, because they no longer have a secure foothold in the Middle East, but they still have Saudi Arabia. And
So
how long before Saudi
Arabia
Arabia
is
falls
actually-
to? I think
Yeah,
I think if Yemen gets
exactly.
armaments from China and maybe from Russia, I think the Yemenis will, because I think they could take the Saudis. The Saudis are a couple of families. They don't have a good military presence, so to say, in front of like other military powers?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's mainly the US's military through the different bases that the US has in the region.
26.
They already lost the war to Yemen, and it would really be Iran who takes them out. But um, I don't think I would like a total war to sort of erase them off the map. This bunch here, Saudi, Qatar, UAE.
Mm.
These guys need to be wiped out. But I don't think it will happen that way. I think what will happen is they would just they would agree to new terms. And the US has no business in the region anyway. And Trump had been trying to pull out troops since he got in. And then you had these, lunatics like John Bolton and Lindsey Graham who don't want these things to happen because they're like, they're hawkish, they're hotheads. They support Israel all the way. Their handlers are all Zionists and things like that. And Biden is continuing what Trump did, trying to pull out troops. And I don't think Biden is hot on Israel. I don't think Trump was until they started twisting his arms. And I don't think Biden is. I think it's really a failed project, and they're already pulling out troops. They lost in the region. They lost to Syria. They lost the Cold War with Iran. The Saudis and UAE, they lost against Yemen. So, they continue to lose. So I'm not saying that they have any business anymore. I think the project is going to fail. Israel is constantly pulling support out of the US. Like without the US, Israel can't really exist. And Netanyahu's on the phone with Biden telling him that he thinks that it's going to continue for a while. What he's basically saying is that, the Palestinians aren't going to stop, and they're not going to stop. They're going to bring them to their knees. I see this happening. And we don't want them to stop. We want this opportunity to be taken to the fullest, to absolutely dissolve Israel. It's time. We've had enough. Get out. And I think it's going to happen. And I don't think the U.S. is going to pull back. In the meantime, there's going to be big restructuring with China and Russia, and all of that is happening as well. So yeah, it's time for the U.S. also to pack up and to, go help out the people who are lining up for gas. All over,
governor there, Ron Paul, right? Ron Paul was saying, when he was trying to run for president, I think 2 terms ago, he was saying, "What the hell are we doing in the Middle East? What the heck are we doing there? Let's get these guys the hell out of there. We have no business being there." That's exactly what Senator Ron Paul, or Governor Ron Paul, was saying. Obviously. The spotlight was completely off him when he was running for president, and he didn't get a chance. And basically, they just started nominating all these Mickey Mousers and trying to get Hillary in the front and all that. The Mickey Mousing, right? And this is when I think Obama won his 2nd term.
Yeah, I mean, the Pauls, they're amazing. Rand Paul is amazing, and his dad's amazing. I didn't know it was his son. Lord told me recently that Rand Paul is Ron Paul's son. They're amazing people. They understand the situation better than anyone else. These people aren't going to run because, the U.S. is actually run by the same people who run Israel,
right.
Except on the back, So Trump was run by, was sponsored by what's his name before he died. They're all a bunch of Zionists. Like you don't get a place in U.S. politics unless you're committed to them. The Fed is created by them. The whole taxation system is created by the same people. So yeah, that's going to happen. It's not going to be easy for like authentic Americans like Ron Paul and Rand Paul to break out of this. It's not going to be easy. Rand Paul just before Trump came into power, he was just recovering from broken ribs. He was attacked by, I think, Antifa and those guys. Yeah, it's not going to be easy to break out. Like Trump wanted to. Earlier on, Pompeo actually went out and said, well, Israel, they do whatever they like. And then they poisoned Trump. I'm still convinced, I think it's all a clown show, but I really do think that he wasn't really all that into Israel. And I don't, I think Biden is now following through as well. It's a failed project.
I think America needs to pull up its socks and start becoming more and start closing all these bases down and stop spending taxpayers' money and start getting into like properly actually executing a proper governance And not only that, from there, like a proper governance for the people, by the people, the representation of the people, and start cutting back all these miserable taxes they have there. Start actually allowing people to be free and allow people to live off their land. Allow people, we're going to start finding people that collect solar energy. We're going to start doing this. But you want to go green, but you don't want to go green. You know, it's like, it doesn't make any sense. It's time that America rose up from like a phoenix rising from the ashes and reclaim its you know, and stop the wars.
Yeah, they're going to be forced out, I think, at some point. I don't really see them. Like, I'm not seeing Biden really excited about all this, and I think he does think it was pretty stupid to bomb the AP building because it makes it so clear, you know, like
America's got
that Israel
infrastructure
is
like no
hiding
other
it.
country. Okay, I've been across America from Vermont down to Florida, from Florida across Texas all the way to LA. I mean, by car. And from like California all the way to Vancouver. And I've been across a lot of states. The infrastructure is horrendous in America. America has a lot good going for it. It really does.
It
Infrastructurally.
needs to upgrade and needs
Start
to upgrade, right?
upgrading their infrastructure. Start really spending the money at home. And really start focusing on more important things as a country. And pleasing their 350 million citizens. And Canada keeps going more and more and more and more into this fascism we're moving into here in Canada is scaring the crap out of me.
Did you hear the Nova Scotia Supreme Court saying that they're allowed to stop anti-mask protests now? So they have a
$3,500 fine
for protests in Nova Scotia
per person.
Per person. Nice.
3,500.
So now
Eduardo was telling us that.
You see, it's like they invent the laws, they change the laws, they invent the Supreme. Don't wait for them to come and follow the rules because they create the rules as it suits them.
They like to
so here you go. I
suspect
that's going to get to Manitoba because there were some protests in Manitoba, and I was listening to this Roussin guy, and you know how it goes on the press with them. And I think some companies are issuing notices to their employees that if they participate in anti-mask protests, it can affect their employee profile. They can get fired for it now. So here you go. All of these big companies in Canada are going to follow suit. The banks, the insurance, the transport, and the telecoms. The big five, the big three, and the others, a few others. Yeah, I think it's crazy. Yeah, it's really crazy. Although, was it Trudeau? He was saying he's thinking of opening up the borders with the U.S. at this point.
No, he's not thinking he has to. It's not because, I'm thinking I'm going to open the border. No. He has to. Can I tell you why? It's because Washington State's going to open up its border. It's going to open up its state. And guess what? Canada needs to open it. It's not because, I'm thinking of opening. No. You are opening the border because U.S. is.
You don't think they're going to pull off a fourth wave with the Indian variant?
And I don't know if they're going to pull out. They're already talking a fifth wave already in China.
Yeah. So, I think we'll hold off on this one. But I know Boris Johnson was saying that the Indian variant spreads so quickly that it threatens the lockdown easing right now in the UK.
Trudeau's the type of guy where you can't fire me because I quit. He's like one of those guys. So America moves forward with something. He's like, damn, they're going against what I was going to do. Well, I think we're going to have to do this in Canada. Well, no. It's because America's doing it, not because you think you're going to do it.
There's this constant debate in Ontario about if they should lock down the airport completely, or they should close down Pearson.
Mr. Mobility, Doug Ford.
Listen.
He needs to hunker down. What does that guy know about mobility?
So 1.6 million Ontarians supposedly have had at least one dose. And now they're talking about a 2-dose summer. Mike, you've got to love the terms. I love this vocabulary.
I like how they make this shit up as they go along.
I know.
They just make this shit up. I like when they call it vaccination, non-prohibition vaccination laws. It's like, who's making this shit up?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've got the Supreme Court in Nova Scotia backing them. And now in Ontario, they're talking about locking down airports, like exercising whatever emergency, whatnot for it. They just,
They're not
it's
going to
like we
lock
were
down
saying
any
earlier.
airports. Do you know how many? I've been getting information from people that have been telling me that the flights from China have been wide open during 2020. And not only that, is the billions of dollars coming in from Hong Kong. Now they're looking at $100 billion in 2020 came into Canada from Hong Kong. $100 billion in 2020, not $41 billion like the article said on the CBC. It's actually $100 billion came in the year of 2020, and people bringing in cash, like huge amounts of money into Canada. That's why housing here, the on Victoria Island, a condo, a two bedroom, 3-bath. I don't know why it's more bathrooms, but sold for $1 million over asking. So it sold for $2.4 million.
That's money laundering. That's money laundering.
It's huge
It's
money
all
laundering.
of this is money laundering. It's like that. Who was saying? I think it was Ashima. She was saying you don't know who's buying this stuff. It can be corporations. It can be agents. Yeah, and let me tell you why people are trying to get you to sympathize with the Hong Kongers in the hands of China. So that
But this is a great opportunity to
Canada's
bring more
welcome.
money into Canada.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fantastic opportunity. They've been Canada's been tied with the mainline Chinese for since 2010 heavily, and bringing in 500,000 investors per year into Canada, and that does not go under our Canadian immigration census.
No, it goes through the IMF, Mike. It goes through the IMF. You see, Canada being a corporation traded on the IMF exchange, other countries get to buy shares in this country, right?
Right.
And that's what's happened. So China has shares in Canada, so it owns parts of it.
Yeah, well, what's
And
going to
that's
happen,
what countries
Layla?
on the IMF do. What's going to happen is that I think central and northern Canada is going to be depopulated. Guys are going to be concentrated in Vancouver area and the Toronto area.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, the supply chain is being consolidated through the railway.
Mm-hmm.
Both pipelines are going to be shut down so that you're fully dependent on rail and trucks. And you'll be good to go. That's the 2050 plan, right?
I wish.
So we're not far.
I
We're
wish
not far from
America
2030. We're just 9 years away.
This is a huge security risk for Americans watching. Canada has become a huge security risk for you guys. Just letting you know.
They're on the same page. It's not a security issue.
I don't know, man. They say by 2030, Layla, in 9 years, they say that China is going to own more mines and more like mining and like that kind of stuff than Canada does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe that. It's already happening. And they're doing this in Africa.
Like
and
if it was the
Australia.
Puerto Ricans doing it, it wouldn't bother me too much. The Mexicans, it wouldn't bother me too much, right? But it's a communism and oppression that's doing it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it makes a difference because, doing that is any way you package it, it's going to take away from the local peoples, whether it's corporatism
but at
or
least
communism.
you know what I'm trying to say,
or
right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's all the same. It takes away from Canadians, It doesn't matter how you package it. It's the same result.
Yeah. Okay, Layla, it's my third hour. I'm wrapping it up.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming on and giving us an update. We'll have you on next week to give us an update. Just keep your eyes and ears open, and just let us know what's going on.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of news that you guys aren't getting. I mean, there's so much footage that's flying around right now. Yeah, maybe I'll send you some links. Even if you don't understand, you can see them. If you don't understand what they're saying, you can see them. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, Layla, thank you so much.
Okay,
God bless you.
Thanks. Yeah, God bless. Take care.
Take care. Bye. That's our correspondent from Egypt giving us an update on what is happening on the ground. Guys, this is
You're talking about all man.
I have no idea how to break this down to you guys, but you know what? Let's talk it through together, and that's why we're here on Mike in the Night, making sure we get our point, or not our point, we're our discussion, points of views from all over the world on what is happening and how it's happening. Guys, one last channel. Guys, if you don't mind, I'm asking, please, I want to see if I could get to 14,000 subscribers by Christmas. So if you don't mind subscribing to the channel, I'd really appreciate it. Let me see if I could find it here. So yeah, I'm at I'm like 70 subscribers away from 14,000. I usually get 10 subscribers on a monthly basis. So if you guys want to subscribe, go ahead. Guys, don't forget to send me your show tips on Instagram. Yeah, King Cash YouTube is in the house here, guys. He's in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe to King Cash YouTube. He's right here. He's just in the comments right now. Please subscribe to his channel. He's got lots going on. Guys, don't forget to pick up something on Teespring. We got the I Love Amerifornia t-shirts that are doing well. Don't forget to set your reminders for next Wednesday show. More BS in the markets with Commonwealth for common people. And next Saturday's Mike in the Night, I'll leave you guys the link here. If you guys don't... there it is right there, guys. This next week's Mike in the Night, confidence of the local governments. So people are losing confidence in their local governments. I look forward to broadcasting the show for you guys to find out who is losing confidence, why are people losing confidence. So I'd like to get people to call in, again, from all over the world to give us an update if they have lost confidence in their governance. Artbydano.com, not your typical art. And guys, don't forget to donate to Lord Humongous's Amerifornia, Mike in the Night Amerifornia 2021-2022 trip for Lord Humongous, and music by Ralphie.co.New Zealand. And we got a lot of stuff happening here on this channel, broadcasted out of New Zealand via the world, to the world. And guys, you know, thanks a lot for everything and being part of the channel and commenting. And it means a lot to me that people are you know, part of this and discussion. We're just talking here, you know. We're not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. We're not trying to, you know, we're not going to change water into wine, but we are talking and we are doing what we did. We you know, we've been doing for years. So, as human beings. Oh yeah.
You're talking about all men.
I love China. The Mexican government. You're not a nice person. Then there's something wrong with you. You're certainly not very good. I own a big chunk of the Bank of America building in 1290 Avenue of the Americas that I got from China in a war.
All right, guys, thanks for watching. Guys, take care, and if you can't take care, please stay safe. Emailed me before emailing me. I get like 100, 200, 300 emails per day, right? There was one weekend where I got 4,500 emails. So imagine I had as many emails as subscribers I had on YouTube. Holy crap. Anyways, messaging me saying, Mike, I want to get the heck out of here. I want out of Canada. Like, I'm this, I have a certificate in this, and I'm just going to go live in a van until I could get employment and show my credentials and work anywhere in the States. I'll work as a taxi driver if I have to get my feet on the ground. Like, they want out of Canada. There's a lot of professionals that want to get the heck out of Canada. They want to get out of Dodge. Yeah. Layla saying AI is rolling out in Canada. Guys, just a quick channel plug. 1 minute, 1 second here. Guys, Mike in the Night Amerifornia Tour 2021 is organized. We are going to go across America with Lord Humongous. He's raising funds. Whoa! Somebody donated. He's got $20. So, guys, we got Martine and Margaret O'Connor. So, guys, here's the link to Lord Humongous's Amerifornia Tour. Guys, Amerifornia Tour, he's going to be broadcasting for the channel. He's going to upload to his YouTube channel stuff. He's going to be broadcasting live. When we're live, he's going to come on. He's going to go to different parts of America, kind of show what's happening, maybe talk about reopening areas, places that are going back on lockdown, figuring out what is going on. And Scott is asking, are you allowed to go to the U.S. without a visa? Yes, but the problem is you can't get back in, like apparently now you can't get back into Canada. That's what they're saying in the news, without a COVID passport. So there it is right there. Lord Humongous, don't forget to support the cause. All right, let me see if Layla could talk for a few minutes here and give us a rundown on what is happening in her view of things. She's in Egypt right now. So I think it's like 7 in the morning in Egypt.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Layla, how you doing, my friend?
How are you?
I'm doing
Good.
fantastic. So we got your friend. You sent me a video of your friend here. Okay, let me find it here. Where the heck did I put that article? Sorry, guys. Of your friend Doug Ford there. Here it is.
Dougie. Yeah.
Mr. Mobility here, basically saying that
indeed.
Another, what is this here? Doug Ford, a fourth wave. Layla, what's going on? Why are we seeing different things in Florida? Why are we seeing things completely different in Canada?
Yeah, Florida is, but some funny things are happening in Florida as well. Last week or so, they released genetically modified mosquitoes.
Right.
In Florida.
Well, we covered that earlier in the show. That's a major deal.
To try to take over the local population over there. I think it's a major deal. I don't think it's a joke, and I don't think it's a good thing either.
Mm-hmm.
They're running these kinds of experiments down there, but yeah, I mean, you're right from this COVID perspective and these retarded moves. I don't think they're implementing crazy stuff like they are in Ontario or Manitoba or Alberta now. Watch Alberta.
Okay, let me throw something out there if you don't mind. Are they moving this and they're going to keep this going till 2023 so they could roll it into the next election with mail-in ballots? Or am I just delusional about this mail-in ballot thing in Canada?
I don't think the election matters at all. And I think it's gonna be more than 2023. I was gonna shapeshift. It's gonna take on different forms, but to say that the local elections is what matters I don't see how that is anything related to anything, Mike. This is a global thing. Now we're in India. India is being destroyed with hundreds of thousands supposedly dying from this.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the new Wuhan for the variants. Just like we were last year. Remember when it broke out in Wuhan, and within months it was like all over the world. Now it looks like the same thing is happening, but with the variant, with India just being the alarm state. But the elections don't matter at all.
Okay.
And then what if you think you have someone else in office? This is going to disappear. This is not run by the people in office. This is run by the people who run the people in office.
That's right. I just want to throw a concern out there. Mitch Madden says his mom is in a vegetative state with not much time left, and she was doing fine before the vax. So, tonight say a prayer for Mitch Madden's mom, who's not doing well and is in a vegetative state right now. So, continue.
Yes, he said. So sorry. Yeah, so sorry. I think I missed part of what the Raven was talking about, but he He sent me an article about the Bill and Melinda Gates divorce and how Bill Gates is transferring 1.8 billion to Melinda's portfolio, while that covers CN. You know that Bill Gates is a major stakeholder in CN, right, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
And so it seems that the divorce is not a divorce, like this is a clown show. The issue is much, much bigger. And I don't know if we even got to talk about that, but I think he's
He
right in
did. He
saying that
talked
this is
about it, and
very,
he
very
was very. He says there's something really shady going on. There's a back end to it, and then why would they unroll this? He said in his words, "Why would they unroll this during a planned inoculation of the world?"
it's very, very important. And I think it's a wealth transfer tactic. You know, we don't even know if they were married to start with. I mean, these people have, you know, I mean, the their lives, you know, it's just part of the show. We don't really know how they live. But it sounds like it's a massive wealth transfer. And notice everything that's going on. So the Enbridge line, the Pipeline XL, these are shutting down and they're restructuring the railway and the grid in Texas and connecting everything from top to bottom. It just looks like they're doing this major restructuring right now. And yeah, because he's right. Raven's right. I mean, it's really weird timing for people who are leading the vaccine effort that they should split up now. Looks like something is more important than the vaccine effort because that's underway now. It's rolling out on its own. It's on autopilot. But yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's important.
Okay, let's open a few articles here and maybe go over a couple of major stories. You sent me a few of these here.
The shortages, yeah, the shortages. Did you see the shortages? There's a whole bunch coming in.
So the cyber attack.
Oh yeah, here's another one.
Mm.
Yes, that pipeline is shutting down. So Enbridge, XL, this one, and now the green energy and the electric stuff, and the railway. Mike, I sent you a small screenshot. I was doing a bit of I was looking at what happens if line 5 shuts down.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you can't move oil by pipeline, well, it means that the price of oil and the price of propane is 3 times if it's transported by railway, which is
or by truck, yeah.
4 times if it's by truck. It's 4 times more expensive if it's by truck.
Mm-hmm.
And the Gates folks have their hand in the railway now, so they're going to be making a whole lot of money from this shortage, in addition to everything else they do.
You actually tipped us off a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, to buy CN stock.
Yeah, I was watching the story for a while. I think that's why Raven sent me that divorce story my way, because it mentions how there's going to be a transfer of wealth, and that wealth is majorly invested in CN. It's going to be transferred to this portfolio called Cascade or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I got that right. Yeah, it just looks like it's a restructuring. Like it has nothing to do with their divorce, and this is more important than what's going on right now with COVID. And other newspapers like CNN and Fox News, they're all warning about shortages, propane and gas, and other things. Chlorine is a big one. I think it's a big one.
Yeah, I heard about that one actually.
Yeah, the swimming pool issue. No. This is not a swimming pool issue. Chlorine cleans your water. I know chlorine is bad for you, but I mean, if like it just still needs to run in sewer water and everything else that comes to your home. Because if it didn't, it would kill proper. There's too many viruses, too many bacteria, too many dirty things in water for it not to require chlorine. I mean, of course, filter your water at home, but I mean, you know, in terms of the bigger infrastructure in a city or a town, if there's no chlorine in the water, they're gonna, you know, this can be another outbreak, right, of viruses through the water.
Well, for sure. If the, you know, you start getting the water pooling and it starts to smell and it doesn't move as much, and you're not putting in those ingredients to break down the waste, so to say.
Yeah, in a swimming pool, but I'm saying they also
I'm talking
use
about
chlorine
in the water system before, when they, like Lake Ontario, people are drinking feces that live in Toronto because that water is being recycled, right?
That's right. So if there's no chlorine, then this whole situation can be compromised. But they're not saying anything about this yet. They're just talking about your swimming pool. And if we're going to lock down in the summer, there's going to be a huge demand for swimming pools and people need to stock up on their chlorine tablets. You know, we're not talking about the water system yet. Let's see.
Scott is asking, can you just boil your water to clean it?
I don't know.
Can you do that?
I have no idea, to be honest. What does he mean by that exactly?
Well, people boil water. Like, I know there's a boil water effect
boil
in
it.
some parts of BC now for 10 years where people have to boil the water if they want to drink it.
Oh, yeah. Well, it depends, I guess. But boiling water doesn't remove some things like heavy
Contaminants
metals.
and all kinds of weird crap.
Yeah, it might kill living things like viruses, bacteria, but it doesn't remove things like heavy metals because those aren't living. They're just minerals and metals like lead and others, mercury, all of these things. And I think also some organisms don't really go away with boiling.
We got this here. States with the strictest lockdowns ruined livelihoods without saving lives. So they're trying to say now that states that were open and states that remained closed, it was just a waste of time to shut down parts of the economy that didn't need to be shut down, and it didn't do what it was supposed to do. This is the New York Post posting this.
Yeah, they have a knack for just contradictions all over the place. I call them sedatives. It makes people feel that that someone is speaking up for them, but they're not. I think it's just a way to vent. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like the New York Post. New York Post is trash. It's like the New York Times. They're not. They're with the agenda. You can be sure.
Wait,
they're not trying to.
Isn't it the New York Compost? I'm just joking.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Who's that? Mark Dice, I think, calls it that. Yeah.
Mark Alexander Dice. Yeah.
The Washington Compost, I think he refers to it. Yeah.
Guys, don't forget to share this stream. Guys, I don't know what it is, Layla. I'm gonna throw something at you here real quick. I don't know what it is, but I was talking to somebody from Ottawa the other day, and they're like, Mike, we don't know how or why you're still doing your show. Like, you're not attacking anyone specifically. You approach the topics in a very rounded way where you're not really, but I'm surprised you're still running. And Lord Humongous told me that the other day too. I'm surprised they let you run your stream, or like, with all these other places or these other guys. Do you think we're in some sort of lockdown in YouTube? Because my channel doesn't grow, so it doesn't go anywhere. But do you think, Layla, in all fairness, that they put us in a position in YouTube, like in a file folder somewhere where they don't even know we're here anymore? Like, they could totally forgot we're here.
I agree, and I don't think this is just about being a political channel. I think I've told you that before. I know of others with very channels that are completely unrelated to politics or anything even slightly controversial, and they've seen a stagnant growth and no more income, and all of the issues and subscriber count freezing and things like that. I think I think the algo gets in the way, but I also think that YouTube isn't making as much money as before, and they did post losses. That means they can't share their revenue income or their advertising income with as many creators, and so they're going to limit the growth because you can't grow and not get income, right? If you're monetized. But I think it's also the algo. Like, a lot of people saw that. Not just political channels, the way the suggestion works, that really affected what viewers are seeing and how far out creators are able to push their videos. You see, it's become a lot more limited, a lot more narrow scope of suggestion.
Okay. All right, I want to throw this out there. Ontario medical regulator threatens to punish doctors for criticizing lockdowns. A lot of doctors and nurses have been relieved of their positions, and there was huge layoffs across Canada last year in 2020 for nurses. And there's a lot. I've received emails from people in these positions that have told me that if I go against anything, they've already made it very clear
Yep, yep. You know, this is I think this is a major what do you want to call it? A major item that's been checked off. This idea that health is centralized, health decisions, health assessments, and judgment is ever more centralized. So through the COVID thing, a lot more doctors, a lot more nurses are not able to operate, you know, out of their own skill and knowledge and experience. It's like there are centralized guidelines that dictate how they're supposed to treat patients, how they're supposed to interpret their symptoms and assess them and deal with them. That has become centralized the world over.
Well,
and that is
Canada
going to
does
be
have
really
socialized
key.
medicine.
Yeah, well, that's going to be really key for the next phase. And there's been a lot said about this week in Canadian news and elsewhere, that AI is basically taking over medicine, and not just regular medicine like physical, but also mental health. So it's Mental Health Week, and happy Mental Health Week, Mike, in Canada. And of course, there's a huge spike in calls and these kinds of issues in Canada. So I read a number, 44% in some parts, increase in mental health issues, which is basically, crisis and a lot of suicide kind of calls.
Well, we covered,
and of course the opioid crisis as well.
well,
And
do you
now
remember in
they're
February?
saying telehealth is here to stay.
I love telehealth.
And
Yeah.
Telehealth and online health for everything, mental health and everything else is here to stay. And they've got these AI systems coming into play, like chatbots and AI support, that is going to be, it does the triage, it assesses your needs, and things like that. And all of that is still in training. I think it's too early. I think the bots are still being trained. It's too early to have a system, but it seems like they've trained a lot of them during the COVID, because you have these spikes. So the numbers help, like to have more, to have bigger numbers helps the system, helps the algo train the AI, and that's well underway. And we have also supportive, like the technology. So for example, I think it's the Monk Cardiac School in Toronto, Mike, that's the big heart health hospital. They're rolling out the Apple Watch for blood pressure and diabetes and all sorts of things, and there's a lot of tech out there, like Google's Vampire Watch. Now, Google never rolled out their Vampire Watch, but their Vampire Watch is basically a watch that takes very tiny blood samples, like you don't even feel it, just barely. And it's absorbed by the watch, and the watch analyzes it, and that's, that goes online.
Wow.
They created
So they got a watch that
smart...
takes your blood and analyzes your blood. But let's go back to the suicide thing
But
you were talking about earlier.
You don't even need that anymore, because if you can do it with pulse and electricity, that's good enough. That might work. And a combination of AI things, that might be good enough. But it depends, I guess, what you're testing.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, Mike.
I want to go back to February of this year. We read it. We covered an article. Actually, I think it was from the... Who was it from? It was a mainstream media source. It wasn't like some Mickey. It was a mainstream media source that was reporting on Japan that in the month of January 2021, more people died of suicide than.
Oh yes.
Yeah, more people died of suicide in January 2021 than all of 2020 of COVID in Japan.
In Japan, yeah, that wouldn't be surprising.
And more people are dying of opioids and fentanyls in Vancouver than all of Canada died of COVID.
Yeah, well, people are dying of everything else, much more than COVID, and I think that's what they're tracking. I don't think it's the COVID numbers that they care about. I think it's the spillover effects. I think I might have mentioned that earlier. You look at the cancer surgeries. What was it they were saying just a few weeks ago on the Pagan show? They were saying that if cancer treatment is delayed by, what was it, 2 weeks or so?
2 or 4 weeks,
yeah. Or so. 2 to 4 weeks, then there's a 10% increase in what complications or cancer deaths. There are all of these interesting figures and percentages and connections that you can make between events. Like that 1% GDP causes how many people to die, and the Big Short, I forget. Things like that. Well, they've got all of that mapped out, and you're seeing this roll out all over. The suicides, the crime, people losing patience with each other, the depression, the opioids, and the eating disorders. No one's talking about alcoholism. The LCBO was deemed essential.
Yes.
There's probably something going on with that as well. No mention, of course, because the government makes money from this.
Mm-hmm.
And everything else, like every other thing, the economic hardships now. They were looking at children's health this week as part of the mental health week on the PACAN agenda, and these child and teenage psychologists came on, and it's tragic. Like these kids, they're completely clueless. They've lost their friends. They've lost all support. They are completely aimless. They're not sure what's the point of going to school. The online experience has been miserable. Their parents are miserable. The whole house situation is miserable.
Mm-hmm.
Homes are turning into battlegrounds. It's so not good. So the kids go for mental health, and the psychologist or whoever, they don't just advise the kids, they advise the parents.
Mm-hmm.
And then these people, these mental health professionals, are themselves getting drained, so they need help. It's like everyone needs help. Everyone's on support.
Mm-hmm.
It's silly and tragic, and they're pushing to normalize the drugs. I'm seeing this a lot as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I came across now psychedelics are becoming normalized, legalized, sorry, in Canada, and they're going to be used for therapy. Go figure.
Didn't they do that in the States in the 60s, and a lot of people went nuts?
Well, I think that's part of the plan. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't support anyone thinking that marijuana is a good thing. No, there were lots of studies about how bad marijuana is for you. It has a lot of effects on, at least in the very least, memory, cognitive functioning. To say that any drug is safe,
it triggers a lot of people.
It's pretty clear.
Paranoia.
It's pretty clear this is a business. Yeah, when you can't short your marijuana stock, you should take that as a sign. Okay, just some months ago, Mike, do you remember people who bought marijuana stock in Canada? They couldn't sell, they couldn't short it.
They weren't allowed to short it. No, you weren't. The banks.
Yeah.
Basically, they control the game. It's like changing the election rules so the guy that's going to win doesn't win.
Oh, people should see that as a sign. It's like the cigarette business came to an end. Now they're gonna tap into other drugs. They run all the drugs, from pharmaceutical to illegal to the stuff going on in Afghanistan and Saudi, all the way to the marijuana business in Canada. It's someone owns it. The research was there. They buried it somewhere, and now they're saying it's a miracle cure. Yeah, Sabbatianism. What's good for you is bad for you. What's bad for you is good for you.
That's what they use our language is like that.
Exactly.
They twist our language.
And they sell you they don't just adjust it a little bit. No, they sell you the exact opposite. Like the extreme opposite. They go all the way to the other end of the spectrum. That's what they sell you.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
What do you think about this troop buildup here in the Donbass region there? Lots of reports and video footage and aerial footage and drone footage of a ton of troops.
The Ukraine thing.
Yeah.
Look, Russia's going to win this. And I support the Ukraine people, but I don't support U.S. presence in the region, with everything else. So the U.S. operates through the Ukraine. I think people should know that, right? In the same way that the U.S. operates through Saudi and the UAE against Iran,
and Kuwait.
Well, all of the Gulf countries, the GCC, it's the same sort of situation, I think, and I don't think there should be U.S. presence in the region, and I think Russia's going to win this. I don't support harm on the Ukraine people, like everything else, like everyone else, but yeah, they shouldn't have all of these military bases all over the world. That's not welcome anymore, Mike. I think the U.S. should worry more about its people, do something about its people. But yeah, what do you think? What do you think about this, Mike?
I think this may be the prelude to a war. I'm thinking that I'm just throwing rocks here in the dark, but I'm thinking that this just it may trigger something bigger than it should. This will force. Well, obviously, Russia is supposedly aligned with China, and supposedly, this could be a big issue because there was a former communist country. Now Russia's more of an economic, semi-socialist communist country, but China's full on communism. They kind of go hand in hand with each other, and it wouldn't surprise me, if Russia gets the support from China if it needs it, to protect maybe some of its southern eastern borders of Russia, China, like maybe get some support on that end. I don't know, right? But I'm thinking this might spark another, because remember the First and Second World War was in Europe, right? Predominantly in Europe, and we're looking at, it wouldn't be a surprise if we have a third world war in Europe. Not a surprise at all.
You know what World War II was. It wasn't.
It was all banks.
Like
it was all banks.
Yeah, right. Right.
World War
right.
One was
and
the worst. If I ever meet you in person, I'll tell you a World War One story. I have it somewhere. I'll tell you the story, and you'll be like, "Whoa!" I can't even tell. If I tell this on air, I'm dead. Yeah, World War One story. I told it to somebody the other day that was visiting me in person. A nurse from Vancouver General Hospital was on their way to the interior of British Columbia, and they stopped at my store to spend some time and talk about a few things. And I told her this story that I'm not allowed to tell online, and she was floored. She was so floored with it. She's like, I have to come back and talk about this, and I want to write this down. I'm like, well, But anyways.
Oh, it'd be nice to hear it. Mike, a while back, not too long ago, I think towards December or so, in Sweden, they were distributing flyers to the Arab population and I suppose other immigrant populations over there, telling them that they should leave because there could be an imminent catastrophe in Northern Europe. And they've been prepping for a while, the folks up there. And, this can be related to the Ice Age and how it's going to affect northern countries a lot. So Canada, Northern Europe, Northern China, parts of Russia. And so people are going to move south, assuming this story is correct. But what I also think could be happening in Northern Europe, like the Denmark, Sweden, Finland kind of area, is that they have this, they're constantly blaming Russia, for the potential threats. And I have to wonder if that's candid. I think it's maybe something that they use to create an alarmist environment when actually they could be rolling out the climate change agenda. You know what I mean? And there seems to be a depopulation effort over there as well. Denmark, for example, has the highs like that. And I just from that flyer that someone sent me, which I'm sorry I couldn't get a copy of because it would have been good. They're just telling people to leave, so it's like they're prepping for this major thing, and there's a lot of blame that's directed towards Russia. They also get a lot of their fuel and oil from Russia. And there could be pipeline issues here. Again, if there are climate change issues, just like what they're doing with Canada, they're turning off the taps, and this is already in the news, Mike. CNN, Fox News, everyone's saying there's going to be gas shortages, propane shortages, among others.
Prepping. They're prepping us so late 3 months down the road. We told you about this,
Yeah. I mean, you can't tell them no, right? But I think the energy costs are going to go through the roof, and then they're going to usher in the Elon Musk solution, right?
Okay, I got one here I want you to comment on, please. Edmonton woman died after vaccine-induced blood clot was turned away. She was turned away from the ER, friends say. This is from CBC News, so before YouTube wants to shut me down, this is the Canadian broadcast channel who is bought and paid for by the Canadian government. So why are they reporting that? I mean, are they going...
I don't know. Good question. Why are they reporting that? Why in the world are they reporting it? I guess they can't hide it. They know that there's only so much that they can hide, so they prefer to come out and say it first before, let's say, Rebel News or someone else, or, Mike Martins comes out and says it, right? Damage control. It's like they try to they try to be on your side, by taking up these topics that they wouldn't otherwise report on, right? But they're not, they can't hide it. They hide it, then there's more damage control to be done. But they're still pushing the vaccines. Like, they're constantly advising everyone to take the vaccines, and it doesn't matter which one. Like, you'll hear them say over and over, it doesn't matter. And now the science is so advanced, right? You can mix and match your vaccines between the first and second dose. You can take a Pfizer dose one. Yes. You haven't been following this? Oh man, it's all
I don't
over.
follow
All of these
crap.
Yeah, all of these moronic health officials, who are on TV now almost every other day, Mike. It's like, they're constantly busying people with this stuff. Now there's the mix and match thing that's coming. It's being tested in the UK, and it looks like the results are good. You can take a Pfizer dose 1 and Moderna dose 2. It's retarded. It's like, just stick whatever in you. That's what they're saying. Just get a jab. It doesn't matter what it is. Just
Your friend is here, and he's saying Trudeau accuses conservatives of wearing a tinfoil hats in Bill C-10 exchange. So he's really fighting this Bill C-10 tooth and nail. How long do you think, Layla, before Canada implements this and creates an iron curtain to the rest of the world, so the rest of the world has no idea what's happening in Canada? How long till we have an iron curtain in Canada?
Isn't it already passed? So isn't Bill C-10 passed?
I think it's being held back.
Well, if they really meant what they're saying, because now there's a whole fiasco around this, and everyone's blaming the Liberals for their poor PR around Bill C-10, they wouldn't have pulled out that clause where it said that it protects the independent the independent people from uploading and sharing content. But they pulled that clause. Remember, you mentioned it. Folks mentioned it on your show, Mike. People were saying in the comments that clause was pulled out, and now they're coming out and saying that it doesn't affect people's posts. And so what do they mean by posts? And of course, it comes down to their foolish language, which you can twist and turn to anything. And then people are going to sue. They're going to take it to the Supreme Court, and they're going to say, no, Mike Martins is considered a broadcaster. Bill C-10 applies on him, because they can twist it any way they want. You know what I mean? But if they really meant that, then they wouldn't have pulled that clause. And what the heck is a post? Like a single post? What about a show like Mike Martin's show? Like, for example, every Saturday, 2-3 hours. That will be considered a broadcast. They're gonna, it's just down to their foolish definitions. No, they can't dig themselves out of this.
I got a comment here in the comment section. The boy is saying FDA abandoned authorizing this vax. And this ties into the next one I want to ask you about. Mass COVID vaccination sites closing amid falling demand in the United States.
That's interesting. That's a good thing.
It is.
That is a good thing.
But
yeah. So what is he going to do with all of these excess doses? Send them to Canada.
Send them to Canada.
Yeah. Send them to India. Send them to countries in the third world that are so unlucky for not having the vaccine. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're going to do.
So, U.S. totaled first dose 40% of the. So this is enough for herd immunity. If this thing was real, like let's say this thing is real, and 40% got a vaccine, this should usher in herd immunity. What do you think? I'm not a doctor, but.
Well, that's actually in the news too, Mike. They're saying that the U.S. is losing herd immunity because of that. So, there's going to be push-pull now, and then I don't know what's going to happen. The India variant is going to blow up somehow. Yeah. Fourth wave is coming, Doug Ford is saying.
Oh, Mr. Mobility.
Yeah. Oh, you know what's going on in the U.S., Mike? Basic income is going on in the U.S. That's what's going on in the U.S. Did you catch on?
Apparently somebody, I got an email from someone about that, but it's not for Caucasian people though.
Yeah, no problem. So they're saying now that you see that job crunch issue. A lot of people are talking about this, like how come there's so much job demand and very few people turning up for a job, and everyone is saying, well, it's this $300 a week. that is causing people not to apply for jobs like McDonald's jobs and other restaurant jobs. And McDonald's is even offering $50 for people to just show up at an interview. You know, they're trying to get people to show
Yes,
up.
they're paying them, and they're offering them like a dozen donuts from Krispy Kreme too. I heard a
Yeah,
dozen or 2 dozen
yeah.
donuts and a free pizza from what's that pizza place called? If you show up for the job interview.
That's right. They're offering all of these perks, and even there's like a $500 sign up. You know, so they're saying that there's all of these desperate businesses who are trying to get people on board. I have to say that I'm a bit suspicious of the narrative, but you know, that's what basic income is. That's the goal of basic income, right?
Mhm.
And the goal of basic income is to say, well, oh, you know, we don't have enough employees, like in agriculture, yeah, and we're going to bring in the AI. You know, we're going to solve our problems. It's like we don't have enough employees. What are we going to do? We need to run our businesses. Let's bring in the AI. Of course, that's not for the small business, right?
Mhm.
These people are going to, you know, they're going to shut down with this. They can't cope. You know, Silver Report Uncut, this guy, he was saying that he went to a restaurant. I listened to him sometimes because he shares personal stories, which I like because people are on the ground. Like it matters to me that what's going on with what, you know, people on the ground, not just these numbers that they give you. But he was saying that he went to a restaurant just a few days ago and there was only one person working in there. It took ages to get anything done. Restaurants were closed, not enough demand to justify opening. You know, some parts are like that. And so these small businesses, you know, they don't have enough people and it's too expensive, not enough demand. All of these factors are going to come together. And it's no longer the idea that it's because they're shut down and there are restrictions, but that's because the market isn't picking up after the restrictions are released, you know, are loosened up.
Mhm.
So more businesses are gonna follow through now into the bankruptcy issue. So people are like, yeah, it's basic income, you know, there's already basic income, it's just in a different form. This is basic income, this, you know, the CRB and all of that, this is all basic income. So it's a bit on hold now in Canada. It wasn't in the budget, of course, that's a tactic.
Mhm.
You know, because already it was in the news after she released the budget. They were like, didn't you say you support basic income? Why is basic income not in your budget? And now they're going to make it sound like it's the people asking for it or it's the
Yeah,
opposition
I know
asking
what
for
you're
it.
saying. I know what people want lives. People want to
Yeah.
be productive. People don't want to sit at home and watch reruns of Who's the Boss. I want to thank Ricky Ricardo for sending me $9.99. Thank you so much, Ricky Ricardo. Me mandó $10. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Ricky Ricardo, for the $10. Yeah, so here's the problem with this. So